This is an era of the future. The period before the Third World War in the 21st century is referred to as the Near Ancient, while the time following the Fourth World War is defined as the modern era. With the true modern age commencing only after breakthroughs in physics. It is a time when civilizations, nations, and societies began to exert their power to intervene in space-time and realms. In the primary world, Earth is the only true realm within the multiverse. After the technological breach of the crystalline barrier, the madmen of Earth began to gaze into the multiverse. Chapter 1. A New Arrival. There are always those who emphasize certain names to bolster the legitimacy of their actions, providing a guise for diminishing our essential rights. The flames before me grew ever more intense, yet I gradually ceased to feel pain. The wailing sirens of the fire trucks outside seemed to fade into the background. Indeed, it appeared that my grievances in this life had been released. Perhaps this is how it should be. In this lifetime, how did I stray so far from the right path? The last sounds I heard were the distant chimes of a city clock, announcing the time. It was 10 p.m. in the capital. It was over 201. Zile. At merely 5 years of age, Wei Kung had just begun to organize memories from his past life. Now, like a small ball of energy, he squatted on the ground, wielding a pair of chopsticks to grasp a pitch-black cicada. He extended his tiny finger, probing the cicada's vibrating tympanum, and growled fiercely, "It's been hundreds of years, yet you are still so annoyingly loud." The youth was oblivious to the taste of sorrow. Wei Kung was a reborn soul, having endured hardships in his past life, now reincarnated 600 years later, yearning for a fresh start. For Wei Kung, everything was novel. In the garden of this public hospital, drones hovered, misting water over each flower and blade of grass, cleansing the leaves of dust. The mist caught the sunlight, creating a rainbow. At Wei King's call, a drone descended, receiving the cicada he placed upon it, before returning the creature to the shade of a tree. Moments later, the cicada's calls resonated once more. 5-year-old Wei Kong wiped his nose with his sleeve and exhaled, back to normal. Reflecting on history, the 21st century, 500 years ago, is now referred to as the Near Ancient period. Earth, with the First World War, paved the way for the internal combustion engine revolution. The Second World War heralded the nuclear age, and the Third World War catalyzed the maturation of various technologies, including synthetic organics and nuclear fusion space travel, with nuclear weaponry altering human urban living habits. In the 22nd century, Earth civilization continued to undergo extraordinary transformations unimaginable to those from earlier eras. With the conclusion of the Third World War, numerous wartime technologies transitioned into peacetime national competition. The drone systems commenced the construction of human-made habitats across various celestial bodies in the solar system, while advancements in medical technology theoretically achieved immortality. Theoretically, however, the human brain must regenerate neural cells, a process in which the adjustment of various emotional hormones renders memory and thought exceedingly unstable, necessitating a formidable will to maintain past memories and thoughts. In such surgeries, a patient may inadvertently forget their very identity. Nevertheless, societal conflicts and contradictions persisted. New technologies would uncover new realms, and these discoveries represented the wealth of nations, ethnicities, and societies. Thus, the Fourth World War erupted. This war, occurring in the year 2400, lasted for 223 days and was primarily fought across Earth's continents, with the Moon, Mars, and Venus serving as secondary battlegrounds, resulting in the loss of up to 93.3 million lives. The deadliest incident occurred on August 6, 2400. The North American Alliance, aiming to strategically cripple the war potential of Asian adversaries, initiated a planetary-scale surface destruction scheme in the Western Pacific theater, employing nuclear weaponry equivalent to 600 billion tons on the fragile tectonic plates of Northeast Asia. This action disrupted the delicate balance between the Pacific and Asian plates. Despite the relocation of the elderly and vulnerable populations from this industrial region and the establishment of various protective facilities, 6 million lives were lost or went missing. The devastating war ultimately concluded with the systemic collapse of the majority of national governments worldwide. There were no victors, Amidst the ruins, humanity took 20 years to reconstruct political systems and revive the economy and free trade. However, unlike the aftermath of the previous three world wars, which saw a significant technological leap benefiting all of humanity, this time there were no dividends. The underlying causes of all world wars were rooted in economic issues. Whoever could leverage the technological advancements brought by war to resolve civilian economic problems would usher in the next era. Yet, the Fourth World War stemmed from the disconnect between the consumption habits of global industrial nations and cutting-edge technologies. Thus, following the Fourth World War, the world remained unchanged. While the most advanced quantum and aerospace technologies still held potential for progress, they were yet to be realized for civilian use in this era. The common populace, purchasing homes, consuming rice, and utilizing mobile phones, found no connection to the space drone systems, let alone the notion of an interstellar colonization era. The somewhat stringent science fiction of the 21st century, reflecting the lives aboard spaceships, bore shadows of the 18th century age of exploration, cramped quarters, stale air, and distrustful crew dynamics. The ordinary people of Earth supported technological advancements for a better life, not out of nostalgia for past hardships. As the disconnection between technology and economy on Earth intensified, inequitable distribution marginalized many, leading to structural instability. Tensions brewed, and it seemed that only through the outbreak of a Fifth World War could resolution be achieved, utilizing the existential crises of nations and ethnicities to galvanize civilization and elevate technology further. Yet, just on the precipice of darkness, the crisis was abruptly averted. Four foundational physics had made a breakthrough. In 2533, Earth scientists, utilizing a neutrino signal transmitter, penetrated the Earth's core and discovered a peculiar response. After 5 years of research, they unveiled that within this gravitational heart of the Earth, high-energy physics could generate a wormhole effect. Earlier, in the field of life sciences, relevant technological reserves had also been established. In 2455, a large medical team identified microphysical phenomena linked to human consciousness within the human brain. By 2478, utilizing a specific physical testing ground, voluntary subjects afflicted with terminal illnesses had their consciousness temporarily preserved in carbon-based chips. During the 3 minutes of brain inactivity, sustaining cognitive function for 5 months. Thus, in 2545, global efforts concentrated on reconstructing human consciousness stored in physical fields and chips within a newly birthed brain, successfully reestablishing self-awareness. From that point forth, the foundation for dimensional traversal was established. Humanity could explore the potential physical worlds beyond microscopic wormholes in an informational state. By 2587, human spacecraft conducted surveys on the Moon, Mars, Venus, and even the cores of Jupiter and Saturn, confirming the broad applicability of this technology across major celestial bodies. The long night of eternity had come to an end. From the 21st century to the 26th century, after experiencing 2 nuclear world wars, humanity of this generation suddenly realized that the future might not merely be the vast cosmos, but rather the journey of exploring multiversal realms. Concurrently, people discovered that Earth civilization was not as isolated as once presumed. Across numerous parallel universes, akin to reflections, various signs of human societies existed. Wei Kong was born in the year 2590. Time, 2608. Location, Puhai number 4 area. Following the Fourth World War, this locale has been reconstructed with towering edifices, yet interspersed among these modern structures are shimmering blue waterways, reminiscent of the former Venice. Due to the release of vast amounts of methane from the ocean floor during the Fourth World War, the planet experienced rapid global warming, resulting in the melting of the Antarctic glaciers. Once a bustling metropolis, this area has now transformed into a marshland with an average water depth of 2 meters. However, the rising sea levels have not led to an unrestrained aquatic existence for marine life, as humanity's engineering prowess has prevailed. Humans have constructed a series of dams, segmenting these continental shelf regions into distinct areas, upon which floating cities, akin to the water towns of Suzhou, have been established. This development has not only expanded human habitation, but has also extended freshwater regions across what were once continental shelves. By the 25th century, new metropolises have emerged in the former Yellow Sea area. now bordering the ocean, while Puhai has become more inland. Private vessels traverse the city's canals, while massive cargo ships navigate through the urban waterways, all guided by unmanned navigation systems within the city. In today's context, this is not considered a novelty, akin to the era of video calls on smartphones, where visual communication has become commonplace. Amidst this prosperity, a bustling industrial sector thrives in the wake of the Fifth Industrial Revolution. Factories have undergone complete automation and intelligent enhancements, resembling a transformation from manually operated steam locomotives to cockpit-like automated vehicles. What once required extensive office space has now evolved into compact production integrated parks controlled by electronic modules. During the Second Industrial Revolution, an industrial zone occupied hundreds of hectares, encompassing roads, parks, and hydroelectric facilities. Now, within a mere 3 hectares, structures rise 400 meters above and descend 600 meters below, densely packed with machinery, while mechanical centipedes, equipped with cameras, scuttle through conduits, acting as surrogates for human workers to conduct inspections. Additionally, a fleet of hovering bee-like robots buzzes in and out of the factory, operated by interns as fully sensor-equipped mechanical substitutes. When a small drone infiltrated the factory, the scene shifted to a residential area 15 kilometers away. Welcome to Tunglong No. 12 Factory. This facility is responsible for producing internal combustion engines, numbered 1 to 123, and industrial foundations, numbered 234. Engineering software personnel, please press 1. Labor workers, please press 2. 666 I'm 6. A few kilometers away, Wei Kung reclined in a cockpit within a skyscraper apartment, fingers frantically tapping on the screen. As a graduate student in engineering, Wei King's academic life had become quite hermetic. This login process for factory learning had been introduced 10 days prior, personally led by his mentor. However, due to the option for remote access, most students had opted to avoid participation, as tomorrow always seemed to promise another opportunity. On the final day, Wei Kung finally emerged from his stupor, logging on with a sense of urgency to review and prepare for the impending examination. Welcome, Wei Kung. Your mentor has left you a message. Wei King opened the screen to reveal his mentor's face resembling that of a newspaper. You are among the last batch of students to access the review system. I regret to inform you that I will closely monitor your performance. Failing to achieve a score of 80 will result in a failing grade for this course. Wei Kung retorted, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? It feels like a trap at the last moment." Muttering to himself, he swept the scraps of paper from his desk aside. Regardless of his past life, Wei Kung felt a sense of contentment in this existence, the only regret being his lack of communication with his parents, rendering him an orphan. Wei King's parents were among the last individuals conscripted by the Asian United Government's Temporal Exploration Department for expeditions into alternate dimensions. In the 21st century's cosmic fantasies, one often hears of extraterrestrial life on distant planets. However, in reality, most celestial bodies that may harbor life have yet to evolve multicellular organisms. Yet within the alternate dimensions, various worlds exist that appear to be reflections of Earth's civilization, teeming with life, intelligence, and even cultures, albeit perilous. Much like early space exploration, which relied on military pilots, Wei King's father was a specially selected conscious navigator tasked with exploring these hazardous dimensions. His mother served as the monitoring cabin supervisor, responsible for assessing the stability of transit nodes. Physical phenomena. 3 years ago, an unforeseen incident led to their disappearance in space, reportedly due to an ambush by indigenous beings possessing advanced technological knowledge, resulting in the loss of both his father and the relay monitoring cabin containing his mother. Of course, Earth's authorities were not passive in response. Upon confirming the existence of threats to terrestrial civilization, the Temporal Exploration Department swiftly mobilized personnel to address the situation. This provided a semblance of resolution for the families left behind, a relative of casualties from the official exploration fleet. Wei Kong was afforded elevated educational privileges, allowing him to enter the ranks of contemporary engineering. Graduate students in this era of peace, the average compulsory education spans 18 years, including university, and pursuing a graduate degree is quite commonplace, akin to four-legged frogs. The Third World War validated this societal structure. Although modern technology allows for minimal human oversight, merely providing welfare leads to a deficiency in knowledge. across social strata and a degradation of societal engagement, such as the obsession with celebrity culture or trivial online pursuits, which are detrimental to national competitiveness, prompting a collective push towards education. To fulfill the 18-year compulsory education requirement, students are preoccupied with grades, leaving little time for social outbursts or engaging with the living dolls. Manufactured by idol factories, possessing innate wisdom, Wei Kong exhibited intelligence in his youth, yet as time progressed, he became merely average. Wei Kong remarked, "I hold no grand ambitions. This is sufficient." His fingers tapped upon the holographic examination questions, commencing his memorization of answers. Credits must still be accrued. Chapter 2. A Troubled Heart Amidst the Waves. In Puhai, Wei Kong resides in a standard bachelor suite, spanning a mere 20 square meters. This is a subsidized housing unit, costing only 100 United credits per month, with reductions based on academic performance. Wei Kong paid 3 years rent up front. Within the city, there are also 400 square meter residences, deemed essential for marriage, a financial goal Wei Kong has yet to contemplate. Navigating through the waterway-laden city, upon exiting his apartment, Wei Kong arrived at a small dock, where he scanned his watch to unlock one of the 5 shared speedboats available at the public charging station. Engaging the throttle, he sped along the canal toward a large supermarket 3 kilometers away. Personal shopping is a necessity. In fact, there exists an online procurement channel within the apartment, where a vacuum pipeline swiftly delivers supplies. However, such purchases inevitably leave a digital footprint. Teachers at school have become quite pedantic, poring over various records whenever mistakes occur during exams. They might discover that you have consumed 6 bottles of sugary drinks and an assortment of meatballs, hot dogs, and seaweed chips within a week. TSK, one can only imagine a motherly figure lecturing you mercilessly. Eating, that's all you do. If only you had devoted half that energy to your studies, you would have achieved perfect scores. Yet if one were to shop in a supermarket, such online consumption data would not exist. Once the speedboat was docked, Wei Kong vaulted over the railing and traversed the narrow alley in the 27th century. Amidst the city's uneven corners, although lacking advanced technology, the design aesthetic is quite unique. The walls flanking the alley are adorned with grid bricks, filled with artificial soil and flourishing with an array of flora, making the lengthy pathway resemble a delightful jungle trail that at the intersection of the alley. A group of boisterous children halted Wei Kong's leisurely stroll. "Hey, stop right there." Wei Kong noticed 4 little boys chasing and intimidating a white cat that had darted from a square flower bed. He instinctively intervened, admonishing them to cease their antics. Simultaneously, he tossed his backpack onto a nearby branch protruding from the wall and swiftly apprehended one of the raucous children. Displaying the social reporting system on his watch, he clicked on the child's profile, which immediately revealed the school he attended as a responsible citizen. By providing photographic and video evidence, he could prompt the school to administer additional tests to the boy. 2 minutes later, he observed the boy departing with his head hung low. Wei Kong, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Next time, understand this. Do not bully the weak." The child merely stuck out his tongue and scampered away. Wei Kong continued to issue threats. "Do not let me catch you again." Moments later, watching the direction in which the boy had fled, he sighed with disinterest and muttered, "Is this what it means to act like a decent person?" As he spoke, he canceled the images and videos that were set to be sent via the reporting system. The boy's actions, characterized by restlessness and destruction, are merely the nature of youth before they mature into men. Thus, what is needed is guidance, not unilateral condemnation of their evil inclinations, that if one simply scolds and suppresses them, the boy may grow into a submissive individual devoid of spirit, unaware of resistance, becoming a mere docile child. Conversely, he might acknowledge his perceived wickedness and evolve into a villain, perpetuating malevolence while simultaneously facing societal rejection, leading to extremism. A minute later, despite the absence of anyone around, Wei Kong suddenly felt a surge of emotion, emphasizing, at this age, kicking cats and dogs is by no means evil. It should not be labeled as such. They are merely boys who have yet to successfully develop their values. As he spoke, his tone grew melancholic for a fleeting moment, but he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired. Ahead lay the supermarket, and he needed to proceed directly towards his objective. After selecting items from the supermarket shelves and heading to the automated payment platform, The electronic door opened, and the automated clerk greeted him. "Thank you for your visit. We hope to see you again." With his purchases secured, Wei Kung, carrying a bag of Odin and sweet potato skewers, set off with a purposeful stride, ready to return. At that moment, an advertisement screen on the street abruptly interrupted with an urgent message. Energy levels in gravitational well number 2344 have exceeded peak capacity and are being released. Individuals in the city should avoid areas lacking safety measures and seek refuge to prevent accidents. High magnetic and electric alerts are expected to be lifted in 10 minutes. The probability of an accident, as indicated in the warning, was minimal. The gravitational well emitted strong electricity into the atmosphere, which could potentially produce ball lightning. However, most instances of ball lightning would be redirected underground by nearby facilities, with only a few stray occurrences akin to the odds of being struck by lightning during a summer thunderstorm. Most buildings within the city are equipped with structures to protect against lightning strikes and nuclear magnetic pulses, but the narrow alley where Wei Kong found himself was devoid of any protective measures. The automatic positioning system on his personal electronic device clearly indicated that entry into the danger zone was prohibited and retreat was no longer an option. Looking up at the sky, Wei Kong noticed a distorted lens forming amidst the towering buildings. This lens resembled the concentric circles of a pair of glasses for nearsightedness. But in the sky, even the innermost ring spanned hundreds of kilometers in diameter. It was rapidly expanding. The center of these rippling waves in the sky lay the gravitational well facility at the heart of PUHAI.IT. Is at this facility that Earth's Temporal and Spatial Exploration Department vertically accelerates high-energy particles towards the Earth's core, conducting extraphysical investigations. The fundamental principle of this traversal utilizes Earth's energy facilities to create micro-wormholes at the center, thereby generating peculiar optical distortions due to the large electromagnetic fields employed above the gravitational well. As the concentric distorted lenses in the atmospheric region above the gravitational well contracted, it indicated that something was traveling through. Conversely, if the lens were to expand outward, it would signify the return of information from the high-energy particles within the well. Clearly, the latter was occurring, and the speed of information release had surpassed a peak value. As the atmospheric distortion rings expanded, they emitted a blinding white light akin to lightning. Wei Kong covered his head, seeking shelter. That moment, a message alert chimed on his wrist communicator. "Wei Kong, what are you doing in Zone 833? Didn't you complain that the school was too noisy and that you were studying in your dorm?" Wei Kong opened his mouth, uttering a single word, "Damn." As if misfortune were not enough, the plastic bag in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents onto the ground. Indeed, the white cat outside the supermarket had been watching Wei Kong for some time. Yes, he stood there in a daze. It swiftly knocked over his bag and absconded with a prize in its mouth. He had neither enjoyed his snacks nor escaped the clutches of his teacher. Alas, it seemed that his academic evaluation for the year would once again be unremarkable. 40 kilometers away, from the shadowy depths of the gravitational well, a capsule measuring 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width ascended. Inside this energy capsule, the once electromagnetized human body experienced a continuous decline in energy levels, ultimately shedding its high energy state, thus allowing life functions to persist. Within lay a young girl, a terrestrial maiden in her 20s by physiological standards, though her consciousness and thoughts had lingered in an alternate dimension for an extended period. As the capsule's bed elevated, she was gently pushed out. Mechanical arms within the base enveloped her bare form in a white detection suit. This suit, equipped with numerous electronic devices, monitored her physiological state through over 6,000 contact points, ensuring that Earth's inhabitants returned to normalcy after emerging from the high-energy state of the gravitational well. The detection suit was tightly fitted, even including an exquisitely designed white helmet that revealed only her face, presenting an image of elegance. Indeed, a helmet was essential, for during the process of electromagnetic energization, all non-neural sensory parts of the body remained unprotected. To put it bluntly, without hair, during the high-energy state, these non-biological components were incinerated. Her eyebrows appeared freshly painted. If one were to replay the scene of her emerging from the energy chamber, her skin resembled that of immaculate white jade. This lady belongs to the overseers, not the travelers. Throughout the entire traversing process, the overseers maintain a heightened energy state. When their anchoring particles reach the subdimension, they do not revert to a normalized human state, but instead remain distanced from the travelers, sustaining a special state. That is difficult to observe within the sub-dimension as for the travelers. Once their consciousness and thoughts have traversed and they locate the conventional physical structure in the subdimension, they completely descend, transforming into ordinary individuals in that dimension, walking through that world and touching flowers, trees, soil, and rocks. The overseers, lacking physical bodies, can manipulate energy more conveniently, performing calculations and analyses that are beyond the capabilities of mortal forms. Each contemporary traveler carries a system, and the administrators of this system are the overseers. They serve not only as secretaries for the travelers, but also as supervisors, overseeing the moral, intellectual, and physical conditions of the travelers during their dimensional journeys. Now that the overseers have returned, there are no signs of the travelers, indicating that something significant has transpired in the dimension. In the hall of the East Asia Temporal Exploration Department, this overseer entered the communication chamber to report to her superiors 0.9 minutes later at the new Mingzhu Tower in Puhai, a landmark rebuilt after being destroyed in the Third World War. Light streamed from the window of the top conference room. The Minister of Temporal Management contacted the heads of various relevant departments. Holographic projections appeared one after another, filling the conference hall without any absentees. After the returning overseer elucidated the situation, the attendees expressed significant concern over the current developments in temporal affairs. In contemporary times, although globalization prevails on Earth, the influence of nations and ethnicities remains potent. The temporal departments in Asia and those united across the Atlantic are in mutual competition within the realm of time and space. Currently, the travelers from both sides have collided due to conflicts over cultural dominance in certain dimensions. The concept of dimensional dominance is broad and exists in various aspects. As early as the 21st century, films depicted a scenario where extraterrestrial beings in Western movies spoke English, while in Asian animations, Japanese was the official language. In the first half, and Chinese in the latter half. If the cinematic world represents a dimension, the choice between speaking Chinese or English signifies which power governs the trajectory of that dimension. At present, certain dimensions explored by Earth remain at a pre-industrial development stage, leading to many concepts being dumped by the travelers dispatched from Earth. Civilization. The cultural development in some worlds tends to lean towards one side of civilization from Earth, which is crucial. This is akin to the significance of deploying probes on Mars and the Moon in the 21st century to assert sovereignty. The current chairperson of the Temporal Exploration Committee, a first-tier traveler named Yuan Yu, displayed an expression of indignation in a rare display of excessive action during the meeting. He struck the table and proclaimed, "We cannot allow the guiding authority over subdimensions of known secondary civilizations to fall into their hands. It is sovereignty over time and space." Another overseer, Bai Hengqian, cast a gentle glance in his direction but expressed her agreement, elaborating on the severity of the issue. The flow of time in subdimensions is peculiar. In those conflicting spatial regions, if we or they initiate changes today, decades later, we could trace the consequences down to millennia of history. Thus, if we retreat today, the repercussions will manifest decades from now. As comprehension dawned on the majority of the traveler teams regarding the situation, one team leader defined it succinctly. "This is war." Indeed, Yuan Yu reaffirmed, this pertains to future development, that we must not forget the spirit of willing to fight for Mars and the Moon in the last century. Today, we cannot fear confrontation in the realm of time and space. Over the centuries, the East and West have been marked by ideological, cultural, and racial differences. The fissures of the past cannot be mended in just a century. In the conference room of the new Mingzhu Tower, discussions surrounding competition and sovereignty yielded no dissenting opinions. A leader from a traveler team specializing in interstellar development recognized the extensive implications of this conflict and posed several objective questions. After a comprehensive conflict in time and space, can our manpower be expanded? What cooperation framework should different teams adhere to? It is essential to acknowledge that the personnel strength of the Atlantic Temporal Traversing Department is not inferior to ours. Bai Hengqian of the Oversight Committee presented the data at her disposal along with a response strategy, We can employ a strategy akin to a horse racing competition, pitting our inferior horses against their superior ones, our superior horses against their average ones, and our average horses against their inferior ones. She projected a visual representation on the hall screen. This three-dimensional diagram categorized the existing strengths of their forces across four major types of dimensions according to four alert levels: red, orange, yellow, blue, while marking different levels of confrontation risk. With a knowledgeable tone, the overseer began to elucidate the strategy for all present. We can reassign the main travelers from less confrontational temporal regions to defend, replacing them with newcomers who have just begun their traversing journey, while concentrating our main forces in the areas of conflict. Chapter 3. The cage is open, the watch is set. As inhabitants of the 21st century, humanity may overestimate technological advancements 20 years hence. Yet it is difficult to fathom the physical sciences 4 centuries into the future. The former is predicated on a model of optimistic technological growth, while the latter often witnesses breakthroughs in fundamental physics that surpass prior conceptualizations. For instance, in the 21st century, during the near-ancient era, humanity could only conceive of interstellar travel through hibernation pods, particle propulsion systems, and the prospect of thousands or even tens of thousands reaching another starlit planet to sow corn, encountering various extraterrestrial beings. However, in the 26th century, after breakthroughs in fundamental physical observations, humanity determined that the physical parameters of the universe encompassing Earth rendered it unsuitable for interstellar ship navigation due to the overly fixed energy levels of various materials. What then should be done? If massive vessels cannot navigate through the gutter, they must seek the open sea. Present-day Earthlings might naturally propose that scientists transmit humanity and production tools, along with sufficient informational energy, into suitable physical regions, allowing humanity to construct cosmic starports and subsequently mass-produce interstellar fleets. The universe is infinitely vast and uneven. The physical conditions in the primary world of Earth are akin to dry land, while elsewhere may lie oceans. The technologies of chemical rockets and particle propulsion in the primary world cannot explore the cosmos. Under different physical conditions, they might achieve monumental advancements that, in fact, it is precisely due to the stability of Earth's physical conditions that humanity has reached remarkable heights in mechanical technology and materials design. The temporal stability of the primary world has confined Earthlings to a cage, gazing at the sea of stars while helplessly contemplating the space vessel technologies they have crafted. Ultimately, they dream of whether these space skiffs could reach another star before their resources run out. Now, humanity has emerged. 100 billion wild dogs have been unleashed. The multiverse is essentially a trace of humanity centered around the primary world of Earth. Firstly, it is essential to clarify a fact prior to the application of any technology. Its underlying principles and phenomena may have already been unconsciously utilized by humanity in a natural manner. For instance, the ancients may not have comprehended the concept of chemical displacement reactions, yet they possessed the knowledge to refine copper through wet methods. In contemporary times, traversing dimensional planes via gravitational wells is predicated upon the foundations of modern technology and contemporary human life sciences. The particle colliders of the late 20th century have demonstrated the capacity to produce traces of particles not found on Earth, indicating that the Big Bang could give rise to other particles, materials, and even entire worlds. How, then, does one reach such realms? Collider experiments may indeed breach the spatial membranes wherein Earth resides. In modern understanding, traversal entails breaching the stable gravitational point at the Earth's core, tearing through the spatial membrane, and projecting information to tunnel through. When the civilization of the primary world first enabled consciousness to traverse, it could carry forth ample thought, while also returning with sufficient cognition, akin to how maritime exploration circumnavigated the globe, thereby affirming the Earth's spherical nature and the existence of alternate dimensions. This is a proof, not an invention. Naturally, consciousness is inherently capable of traversing. However, this phenomenon could not be precisely measured in the past, rendering its existence uncertain. Humans dream, and the majority of dream content is derived from daily experiences, yet a minority of bizarre information remains perplexing. Furthermore, after death, consciousness may depart this world, occasionally acquiring sufficient energy to perhaps carry fragments of memory into the unknown. In the 21st century, there exists a particular superstition suggesting that being struck by lightning could grant the soul sufficient energy levels to traverse into another world. However, contemporary temporal departments do not dismiss the notion of lightning-induced travel. This might sound like a dark joke, yet modern Earthlings find some rationale in the hypotheses from the near-ancient digital era. In certain detected subplanes, numerous traces of Earth's cultures have been identified, some dating back to the late 20th century and others to the 23rd century. This period marked an explosion of information in Earth's history, fostering a vibrant human consciousness, albeit with a lack of complete safety, implying a significant potential for accidental death. By the 23rd century, such unexpected fatalities ceased as individuals gradually relinquished their memories during regenerative surgeries, ensuring that consciousness departed without retaining memories. Thus, in the subplanes, the density of cultural traces from Earth during this era is exceedingly high. Cultural phenomena in alternate dimensions substantiate the possibility of consciousness traversing with intact memories. From a more fundamental perspective, the evolution of life in subplanes tends to progress towards humanoid forms, which is both reasonable and expected. Traversal exists within the narrow confines of intelligent consciousness, while also permeating the broader development of life across time and space. The physical conditions of the primary world are stable. Such stability facilitates foundational accumulation, with significant extinctions occurring roughly every 1 to 200 million years, in contrast to certain subplanes where civilizations meet their end after merely a few thousand years. The stable physical environment of Earth over 4 billion years has been largely continuous. Hence, the surviving higher species may also guide the evolution of life in subplanes through quantum tunneling effects, since consciousness and life information have perpetually expanded outward. Referring to the primary world is indeed appropriate. Of course, while consciousness tunneling can occur naturally, from today's perspective, those predecessors who traverse time and space due to unforeseen circumstances in the primary world struggle considerably in alternate realms. Most are unadorned, relying on a scant amount of advanced earthly thought and sheer luck to navigate their new worlds. In contrast, contemporary travelers are equipped to the fullest extent by modern industrial technology. What is paramount when traversing to alternate dimensions? The ability to analyze and process information. Due to the differing states of certain fundamental particles in alternate dimensions compared to the primary world, phenomena that might be deemed supernatural relative to Earth may arise. Information collection, coupled with the deciphering of physical laws, ultimately leads to the development of suitable scientific technologies for those regions. In modernity, each traveler arriving in an alternate dimension possesses information nodes. These information nodes are interconnected with supercomputing systems. Using certain fantastical concepts from the 21st century, contemporary travelers, upon reaching their target dimensions, have brains equipped with virtual chips. Computation. Rapid computation, relying on higher energy levels and more microscopic arrangements of energy in the dimensional planes. Stable matter can exist beyond the confines of the spatial membrane, representing the most microscopic and high-energy states. With the information enthalpy transmitted from the primary world and under the oversight of the monitors, the processing capabilities of the traveler exceed those of all conventional energy phenomena within the target dimension. In simpler terms, upon arriving in an alternate dimension, the system hardware within the traveler's brain, although intangible and weightless, operates at speed surpassing that of any local brain or energy processing devices. The computational nodes within the brain are of extremely low mass and difficult to detect. However, this does not mean they leave no trace, similar to neutrinos in the primary world. If a civilization's observational capabilities are sufficiently advanced, traces can still be detected. The specific process is as follows. On Earth, large supercomputers input computational data into particles, transmitting them into the gravitational well, completing the tunneling. At the Earth's core, initially linking to the high-energy state monitors, and subsequently relaying to the nodes on the traveler, at first glance, it may seem that the monitors constrain the travelers, yet such constraints only exist during the exploratory phase of the dimensional plane. Once the traveler becomes familiar with the physical rules of the target dimension, They no longer rely on the enthalpy of information sent from Earth, instead gathering energy locally and processing it into enthalpy to become self-sufficient within the dimension. Thus, the true power of the traveler lies in the number of nodes their consciousness can bind, which, in the words of Earth physicists, corresponds to the quantity of state. Particles. The particles, transmitted through the gravitational well, reflect into the target dimension, linking to the traveler's consciousness, akin to a cable crossing through the void. Contemporary travelers, bolstered by technology and industry, engage in cross-dimensional activities, yet this is not a universal endeavor. It necessitates rigorous training. Although various travelers today employ different methods to exercise their consciousness, the classification of travelers is strictly delineated according to the scale of state. Particles their consciousness can accommodate. Currently, the world has established two standards for classifying travelers: the Central Plains classification, commoners, scholars, nobles; the Mediterranean classification, citizens, meritorious individuals, officials. At a broad level, the two systems correspond to one another, yet significant differences persist in the accumulation of consciousness. These discrepancies can lead to divergent behaviors among travelers in alternate dimensions, potentially resulting in conflicts due to differing ideological frameworks. Presently, the primary world of Earth has achieved mutual tolerance, and conflicts are diminishing. Standards for extraterrestrial spacecraft are beginning to align, yet it seems that tensions have merely shifted to the sub-planes in the temporal regions where traces of human society have been identified across various dimensions, although the particle energy levels may exhibit phenomena more readily exploited by life, allowing individuals there to wield powers that appear supernatural from the perspective of the primary world, the societal organization, and technological methodologies of these dimensions remain inferior to those of the primary world. After the main world breached the dimensional planes, even under the physical laws of those realms, Earth travelers often adeptly harness the technologies and power systems from those dimensions in a more scientific manner. Travelers from both Eastern and Western cultures have established dominance over these worlds. Moreover, there are significant interests at play. The exploration of dimensions has revitalized Earth's ailing economy, providing a model for the advancement of cutting-edge physics and technology to benefit the populace instead of perpetually consuming societal resources, leading to economic bubbles. The exploration of dimensions has returned a substantial wealth to Earth. This wealth is not in the form of tangible currency. The main world operates under the principle of conservation of mass, and the tunneling phenomena, controlled by gravitational wells, can only convey information, not supernatural forces, to Earth. As for the nature of this informational wealth, it is not akin to the 21st century Bitcoin, but consists of exceedingly valuable data. In terms of theoretical technology alone, Earth has acquired numerous high-value validations. For instance, there are dozens of design methodologies for nuclear submarines and various design pathways for nuclear reactor types and power plants. In the 21st century, even superpowers could not accumulate all technological routes, as each pathway requires substantial financial investment. The efforts to navigate these challenges have saved considerable funds for the populace. While medical technology exacts a toll in human lives, these funds can be experimented with in subdimensions that share similarities with Earth's physical laws. The only adversaries for Earth's temporal traversal department are its counterparts on this side. Currently, the economy of alternate dimensions has significantly stimulated the enthusiasm for the development of Earth civilization. Gravity wells are being developed across the globe, and Earth can no longer satisfy humanity's aspirations alone. Beyond Mars and Venus, the Earth Space Development Department has also set its sights on Jupiter, establishing city-size habitation stations and preparing to excavate more gravity wells, with current projects advancing to the mapping of Jupiter's metallic hydrogen layer. In addition to the construction of gravity wells, the scale of informational enthalpy on the main world must also expand. At present, the most basic civilian-level travelers from Earth receive support limited to analyzing the material and energy phenomena of target dimensions. Scholar-level travelers can directly utilize informational enthalpy to create void constructs in target dimensions. However, this process consumes a significant amount of enthalpy, necessitating a strict application process. Should it be open to all travelers, Earth's traditional nuclear fusion array power systems and mantle thermal energy collection systems would be utterly insufficient. Consequently, The technology for direct material projection and alternate dimensions is restricted to those of high-ranking levels. Yet the demand is evident, and where there is demand, there lies the potential for future development. The engineering team on Mercury plans to construct a Dyson sphere within 3 centuries, while establishing a photon array computer spanning a third of an astronomical unit. Once humanity harnesses the sun's energy and transforms it into informational enthalpy, it will utterly overpower the majority of the native civilizations in the dimensions already explored, asserting dominance over any descent. With this momentum, space and energy will continue to evolve. Even if the main world of Earth is not conducive to space navigation, it appears that Earth civilization may, within the next millennium, transcend the solar system and reach the neighboring Proxima Centauri. Realizing the dream of venturing towards the stars and the vast oceans of the cosmos, as the storm subsides, the intelligent system of the store once again welcomes Wei Kong back. Wei Kong was compelled by his instructor via remote system to return to school. As he boarded the vessel, a cat followed him aboard, and upon his return to the dock at the school entrance, the cat leaped ashore and scampered off to an unknown destination. Diving into the information chamber, he resumed his arduous research work, feeling little sentimentality for the promising future of this world. Wei Kong remarked, "For me, the present is the future. As for the yet more distant future, I cannot be bothered to ponder it." Chapter 4. The Brothers. Under the observation of the main world, a particular transitional dimensional area has been defined by the Traversal Department. This realm mirrors Earth's history, corresponding to the historical coordinates of 1963, where the Second World War did not commence in Europe and 3 powers exist within the world. The Earth has undertaken initial explorations of this dimension, with both the Asian and European American factions investing exploration efforts in this area. However, given the relatively stable conditions of this dimension, the risk of conflict within the next 20 years is minimal. Severe clashes between Eastern and Western temporal forces will occur in other nearby timelines. Thus, in accordance with the strategy established by the main world headquarters, the competent personnel here are to be temporarily withdrawn. Current location: beneath the waves of the Arctic Ocean, in the observation hall of the Arctic Research Vessel. A man, remarkably similar to Wei Kong, yet evidently more capable, is reading a directive report transmitted from the main world, his brow furrowed. The report states that he must conclude his personal work here, with no more than 10 months remaining in this timeline, before he must arrive at another dimension. Wei Chong inquired of his system's overseer, "My task stability level is rated as B. What is the reason for the alteration of my mission?" The overseer, Zhang Qin, replied, "It's classified military information, and we are not authorized to investigate. However, your successor has already been nominated." "Can I take a guess?" Wei Chong leaned against his forehead and shook his head. "No need to say, I know." "Alas, misfortune for our family. He is coming here?" "The waters are deep. Can his personality handle it?" Wei Kong and Wei Chong are evidently brothers. The name Kong Chong signifies that Kong is the elder brother, having arrived in this world merely 5 minutes earlier. At the age of 15, Wei Chong completed his master's degree and spent a year studying high-energy physics pertaining to his declared target dimension. While Wei Kong was still meandering through university, Wei Chong had already reached the alternate dimensional area once managed by their father, where he spent the next 15 years. The flow of time in the transitional dimension is swifter than in the main world, and as Wei Chong matures psychologically, he finds himself increasingly exasperated by his brother's behaviors, that he does not deny that his brother is not lacking in intelligence, having demonstrated above-average intellect throughout their upbringing. However, in competitive situations, Wei Kong often reveals a mediocrity that is disheartening. Wei Chong reflects, "He never even contested my position as the elder brother. When he learned I was the younger sibling, he was quite upset, but he later ceased to call me little brother, opting instead for a Chong." Throughout primary and secondary school, in every academic year, Wei Chong consistently ranked at the top. As for Wei Kong, he began his academic journey with a relaxed attitude, becoming increasingly complacent as his grades plummeted, settling into mediocrity. Was it due to a lack of capability? Not at all. During each summer and winter break, when the two were alone, Wei Chong noticed that as he set daily review tasks, his brother also established daily learning objectives. Their study progress increasingly aligned. Whether it was memorization or calculations, Wei Kong could reach Wei Chang's level within a couple of months. Yet, when the school year commenced, after a promising start in the initial examinations, he soon faded back in the crowd. Wei Chang vividly recalls Wei King's oft-repeated phrase, "Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be like this?" Throughout his life, Wei Kong never saw anything wrong with his mediocrity. An alarm blared, cutting through Wei Chang's reverie. Alert, alert. Latitude 73.7155046. Longitude 64.9555931. Biohazard target detected. The alarm on the battleship and the flashing alert on the interface before him drew Wei Chang back to the present moment. Wei Chang resumed his solemn demeanor, donning his helmet, beneath which the visor projected the images captured by the drone hovering over the distant sea onto his retina. Amidst the white icebergs and the tumultuous waves, a colossal sea creature, an octopus of monstrous proportions, brandished its 60-meter-long tentacles, relentlessly assaulting. An iceberg. The mechanical devices affixed to its appendages emitted infrasound frequencies, gradually aligning with the resonant frequency of the ice mass. The azure iceberg began to turn white, a harbinger of the internal fractures propagating through its structure, followed by a disintegration that sent shards cascading into the abyss. Wei Chang represented his faction within this dimension, having verified intelligence regarding the northern neighbor's biochemical military experiments conducted in the Arctic Ocean. He was diligently recording and filing this information. Most terrestrial organisms are constrained by their neural systems, rendering them incapable of adapting to their own massive growth. However, by implanting the appropriate auxiliary exoskeleton, incorporating internal air sac structures, alongside chips, artificial circuits, and muscle electrical stimulation, coupled with a nutrient injection mechanism, it is feasible to engineer such gargantuan sea monstrosities. Yet this creature's technology was not meant to manifest here. It was a relic from an alternate timeline of this dimension, a consequence of the disruptions caused by other transdimensional powers. The iceberg sustained significant damage. The enormous octopus, which had oxygen tubes embedded in its abdomen, seemed to sense the monitoring presence of a southern research vessel. IT abruptly ceased its experimentation and plunged back into the depths of the ocean. Unbeknownst to the creature's controllers, a fish equipped with electronic devices had latched onto its head, discreetly transmitting sonar signals. On board the research vessel, Wei Chang reclined in a chair, observing a red dot on the electronic map displayed on the large screen, drifting toward the coastline. The biochemical base of this creature appeared to coincide with the nuclear submarine base of the northern neighbor. In the primary world, on this splendid day, a tilt-rotor aircraft descended upon the school, heralding the early selection of defense students from the military. Numerous high-ranking officials had arrived, and many gathered to witness the event, leaving some areas conspicuously empty. Wei Kong was engaged in an endeavor to catch a cat, the very feline that had snatched his sweet and spicy delicacy days prior. Now, the cat eyed the skewer in his hand with trepidation, reluctant to abandon its pursuit. Most of the skewer had been consumed by Wei Kong, leaving only a small morsel tightly bound with cotton thread. The cat cautiously approached, suddenly biting down, attempting to retreat, but the meat was secured too firmly for it to extract. Wei Kong coaxed, "Mimi, be good." He mimicked a mischievous uncle, shaking the skewer while blowing a gentle breeze to waft the enticing aroma toward the cat. The white cat mewed softly in response. Wei King's focus intensified as he calculated the distance between himself, his hand, and the cat. He waited for it to come closer, confident he could seize it by the nape of its neck. In a sudden commotion, the manhole cover in the sewer rattled, startling the cat into a hasty retreat. Wei Kong realized that several individuals were approaching from behind. His endeavor to catch the feline was abruptly interrupted, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. Rising, he felt a flash of irritation, though he knew it was unwarranted. Four individuals approached, including a professor from his school and formally attired officials from an unknown department. To his surprise, they sought him out. Service? Is interdimensional travel not a volunteer system? Wei Kong inquired, feigning reluctance. 2 days ago, a new decree transformed it into a compulsory military service system. A student funded by national loans. You are perfectly eligible for this service, explained a representative from the Temporal Exploration Human Development Committee, displaying commendable patience. Then a school official urged when one enlists, the entire family is honored. The tone seemed encouraging, yet it bore a hint of coercion. Wei Kong retorted, "If I enlist, then my entire family does." And unable to resist, he took a sip from his drink, musing, "Why does it feel like a legacy of loyalty?" The temporal affairs personnel possessed his file. Otherwise, they could not have proceeded with the inquiry. Upon hearing Wei King's remark, the representative spoke earnestly, "Student, the organization is aware of your family circumstances. However, the nation requires your service. After thorough research, we have devised a plan. Should either you or your brother face danger in the subdimension, we will spare no effort to ensure one of you escapes the front." Lines. With such assurances from the organization, Wei Kong felt compelled to comply. Alongside other summoned defense students, he donned a ceremonial red flower, symbolizing his enlistment. After completing the necessary paperwork for a leave of absence, he lined up to board the tilt-rotor aircraft. Under the organization of the academic staff, numerous senior and junior students approached, offering cups of water and placing flowers on each person's lapel. Finally, they tucked an egg into each pocket. This farewell ritual, purported to have originated in the 21st century, left Wei Kong feeling somewhat bemused. Naturally, if they adorned their heads with floral wraps, it would have been even more authentic. Inside the aircraft, Wei Kong spotted the white cat perched on a treetop, gazing at him, as if bidding him farewell. The cat extended its paw to lick its mouth, then waved it in a gesture of parting. Such a farewell left Wei Kong utterly astonished. Most of the students summoned for service were exceptionally high achievers, whereas Wei Kong was selected on a discretionary basis. There was a reason for this. In the 27th century, the exploration of dimensions was still in its infancy. While dispatching personnel to various timelines, it was also necessary to establish permanent nodes following their return. These nodes, due to differing physical laws across dimensions, exhibited diverse forms. However, in certain dimensions, the residency nodes were often linked to the genetic lineage of the previous explorers, resulting in a veritable legacy of transdimensional roles. Thus, Wei Kong belonged to the second generation on Earth. His father, a pioneer among the first batch of explorers, inadvertently bequeathed these inheritable traits to future generations. Now, the organization sought to dispatch successors to the subdimension where Wei Chong had been, making him and Wei Kong the best candidates. Other explorers would face interruptions in their accumulated progress and the arduous task of starting anew. As Wei Chong prepared to conclude his mission in that dimension, a foundation had already been laid by their parents for their enlistment and transdimensional travel. Wei King's father had traversed to that world in 1937, initially amassing wealth through the export of interdimensional chips, specialized steel, engines, and electronic control systems. The capital he accrued enabled him to organize production and research. By the time he departed that dimension, he was the founder of a major trading enterprise. During the early phases of dimensional exploration, rapid capital accumulation was essential for the successful execution of missions, often necessitating morally ambiguous methods. To expand capital, involvement in warfare was indispensable. Although that dimension did not experience a world war, the great powers exhibited no mercy in their colonial endeavors against smaller nations. As a state-supported initiative, the exploration of dimensions often entailed balancing ethical considerations against strategic necessities. 4 hours later, Wei Kong was assigned to the appropriate training base. The grand red flower adorning his chest had been swept away by the gusts of air as he disembarked from the aircraft. Upon reaching the assembly point, he received a cross-dimensional call from his brother. Interdimensional communication necessitates specialized facilities, and the training base is located near the gravitational well entrance in Puhai. Wei Kong arrived at his destination, reclined into the hibernation pod, and activated his neural interface, as the chip synchronized his dream state with the particle state of the gravitational well. The temporal discrepancies between the two dimensions required Wei King's consciousness to obscure bodily sensations during hibernation, enabling temporal synchronization with the other side. Upon opening his eyes within the dream, Wei Kong found himself in a cabin. Before he could fully observe his surroundings, Wei Chong, holding a porcelain tea set from Jingda Jun, spoke up from the captain's quarters. "Wei Kong, my dear brother, I reviewed the remarks your school provided, and they read, 'This student is helpful and embodies frugality.' TSK. Such a conventional appraisal suggests the teacher had little else to convey. It seems you are not cut out for academia," he quipped, eagerly awaiting Wei Kang's response. Was it you? You must have been the one who enrolled me. Wei Kang retorted, his voice heavy with indignation, akin to Ma Chao's fervor in confronting Cao Cao, though his resentment merely skimmed the surface, much like oil floating on watered. In the midst of their exchange, Wei Kang realized he was merely a proportional projection before Wei Chong, unable to lift the teacup for a toast. Wei Chong animatedly continued, Brother, interdimensional travel is quite splendid. One can indulge in the embrace of beauty and simultaneously wield power over the realm. Once you experience it, you shall find it hard to let go. What beauty and power! I have heard there are contradictions and conflicts across time and space, and that you lack sufficient personnel. Am I right? Wei Kang inquired. Wei Chong smiled and remained silent. Take care and proceed with caution, Wei Kang advised. You too? Wei Chong echoed. There was no need for excessive sentimentality between siblings. Mutual understanding sufficed. Wei Chong had matters to address, moving to the communication screen to engage in a heated discussion regarding the issue of the group error with the company's management on the other side. Left with no opportunity to interject, Wei Kang disconnected as he gazed at the darkened screen and contemplated the wall before him. He found himself lost in thought. In this life, Wei Kang had his own aspirations. He intended to spend a century in obscurity, shedding the burdens of his previous existence. But he sought to forget the self that had been driven to extremes, forced to confront the world with equal severity. With a humble resolve and renewed hope, he aimed to liberate himself from past shackles and live authentically. Yet, existence often unfolds beyond one's control. Chapter 5. Testing and Transmission in the Interdimensional Transit Base. One must undergo 16 training assessments, a prerequisite for entering the alternate realms. Initially, Wei Kang harbored some apprehension. Being a special recruit, he feared becoming a liability within the team. However, he soon discovered that the cultural assessments, which required extensive memorization, were not particularly challenging. The evaluations were categorized based on their objectives into two distinct types. The Gaokao of the 21st century was notoriously difficult, designed to eliminate a portion of candidates due to the competitive nature of the system. Thus, while foundational knowledge was essential, numerous traps were set to assess one's agility of thought and susceptibility to manipulation. Without these pitfalls, if all candidates were to take the examination in the capital, an overwhelming majority would surely gain admission to prestigious universities, which would be quite delightful. Contrarily, this assessment merely established a pass line. Surpassing it meant acceptance into the temporal department, akin to Han Exine's troop deployment. The more, the merrier. On June 17th, written examinations on politics, economics, and scientific knowledge were conducted, followed by a practical social assessment in simulated factory settings commencing on August 23rd, lasting for 15 days to a month. Claiming to possess the demeanor of an average individual, Wei Kang diligently completed the coursework twice to ensure his success. He was among the last to participate in the examinations. Due to his thorough preparation, he achieved perfect scores, validating the tension he had endured during that period. Once all assessments concluded, during the final 2 days, the instructor reviewed the report submitted by Wei Kang and remarked, "Excellent." For the remaining time, take a break and visit the exhibition showcasing the culture and customs of the target realm. Others have already reported in, so you'll have the next 2 days to yourself. The training center provided the rationale. The target realm corresponds to the latter half of the 20th century. The cultural practices exhibited substantial differences from contemporary norms, necessitating an acclimatization to the environment. For instance, queuing at banks and cash transactions were experiences modern individuals had rarely encountered. Wei Kang found this reasoning sound, yet he mused on his own situation. Perhaps it would merely be a formality. 5 hours later, amidst the near-ancient architectural styles of towering buildings, Wei Kang, with his backpack, activated what could be termed an antique smartphone, launching the initial generation of smart navigation software, Got a Map, a product of the information revolution. On this road devoid of pedestrian pathways, he skillfully evaded the unruly vehicles behind him. The street was also populated with bioengineered robots, mimicking the modern women of the 21st century. Faced with their inexplicable smiles, Wei Kang quipped internally about the robots. What are they grinning about? While wandering the streets of this simulated 20th century city, Wei Kang was not entirely free to roam. His arm communicator had delineated 4 guiding tasks over the past few hours, akin to a novice tutorial for the target realm. Task 1. If you need to procure a meal during midday in the 20th century, how can you do so with minimal expenditure? After a visit to the supermarket, Wei King's backpack now contained instant noodles and ham sausages. He glanced around the flower beds for any wild vegetables, confirming their absence, and thought to himself, this setup is unrealistic. Task 2. In the evening of the 20th century, please acquire necessary items with a budget of 100 yuan. Wei Kung entered a convenience store and purchased a flashlight. He considered whether to buy a fruit knife, but decided against it, deeming it a restricted weapon. Instead, he opted to place a pen in his shirt pocket and selected a canister of pepper spray for self-defense. Task 3. Find accommodation using the most economical means. Wei Kung touched his ID card and resolved to visit an internet cafe. He also remembered to buy toiletries at the supermarket, planning to use the restroom faucet for cleaning at 3 in the morning. As the sun began its descent, this city, constructed from archival photographs, evoked a sense of familiarity in Wei Kung. The buildings were angular, clad in white striped tiles, while distant commercial structures displayed neon signs, some of which flickered dimly. Wei Kung involuntarily slowed his pace, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. This leisurely stroll came to an abrupt end as he turned into an alley and encountered a large dog. Staring at the snarling creature, Wei Kung muttered to the electronic system on his arm, "Is this part of the assessment?" The system remained silent, leaving him to confront this unexpected encounter alone. The sun's waning light shifted higher on the wall, casting an ever-deepening shadow in the narrow alley, while the dog's gleaming white teeth stood out starkly. As the glossy-coated beast approached, Wei Kung whispered to himself, "When encountering a creature, do not fear or flee. Running might incite its predatory instincts. As a mature male, the correct approach is..." He glanced at the street corner, gently placing the food from his plastic bag at his feet. Suddenly, he dashed 2 meters to the fire escape window, raising a nearby hammer to shatter the glass. With a crash, he seized the fire axe. This sudden action prompted the large dog to leap towards him. Wei Kung cursed inwardly. In the 21st century, dogs would flee at the sight of an axe, yet this one charges at me. It must be rabid. He hefted the axe, adrenaline surging through him, heart racing. Contemporary adult males typically stand at around 1.9 meters tall. Historically, humans might have struggled against a leopard in the wild. Now, however, humans represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in millennia, despite generally not relying on physical confrontations. As the massive dog lunged, Wei King shouted to bolster his courage and swung the axe. The dog retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow, but it was sufficient to momentarily deter it. Quickly, Wei Kung retrieved the pepper spray from his backpack. He had mentally prepared for this unexpected test, recalling that the planners of this base might have orchestrated scenarios involving thieves, police interrogations, and fortune tellers. Thus, he had prudently purchased a legal yet effective pepper spray. When the giant dog charged once more, Wei Kung pressed the activation button. Closing his eyes, the spicy pepper oil could incapacitate medium to large animals almost instantly, provided one wore goggles. Otherwise, a single touch to the eyes would result in shared misery with the canine. The dog's wails echoed painfully. This cacophony provided Wei Kung with a sense of direction. As he barely opened his eyes, he swung the fire axe towards its hindquarters, and before the dog could retaliate, he unleashed another burst of spray. With a combination of chemical and physical force, Wei Kung felt emboldened, preparing to chase the creature down the street. Just then, a siren sounded, and the dog fled. 5 minutes later, a police helicopter arrived overhead, and officers in mechanical protective gear lowered a pod for capturing the dog. The dog, evidently a military canine, approached the pod with alarming familiarity. The evaluators noted their observations on a clipboard before proceeding to the final assessment item before Wei Kung. Wei Kung inquired, "For the final assessment, are you simply unleashing a dog to attack me?" Tester, as a traveler, it is not merely essential to acquire knowledge, but also to comprehend one's adaptability in unforeseen circumstances. The tester glanced at Wei Kung. "You have performed admirably. In your team, 14 individuals have been eliminated." With that, he activated the projector to showcase the testing conditions of others. This final assessment is not merely a test of ferocity. The 20th century was rife with stratagems. Some involved deceptive scenarios in modest apartments, where a bionic female robot, posing as a damsel in distress, would solicit assistance. leading one into an ambush where a group of burly men would lay waste to the test taker, robbing them of their possessions and attempting to seize their identification, all while filming the ordeal. Others featured high-speed chases for handbags. In this scene, Wei Kong was supposed to take the main road, yet he found himself veering into a narrow alley, leaving no room for preparation. Although no one was eliminated in the cultural examination, this aspect did witness some dismissals. Thus, what is the significance of this final assessment? It serves to enlighten contemporary individuals about the malevolence that once permeated the hearts of people in bygone eras. After viewing the footage, Wei Kong pointed at the dog on the plane and remarked to the examiner, "You are inferior to that creature." Woof woof. The military dog, displeased at being pointed at, barked at Wei Kong a few more times. Terrified of a potential bite, Wei Kong swiftly retracted his hand. The dog emerged victorious. Following the announcement of the new Traveler Reserve assessment results, the pertinent data was forwarded to the Temporal Management Bureau for review. Wei Kong's documentation lingered on the desk for a spell before it was stamped and approved. Upon graduating from a training base, Wei Kong arrived at the gravitational well facility. Despite having seen this marvel on video numerous times, witnessing it in person was still awe-inspiring. It is a spectacular edifice of this era. The entrance resembles a trumpet-shaped tunnel with a maximum surface diameter of 2 kilometers. The inner walls of this tunnel are composed of reinforced concrete, adorned with gold foil to ensure optical properties. As one descends, the tunnel narrows, approximately 6 kilometers underground. It reduces to a mere 1 meter diameter pipe, which descends further for dozens of kilometers to reach the mantle, ultimately shrinking to a millimeter in diameter. After penetrating the mantle, the passage continues to constrict, always aligning with the artificial singularity at the Earth's core. From the surface, it resembles a splendid golden trumpet entrance. Now, at this vast pit entrance, 6 massive steel bridges span the center, supporting a laboratory base with a diameter of 400 meters. Inside the laboratory, Wei Kong reclined within a protective chamber, crafted from metal and resembling a shell, 5 meters high and 7 tons heavy. As a participant in this interdimensional trade examination, he was accompanied by 15 other newcomers, comprising 8 men and 8 women. The team leader, Ku Feijia, was the oldest, having traversed this dimension 3 times prior. Ku Feijia also lay within the pod, imparting final precautions to the others. Ku Feijia, you all have passed the interdimensional assessment, and I urge you to remember the knowledge and key points. Do not become complacent, especially those among you who may exhibit impulsive remarks during the final character assessment. Do not consider me a nag. The physical laws in alternate dimensions can be peculiar, and our target dimension harbors individuals of extreme abnormality. At this point, Ku Feijia cast a meaningful glance at Wei Kong's dialog box on the communication interface. Within Wei Kong's pod, amidst dozens of floating cameras, he focused on the lens directed at Ku Feijia, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. The vast entrance of the 2-kilometer diameter surface tunnel illuminated as 6 cross-lifting cranes activated the lights on the base, reflecting a golden aura while within the base. The consciousness of the personnel in the capsule underwent a high-energy transformation. A laser now penetrated the tunnel. The base's internal broadcast announced, "Remote sensing of the core passage is normal. Consciousness transition energy is stable. Photon stability is normal. Particle state information analysis is normal. Target dimension response is normal." Light points were emitted into the tunnel, consciousness directed toward the core, embarking on the journey through time and space. A new force from the main world is advancing toward the vast unknown of alternate dimensions. Travelers should be aware. In contemporary temporal exploration, dimensions within proximity of the main world exhibiting numerous signs of human civilization are temporarily classified into 4 categories: adjacent dimensions, nearby dimensions, distant dimensions, and alternate dimensions. Adjacent dimensions share a historical segment but diverged due to unknown reasons, hindered in their development, with most technologies remaining in an understanding phase. As of now, no adjacent dimension has been discovered that surpasses the main world in advancement, suggesting that the current state of humanity symbolizes the conclusion of history. For example, the post-Cold War world's wasteland scenario, or the unified dominance of the S-Party over Europe, Africa, Latin America, and the leadership of the free world in Asia, with Oceania in a standoff. Nearby dimensions still reside on Earth, yet their divergence may have occurred in prehistoric times or the future with significant alterations in physical laws. Although there are advanced technologies, such as spacecraft, they are based on unique physical rules and computational breakthroughs that do not match the Federation's capabilities. Such dimensions frequently manifest supernatural phenomena that impact or directly relate to life. Alternate dimensions are not confined to Earth, exhibiting extraordinarily peculiar physical laws. With the presence of divine-like super entities, as well as mechanisms of spiritual contamination and curses, these dimensions are perilous, with scientists unable to deduce the viability of human existence within these realms. Currently, the sole plausible hypothesis suggests that early temporal vortices caused traversals that led humanity to these locations, forming human settlements. Distant dimensions feature complex celestial bodies, continents, oceans, and material environments, yet no traces of human civilization have been discovered. Simultaneously, the Temporal Exploration Department has confirmed that humanity can naturally exist and evolve within these regions. Presently, these distant dimensions are the most numerous, with both Eastern and Western temporal departments dispatching human seeds here. Due to the nature of temporal flow, seeds planted today can traverse to these dimensions, reaching a temporal point a millennium after the previous node in the next century. In essence, within these dimensions, the main world directly constructs human civilization from its origin. Chapter 6. A world of inestimable value, the first world that Wei Kung traverses. According to the classification materials released by the Temporal Department, falls between adjacent and nearby dimensions. It possesses ancient Earth history, with most physical phenomena currently resembling those of the main world, thus initially categorized as an adjacent dimension. However, recent discoveries of potential supernatural forces among its inhabitants have led to considerations for reclassification as a nearby dimension. The pivotal moment in history occurred in 1363, when the Mongol forces were poised to besiege Diaoyu City, on the day that Kublai Khan was to be struck down by a catapult. This Khan, having encountered messengers from the divine, retreated with his troops to the steppe, avoiding his destined demise. These divine emissaries bestowed upon the Mongol army radiant blades and divine bows. Subsequently, under the will of the gods, they commenced a northern campaign, sweeping across Europe. However, within the Mongol Empire, the ramifications of this assault were far more profound than in the main world. In the main world, the Mongol Empire's impact on the East was akin to a dimensional strike. This is specifically reflected in maritime maps and artifacts prior to the Southern Song dynasty. Maritime routes were direct, yet after the Ming dynasty, they became convoluted. This indicates a loss of navigational technologies such as the star compass. The losses of classical human civilization extend beyond navigation. As books are fragile and rare, it is conceivable that an ancient siege resulted in the destruction of a building, severing the accumulation of classical technology. However, the East did not endure such devastation. During the two Song dynasties, a plethora of technologies were preserved within the civilian sphere, while in the West, be it Constantinople or the Vatican's Grand Cathedral, as well as the yet-to-be-completed Notre Dame de Paris, all fell victim to complete annihilation at the hands of the Mongols. However, following the Mongol invasions of Europe, the formidable force that had scourged the world suddenly dissipated, leading to a catastrophic collapse of the Mongol elite overnight, leaving behind an array of enigmas as not a single burial site could be found. Subsequently, after a period of vassal fragmentation on the East Asian continent, a general utilized a wooden sculpture of a celestial dog to repel the remnants of the Mongol troops, establishing the Daiyin dynasty with its capital in Yin. This dynasty faced another invasion by the Tatars during the Little Ice Age in 1644, resulting in the death of the imperial heir, Prince Jean. In the aftermath, a warlord in the north, under the banner of nationalism, supported the queen's ascension to the throne. Nearly a century later, due to frequent trade exchanges and an intensifying ideological confrontation between the southern seas, the East and West initiated the Industrial Revolution. In 1734, the Shenzhou Emperor's Bureau of Natural Studies constructed the first steam engine, followed by similar machinery developed in the West 5 years later. In 1895, as global capitalism transitioned from early free market capitalism to monopolistic capitalism, the contradictions between the East and West escalated, culminating in the outbreak of World War I, which engulfed nations worldwide in a brutal conflict. As the war progressed, the New World joined the Atlantic Alliance, while the former vassal states of the Shenzhou displayed ambiguous stances during the war. The East Asian Shenzhou faction was compelled to accept the peace treaty proposed by the beleaguered Western allies. After the conclusion of this world war, the authority of eastern Xinzhou suffered a significant blow, leading to internal political divisions. While the rising sun of Northeast Asia seized the opportunity to seek independence from tribute relations and establish itself as a brotherly nation. Under pressure, the ruling elite of the Xinzhou had no choice but to further compromise with the domestic bourgeoisie, increasing the proportion of scholars from the southeast entering officialdom. Externally, they reconciled with Europe, abandoning the radical strategy of civilizing Africa pursued before the war, while simultaneously acknowledging the status of the Rising Sun Kingdom and supporting its naval development. Nonetheless, the West faced its own turmoil as worker uprisings emerged within the Russian Empire, leading to the overthrow of the Tsar and the establishment of the Soviet Union, which began exporting its ideology to the West. This was followed by a protracted period of minor conflicts spanning 50 years. The Xinzhou licked its wounds to re-establish order in the southern seas, Central Asia, and South Asia, while remaining vigilant about the rise of Soviet land power. Meanwhile, the Rising Sun fully embraced its maritime ambitions, significantly enhancing its naval forces and extending its influence to the new continent of Australia, now eyeing resources in South America. The European Union also experienced internal fractures, with the Western Atlantic Bloc led by Britain and France, and the Central European Mediterranean Bloc centered around Germany and Italy diverging politically. The European community resembled the League of Nations after World War I, existing more in name than in functionality. In the New World, the United States, having successfully dismantled the Xinzhou's cohesive power in Asia and the Western Pacific during World War I, found itself still without a foothold as the Rising Sun ascended in the Pacific. Furthermore, the promises made by Britain and France regarding the opening of African colonies during the war were ultimately rendered void through various treaty interpretations. The original economic recovery of the United States abruptly halted in the 1930s. While World War III did not erupt, the world continued to accumulate latent tensions, leaving scars that would persist for the following 40 years. Now, in 1965, companies from the Earth Alliance of the Primary Dimension have established their presence in this realm, with North America spearheading the Future Corporation, which now spans both the old and new continents. Within the Xinzhou, long-established family enterprises from regions such as Shan, Chuan, and Ili have formed alliances behind which lie the influences of the primary world's powers. Wei Qing's father was one of the pioneers of this world's new technological financial conglomerate. He invested significant efforts in consolidating power in this realm, and upon Wei Qiang's reassignment, the primary world promptly summoned Wei Qing for succession. Why is this so? The development of this realm holds considerable reference significance for the Eastern civilization of the primary world. In the primary dimension, the Industrial Revolution ignited in Britain, establishing a set of standards that permeated the globe, leading the East to follow suit in its industrialization. Consequently, the narratives of time travel to the Ming Dynasty to instigate an industrial revolution often reflect Western influences. The accumulation of classical Chinese civilization was interrupted after the Mongol and Yuan dynasties. In the primary world, remnants of rational thought from the Song dynasty linger, still providing benchmarks for certain contemporary industries. For instance, the book Xiwan Ji Lu was brought to the West by Freemasons, who recognized the logical reasoning of the East, utilizing the breeding cycles of flies and species variations to determine the location of a crime scene. Had the civilization of the Song and Yuan dynasties been allowed to mature and be seamlessly inherited by subsequent dynasties, evolving into an Eastern industrial revolution, what would this world resemble? This world possesses a unique industrial system in the East. The carpentry trade in the primary world has become an intangible cultural heritage, passed down by artisans. During the Ming Dynasty, only Eastern carpenters could construct furniture using the mortise and tenon joint technique, whereas the West preferred iron nails. It is crucial to note that mechanical construction and assembly fundamentally involve assembly. The incorporation of screws and rivets into the industrial framework arose because manufacturing developed an entire suite of models. Meanwhile, the industrial sector in the East operates on a yin-yang system, quantifying the thermal expansion coefficients of various materials at different temperatures, and precisely embedding them together to achieve fixation through a series of data. Moreover, while the West adopted welding technology and industrial machinery, the East extensively employs techniques that involve applying thin films of soft metals like silver and lead between riveted steel structures to enhance bonding. Presently, the industrial sector in Eastern Xinzhou from massive aircraft to various household appliances, seldom utilizes screws. The vast disparity in industrial standards has caused substantial disruptions in technological exchanges between the East and West. In the face of the Xinzhou's methodology, known as the harmonious union of yin and yang, which encompasses various thermal expansion processes, the West finds it challenging to comprehend. Even those who have passed Chinese proficiency exams and can converse fluently in vernacular Chinese are still impeded. The artisans of Xinzhou often employ cryptic references like the moon shines brightly over the sea, last night's gentle breeze, to annotate certain processing techniques, where different interpretations yield varying meanings. Thus, a single poem can correspond to multiple potential processing techniques. This explains why Wei Kong, prior to his traversal, faced minimal academic scrutiny regarding foundational knowledge, as examinations proved futile. Even if one held a doctorate in mechanical engineering in the primary dimension, they might find themselves out of their depth upon arrival here. In light of this reality, the Eastern Temporal Spatial Department of the Primary World mandates that its stationed travelers meticulously transcribe the entire suite of technologies, while also procuring any new innovations being developed there. Within the Qinchuan base, the Xinzhou Wei family has anonymously established a life research center. This family invests heavily each year to sustain research into human life fields. The bodies of previous generations of family heads are preserved here, and the preceding head of the family was born in this very facility. The medical equipment here ensures that every child born is of the highest caliber of humanity. Currently, within the facility, a sealed chamber is extracted from liquid helium, and a mechanical arm emerges from the concave platform, deploying an electric probe the size of a syringe into the small heating tubes of the sealed chamber to complete the heating process. Under thermal expansion, the embedded joints are easily extracted, allowing for the effortless removal of steel plates. According to the will of the family patriarch Wei Chong, the majority of the company's shares will be entrusted to the frozen twin brother. The long-standing administrators within the group believe that this should be weighed against the current circumstances. Even 3 months ago, as Wei Chong was about to enter the suspended animation chamber, he remained steadfast in this decision, asserting that he had transferred his experiential wisdom to the unfrozen brother, insisting that he would only trust his own brother in managing the enterprise. In Xijing, within the steel and concrete edifice styled after the Eastern Pagoda, all members of the Luo Shui Group's board of directors were present, gathered around 8 square tables, while a screen resembling a folding partition displayed footage of the heir's medical thawing. Most attendees silently hoped for a medical mishap. However, none dared to establish any direct or indirect contact with the doctors in the laboratory, for should any medical accident occur, if discovered by the current board's adversaries, even the slightest hint of impropriety among their ranks could lead to devastating moral repercussions, regardless of the absence of legal evidence. Despite numerous reforms in the society of Xinzhou, the moral constructs of familial loyalty endure. Should an individual be suspected of dishonesty by their kin, they must find irrefutable evidence to clear their name, or else live forever under a cloud of suspicion. Thus, the live broadcast served as a witness for all parties, ensuring that despite their disagreements, everyone appeared as honorable gentlemen. Inside the sterile chamber, illuminated by surgical lights, as the sealed pod gradually opened, Wei Kong opened his eyes. The numbness in his body began to dissipate. Upon noticing the flickering figures beyond the glass, he struggled to articulate, I feel as if I am on the verge of departing this world. A female doctor set aside her electronic recording device, opened the sterile room door, and leaned close to the thawing pod, placing her ear near Wei King's lips. Trembling, he reached out to touch the overhead light, inhaling deeply as if trying to consume the light itself. Finally, mustering enough strength, he suddenly rose and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "So cold, cold, give me a blanket." The attending physician, slightly flustered, quickly reassured him, "Sir, we cannot raise the temperature too quickly, as it may harm your body. Please bear with us. We will administer a nutrient infusion shortly." Wei Kong replied, "Then please hurry. Also, send those people outside. Their gazes make me uncomfortable." Outside the sterile room, the family representatives sent by the clan maintained forced smiles, feigning respect, yet their eyes betrayed their suppressed disappointment. For now, the one awakening was no fool. According to Shenzhou's civil law, if an heir designated by a property holder lacks the capacity to comprehend the significance of their actions, they cannot inherit control over social and commercial activities. Under this code, the notion of a dog inheriting honor and wealth, as seen in the West, is inapplicable in Shenzhou. Wei King's current demeanor demonstrated not only his ability to express himself, but also an awareness of shame, clearly indicating he was not a mere unconscious puppet. 40 minutes later, Wei Kung, clad in standard blue hospital attire, reclined on his bed, activating the electronic screen to peruse the personnel records of Luo Shui Group, along with 20 years of financial reports and real estate information. A young nurse placed liquid nourishment on the bedside cabinet. After taking a sip, she inquired, "Sir, will you be dining?" Wei Kung waved his hand dismissively, feigning seriousness as he declined. He thought to himself that if he accepted, he would likely be fed directly, which he knew he could not resist. Having just arrived, he preferred to avoid any actions that might lead to others looking down on him. He would at least maintain a semblance of propriety. Wei Kung then said, "By the way, have you postponed all external communications? Inform them that I will respond to my status, and all matters will be addressed after 20 hours. Uncertain of his brother's capable subordinate's attitudes towards him as a seemingly weak master, he opted for a slight retreat to maintain an air of mystery. This maneuver proved immediately effective. Even as a weak master, he remained a valuable asset. Meanwhile, the board members, adorned in their lavish attire, began to place their bets on the current situation. Wei Yu, the former assistant secretary to Wei Chong, took up a bell hammer and struck the golden gong, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to pledge allegiance to the new master of the house." Chapter 7. A body unwilling during his time in the hospital. Wei King focused on confirming the operational status of his consciousness link system upon arriving in this realm, as well as gathering information about his companions. As for the teammates who accompanied him, they had traversed 4 different dimensions, with only 2 travelers per dimension. Currently, Wei Kong was paired with Kufeijia, who had landed in Jiankong, a southern economic hub. From this dimension's perspective, several months prior, he had voluntarily overseen the experimental Simizan energy project for the group, which could also be referred to as a closed-door cultivation project, and had been dormant in this realm for 2 years. Now, he had just awakened in this world. The reality was that during his slumber here, his main consciousness had returned to the primary world to assess whether the newcomers were suitable for undertaking missions in this dimension. Kufeijia currently held the position of supervisor for this cutting-edge technology project, having previously served as the secretary to a member of the cabinet, thus possessing extraordinary connections within Shenzhou. His current shift from politics to research was motivated, on one hand, by the primary world's keen interest in the Simizan project, and on the other by the high-ranking officials in Shenzhou recognizing its significance. As such, Kufeijia was dispatched here as a reliable operative. Consequently, Wei Kong faced little difficulty in this dimension, as experienced travelers supported him in both technical and challenging tasks. 10 hours later, Wei Kong, in good health, exited the private medical center. A Shenzhou-style sedan awaited him at the entrance, flanked by rows of unarmed guards. This treatment left Wei Kung momentarily unsure of how to proceed. A capable and striking woman bowed to him, saying, "Young Master Wei, I am Qin Hongyue, and it is my pleasure to receive you." Wei Kung felt conflicted about how to respond. Should he bow back? Was it the left palm and right fist for men? At that moment, he realized he had grown up in a cultural desert. That day, Wei Kung did not have the opportunity to return to the headquarters in Xijing. It was evident that he was being deliberately delayed. He could imagine the individuals at the group scrambling to manage the loose ends during this time. That evening, Wei Kong temporarily resided in the inn established by the Xianyang department. After he finished his ablutions and gazed upon the large bed, he took a deep breath. This bed was not the thick mattress steel wire bed he was accustomed to. It was a Nama bed with hanging floral pillars. Such beds often featured in ancient dramas during wedding scenes, surrounded by wooden pillars with a carved wooden canopy above, resembling a small wooden house. The round entrance structure from which both the bride and groom could sit was a notable feature. The elevated bed was particularly luxurious, standing 3 meters high, requiring a stride of 8 steps to reach, hence the name 8-step bed. Since the Song dynasty, this type of bed has been exclusive luxury for the affluent. In Jinping Mei, there's a passage that recounts how, when Shimin Qing married his 3rd wife, Meng Yulo, the matchmaker introduced her as a widow with some money, possessing 2 Nanjing 8-step beds. Although the productivity of Shenzhou advanced rapidly in the 20th century, leading merchants to associate luxury with items such as watches and automobiles, the status of the 8-step bed remained unscathed. Moreover, this item has evolved with the times, integrating high-tech features, not merely serving as a bed, but also incorporating household automation. Air conditioning, lamps, refrigerators, massage devices, and functions such as automatic dust removal and fragrance spraying. Certainly, what captivated Wei Kong was not merely the bed, but the enchanting beauty seated behind the bed's drapery. Upon noticing Wei Kong, Qin Hongyue offered a subtle smile, removing her hairpin, allowing her dark tresses to cascade freely. This young lady then remarked, "Young master, it is my duty to attend to your slumber." For a moment, Wei Kong found himself momentarily entranced. The allure of soft warmth can erode even the most stalwart of heroes. Many men of the 21st century pride themselves on their steadfastness, yet they rarely encounter such temptations. When a young woman exudes tenderness, flowing towards you like water, all notions of male composure, ethics, and integrity are swiftly cast aside. Wei Kong instinctively retreated to the dressing room, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He turned on the gilded faucet, splashing water onto his face, then wiped away the droplets. The situation within that room left him feeling overwhelmed, necessitating a moment of recalibration. Upon re-entering, he faced the alluring specter once more. After a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer, are you a maiden? Such a foolish question could only arise in the context of the 21st century. Internally, Wei Kong grappled with the dilemma of confronting an undeniable temptation while also feeling compelled to refuse it, seeking some flaw to convince himself otherwise. Qin Hongyue smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, young master, everything about your identity is exclusively catered to you. I am, of course, a pure maiden." Wei Kong extended his hand, covering his rigid, twitching cheek. After an internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, you may leave." The young woman paused momentarily, then inquired, "Young master, will this night be unforgettable?" Taking a deep breath, Wei Kong ultimately quelled his impulses and replied, "I am quite tired today. You should leave. If you do not depart, I shall have no choice but to sleep elsewhere." Observing the conflict in Wei King's expression, hesitant yet resolute, Qin Hongyue smirked and said, "You are truly amusing, young master. Well then, good night." With that, she rose gracefully and exited the room. As the door clicked shut, Wei Kong turned, caught in a swirl of emotions, and inadvertently bumped his head against the doorframe, resulting in a painful bump. After exhaling a long sigh, he retrieved paper and pen, scrutinizing his densely packed, self-imposed plans. After some time, he set them aside, wrapped himself in blankets, and succumbed to sleep. In a room 3 floors away, Qin Hongyue activated a screen to report the situation to her superior. The screen inquired, "What? He refused?" Qin Hongyue replied, "Yes, though there is some wavering. We can attempt Plan B." Her conversation was with the head of the Sanfeng of the Wei family under the Luo Shui group. Wei King's father had expanded their influence in this realm, yet the status of Wei Kong and Wei Chong as legitimate heirs remained unshakable within the patriarchal hierarchy. The Sanfeng head stated, "No need to try again, simply accompany him." 9 hours later, morning dawned. Wei Kong was roused from slumber by an overwhelming sensation beneath him. His body having been frozen in this world for over 30 years, now still in youthful form. After yawning, he gazed out at the sunlight, expressing regret rather than resentment. "Couldn't you have come to my bed at night? If you seek excitement, it should be pursued wholeheartedly." Moments later, he composed himself, chastising his unruly thoughts. Feeling his trousers were too snug, prompting him to remove them. He proceeded to rinse his mouth and wash his face, waiting for the heat of passion to subside. Once ready, Wei Kong sought the trip coordinator, issuing a stern command in a grave tone. "Yesterday's delays were unacceptable. Today we must return to our destination without fail." With such emphasis, he felt the day's journey would proceed smoothly. The accompanying motorcycles and road closures were efficiently streamlined. The domestic scene outside the waterproof vehicle revealed more of the populace. On the streets of Xijing, throngs of idle young people were visible, often gathered around makeshift podiums. There, speakers passionately articulated the doctrines of the Gonyang school, particularly the grand theory of vengeance from the Gonyang Zhuan. Buddhism often preaches, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha," while Taoism questions, "When will the cycle of vengeance cease?" Yet the Gonyang school emphasizes national grievances, insisting that revenge must be sought, even across 9 or 100 generations. In Wei King's era, Confucian teachings were relatively moderate. Upon hearing these doctrines, he could not help but feel a chill. Sensing Wei Kung's gaze fixated on the speakers, Qin Hongyue interjected, "Young master, do not heed the words of the rabble. These gatherings are merely a means for daily sustenance." She pointed out the scene of speakers distributing food vouchers after their orations. These events were orchestrated by the local political assembly, as the current unemployment rate in Shenzhou was alarmingly high, leaving many young people without work. Consequently, the government dispatched aid workers, incorporating speakers to deliver political messages while distributing provisions. The speakers were modeled after the instructors found within the military, a common sight in Shenzhou's public organizations. An ancient adage warns that it is more challenging to silence the mouths of the populace than stem rivers. Since it cannot be stifled, it must be channeled. Shenzhou is indeed skilled in such governance. As for the current adversaries of Shenzhou, externally, there are many. Presently, Shenyang and Shenzhou remain allies, and the primary industry of Luoshui Corporation lies in aviation. The Shenyang's West Jia Mecha Research Center has already developed the Tiango Mecha, a fighter jet slated for mass deployment in the Imperial Air Force. However, major media outlets like the Nanyang Zaobao have begun to stir public sentiment against military aid to Shenyang. This stance, while not without merit, is rooted in the belief that Shenyang embodies the traits of filial sons, akin to Alsace and Guyana, having established numerous wartime bases on the Korean peninsula. Meanwhile, in the northern regions, the Krasna Aerospace Agency has implemented gravity isolation systems in military applications, and the Kirov heavy airship has been completed. Although it lacks maneuverability, its heavy armor and long-range missile capabilities exert immense pressure on northern Shenzhou. Western Europe currently stands as Shenzhou's largest trading partner. However, following the occupation of Africa by the blonde foreign devils, their gaze has turned covetously towards Shenzhou's interests in the Persian Gulf. Thus, when scrutinized harshly, all appear as adversaries. Yet an unwavering focus on external threats serves to obscure internal issues. The sudden rise of vengeful rhetoric within Shenzhou reflects varying perspectives across societal strata. The first group comprises itinerant small merchants who see this as a gathering of public sentiment, political novices attempting to increase their visibility through street movements. The second group consists of a minority of intellectuals who have absorbed the tenets of capitalism and recognize this as a diversion from real contradictions. The third group, the establishment in Shenzhou, understands that societal tensions have reached a critical point. While distributing food aid can stave off mass despair and unrest, it cannot quell the restlessness of youth without purpose. In an age where newspapers and broadcasts are ubiquitous, and even flip phones have proliferated, channels for acquiring knowledge and information have expanded. Traditional pacification methods have become ineffective. There is a pressing need to provide the youth with a sense of engagement in significant endeavors. Consequently, for those at the top, inciting them to rally in the streets serves as an effective means to dissipate their energy and prevent destructive behavior. The fourth group encompasses capitalists, the true rulers of the state, who view population as a resource. If it cannot be utilized, it becomes burdensome. In the era of empires, the population explosion led to agricultural collapse, creating displaced persons capable of undermining the foundations of a dynasty. 3 centuries ago, during the Little Ice Age, Shenzhou successfully harnessed an unparalleled workforce, far exceeding that of Europe, to initiate the second great expansion of the Chinese civilization. The Dian dynasty, composed of immigrants from Minyue and the Central Plains, established an advanced clan system relative to the indigenous peoples of Southeast Asia, seizing land, water, and forests, cultivating fields, building fortifications, and constructing roads and bridges. This era opened up 8 provincial capitals in Southeast Asia for Shenzhou, providing the initial resources for the Industrial Revolution. In the year 1850, amidst another economic crisis, Shenzhou once again resorted to this model, invading from Myanmar into southern India, resulting in the immigration of 6 million people within 30 years, effectively undermining British rule in South Asia. The establishment of railways connecting Shudi to Southeast Asia and subsequently to South Asia facilitated the migration of 20 million people, thoroughly assimilating the local populace and transforming the entire South Asian subcontinent into a new land of abundance. Indeed, Shenzhou completely annexed the entirety of India, leaving no remnants behind. This relentless advance instilled a profound sense of dread across Europe. Visionaries in Europe believed that if they did not forge an alliance soon, in a few centuries, the East would systematically dismantle Western nations. This led to the outbreak of the First World War, uniting forces against Shenzhou. In the initial stages of external expansion, one could rely on sheer size to achieve success. However, with the passage of time, adversaries would certainly become vigilant. The unification of the 6 states under Qin was the culmination of generations of wise rulers, ultimately achieving success in a single decisive campaign during the era of Qin Shi Huang. Had the Qin state delayed for another century or two after the conquest of Han, other nations would have had ample time to reflect and reform their systems amidst the conflict, and the Qin state would have been unable to proceed. Now, Shenzhou finds itself in a historical cycle where the population has once again exceeded capacity. The majority of the populace possesses only primary education, rendering them unable to keep pace with the burgeoning technological industries. These uneducated individuals, unable to find a sense of purpose in societal production, may resort to the allure of gangs for their sense of belonging. Hence, the self-proclaimed martial spirit of the Chinese, touted by today's marketing politicians, continues to attract a following. Wei Kong. I emotionally concur with the first layer of analysis, as I detest moral coercion and the shamelessness of using minor figures to establish authority. My political education has instilled in me an understanding of the second layer of concern. Indeed, this society requires change. However, my actions can only be situated within the third layer. The vast societal contradictions resemble a tangled mess, with each interest group harboring its own motives. The only path to unity seems to lie in external warfare, and as I glance at my $2 million limited edition luxury vehicle, I sigh and reflect. I am indeed ensconced in the fourth layer. Wei Kong placed his hand on Qin Hongyue's smooth, taut thigh, internally lamenting, if I remain seated here for too long, I fear I too shall be confined to the fourth layer. Suddenly, he recalled the surveillance system, withdrew his hand, and, clearing his throat, addressed the blushing maid beside him, feigning modesty. That was not intentional. Chapter 8. Adhering to old norms. Taking root anew, what era is Shenzhou currently in? Is it not powerful? Indeed, it surpasses the eastern world of the same period significantly. Shenzhou encompasses 78 provinces, covering an area of approximately 21.45 million square kilometers, with its core territories extending to the Bohai District, the Korean Peninsula, the Indo-Chinese Peninsula, the islands of Southeast Asia, the South Asian subcontinent, the Tamil Peninsula, and the western coast of Australia, with a population of 8.9 billion. Of course, due to statistical omissions, the actual population is likely higher. Is it not autonomous? Quite autonomous. One might even say dictatorial. The cultural heritage of Shenzhou remains intact, with a more profound indigenous philosophical framework to interpret the world compared to the contemporary China of the main world. For instance, concepts such as Han, Manchu, Mongol, Zhuang, and Tibetan do not exist in Shenzhou. The notion of Eastern ethnic identities in the 20th century actually originated from the West, where intellectuals utilized Western learning to elucidate the East and delineate ethnic boundaries. In Shenzhou, only the concept of Zhuxia prevails. Within Zhuxia, everyone is ethnically linked to Yin and Huang, albeit through different branches. Culturally, propriety serves as the boundary. Those who adhere to propriety within Zhuxia are deemed civilized, while those who abandon it are labeled as barbarians. The great Confucian scholars of Shenzhou governed by this principle, successfully assimilating into the South Asian subcontinent. However, in comparing the two eras, Shenzhou's current state evokes a sense of stagnation. In responding to the challenges of the age, it seems increasingly difficult to foster a correct and objective mindset. Although the top intellectuals in Shenzhou maintain an Eastern-centric mode of logical thinking, this national ideology, which matured over 2 millennia ago, has accumulated excessive reasoning over the long course of development, resulting in a dissonance with the present. In contrast, the simplistic nationalism that has been imported from the West has found considerable appeal amid the current ignorance, especially with the advent of molecular genetics over the past 30 years, which has demonstrated the purity of the paternal lineage of the Chinese. The common populace's simplistic understanding of national identity, lacking significant historical calamities to impart profound insights, has led to a political correctness that necessitates the Yin and Huang peoples to venture boldly through adversity. The entire population of 80 million within Shenzhou harbors an overwhelming confidence in confronting the world head-on. Wei Kong. I do not oppose confrontation. But your industrialized population stands at merely 40 million, while the remainder consists of functionally illiterate individuals. Relying on the intellect of the upper echelons and the bravery of the lower classes to fulfill a grand destiny is a fool's errand. One that leads to a perilous path from which awakening may only occur when the nation is on the brink of extinction. Before returning to the family board meeting, Wei Kung altered his itinerary and made an unannounced visit to the family industrial park in Xijing, specifically to the Luo Shui Group's most technologically advanced sector, the Luo Shui Cloud Aviation Machinery Company. Upon witnessing the orderly processes within the factory, he felt a slight sense of relief. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the industrial zone resembled a different world. All workers were housed within a community adjacent to the industrial park, complete with a dedicated kindergarten, supermarket, and restaurant. In the production workshop, a series of precision lathes operated, crafting intricate dovetail joints as fine as a needle, akin to acupuncture needles being inserted into machinery. Meanwhile, precise data continuously flashed on electronic screens as skilled workers operated seamlessly, indicating that Shenzhou continues to command the pinnacle of industrial technology on the global stage. After touring his industrial park and familiarizing himself with the various supply chain aspects, Wei Kung accessed the system, connecting to his traversal interface to compile data on Shenzhou's technological advancements. In the current international market, Wei Kung categorized the technological industries into 3 segments: green, yellow, and red. The green sector boasts strong market competitiveness, encompassing cutting-edge technologies such as nuclear power, electronic communications, and magnetic levitation railways, providing Shenzhou with a unique advantage in these fields. The yellow sector includes large-scale aviation, satellite technology, shipbuilding, and high-energy physics applications, where Shenzhou engages in reciprocal competition with other global powers. The severely lagging red sector pertains to life sciences, where Europe and Shenyang have commenced advancements in enhanced warriors, organic mechanical implants, and various other technologies. European war dogs, after chip implantation, are said to comprehend 100 tactical commands, while dolphins have been transformed into combat animals capable of guiding underwater explosives through specialized training, involving a combination of drugs and chip control. It must be noted that Shenzhou's cultural attitude towards the domestication of animals is rather indifferent. Aside from the deep emotional bonds associated with oxen used for farming, horses, hunting dogs, pigs, and sheep are regarded merely as livestock. Culturally defining certain beings as inferior has resulted in a neglect of investment in technological advancements in this area. Furthermore, in terms of human matters, Shenzhou has inherited the rights of Zhou, opposing human sacrifices since ancient times, firmly believing that no innocent life should be offered as a sacrificial tribute to appease the heavens. Following the Zhou dynasty's conquest of the Shang, the establishment of Zhou rights distinctly separated itself from Shang civilization, laying the foundation for the significant logic of the distinction between Huai, civilized, and barbaric. In recent years, large medical corporations from Europe, America, Shenyang, and even Suha have conducted human experiments with the tacit approval of their governments. Culturally, they possess a monotheistic belief that allows for a culture of atonement. In contrast, in the East, no company dares to venture into such territory. The Eastern culture lacks the narrative of a higher-up being dismissed and a virtuous successor taking over to redeem and restore public perception. Instead, everything associated with such acts is nailed to the pillar of shame. One cannot overlook how Qin Huai has knelt in disgrace for 1,000 years, with no descendants of the Qin surname daring to associate with him. Atonement? It is akin to being condemned to the 18th level of hell without hope of redemption. It can be asserted that the West, capable of forcing Shenzhou back during World War I, is not only diligent but also sufficiently ruthless. What Shenzhou refrains from doing? A monotheistic belief can pursue relentlessly, extracting oil from the bones of Africans, annihilating the indigenous peoples of South and North America, and directly testing anthrax weapons on small Pacific islands. Wei Kung arrived at the family board meeting, observing the second, third, fourth, and fifth branches of the family, and thought to himself how heroic his father truly was. The first branch also had male descendants, and Wei Qiang had left behind 5 children in this world. However, this was not the moment to recount family ties. Wei Kung called out the names of all department heads, a process akin to a university instructor taking attendance. It was imperative for him to meet each leader of various industries. This was not merely a symbolic gesture. From his high position, he could not possibly be aware of every detail occurring beneath him, for Wei Qiang was not privy to the innermost thoughts of each individual. As a weak sovereign, if he wished to comprehend the matters below, he had to demonstrate his willingness to foster open communication, welcoming factual statements from everyone within the system. This approach at least signified that he was not easily deceived. The greatest peril facing a weak sovereign is isolation within the operational system, leading to a situation where subordinates begin to conspire to resolve issues independently. Such was the fate of Qin Ershi. After meeting all the key figures, Wei King clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us adhere to the established protocols. I do not consider myself a great talent, yet I possess a degree of self-awareness, and you all are the masters of your respective departments. Henceforth, I will rely on each of you." However, those present slightly raised their heads, casting furtive glances at Wei King. Every Chinese person understands that any shift in tone signals a pivotal moment. Wei King produced a personnel adjustment plan and smiled as he stated, "I believe that communication among departments is essential. While it may be overstated to say we are all members of the Wei family, we are indeed all part of the same fraternity, sharing the same pot of rice." Surely, no one has objections to that. Wei King's personnel adjustment plan involved positions in finance and human resources, with no technical roles affected. The individuals being reassigned were all deputy heads from various departments, for instance, moving the deputy from Department A to serve as deputy in Department B. The heads of each department remained unchanged, meaning the authority within each department remained intact. The key figures within the industries fell silent, recognizing that Wei King's strategy left them with no ground for dissent. However, they were acutely aware of what would transpire next. Each personnel insertion across departments disrupted established cliques. Previous irregularities would now be inconvenient to pursue. As the saying goes, a flowing stream does not rot, and a door hinge does not decay. Wei King did not wish to create a rift with those promoted from among his younger relatives. He merely adjusted according to the personnel records left by Wei Qiang, ensuring mutual checks and balances while adhering to established protocols. As for Wei King himself, he aimed to fulfill his own ambitions. In this entirely new world, what was most important? It was to connect with the local essence. In the 21st century, many wealthy individuals and prominent figures' children returned from studying in Europe and America with limited capabilities, yet stubbornly impose their Western social thinking onto local contexts, which serves as a cautionary tale. Thus, after the meeting, Wei King summoned his steward and articulated his first explicit request. His study was now filled with high school foundational courses purchased from tutoring bookstore. The steward, seeking confirmation, inquired, "Sir, do you wish to attend school?" Wei King took a sip of milk and replied, "What? Am I not entitled to an education?" The steward asked, "Then may I inquire which school you wish to attend?" Wei King responded, "Did I not say? After the exams, we shall determine based on the results. Do not mention recommendation letters again. There is no need to make arrangements with any school. I would even accept failure. I simply wish to understand the learning habits of the numerous talents the company recruits each year." Wei King instructed the steward to rent an apartment for him outside and to find a retired teacher to tutor him, embarking on his examination journey. As a figure of the central world, Wei King felt quite confident about his university entrance examination. And how many times had he repeated this process? Upon opening the book, the first sight was filled with various formulas he could not recognize. Indeed, the symbols of physics were entirely different from those in the central world. After staring at this impenetrable text for a full 30 minutes, Wei King smacked his forehead. "System, synchronize all formulas to those I am familiar with." Wei King's perspective quickly completed the formula conversion, rendering the problems far more palatable. In Jianya, in the laboratory, Kafeijia was operating, and after work, checked the system to assess Wei King's situation. Confirming that Wei King was attempting to participate in the public examination here, he felt somewhat surprised but smiled and remarked, "Not bad." Kafeijia's minimum psychological expectation was that Wei King, upon arriving in this dimension, would lead a somewhat chaotic personal life, causing some inconvenience. Yet he could tolerate it. As long as Wei King did not misuse his power or engage in petty disputes, it posed no significant problem. As for Wei King's current participation in Shenzhou's public examination, although its significance was unclear, it nonetheless represented a positive action. Kafeijia felt compelled to offer Wei King some advice regarding his actions. First, All examination activities must occur within the line of sight of security personnel. Second, the individual's activities during this period must remain confidential, using a pseudonym. The college entrance examination, particularly in the sciences, is not simple in certain respects. Yet it cannot be likened to the meteoric rise of Fongine upon passing the examination. In his previous life, Wei King had merely passed the college entrance examination. The acceptance rate for first-tier universities hovers around a mere 10%, and after enduring hardship and failure in his repeated attempts, he was fortunate enough to meet the required score. As for whether an innate talent is essential for the sciences and engineering, from an objective standpoint, Wei King believed it to be necessary. He was acutely aware that he lacked a gift for English. No matter how he memorized vocabulary, he could never correctly choose the prepositions in closed tests. Thus, conversely, one could argue that a modicum of talent is indeed required for the sciences. However, the talent necessary for the sciences and engineering is hardly rare. Among ordinary individuals, at least half possess it. Any boy, while considering the force and angle of his basketball shots, can grasp the concept of projectile motion. Igniting gunpowder to set fire to wood shavings during chemical experiments allows for a lateral understanding of chemical formulas. Wei King asserted, as a person of central stature, "I am not foolish. The conditions required for me to gain admission to university necessitate roughly a year of absolute focused study. In the 21st century of the Central World, most working-class families possess the financial capacity and energy to provide an environment conducive to their children's unwavering focus during critical high school years. If maintaining such an environment at home proves difficult, one can send them to Mayatanshang, where the entire town has no internet cafes and the school confiscates all mobile phones. This is the key to university admission. However, the conditions that are commonplace in the 21st century of the Central World are, in fact, difficult to sustain for the majority of the middle class here. In Shenzhou, the admission rate for top-tier institutions is a mere 1%. After completing the examination, Wei King discovered that the questions were not as excessively challenging as he had anticipated. At least the physics questions were not convoluted like those on the Jiangsu paper, which involved a small ball colliding with a pulley, then navigating a circular track before falling onto a table and colliding elastically with another ball, ultimately requiring the calculation of the kinetic energy of both balls post-collision, an intricate series of nested questions. This was not exclusive to the Jiangsu exam. Such questions, if phrased more kindly, could be said to assess one's awareness of potential issues in the aerospace industry. However, there were straightforward exams, such as the Beijing mock exam, which was refreshingly direct. There was no doubt that Wei King had surpassed the 1% threshold and exceeded the admission line by 30 points. Yet, he found it somewhat unexpected to consider himself an outstanding student. At the celebratory banquet for his tutor, Wei King inadvertently resolved his confusion. The tutor, beaming with pride, remarked, "In these past 6 months, I have found it hard to believe that you are a scion of the Wei family." Curiously, Wei King inquired, "Is the academic culture of the Wei family not commendable?" The tutor replied, "Not to the extent of your diligence. Rising at 7:30 and sleeping at midnight. Tackling 2 sets of exam papers daily. It has been ages since I've seen a student so dedicated. Children from affluent families in Shenzhou often do not need to exert themselves as vigorously, while those from more humble backgrounds frequently grapple with unemployment and other distressing issues, leading to instability that significantly impacts academic performance. The carefree existence of children in the primary world, with all their clothing and daily necessities met, is a reality unattainable for the majority of families in this dimension." Wei King resolved to channel the determination he had developed while navigating the academic challenges of 2 worlds, believing he could reduce his circumstances to align with those of ordinary individuals in this realm, thereby fairly assessing the competitive intensity here. However, he soon realized that most individuals in this world lacked the vigor to compete with him. Chapter 9. Overlapping timelines to understand a society. One might conduct a comprehensive investigation across various strata or personally traverse the pathways of upward mobility provided by public examinations. Through this ascent, one can glean insights about those who succeed in navigating these pathways, those who do not, the groups that engage with societal production after entry, and those who drift away from these pathways. Naturally, one can also discern the ratios of these diverse groups within society. Upon the conclusion of the examination, after checking the publicly available scores on the electronic system, Wei King proceeded to his school to collect his academic records. under the protective watch of a plainclothes martial artist. He donned a coarse school uniform and fake glasses, arriving at his registered institution to retrieve documentation affirming his academic achievements. This process was procedural in nature. Wei Kong endeavored to enhance his records within this world. After obtaining his academic certification, he discreetly observed others obtaining similar documents, predominantly students who had failed their exams. Curiosity piqued. Wei Kong followed them to an arcade, where he witnessed these exuberant high school dropouts discussing discounts on game tokens. He opened his mouth to speak. The reason for their failure lay in their insufficient understanding of how education could alter one's destiny, leading to a lack of future planning. Applying the mindset of successful students to these failures resulted in fundamental misunderstandings. The youths who had not performed well in their exams were overly jubilant. Ultimately, this reflected societal issues. Adolescents at 16 are unlikely to consider the long term. Having lived only a few years, their thoughts extend no further than the upcoming entrance examinations. If they abandon even that, their furthest concern becomes the imminent insufficiency of their gaming credits and the resulting decline in rankings. When it comes to being a reclusive gamer, Wei Kong had ample experience. However, witnessing the multitude of youths in this target dimension embracing such a lifestyle filled him with unease. He lamented, "The adult world is consumed by capital, constantly engaged in internal conflicts. Consequently, the true responsibility for the nation's long-term projects, education, family, and society, remains unaddressed. Can we rely solely on the self-discipline of adolescence? At an age where foundational knowledge is incomplete and personalities are restless and immature, gaming can dominate the aspirations of youth. But what of 20 or 25 years hence? Eventually, the novelty of gaming will wear off, particularly when using cheats to dominate the computer. Even within a month, that excitement can wane. What will happen when attention must be redirected toward the obligations of life? Observing these aimless youths, Wei Kong thought of the idlers and ambitious individuals on the streets, realizing that these restless adults were likely in a similar position a decade ago. As for the next decade, this cycle will perpetuate through the next generation. In the primary world, Wei Kong need not ponder this dilemma. He simply understood that by adhering to his teacher's societal oversight and committing to his studies, he could serve as a backdrop, providing competitive pressure to those more intelligent than himself. The brighter minds of the future would wield greater societal influence than ordinary individuals like him, ultimately fostering a better society. Yet, he suddenly perceived that without anyone ahead of him, the weight of societal responsibility seemed to rest squarely on his shoulders, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Following the assessment, Wei Kong boarded a vehicle arranged by the corporation, watching as the youths exiting the arcade faded from view through the window, yet his contemplation persisted. Many proclaim, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, but Wei Kong conscientiously positioned himself as a vigorous root beneath a towering tree, only to find himself a rotten root at the top of a decaying trunk, which did not instill a sense of glory, but rather a chilling solitude. The future of a nation hinges on foundational education, which in turn affects society, schools, and families, thereby intertwining with employment and welfare issues. Under the tyrannical grip of capitalism, this dimension, including Shenzhou, lacks any corporation dedicated to resolving employment and educational challenges. The singular focus appears to be on how to maintain centralized control over an increasingly impoverished populace amid dwindling resources. While examining employment statistics by gender, Wei Kong confirmed his suspicions. Women were largely not participating in the workforce. However, this lack of engagement allowed them to receive social welfare based on headcount. This resulted in a higher female representation in statistics and a seemingly favorable birth rate, with the proportion of youth consistently rising over the past 2 decades. Wait a moment. Wei Kong reversed the query on his tablet, re-entering the keywords to examine the population curve, fixating on the timeline and demographic segments. He commanded the awareness link system to record the data. He then opened the curves for food and fabric production, instructing the traversal system to document that as well, and subsequently overlaid both curves. Wei Kong, utilizing simple graphical representations, began to estimate the trend of conflict development, gradually acquiring an inkling of the potential timeline for future warfare. From a certain deranged perspective, the youthful fools are akin to expired ammunition. If not utilized, they become obsolete. With the preliminary societal practice concluded, upon returning to the corporate headquarters. Wei Keng initiated a long-distance call with Kufeijia. In Shenzhou, Wei Keng's Luo Shui group was nominally one of the sponsors of Kufeijia's project, making their private conversation entirely ordinary. Exiting the enclosed area housing high-energy equipment at the experimental base, Kufeijia, still clad in his radiation-proof power armor, leaned back in his chair, observing Wei Keng's bookish demeanor with a hint of concern, and inquired, "Has the examination concluded?" Sitting at his desk, Wei Keng twirled his pen as he conversed. "I apologize for being preoccupied with my own affairs over the past 6 months and not being able to assist you." Kufeijia replied, No, it's quite acceptable. For a first venture into a different dimension, the priority is to familiarize oneself with this world rather than to seek assistance. I initially intended to assess your understanding of dimensional data. The formal public examination encompasses subjects such as astronomy, geography, society, history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Any knowledge system capable of identifying talent is incorporated into the public examination framework. By passing such an examination, Wei Keng's cultural knowledge has substantially aligned with this world, enabling him to adapt to various circumstances. The discussion between Wei Keng and Kufeijia revolves around the re-evaluation of this dimension. This dimension has been classified as a Lin Wei Mian, indicating that while its historical narrative diverges from that of the Earth's primary world, its physical laws remain consistent, akin to a parallel world. Nevertheless, it has now been confirmed that this realm harbors phenomena that are utterly impossible in the primary world, thus suggesting its classification as a Jin Wei Mian. Notably, in the 1960s, it was reported that Western scientists verified the phenomenon of supernormal thought through meditation using scientific methods. However, the specific technological applications of this knowledge have been meticulously safeguarded, leaving the general populace in Shenzhou with scant information. Despite the information blockade among ordinary citizens, Wei Keng and the elite in Shenzhou are aware that traditional Eastern practices like Qigong are genuine rather than mere tricks. In 1955, the Shenyang department of Shenlu conducted research on the Tesla reactor, discovering a new particle, the Jiahongzi, which was briefly discussed in public publications. However, subsequent technical journals from various countries ceased to feature related follow-up studies. In the 21st century of the primary world, reports on experiments involving deuterium, tritium, and lithium, 6 particles under high-energy conditions, remain unpublished. Countries maintain strict confidentiality regarding this research because these particles exhibit multiple energy states akin to human consciousness, allowing for human influence and resulting in observable phenomena on a macroscopic scale. To illustrate, the oxidation of carbohydrates and human metabolic processes occur within the same energy realm, enabling humans to derive strength from carbohydrates. Thus, in this dimension, if human consciousness were to consume related substances, could it not enable humans to exert control over certain energies? This dimension has already seen the emergence of practitioners of Qigong with supernatural mental capabilities, although they are exceedingly rare and often remain hidden in the shadows of society. The scientific advancements of the industrial era can transform these scarce phenomena into mass-producible occurrences. Kufeijia is at the forefront of this technology, having demonstrated in an experimental setting how he conjured a sphere of light in his palm, which he subsequently shattered a vase with. It is worth noting that if he were unable to manifest such technological applications, would the prominent conglomerates in Shenzhou invest substantial resources into this project and entrust its leadership to him? Of course, such super abilities cannot be transferred to the primary world, for the technology in question is the Jiahongzi. As an observer, one often encounters the notion that the same phenomenon may present differently when viewed from various perspectives. In different dimensions, the observable states of matter and particle forms vary. The Jiahongzi can be detected and captured in this dimension. But as one shifts their perspective toward the primary world, this matter progressively diminishes in both time and space, ultimately becoming zero-dimensional in the primary world. The Jiahongzi particles, which elude detection in the primary world, are not the sole specimens discovered by the Temporal Exploration Bureau across various dimensions. Humanity has consistently made new discoveries throughout their explorations, gradually revealing a framework of understanding that surpasses the elemental periodic table and encompasses various fundamental particles, including quarks. Global temporal research departments have begun preliminary measurements of these substances' properties across different dimensions, attempting to serve as coordinates for disparate temporal regions. Naturally, this knowledge is still quite distant from Wei Keng, who merely needs to be cognizant of its existence for now. The crux of Wei Keng's dialogue with his teammates does not center on superpowers, but rather on another phenomenon discovered during the study of Jia Hongzi. Ke Feijia stated, "In our latest experiment, we have confirmed the existence of temporal overlap within the 14th energy zone. The data we have gathered is astonishing, reaching astronomical levels." Wei Keng replied, "Having just arrived in this world with a high school education, please get to the point. In the next 2 years, I will delve deeper into this field when selecting my specialization." Ke Feijia continued, "You are aware of time travel, right? When creating temporal crystals on Earth, it is limited to a minuscule scale, allowing information to resonate repeatedly." Wei Keng nodded, realizing that comparisons illuminate understanding. Time reversal inherently involves spatial dimensions. Reverting one's physical form to that of a child constitutes a reversal, as does regressing a city to 40 years prior. The scale of reversal varies with spatial dimensions. Wei Keng inquired of Ke Feijia, "What is the scale of reversal here?" Ke Feijia responded, "I mentioned that once a certain threshold is reached, it becomes astronomical." Noticing Wei Keng hesitating to contemplate further, he clarified, "Upon reaching a specific quantity, the entire timeline of Earth would alter. Only the observer might retain information from before the reversal." Wei Keng pondered, to traverse into the past, alter the world, and subsequently change the present. Ke Feijia nodded in agreement. Wei Keng queried, "If someone were to alter the past, would we become aware of the sudden changes?" Kiskiviko Via explained. "As inhabitants of this world, we are part of the flow of temporal matter. Our memories rely on the material of this world. If the world changes, so too do our memories. We cannot directly perceive historical alterations in our logical reasoning, but nodes within our consciousness will record them. Theoretically, whenever a significant historical change occurs, the properties of Jia Hongzi globally become more active, and observers will continuously document the status of these nodes." Wei Keng remarked, "Ah, that explains why I could not connect with them. Observers exist outside the flow of time, yet once they engage in dialogue with a traveler fully present in this dimension, it equates to direct observation. Consequently, observers merely sift through fragments left by travelers in the temporal flow, sending out information unilaterally." Ke Feijia cautioned, "They are safe. However, we must be vigilant. Listen carefully. In the upcoming temporal developments, we may encounter individuals who possess knowledge of our intended actions. They will make arrangements based on downstream information concerning us." Wei Keng paused. "Are you suggesting?" Ke Feijia affirmed, "Yes, exercise caution. If we inadvertently alter history, certain downstream entities may arrive in the present and confront us." He gestured across his throat with his palm. Minutes later, after Wei Keng had processed the information, he posed another question. "During this period of our arrival, have any nodes recorded instances of temporal overlap?" Ke Feijia, "Currently, the situation regarding the Jia Hongzi recorded at the nodes remains stable, yet this does not imply the absence of future individuals traversing time. Perhaps the pivotal figures capable of altering history are under robust protection, remaining elusive in public arenas. Consequently, the downstream entities have arrived here, unable to access these crucial individuals, thus preventing any significant alteration of history, which is why we do not record substantial changes in Jia Hongzi." At this point, he glanced at Wei Keng, hinting, "Therefore, all the examinations you participated in previously must remain confidential. Even in the future, they should not be unsealed." Wei Keng nodded. "Yes, then what about your safety?" Ke Feijia raised his hand, a stream of energy manifesting in his palm. With his supernatural abilities, there was no need for Wei Keng to worry. Chapter 10. Do what can be done, at least improve. In the year 1968 of the Western calendar, the Luo Shui Group made an investment in the Western regions, completing the planning for 6 solar thermal power stations. This investment, when scrutinized, appears to yield minimal returns. At present, global energy has transitioned into the era of Tesla reactors. Both Su-Yi and Shenyang have upgraded their power generation technology to the latest generation of electromagnetic generators. Meanwhile, although Europe and America still rely on thermal power stations, they merely achieve initial ion states of reactants through chemical combustion, with subsequent magnetic energy reactions constrained by Tesla devices. Hence, the solar power stations consume vast amounts of materials, producing energy that is less than 1/10 of that produced by new technologies, evidently rendering it an outdated and inefficient method. Nevertheless, this industry remains within the realm of boiling water. Thus, 90% of the positions require only junior high school education to qualify. In this capitalist world, if individuals hold no value in production activities, then wars are incited to render the surplus population valuable. This year, the Luo Shui group requested demographic data recorded during the welfare distribution process over the years, proposing to employ labor in exchange for aid. They aim to take over the welfare system, distributing food vouchers to a portion of the population, transforming them into workers. Naturally, the benefits provided post-training would surpass their original entitlements. Furthermore, based on long-term error-free work records, medical and educational benefits would be made available. From where would these medical and educational resources originate? Wei Kong would allocate a portion of medical personnel from the Luo Shui Group's factory as the backbone, alongside recruiting a batch of interns in education and healthcare to temporarily support the initiative. A year prior, after discussing Jie Hongzi and the potential temporal overlaps of this dimension with Ko Feijia, Wei Kong shared his intentions for reforming the current situation. Wei Kong, I wish to implement reforms here. Ko Feijia pondered for a moment before asking, do you have a plan? Wei Kong, not at the moment. Under Ko Feijia's scrutiny, Wei Kong continued, however, I aspire to initiate changes within the commercial sector. Upon concluding, he submitted a proposal for injecting funds into the educational system for primary vocational training. Ko Feijia perused several pages as his system scanned and assessed the document, concluding, this is acceptable. Indeed, everyone who arrives here desires to effect change. However, you must understand that this is not the primary dimension. The disparities in knowledge and awareness among the state, organizations, and populace are vast. Alas, while your proposals may be feasible, they will necessitate considerable effort. Wei Kong paused. In certain matters, if I do not observe others taking action, I typically refrain from acting myself. However, is it truly so? Remaining stagnant is even more distressing. Hence, undertaking even a small endeavor, even if it fails, might inspire those more astute than myself to take action. I can find solace in that. Ko Feijia. Within 20 years, this world will not erupt into a super world war, and our tenure here will not exceed 20 years. Our mission is to acquire the primary technologies of this world. As outsiders, what we can extract from a dimension comprises various technical documents. Should we invest in the foundational infrastructure and systems of this region, most of the resultant benefits will be advantageous solely to the area, rendering them non-transferable and such investments particularly challenging. Presently, Wei Kong has begun to grasp this difficulty. The fundamental issue within human society is management. Motivating through profit is the simplest endeavor. Thus, most factions prioritize controlling the capital that flows within the region. However, the crux is that individuals are accustomed to better living conditions. When people become accustomed to the benefits derived from stable circumstances, their initial enthusiasm wanes, necessitating greater incentives for motivation. Consequently, management of capital becomes dulled. Hence, capital will periodically withdraw when the populace of a region becomes increasingly difficult to manage. It allows the area to descend into poverty, subsequently returning with the guise of charity when the economic conditions are so rudimentary that dozens of large buns can be exchanged for a wife or a serving of fried chicken wings, where a sandwich can be deemed a luxury. Using material incentives breeds insatiable desires, necessitating periodic societal formatting to restore simplicity. However, the governance of civilization is not akin to a game of Monopoly. Many aspects will cease to exist amidst chaos. This is particularly true for the precious continuity of Eastern civilization, which cannot afford to succumb to the cyclical economic crises characteristic of capitalist systems. Then, what shall sustain the enduring health of the management system? The answer resides within the primary world, yet Wei Kong cannot directly replicate it. Presently, he is a formidable player. Espousing such principles would garner no belief. Indulging in hot pot, embracing companions, disregarding minutiae, standing atop a platform rallying a group of struggling individuals below. Shall we strive together for a brighter tomorrow? Wei Kong. How revolting, truly repugnant. 2 days later, at the Solar Energy Industrial Park. We must strive for a brighter tomorrow. A red banner was hung on the newly constructed workers' dormitory. Today's labor secures tomorrow's assurance. Let us unite under the leadership of the company. These gilded letters were embedded on the facade of the new factory. With a resounding slap, Wei Kong struck his own forehead. This was undeniably hard to suppress. He had indeed engaged in this loathsome endeavor. The newly established factory, aimed at ensuring employment, implemented a conditional 8-hour work system. As a citizen of the 21st century, he must maintain some dignity. Yet, as a capitalist in this realm, efficiency must reign supreme. Thus, he sought to enforce an 8-hour workday while simultaneously negotiating conditions with the workers. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for sleep, with the remainder as personal time. The company premises were equipped with clock-in systems, while the dormitories also required card access, returning to a space devoid of internet, forbidding any literature, containing only a bed. The delineation between laborers and employers in the 21st century is fraught with ambiguity. For instance, do employers bear the responsibility for the deterioration of workers' health due to enforced overtime? If so, how should that responsibility be shouldered? And how can the legal correlation between the two be established? If workers indulge in modern consumption during their leisure time, such as prolonged gaming or reveling in bars, contributing to the prosperity of the tertiary sector, yet this leads to poor health, should the entire burden rest solely on the workers? Mr. Wei Kong, a former proletariat turned capitalist, believes that these accounts must be meticulously settled. Time, personal leisure time, work hours, and rest periods. The latter two, which pertain to labor relations, should be defined through contractual agreements. As for the implications of this clear delineation, it has been established that workers have only 8 hours of personal time each day within a 5-day workweek, divided into midday and afternoon segments. Consequently, social entertainment activities that may encroach upon this personal time are deemed unsuitable. The factory has organized team competitions, including sports matches and video game tournaments, which further encroach upon the workers' precious 8 hours of free time. Thus, other forms of expenditure become non-existent. Wei Kong remarked that the lack of a market for the service industry in the market economy and the absence of employment opportunities for service workers is of no concern to him. He only associates with the impoverished and does not rely on their funds to support entertainers, tobacco merchants, or restaurant owners. Self-sufficiency is a commendable virtue. One should assess their capabilities before determining their consumption. This principle has not yet formed a convention in the 20th century of this dimension. Capitalists, in their quest for complete monopoly, have utterly distorted societal consumption perspectives, disregarding sustainable development. Many unnecessary items have been forcibly promoted as indispensable for entering certain circles. Upon returning to the villa, Wei Kong gazed at his van, contemplating its status as a standard accessory for attending economic conferences among elite groups. He also considered the lavish attire he donned, including a corseted platinum jade belt, and felt overwhelmed by the excessive possessions that seemed to elevate him to the status of a mere ornament. 2 months later, other matters within the company diverted Wei Kong's attention back to the present. He attended a symposium on aerospace technology at the industrial base, where the military of Shenzhou expressed a need for more advanced fighter jets. As a regional lord in Shenzhou's aviation sector, he was now tasked with presenting designs for the next generation of aerospace combat aircraft. The military's concepts were rather vague, leading Wei Kong to suspect that they had hastily set high benchmarks without considering their feasibility or cost-effectiveness in terms of use and maintenance. As the manufacturer for aerospace, the Luo Shui Group needed to engage with experts from across the nation to finalize the prototype's design direction after understanding the military's requirements. The military's orders represented a substantial business opportunity for the Luo Shui Group, and the quest to create a prototype aircraft was crucial for the various experts from the Gowu academies, who sought to secure leadership in this research and development project. Consequently, these luminaries from the aviation field flocked to Xijing, presenting their aircraft design philosophies before the relatively junior Wei Kong. Although Wei Kong had specialized in aerodynamics during his university studies and possessed some understanding of aerospace, he refrained from voicing any opinions. Aviation encompasses not only aerodynamics, but also electrical control, radar technology, and material strength design. He was keenly aware of his limitations, ensuring he did not become enamored with the discussions when technical personnel centered their explanations around him. Suddenly, Wei Kong raised his head and inquired, "Can someone elaborate on the air combat system of Shenyang?" This question momentarily paused the discourse among the experts present. Shenyang, currently, Shenzhou's primary technological competitor on the global stage, is the European Union Military Coalition, while the main terrestrial threat is Suhi. As a former vassal state of Shenzhou, Shenyang gradually gained autonomy during Shenzhou's entanglement in the First World War. However, as a descendant of Shenzhou civilization, little attention is paid to Shenyang. Certainly, Shenyang's navy has benefited from Western technological support, but that is the extent of their advancement. Wei Kong scanned the faces of the aviation experts dispatched from various Gawu research institutes, his gaze reflecting an expectation for an answer. After a considerable pause, a relatively young designer stepped forward, asserting his ability to respond. Shenyang's Air Force development trajectory is focused on lightweight, vertical takeoff, and landing capabilities. Wei Kong inquired, "And you are?" The individual presented his credentials, identifying himself as Xiao Sheng, a technician from the Jingji Aerospace Bureau. The bureau encompasses numerous business domains. Yet Xiao Sheng's institute is currently engaged in aerial intelligent design, primarily focused on cruise missile design, and also involved in aircraft design, albeit for lightweight and compact models. Thus, he found himself as a mere observer among these aviation experts. Wei King opened Xiao Sheng's file and discovered that he was one of the recent technical personnel sent by Shenzhou to assist Shenyang, having been specially assigned to the Tianxi Mechanical Company. This background piqued Wei King's interest. He seized upon the key point, questioning Dr. Xiao, "How do you propose we design an aircraft that can suppress Shenyang's next-generation fighter jets?" This inquiry sparked faint murmurs of discussion among the attendees. Xiao Sheng smiled stiffly, responding, "Esteemed Wei Kong, Shenyang is currently our quasi-ally. Our main competitor globally is the European Federation, is it not?" Wei Kong retorted, "One cannot allow potential adversaries to grow complacent." Xiao Sheng continued, "Shenyang's fighter jets are exceptionally agile, with maneuvering overload capabilities exceeding 85 G. Wei Kong glanced at the fighter jet model he had unfurled, observing that it was a remarkably lightweight aircraft, armed with an ion cannon as its primary weapon. He ventured to probe further. So, energy warfare? A unified advantage in aerial intelligence? Energy warfare entails adopting a heavy fighter jet strategy, swiftly seizing positional advantage, forming a radar scanning array, and launching missiles, with the aircraft working collectively to provide information for the missiles. After executing the sequence, they would disengage, avoiding direct engagement, perpetually capitalizing on opportunities. Wei King announced the conclusion of the meeting and instructed the group to host the attendees. In the group's personal meeting room, Wei Kong sought a detailed discussion with Xiao Sheng regarding the prototype aircraft. Wei Kong asserted, future air combat should include an air companion capable of electronic warfare, providing ground reconnaissance for the next generation of air forces. Our proposed air combat prototype must possess robust information processing capabilities and comprehensive command abilities for the air companion. Xiao Sheng was left perplexed by Wei King's suggestion. The military required a primary fighter, so shouldn't the focus be on addressing the main fighter's payload and maneuverability first? Wei Kong replied, "As a businessman, merely selling what others propose is just the beginning. It is essential to extrapolate useful functions from the products that meet the needs of the client. That is the hallmark of commercial acumen." Wei Kong was uncertain about securing the military's Air Force order, as the criteria set forth by the military were excessively stringent, requiring high altitude, rapid speed, substantial payload, all at low cost. It was impossible to satisfy all these demands. However, if the prototype demonstrated another crucial function during delivery, alongside high altitude, substantial payload, and rapid speed, it would compel competitors to incorporate that function into their prototypes, thus ensuring that the Luo Shui group remained in an advantageous position in this military procurement order. In this current era, Wei Kong possessed a forward-looking perspective, recognizing that the world was on the brink of entering an era of intelligence in the coming decades. The age of intelligence necessitates a vast quantity of software development, requiring the participation of programmers. The delays in the deployment of the F-35 in the 21st century of the main world stem from software issues. Due to its high level of confidentiality, it could not be procured through market bidding and could only recruit internally, leading to exorbitant costs. Interestingly, while the U.S. aviation sector had made early investments in engine development, generally outpacing aircraft iterations, it lacked foresight in the realm of intelligence and faced a shortage of talent, exacerbated by the rise of anti-Asian sentiments, leaving them reliant on Indian software engineers. Now, Wei Kong was not solely vying for military fighter jet orders. He was also preparing to intervene in the realm of education. In the forefront, solar power stations, characterized by their social welfare nature, have mobilized the group's financial resources, leading to internal dissent. Presently, there are dissonant voices echoing in Wei Kang's ears, cautioning against the intertwining of compassion with governance, emotion with duty, and ethics with finance. Wei Kang is now preparing to allocate resources for the re-education of ordinary individuals within society. Without a suitable justification, the clamor will only intensify. Thus, he must frame his actions around the future industrial layout to reassure the shareholders within the group that he remains a capitalist. Chapter 11. Do not shake hands with strangers in the material operation of society. No mode of production, transportation, or sales can be categorized as purely virtuous or malevolent. Rather, those at the helm of resource allocation, in their quest to maintain control over acquired assets, gradually foster inequity. It is now the latter half of the 20th century, specifically on the eve of the proliferation of information technology. As the heir to a colossal enterprise, Wei Kang possesses a visual communicator carried by a dedicated secretary, enabling him to notify the kitchen to prepare meals that are promptly delivered to him, epitomizing a lifestyle that is almost akin to the conveniences of the 21st century. However, the average middle-class family still relies on landline telephones. Although automobiles have become commonplace in cities and rural areas, and satellites hover above, electronic navigation systems have yet to emerge. Wei Kang is aware of numerous forthcoming societal development models, all of which can be leveraged for profit while simultaneously benefiting society. Within the Luo Shui Group's industrial park, characterized by labor for relief initiatives, a sprawling solar energy collection area spans 3,000 square kilometers, featuring rows of parabolic mirrors arranged like a lattice. Each kilometer is divided into squares, connected by pathways. At the end of the workday, workers from the factory area gather at the bus station, awaiting transport back to the dormitory quarters. While waiting, they approach a machine equipped with a screen, selecting bundles of vegetables via video. For these laborers, the subsidized work points make purchasing quite affordable. The vegetables are sold through this screen interface, eliminating the need for consumers to spend hours in supermarkets, sifting through produce that has been picked over by others. Once selections are confirmed through the visual phone, they are promptly boxed and delivered to the dormitory entrance. The vegetable production involves constructing steel-framed plastic greenhouses, which are then contracted to local residents, who manage the crops under various humidity, temperature, and carbon dioxide conditions monitored by an array of thermometers and hygrometers. Although less sophisticated than chip-based automated systems, this method allows for human oversight, creating job opportunities while reducing operational costs. Premium produce is showcased on a visual platform for same-day sale, while mid-tier items are canned. And lower-quality fruits are juiced and transformed into bottled beverages for the youthful clientele frequenting vending machines. Wei Kang, I am a conscientious merchant. I absolutely do not add artificial flavoring. The byproduct from juicing are sent to pig farms. Currently, each step in the process is conducted under surveillance, adhering to standardized operations. As for the future of this system, it remains to be seen whether it will become bloated with inefficiency. The electronic sales system reserves 10% of its supply from external sources, thus maintaining a degree of market competition. The concept of e-commerce vegetable vendors was once proposed by a group of entrepreneurs from Lakeview University in the 21st century, only to be met with scorn due to the public's skepticism towards merchants who incessantly tout market liberalization. Can effective service be rendered in this high-management, low-tech domain? Such endeavors should be managed by the government to ensure that public financial operations are subject to lawful oversight. However, at present, the officials within Shenzhou are not inclined to undertake such initiatives. In the absence of action from higher authorities, it falls upon Wei Kang, positioned in the middle tier, to instigate reform. Currently, Shenzhou's industrial economic development is predominantly powered by electricity, yet the capacity of the power plants is not advanced. Poor market efficiency necessitates that workers' wages be reduced to a mere 1/15 of what external industrial workers earn. The factory's guiding principle emphasizes that the factory is akin to home, urging employees to cherish it as they would their own families. Therefore, the factory must also contemplate how workers can sustain themselves on this meager compensation. In the realm of food consumption, the costs associated with ancillary products, transportation, storage, and retailing are excessively high, sustaining a multitude of intermediaries. Consequently, provisions have been established Regarding housing, workers currently reside in factory dormitories. Nearby, a vast expanse of land has been earmarked for the development of individual accommodations for workers, significantly alleviating living expenses in both the present and future. As for transportation, all routine travel should be systematically organized, such as commutes to and from work and school, facilitated by a unified shuttle service. In terms of clothing and bedding, a reduction in extravagance has been mandated, with Wei Kung stipulating that all personnel entering the industrial park, including himself, must don work attire, ensuring that the garments distributed by the factory become commonplace. Consumption. Apart from essentials that promote genuine physical health, all other expenditures should be curtailed. Wei Kung. Simple living is a virtue that bestows upon us greater vitality. In the latter half of 1968, despite significant management transformations within the industrial parks planned in the West, from an external perspective, these parks still resembled welfare institutions, characterized by self-sufficiency and a reserved nature. Much like Wei King's own disposition. In this world, regardless of the ideology, it is through dissemination that recognition is attained. However, what is being exported from Wei King's industrial parks? Tens of thousands of workers contribute merely 10% of the electrical output to Luo Shui Industries. Internally, they encompass nearly all aspects of production, leaving their outward consumption capacity almost negligible, rendering it inferior to the GDP generated by a handful of executives engaging in lavish soirees within urban confines. Within these industrial parks, workers partake in collective labor daily, enjoying low-cost goods and virtually free recreational activities, while cheerfully proclaiming their hopes and aspirations for the future. This presents an external perception akin to that of the 21st century, where individuals subsisting on meager rations hypnotize themselves into believing in their potential for success, ensnared within a narrow circle of self-deception. Unlike the futile attempts of pyramid schemes to succeed through internal competition, Wei Kung is genuinely contemplating the future. Within the expansive industrial park, numerous educational institutions have already been established, with aspirations to pivot towards the IT industry. This strategy draws inspiration from the trajectory of Indian nationals in the main world. Historically, due to policy fluctuations, many affluent children from India pursued education in the United States during its industrial transformation. Upon returning home, these students played pivotal roles in propelling the rise of India's technology sector. From an objective standpoint, India's IT industry holds significant lessons, and its classification should not be relegated to the tertiary sector, but rather regarded as a form of secondary industrial projects. India's subsequent failure to take flight stemmed from intrinsic deficiencies, not merely from the IT sector. In a nation of hundreds of millions, the development of any industry necessitates consideration of upstream and downstream dynamics. If an industry is physically isolated from its upstream counterparts, it poses risks unless a backup system is established within its local or controllable vicinity. This underscores the importance of the textile industry as a legitimate industrial sector. In the 1990s, the textile industry in the main world city of Shanghai faced a catastrophic crisis due to the cessation of cotton supplies from Europe and America, leading to a massive wave of unemployment. The plight of the workers in Shanghai was far more dire than that of the constrained Indian IT sector. However, it could be argued that the singular dependence on a primary industry exacerbates the impact of external restrictions, resulting in the Indian elite displaying a notable lack of ambition to diversify into various industrial sectors. The Luo Shui Group's recent foray into the IT industry circumvents this issue, as the electronic hardware supply chain in Shenzhou is distributed across various regions, thereby avoiding any physical disconnection. Moreover, both parties are financially intertwined. Should one side decide to cut supplies, the other can activate funds to purchase backup equipment while simultaneously recruiting personnel from the factory. The proximity between them renders government intervention to obstruct such movements impractical. The Luo Shui Group, which supplies fighter jets, ensures that even in the event of regional fragmentation in Shenzhou, no one would dare to cause disturbances. The underlying principle is clear. Without domestic cotton, textile factories must yield to external pressures, while the local consumer base for mobile software empowers local software developers. In the Southeast, several academies are igniting a wave of student activism. This movement, instigated by intellectuals seeking to reach the ears of the heavens, has long been a hallmark of the literati. Scholars from various prefectures gathered densely in urban public spaces, led by local luminaries, to advocate for the people's rights. The catalyst for this unrest has been a recent incident in Jiangnan, where several Russian merchants were killed by local citizens. The culprits have been apprehended, and under normal circumstances, legal proceedings would follow. However, the situation is murky. These Russian merchants were suspected of being Soviet intelligence agents probing into the secrets of the Southern Fleet, and they were discovered and killed on the spot by vigilant citizens. Scholars and bachelors represent the educated youth. The former lean towards the humanities, serving in various official capacities, while the latter, akin to the sciences in the main world, are absorbed by technical departments. Due to societal factors, there is currently an oversaturation of both types of scholars in Shenzhou. Although the employment situation for science graduates is somewhat more favorable, as industrial monopolies are keen on securing talent, even if it means poaching from competitors. As for the scholars, their path to officialdom is exceedingly narrow. Only through achieving the rank of Jiren can one enter politics, with a degree of Jinshe signifying true prowess. At the scholar level, competition has reached a fever pitch. The discontent among the educated populace has resulted in a deluge of petitions flooding various prefectures, which are subsequently forwarded to the central cabinet by local administrative offices. In light of the heartfelt appeals from these students, the central government's ongoing negotiations with the Soviet Union regarding land security have been adversely affected. At a summit held in Lushuan, discussions faltered due to a lack of consensus. In the cabinet elder's study, a collection of exquisite writing implements was displayed on the desk, including a Jiangxi Duan ink stone, a pen made from Australian kangaroo hair, and exquisite June porcelain from the Song dynasty. The fervent petitions from the southeast were stacked high on the floor, each one bearing signatures, causing a satisfying crunch underfoot as he perused the documents. After reviewing the case files, he inquired of the director of the Imperial Guard, "Have we yet identified the crucial eyewitness?" The director of the Imperial Guard replied, "No." The key figure in this case vanished the moment he entered the alley. He presented photographs taken a few hundred meters from the crime scene by his men, who were tasked with intelligence operations. The elder did not examine the photographs, but directly questioned, "He simply disappeared under your watch?" The director responded, "My subordinates have failed in their duties." The elder retorted, "Indeed, your failure is evident. Several living individuals have vanished without trace, which raises serious doubts about the necessity of the annual funding allocated to your department." After receiving a scathing reprimand, the director added, "However, there are indeed some peculiarities. We did not find anyone at the crime scene, but we did discover some strange ashes." The elder paused. "Ashes?" The director produced photographs of the dust found in the alley along with the analysis results, which revealed the presence of iron, phosphorus, and copper among other elements. The elder furrowed his brow and asked, "What is your assessment?" The director replied, "Sir, there are several types of weapons capable of reducing a person to ashes." The elder inquired, "Are you suggesting the Tesla coil?" The director acknowledged, "I am aware that the current power of Soviet Tesla coils can only char about 10% of a person's body, failing to completely obliterate the remains. However, my intelligence indicates that Europeans are researching spectral weapons, which possess greater power." The elder narrowed his eyes. "Very well, you may go." In a secluded part of the room, he opened a document detailing a trade project for importing rare earth materials from Shenzhou to Europe for spectral components. With a decisive snap, he closed the file. In the Northwest Industrial Park, Wei Kong was engaged in a VR classroom, synchronously participating in a software lesson with high school students who had recently passed their mathematics and logic exams. The class was now concluding, and during the break, he read news about the civil unrest in the southeast. Wei Kung accessed a text-based forum, scrolling through various comments, shaking his head in disbelief. As the dawn of the information age unfolded, those online were typically highly educated, yet their discourse on international politics was rife with elitism and resentment. Wei Kung's commentary reflected his frustrations. Today's youth blindly extol the technological prowess of Shenzhou, oblivious to their own limitations. The demand for high-tech skills is scant. So casualties in war are fewer? Is it not true that the adversary also requires fewer individuals to wield advanced technology? Warfare is a collective responsibility, yet individuals often find themselves swept up in circumstances beyond their control. It is imperative to engage earnestly in societal work to realize one's value, rather than incessantly clamoring for conflict, which only serves to make one cannon fodder, selling oneself to others without any long-term benefit to the nation. Subsequently, a barrage of comments ensued, predominantly sarcastic, with a minority resorting to insults, ultimately branding Wei Kung a traitor. He exited the forum and logged off. Wei Kung muttered, "I anticipated this outcome, hence my decision to remain anonymous." At that moment, a flicker in his consciousness caught his attention. Wei Kung pondered, has the activity of the Jia Hongzi increased due to my personal cultivation, or is it something else? His communication interface lit up with a message from Ku Feijia. Caution, just now, the activity of the Jia Hongzi has surged, and yours seems to have as well, correct? Wei King nodded and shared his node data. Ku Feijia compared their data. Indeed, our node fluctuations are identical, excluding personal factors. It appears we have just experienced a temporal disturbance. Wei Kong queried, "Has someone traversed this timeline?" Ku Feijia replied, "and altered certain individuals within the timeline. Exercise caution in your current endeavors. Avoid contact with any strangers, even a handshake." Chapter 12. The busyness of Ku Feijia. Wei Kong recognized that Ku Feijia's responsibilities far surpass his own. The 5 teams that arrived in this temporal zone are operating along different historical lines. In the historical context to which Wei Kong belongs, there exists Shenyang, the Soviet Union, and the Western Alliance. As for Shenzhou, its status is uncertain. For instance, in another historical line, there exists the Tianqiao, led by a group known as the Zongilian. Ku Feijia's research on the Jia Hongzi is not solely confined to their current dimension, but also involves sharing data with counterparts across other historical lines. The concept of superpower technology serves as a common thread among the various timelines encountered by this cohort of travelers. When the Time and Space Management Department determined that strange phenomena were occurring in this region, it was essential to ascertain the extent of the temporal and spatial dimensions involved. This would enable the delineation of the area, originally categorized according to proximate planes, into the realm of near planes. At Wudong Mountain, embraced by verdant pines, on a helipad adorned with a Tai Chi pattern, Ku Feijia raised his sleeve to perform a respectful gesture, inviting 3 Taoist priests aboard the aircraft. This invitation was not easily bestowed. It required the complete restoration of the Jinwu Hall and the establishment of an electronic repository for Taoist scriptures on Wudong Mountain. Furthermore, as a demonstration of his sincerity, Ku Feijia meticulously copied the Tao Te Ching and other Taoist classics 77 times, while also observing a 7-day fast before the great Emperor Jinwu. Only then could he be deemed worthy of collaborating with these enlightened practitioners, or rather, seeking their guidance. After completing his preliminary tasks, Ku Feijia had already become a lay disciple of Wudong, earning the respectful titles of Shu and Shibua upon their meeting. Within the laboratory, various sophisticated human measurement devices were employed to assess the condition of the Jihongzi within these practitioners of Qi. Armed with the findings, he sought counsel from these esteemed mentors on the feasibility of utilizing this data to continue his quest for enlightenment. The term superpower is a modern conception. Given the ancient history of Shenzhou, even in metallurgy, early documents exist. Thus, those who awaken superpowers often leave traces of their extraordinary abilities in Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist texts. Viewed from today's perspective, Ku Feijia's research could uncover a wealth of literary resources and align with cultural practices to conduct methodical experiments with practitioners. In contrast, Western civilization has seen several disruptions in its literary continuity, compounded by the monotheistic faith's low tolerance for the unconventional. Historically, there have been numerous large-scale witch hunts, forcing a minority of superpowered individuals to conceal themselves in the shadows, unable to engage openly with ancient rulers about cultivating qi and the art of longevity. As their Chinese counterparts do, entering the technological era, while acknowledging the objective existence of superpower phenomena, Westerners approach such acknowledgement from a contemporary vantage point, refraining from re-evaluating ancient actions. This is an unavoidable reality. Should they attempt to completely reassess all historical narratives, it would be quite the undertaking. For instance, the modern discourse on human rights in the West aims to showcase their contemporary civilization, yet it cannot revisit the colonial expansion era's atrocities, such as the slaughter of Native Americans or the trade of Africans, without casting their civilization in a negative light. Western philosophers themselves have noted, all history is contemporary history. The core competitive element of Western civilization during the Industrial Age remains rooted in a brutal past, allowing for an emotional detachment from bygone events. Merely observing from a distance without integrating their current moral framework into a profound understanding of ancient practices. Thus, the concept of superpowers in modern Western science emerges as a contemporary framework, distinctly severed from historical witchcraft. They only acknowledge it as phenomena observed through modern scientific apparatus, which may draw inspiration from ancient practices but would never equate it to a modern iteration of witchcraft. In the East, failure to recognize certain ancient elements precludes any hope of inheriting them in the present. In the West, refusal to acknowledge that contemporary advancements stem from branches oppressed by monotheistic doctrines leads to claims of great discoveries representing the pinnacle of civilized achievement, devoid of any burdens of guilt, even though some modern methods bear resemblance to those of antiquity, an oversight by modern individuals who remain blissfully unaware. The field of superpowers in the West now seeks individuals willing to dedicate themselves to science. Their research methods are considerably more rudimentary than Ku-Feijia's discussions on how to promote the legacy of esteemed sections. While the specifics of potential accidents occurring in modern superpower research departments in Europe and America remain unclear to Wei Kong in Shenzhou. Reports collected from Western news indicate recent incidents involving mentally ill individuals armed with guns causing explosions in gas pipelines in the Alps and southern Lincoln County, Nevada. Wei King also took note of a small town named Tianbian in Shenyang. Before long, the summer of March 1969 arrived. In the industrial park, apprentices in the information technology department had begun to design simple programs, with some exceptional individuals demonstrating potential in this demanding field. Wei Kung, a curious onlooker, received a notification from Ku-Feijia requesting his assistance with a research project. Wei Kung interpreted this as an opportunity to engage with superpowers and eagerly made his way to the location. This journey placed him in a secure position, allowing him to act as a capitalist. However, the chair he occupied was strategically positioned, with enough capital to influence the world, albeit with an element of risk. As he traveled towards the Lingyuan Microphysics Laboratory in an armored vehicle, Wei Kung reclined in his seat, adjusting his cap, pondering whether the fusion of superpowers and capital could facilitate safe operations. Within the superpower testing facility, Wei Kung felt he might be overthinking the situation. Upon preparing to meet Ku-Feijia, he greeted the Taoist beside him with flattery, but the Taoist merely addressed him as layman in a conventional manner and fell silent, which left Wei Kung, eager for enlightenment, feeling somewhat awkward. In the eyes of the Taoist sect, Wei Kung lacked qualifications, had family and business obligations, and appeared excessively mundane. His overt desire for superpowers was too apparent. One must exhibit dedication to the path, perhaps by spending a few years engaging in menial tasks to demonstrate one's character. True transmission of Taoist teachings was not meant for him, at least not at this time. Observing Wei Kung's slight dissatisfaction, Ku-Feijia smiled, finding it entirely normal. Encountering extraordinary abilities in the near planes during one's first journey can indeed be disorienting. He gestured for Wei Kung to follow him as they proceeded to engage in serious matters. Ku-Feijia led Wei Kung into an armored vehicle, which merged into a convoy after leaving the base. Meanwhile, the screen inside Wei Kung's vehicle displayed scenes from other compartments within the convoy, where discussions were taking place. Ku-Feijia introduced Wei Kung to Bai Jingqi, the technical head of the Fengho Group's Waning Mechanical Design Research Institute. Bai greeted, "Master Wei, a pleasure to meet you. Your reputation for discretion in the community precedes you. Without Mr. Ku's introduction, it would have been quite difficult to encounter you." Ku-Feijia noted that the upcoming testing site was provided by the Fengho Group. After courteously responding to Bai Jingqi, Wei Kung glanced at the external screen, observing heavy vehicles and fully armed soldiers, and discreetly inquired of Ku-Feijia, "Are we headed to an armed testing facility?" "Indeed," replied Ku-Feijia. After a few minutes traversing the testing grounds, they encountered a Longyin individual combat mech undergoing tests. The machine, powered by mechanical dynamics, featured a shoulder-mounted cannon capable of targeting based on the helmet's visual aiming system. Currently, this equipment was developed by the Suhu Joint Industrial Group, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of new recruits. The sounds of the cannon firing and rapid-fire weaponry striking targets captivated Wei Kung's attention. Bai Jingqi explained, "Our northern adversaries, like the Soviet Union, are fully militarized nations, necessitating the arming of our forces to the teeth. Kufeijia added, however, the current price is prohibitively high, and the military has yet to decide on large-scale procurement. Bai Jingqi continued, experimental equipment is developed to address future production conditions, and electronic hardware technology has advanced rapidly in recent years. Wei Keng nodded, somewhat understanding, while Kufeijia communicated through the system. Fengho Group is demonstrating its capabilities to you. Wei Keng, feigning indifference, responded, oh, in a manner that suggested he did not take it to heart. Wei Keng understood that Fengho's display of a Longyan single-soldier combat system served as a reminder of their substantial technological reserves in the realm of individual mechanical equipment, advising Luo Shui Group against entering this competitive domain. However, Wei Keng had resolved that Luo Shui would focus on aviation, vehicles, ship engines, and electrical control design, maintaining collaborative ties with the military while gradually steering his family's machinery manufacturing towards civilian applications. He aimed to cultivate the market internally, establishing a self-sustaining cycle, avoiding internal competition with other groups for military orders. Wei Keng had taken control of family investments, quietly acquiring shares in Beige Intelligent Workshop, preparing to enter the civilian drone market. His current ambition was to capture the leading position in the software industry. In the future, it was imperative that heavy industries ensured their equipment was sufficiently intelligent, necessitating designs for operating systems, with Luo Shui collaborating with them thereafter. Wei Keng casually remarked on the increasingly elevated technical specifications of new military equipment, noting that their factory was currently developing a new generation of lithium batteries and accompanying electric vehicles, including clean energy buses. As an administrator of Fengho Group, he felt as though he was striking against an invisible wall, finding the experience somewhat tedious. In the heavily secured experimental site of Fengho Group's large base, Wei Keng beheld a colossal mechanical structure. Suddenly rising, he felt a surge of interest coursing through his veins. Is this a mech? Wei Keng questioned as he observed a towering 20-meter-tall humanoid mech, its metallic joints exposed, lacking protective armor over its mechanical musculature. A nearby vehicle approached, and an elevator slowly aligned with the cockpit on the mech's back. Kufeijia climbed aboard, carrying a bottle of wine, and upon entering the cockpit, he placed the bottle on the mech's shoulder platform. As he glanced over at Wei Keng, a thought occurred to him. Wait, how do you control this electronically? With a click, a glass cover resembling a crystal coffin descended, and inside the cockpit, Kufeijia raised his hand, synchronously mimicked by the robot. This motion was executed flawlessly, with the wine bottle on the shoulder remaining undisturbed. Wei Keng opened his mouth, astonished. I truly wonder how it maintains balance. The mech stood upright, moving with human-like agility, smoothly following commands to step forward, step back, and turn, all while standing on one leg at a 20-degree angle without losing balance, the wine bottle still secure. Wei Keng fell silent, intently studying the mech, attempting to discern the control circuits responsible for balancing this 70-ton humanoid steel behemoth, which surpassed current technological capabilities. Moments later, the cockpit opened, and as Kufeijia emerged, he remarked, curious, aren't you? Wei Keng nodded. Kufeijia lifted his hand, his palm glowing with energy, and in a flash, making comprehended asking Yehongzi. Correct, Kufeijia replied. Jinshi, a wondrous form of energy, had allowed martial artists to perform extraordinary feats for centuries. However, in the age of firearms, even the swiftest sword could not rival a bullet. A master of internal energy, honed over 20 years, could easily fall victim to a young gunman's ambush unless they had reached the innate realm where Jinshi could form shield. Yet, even such masters could not withstand the might of national military forces. Thus, was martial arts truly feudal? Adaptation was essential. Flesh and blood could not withstand steel. So one must master steel. Masters of Jinshi possessed the uncanny ability to hear a pin drop within 100 meters, sensitive to the slightest movements of flora and fauna around them, indicating that Jinshi could provide perceptual and control signals. Kufeijia's design integrated Jie Hongzi sensing and photoelectric components, directly interfacing with 6,000 synchronization devices of the large machinery. When the body's meridians connected with the artificial meridians on the combat machine, this large artificial combat machine acquired practical combat value. Modern equipment's costs were largely attributed to electronic control, making the optimal value of ancient martial arts lie in matching the derived control power of chi perception with suitable industrial armaments. After completing the test, Ku Feijia explained the necessary refinements for such equipment to the personnel of Feng Ho Group, discussing numerous industrial details, while Wei Kong remained excluded. However, he could eavesdrop on the entire dialogue through the open system privileges granted by Ku Feijia. Throughout the process, it seemed as though Wei Kong was merely present to fill space, yet Feng Ho Group did not perceive it that way. After discussing all technical specifics, Qu'est-ce qui veille departed alongside Weiken? Bai Jingqi frowned, observing Wei Kong and Ku Feijia share a vehicle as they left. A nearby technician could not restrain his curiosity and posed a question. Young master, regarding the Jin Jiaowei project, our side should be fully responsible for mechanical technology, while Nanfeng Guwu is in charge of control sensing components. Why then did we summon the leader of Luo Shui Group? The Feng Ho Group executive cast a glance at the inquiring technician. This is not your concern. Meanwhile, as the armored vehicle traveled partway, it halted by the roadside, and the two men disembarked, seeking a quiet spot. Ku Feijia patted Wei Kang's shoulder, a wave of Jinqi radiating through Wei Kang's body, signaling him to remove his coat. Leisurely dismantling the listening device from the third button. Your consciousness state is being assessed. Upon completion, the system will instruct you on how to cultivate inner peace and energy according to Taoist principles, he indicated, suggesting to Wei Kong not to rush, as extraordinary abilities would manifest in due time. Wei Kong nodded and shifted the topic to the Po Jun Jinjia. Does this equipment have a very high barrier to entry? Qu'est-ce qui veille deeply? Jia Hongzi must undergo sufficient periods of oscillation to manifest stable signal conversion within the components. In other words, those who sense internal energy must possess at least 10 years of mastery for their Jinqi to be viable. His gaze turned toward Wei Kong. I understand that in the future, we will also rely on related chips and automation systems for support, Wei Kong acknowledged. Indeed, continue with your progress, Ku Feijia affirmed. Chapter 13. Unnamed, deeply concealed as a citizen of the main world, Wei Kong was particularly attentive to minimizing living costs. GDP was merely a triviality. In the main world, Wei Kong excelled at calculations. A serving of fried noodles with a fried egg cost $1.50, while a simple meal at the cafeteria, where a bowl was slicked with oil, a sprinkle of lao ganma was added, and an egg was microwaved for 1 minute, exceeding that would lead to an explosion, incurred only 50 cents for a soft-boiled egg. Takeout braised chicken wings were priced at $8 each, but he could bring the cost down to $2. By purchasing frozen chicken wings at $2 each from the supermarket, washing them clean, and adding a packet of instant noodle seasoning and a small dish of water in a rice cooker, he could create a dish more fragrant than those available outside. Though later the rice cooker was confiscated by the dormitory supervisor. In this world, Wei Kong began addressing the issue of increasing employment by designing ways to gradually enhance the living standards of each worker while reducing consumption digitally. Wealth generated from the manufacturing industry should primarily circulate within the industry and among its personnel's normal consumption. Branding and sales design should only play a supplementary role in the economy, serving the broader public rather than capitalizing on specialization as a gimmick. An upper-class demeanor and unique taste are merely aids to specialization. For instance, gifting mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, wrapped in gold foil on the outside, while presenting silver utensils within. Eastern culture is captivated by the art of gift-giving. The notion of arriving empty-handed is deemed inappropriate. This cultural inclination has engendered a plethora of individuals who specialize in crafting superficial facades, regardless of the lack of substance beneath. Mr. Wei, however, believes that this paradigm requires reform. In 1969, Wei Kong ventured into the realm of e-commerce with a portion of the assets from the Luo Shui Group. 3 e-commerce enterprises were established, and recruitment commenced in the 4 western provinces for young individuals devoid of criminal records to join the logistics sector. Concurrently, a significant number of foundational managers were drawn from the workforce in industrial parks to serve rural areas across Shenzhou, where a series of food processing contracts were signed in local ancestral halls. Once these arrangements were in place, amidst the prevailing economic depression, Wei Kong secured financing for an automotive manufacturing company on the brink of bankruptcy, guiding it toward a transformation into the production of electric vehicles and personal assistive machinery. These initiatives left the leaders of venerable industrial conglomerates, who held the nation's critical assets, perplexed. The Luo Shui Group, a substantial industrial entity, seemed to be deviating from its core business to dabble in trivial pursuits. The phenomenon of inferior goods flooding the market typically only manifests during times of global conflict, indicating a significant demand that outstrips supply, with market entry barriers for products considerably diminished, thus absorbing excessive production capacity. However, during wartime, consumer demands are met by state finances. In times of economic downturn, the immediate reaction of the upper echelons is to attribute issues to market failures, asserting that the common folk have ceased consumption, only to eventually acknowledge, albeit reluctantly, that the prices at which they release their goods exceed the public's capacity to afford them. What if prices were to be reduced to a certain extent? Capitalists argue against this, fearing that a price drop would incite panic in raw materials markets, leading primary producers to face losses. This could result in products expiring unsold. Textbooks illustrate classic cases of economic crises, where farmers, in an effort to maintain prices, pour out milk rather than selling it on the market. Why do they refuse to lower prices, even to recover some costs? This question has long troubled Wei Kong. He eventually discerned the underlying logic. The buyers of milk are often merchants, especially opportunistic individual traders. When primary producers possess 10 units of milk, a 10% price reduction on the first unit can trigger market fluctuations, potentially leading to the remaining 9 units being sold at a 50% discount without guarantees of sale. It is crucial to understand that the merchants controlling the distribution channels do not intend to buy milk for personal consumption. Rather, their goal is profit. Their rationale dictates that if there is further potential for price reduction, they will continue to exert downward pressure on prices, indifferent to the plight of farmers who need to sustain their livelihoods. This mirrors the practices of grain merchants in ancient China, a legacy that persists. Anticipating this scenario, farmers may choose to discard 5 units rather than succumb to relentless price pressures, opting instead to uphold their desired price point. However, if the purchasers are large entities with genuine market demand for affordable milk, they can clear the entire inventory at slightly above production costs, subsequently selling to lower-tier markets or processing for storage. In this case, regardless of market fluctuations, each unit of milk remains a tradable asset, alleviating the farmer's need to resort to discarding their product. The history of the 21st century has demonstrated that when commodity prices reach a certain threshold, vast rural consumption potential emerges. In this world, those with weaker productivity are abandoned, relegated to low-yield labor, unable to afford the meat, eggs, and dairy sold through traditional distribution channels. Thus, they have never been regarded as a market. On April 1, 1969, the Pinksy Network grocery store emerged, offering an array of exceptionally cheap grains, oils, and vacuum-packed frozen meats. Daily check-ins could earn coupons, with new members allowed to check in once daily, and after 100 days, twice daily. After a year of consistent check-ins, members could check in an additional time. This routine posed no burden for those with employment. All factories within the Luo Shui Group updated their timekeeping machines, which could connect to the e-commerce platform, allowing workers to check in on the platform while clocking in for their shifts. Wei Kung remarked that this model effectively intertwines employment with consumption. He mused that the daily grind of work leaves little time for app check-ins. Amidst the current economic crisis, the marginal class in Shenzhou has significantly expanded. Many cannot afford toiletries priced above 20 yuan or clothing exceeding 100 yuan, and even basic food staples are beyond their reach. They shun low-paying jobs, fearing that strenuous labor would fail to sustain their families. In Wei King's view, the current government's methods of addressing these issues are utterly ineffective. To safeguard the interests of landowners and large factory owners, vast quantities of goods are procured annually. Yet these items lack channels for distribution. Aside from a few designated relief efforts for the impoverished, the limited bureaucratic workforce is incapable of effectively delivering aid to those in need. This year, however, Wei Kong accepted the surplus goods destined for the market and listed them on affordable e-commerce platforms. Since the government cannot distribute the excess, such commercial platforms can step in. Naturally, the brazen sale of substandard products has drawn ridicule from mainstream commercial newspapers in Shenzhou, which doubt anyone would purchase them. Indeed, surveys conducted among urban dwellers via phone and print yielded a resounding 99% indicating they would not try these products. However, Modern sociology textbooks teach the importance of sample representativeness and breadth during surveys, a consideration these media outlets neglected. Is purchasing a reflection of taste or a matter of practical necessity? For Wei Kung, who subsisted on instant noodles during university, buying was merely about fulfilling needs. While during the 27th century, treating seniors and classmates to fine dining was a matter of social standing. Different material conditions lead to divergent understandings of socioeconomic activities. Thus, when a segment of society with entrenched values forms a closed circle, they collectively overlook certain economic activities. For instance, can the individuals of the 1970s comprehend the economic activities surrounding the $1,000 figurines of the 1990s? Can affluent young ladies envision the economic realities of an elderly man collecting scrap under a bridge? The prevailing reality remains that poverty is widespread. Consequently, the subsequent developments astonished mainstream media as they questioned how unsold cheap goods could vanish. In their economic models, they presumed a surplus of supply in every market, as historical data indicated that the consumer base had never been this large, clearly surpassing demand and reaching saturation. How could these items sell out? Economists accustomed to quantifying human behavior may have misjudged a fundamental concept. When consumers drink a glass of milk every 2 days, surveys might reflect not accustomed to it, rather than unable to afford it. In reality, 12 or 13-year-olds could easily consume milk as a staple. Wei Kung, a serious and conservative individual, would initially refrain from purchasing a figurine priced over 1,000 yuan, deeming it shameful and not aligning with his taste. Yet, at 100 yuan, a more open-minded Wei Kung might consider indulging in the trend. A few months later, the fervor for discounted consumption through check-ins showed no signs of waning. A plethora of agricultural products were not only sold to the personnel of the new industrial park via the platform, but were also distributed by these workers to their relatives and friends, who epitomized the consumer demographic at the urban-rural intersection. Subsequently, this trend began to gain momentum, flourishing in both the pure rural and urban markets. Inexpensive water cups, kettles, outdated black and white televisions from a decade ago, and satellite iron pots. These obsolete products salvaged by the Luo Shui group rapidly disseminated into the countryside. Meanwhile, rural areas secured loans to modernize agricultural production techniques, resulting in enhanced product quality, which, due to their remarkably low prices, penetrated even large cities, capturing a share of the market among the upper echelons of society and establishing a cyclical economy. In the first half of 1970, upon confirming the viability of this cycle, Wei Kung pushed forward. The board of directors of Luo Shui Group resolved to advance the renovation of the road network in the western region and expressed willingness to continue investing in the electrical grid system. Currently, the villages that had contracted with Luo Shui required electricity, and the solar power industrial park, with its daily power generation fluctuations, struggled to secure urban orders. Yet rural small enterprises were ideally positioned to serve these needs. The existing road network in Shenzhou was fundamentally sound, though certain branches required attention. The electrical grid system, maintained by an archaic bureaucratic framework, had seen annual investments, and while some facilities were well established, the past economic cycles had perpetually hindered profitability. The Grand Council of Shenzhou tacitly approved the economic expansion of Luo Shui Group. However, the influential figures harbored biases against the contemporary head of the Wei family, perceiving him as a merchant with no regard for national policy. In his meticulously drafted 1970 objectives, Wei Kung noted that the foundation of the economic scale in the third industrial era, encompassing light industry, agriculture, and heavy transportation, would dictate the market demand for the IT industry. As the scale of textile and agricultural activities expanded, the burden of information aggregation intensified, leading to a traditional reliance on an increasing number of clerks. The Soviet-planned economy exemplified this, with an ever-bloating governmental apparatus. In the information age, these tedious tasks could be efficiently executed by a software program within an electronic device. In other words, vast economic activities would generate demand for the IT sector, and only the creation of such a market could sustain the IT industry. In the 20th century, India served as the World S office for Europe, with its domestic economic activities not necessitating the IT industry. IT could serve both civilian and military purposes, inherently part of the information technology revolution. Wei Kung's strategic foresight was extensive, having laid the groundwork for an IT training institution from the very beginning. It was perhaps imperceptible to most, even in later years, when the integrated intelligence systems of Shenzhou's combat machinery demonstrated superiority in warfare. A singular focus on military technology, without a deep understanding of the socioeconomic and civilian technology of this period, might obscure the subtle transformations driven by a mere butterfly's wing. Wei Kong reflected that, perhaps even now and in the future, he would still be regarded as a merchant of poor reputation. He perused several documents detailing a significant product complaint incident that had recently arisen during the sales process. If issues arose with products on the sales platform, compensation would be warranted, and the supplier's selling qualifications would be revoked following the established protocols. With numerous rural factories established, it was inevitable that some would be of varying quality. From a societal transformation perspective, these issues were not paramount, yet the media coverage was extensive. Ultimately, these electronic sales platforms were subsidiaries of his own group, and in the East, all time-honored brands had their reputations to uphold, and such incidents undoubtedly tarnished those reputations. Anticipating some unfavorable circumstances in the future, the reformist Wei Kong found himself lacking the initial fervor. For reform often went unrecognized in contemporary times and would not be vividly recorded in future accolades. In society, when the focus of an economic group shifts downward to the lower classes, a disconnection with the upper classes ensues. However, after a decade or two, when today's lower classes ascend, they too will turn their gaze upward. Human nature is inherently vain. The use of inexpensive goods stems from financial limitations, but once conditions improve, the pursuit of trends will ensue. If the ideological framework of society does not fundamentally change, consumer tastes can ascend to the upper echelons. When this era passes, the reputation and goodwill of Luo Shui will remain anchored among the lower classes, ultimately creating a market that favors the brands of those who rest on their laurels above. Wei Kong mused that reform, and in the end, he would be left out in the cold. What chilled Wei Kong further was the realization that, as a reformist, he had undertaken ample practical actions, yet the so-called revolutionaries were still merely talkers. He had hoped they would take action, yet they had not even taken the initiative to develop the rural industry or conduct market research on the new opportunities supporting rural industries. Even the formation of new unions in cities remained unaddressed. Presently, Wei Kong was not afraid of unions. Rather, he needed them to provide insights into workers' economic conditions and their investments in education and healthcare to make informed market judgments. Yet, the progressives were preoccupied with trivial matters, such as coeducational systems and increasing the proportion of modern poetry in textbooks. Wei Kong lamented that he wished to find a light post to hang himself from. Suddenly, a notification from the system indicated that Wei Kong's heart rate was elevated. He needed to calm himself, taking deep breaths to regulate his state, as achieving true tranquility required maintaining a consistent heartbeat. The Taoist way necessitated a sound disposition and adherence to ethical conduct. Engaging in gaming, akin to gambling, would render any pursuit of cultivation impossible, for losing one's head could drastically alter one's mindset. However, Wei Kong was but an ordinary individual, easily agitated. That evening, he once again reclined in the life support pod, activating the monitoring system and gazing at the disheartening results of his efforts, sighing in self-deprecation. Acknowledging that he had arrived with high aspirations only to face the vast sea of suffering in practice. He should have recognized his own limitations long ago. On April 1st, 1970, during the internal sports event at Factory No. 34 of the Fengho Group, an explosion suddenly occurred behind the Kuju field. In the aftermath of the blast, Long Yen, the supervisor of the individual combat system development, stared pale-faced at the ashes before him and the person who had vanished. Just 2 minutes prior, Bai Jingqi, a senior member of his department, had delivered a speech to inaugurate the match and was en route to the break area. Unexpectedly, he encountered an individual whose attire starkly contrasted with the surroundings. This person called out his name and extended a hand with a smile. Bai Jingqi, puzzled, considered that traditional Eastern etiquette warranted a bow, but unsure if this was someone he had met before, he opted to shake hands first and inquire about their intentions afterward. At that moment, a warning echoed in his ear. He hastily called for security. 20 meters away, a security guard lifted the curtain and spotted the unfamiliar individual. Realizing his oversight, he rushed to intervene, but the stranger advanced towards Bai Jingqi with a mysterious smile. Bai Jingqi heard the urgent warning in his ear, urging him to retreat. Thus, he stepped back, only to witness an electric arc flickering in the stranger's palm. In that instant, a force pulled Bai Jingqi back several paces, and the security guard charged forward, only to be reduced to ashes in the process. Ku Feijia, accompanying the senior executives of Fenghe Group to the match, was stationed 70 meters from the scene, having just relayed the warning to Bai Jingqi. He had almost witnessed this assassination attempt, an event that had transpired in another timeline. From a perspective of the assassination target, it is evident that, in the original timeline, Bai Jingqi of the Fenghe Group was destined to gain considerable renown in the field of intelligent weapon design. Alas, Lord Wei Kong has now withdrawn from the competition for military procurement orders. What? The software extensively utilized by the military in the future originates from the increasingly advanced IT industry. So why was Wei Kong not assassinated by individuals from the future? Even if Wei Kong directly provided the software, he could not possibly eclipse the fame of the equipment manufacturers. Wei Kong merely sells inexpensive products. It is likely that the future individuals overlooked this intermediary character. However, with the occurrence of time-traveling assassinations, the original future has dissipated, and thus we are ushered into a new future. In this new future, it becomes apparent that the issues remain unresolved, if dissatisfaction with the past persists. Who shall be chosen for assassination? Ku Feijia furrowed his brow and resolved internally. Wei Kong must possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. Chapter 14. 2 segments of time travel following the conclusion of the Kuja match organized by the Fenghe Group. Ku Feijia, as a personnel related to the events of the 41 incident, underwent relevant investigations. After clearing his name, he promptly reported and hurriedly flew to meet Wei Kong. Your actions have significantly altered history, Ku Feijia stated solemnly to Wei Kong. After reviewing the assassination materials sent by Ku Feijia, Wei Kong pondered aloud. Is it due to my influence in the space-time continuum that the assassination occurred? The plight of Bai Jingqi, the unfortunate child, caused Wei Kong to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Further reflecting, Wei Kong realized that he was merely providing employment opportunities for individuals with lower educational backgrounds while planning for a market of affordable products. Such actions might foster the rise of the intelligent programming industry in the future. Yet this alone had provoked the powers of other nations within this realm to overturn tables and attempt to obliterate what they perceived as the erroneous source. If he were to boldly present a clear agenda and launch an offensive against the higher echelons of the intellectual community in this era, what might that lead to? Wei King's expression grew increasingly grave as he began to comprehend why he was the only one striving for reform. Ku Feijia interrupted Wei King's deep contemplation. You have been accumulating your extraordinary abilities for about a year now. Wei Kong nodded in acknowledgement. The system within Wei King's consciousness, designated as Jiajing 3443, meticulously assessed the current fluctuations of his consciousness and the resonance amplitude between the external particles. Following the original training methods of this world, which Ku Feijia had collected regarding the cultivation of inner energy, adjustments were made daily based on Wei King's living conditions. Taoist breathing exercises entailed daily practices. Wei King's system compiled these practices in greater detail. Every morning at 6 o'clock, the current state of his physical activity and blood circulation is assessed, followed by a series of movements resembling Tai Chi on a plum blossom stance to coordinate his body. During the day, activities are divided into 6 segments, each involving different frequencies of breathing exercises calibrated to the gram. In the evening, during the Yin period, he lies in a life support chamber, entering deep sleep under magnetic coordination. This method ensures that his internal energy will deepen over time, albeit at a slow pace. How slow, you ask? When Wei Kong first entered this world, his consciousness and spirit were profoundly mismatched. At the current rate, it would take him another decade to be able to accurately control a small piece of paper to land in a girl's hand when passing notes. While this level of skill might suffice for guiding model aircraft, piloting a large mech would be out of the question. It is no wonder the Taoist master held Wei Kong in low regard. Ku Feijia remarked, "Share your system with me. Let me see the status of your extraordinary abilities." Ku Feijia scrutinized Wei King's condition carefully. The three-dimensional projection of Wei King's physical state appeared before them, and Ku Feijia's expression remained calm. Evidently, Wei Kong adhered meticulously to various precepts. He displayed no lewdness, refrained from alcohol, and maintained a punctual diet. However, the projection revealed that the frequency fluctuations of the external particles within his nervous system were still in a nascent state. There was no cause for disappointment. It is unreasonable to expect a time traveler to perfectly align with their target realm on their first attempt. Even Kufeijia had only attained his current qualifications after traversing 3 times. As the projection was withdrawn, Kufeijia inquired, "Do you wish to expedite your acquisition of extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, Wei Kong did not take the bait, but rather probed cautiously. "Fortune favors the bold?" Kufeijia replied, "Time travel inherently carries certain risks. I am merely presenting a method. The choice is yours." Wei Kong nodded in understanding. Kufeijia continued, "When our consciousness reaches a new realm, it binds with certain particles unique to that world, which often includes particles capable of producing extraordinary phenomena." He snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound as the airflow erupted. In this realm, the external particles are influenced by consciousness, allowing for positional shifts that can enhance the energy of these associated particles. Wei Kang's nerves tingled. Positional shifts? Is that the key term? If you base your next journey on this realm and traverse again, upon returning, you will be able to perceive the scale of your consciousness's external particles. Wei Kang queried, "Will it be a return to the primary world?" Kufeijia responded, "If it is to the year 2603, then yes. However, given that we are currently at war, traveling back to the primary world and then returning would be time-consuming. Here, time flows 10 times faster than in the primary world. It would take a week to use the gravity well to return, and after spending a day in the primary world, 10 days would pass here. Our mission is to remain stationed in this time-space. You cannot be away from this realm for too long." Wei Kang nodded, comprehending that he must venture into a time-space region with a more rapid flow of time. He also came to realize that his brother had been working in this realm for several years, far exceeding his previous expectations in terms of operational capacity. His subordinate position within the Luo Shui group remained unchanged. 2 months later, Wei Kang took a 2-week leave from the group and traveled to the Shaanxi northern region. The headquarters of the Luo Shui group lies in the Guangzhou area, yet Wei Kang discovered for the first time that there was an additional facility here. 100-meter diameter, hemispherical electromagnetic field controller, adorned with energy scales resembling golden dragon scales. This facility is officially designated as Hichu. With Hichu, there is also Luo Shu, leading Wei Kang to infer that there are at least 2 laboratories. In this world, in 1943, the North American United States conducted a transtemporal experiment in Philadelphia, with an entire warship directly jumping to Norfolk, 479 kilometers away. Although the North American side maintained a high level of secrecy regarding this experiment, intelligence was still acquired by Shenzhou. The military of Shenzhou pursued this project, and this location is one of its laboratories. Within this laboratory, phenomena of transtemporal displacement and spatial rifts have successfully been tested. However, the evaluation from the Shenzhou military regarding this technology was that it produces specific phenomena under particular conditions, which are easily disrupted and consume excessive electrical energy, thus holding low practical value in combat. The current tactical philosophy of the Shenzhou Combat Research Department is to accelerate projectile velocity and range through electromagnetic overload while enhancing electromagnetic armor protection, deeming the substantial energy consumption for transtemporal transmission to hold limited tactical value, resulting in little priority for development. It currently serves merely as a technological reserve. Yet, from the perspective of the primary world, the act of sending material energy levels into the temporal rift in this realm represents a significant step towards projecting into the primary world. Thus, for travelers from the primary world, a device capable of sending 1s material information into the temporal rift is sufficient to facilitate a second traverse. Wei Kang, this seemingly ineffectual leader, had only recently gleaned from the archives of the Luo Shui group that the transcendent technology within this realm of Shenzhou was initially backed by his father, and later further developed through investment and collaboration with the military by his brother, Wei Chong. As for Wei Kang, the elders of the family sought to eliminate these superfluous projects and thus refrained from informing him. Yet, how could such initiatives be dismantled? In the primary world, This project represented a significant achievement for Wei Chong during his sixth traversal, propelling him from a private to a sergeant. Within this dimensional realm, nearby time travelers had also established corresponding facilities based on the research provided by Wei Chong, thereby creating a tactical support system. It is crucial to emphasize that circumstances differ across various timelines. Adjacent to the Shenzhou timeline lies the Zhonggulian. This temporal zone comprises multiple timelines, wherein the conflict between the two factions of time travelers from the primary world is quite severe. Upon grasping the situation, Wei Kong could not help but reflect on the remarkable talents that had preceded him. Currently, Wei Kong had arrived at this facility under the guise of an inspection. Yet upon entering, both Kufei Jia and Wei Kong immediately acquired full access to the facility's artificial intelligence. The primary world had retained a degree of control over this critical technological facility, and during its construction, Wei Chong had interconnected certain nodes of the computer chips with the primary world, allowing for direct information transference. Wei Kong required no card. Facial recognition alone granted him entry into the time-space chamber. As the energy coalesced within the chamber, his corporeal form glided through the transcendent flow towards an unknown spatial domain. Upon entering the temporal rift, Wei Kong interfaced with the consciousness of the system, which indicated, "A suitable dimension has been matched. Please select a traversal." Wei Kong surveyed the various dimensional profiles before him. The choice of traversal dimensions held significance, since Wei Kong was not traversing back and forth from the primary world. The ultimate manifestation of Jiehong Z might not be suitable for Jinqi. Such high-speed traversals could render certain attributes of Jiehong Z particularly extreme. Upon his return, the connection between his consciousness and Jiehong Z would likely exhibit supernormal phenomena akin to the abilities of those being trained in contemporary Western laboratories. Presently, Shenzhou's mainstream applications of supernormal abilities encompass four principal methodologies. The first is mental control. The second is energy accumulation, akin to detonating a supernormal bomb. The third is shaping, wherein supernormal energies coalesce into tools with minimal mass, yet substantial resilience, frequently employed as shields. And the fourth is erosion, which involves augmenting the material properties of substance, such as a bullet, to their utmost limits within a brief time frame, enabling nanomaterial projectiles to effortlessly penetrate the thick armor of tanks and warships, targeting and neutralizing interior personnel. Wei Kong resolved to select a dimension characterized by physical variance for his traversal, with an intention to align the nature of his supernormal abilities with the aforementioned trends. Aware of his status as a novice, he prioritized safety by focusing on the dimensions corresponding to energy accumulation and shaping. Among these, the shaping dimension was that of interstellar warfare. Wei Kong pondered. Interstellar warfare does faster-than-light travel present an irremediable paradox regarding energy? The system responded. The cosmic region of our star is classified as a standard area. Within certain dark matter-linked zones, atomic substances can undergo leap. These regions have been identified through contemporary astronomical observations. A cosmic map unfolded, revealing numerous galaxies 50 billion light-years away, with areas suitable for leaps distinctly marked. It is noteworthy that the traversable interstellar spaces are relatively small. Within larger expanses, there are over 200 stars, while smaller regions contain merely a handful, distributed across a galaxy, effectively transforming these into stations on a high-speed traversal network. Should a life-bearing planet fortuitously exist nearby, it would be as convenient as purchasing a home in the 21st century adjacent to a subway station, eliminating the need to gaze at the starry sea above or engage in societal competition below. Wei Kong hesitated regarding this interstellar dimension. This realm also harbored human civilization, albeit with genetic discrepancies from Earth's inhabitants, categorizing them as two distinct subspecies. However, the concern did not lie therein. That dimension also possessed supernormal capabilities, referred to as Yinan. Given that it was a technologically advanced interstellar world, the potential for unforeseen complications was ever present. Consequently, Wei Kong turned his attention to the second dimension, which presented a peculiar scenario. According to the information gathered, it comprised a vast continent perpetually illuminated by 8 alternating suns, with the ratios of their illumination being 978,576, 6478, 64, 8,187 over 8 days. Wei Kong mused. 8 suns rotating in succession? What would this possibly entail? The system elucidated. Based on current measurements, the continent and its waters exist in a state akin to a rotating axial tube. Geological structures indicate that approximately 30 million years ago, a tectonic split occurred due to gravitational turbulence, seemingly stretching a planet into a fine plane. The imagery swiftly simulated a massive planet being elongated, subsequently expanding to reveal a black hole consuming the celestial body. The elongated structure was observed to traverse the periphery of the black hole at an astonishing velocity relative to the external environment. Due to the differing time dynamics within the black hole, those inside would not perceive the rapidity. Thus the planet, after undergoing initial destruction and melting, appeared to stabilize, forming a banded material. Each rotation of this banded material transpired over merely 8 days, and as it descended, the internal time would elongate, while the external observation would perceive an accelerating rotation. However, despite the passage of billions of years internally, the evolution of new life would commence only after the initial destruction subsided. The system added, the aforementioned explanation employs black hole theory, which remains hypothetical, as we can only traverse into the dimension without establishing a comprehensive observational framework beyond it, relying instead on existing theories and observations for extrapolation. Wei Kung scrutinized the visual data of this dimension closely, noting the 8 suns of varying brightness in their sequential rise. The pressing question arose: how vast was the cosmos visible to the civilization of the primary world, and how much remained unseen? A countdown initiated. It was not the time for Wei Kung to indulge in contemplation. A decision was imperative. After absorbing the information regarding the dimensions, he found himself wavering, yearning for the system to offer more concrete guidance. Some individuals seek information to make decisions, while others, like Wei Kung, seek it to ascertain whether they are at a disadvantage when others determine their fate. Unlike other youthful time travelers aspiring to carve their paths, Wei Kung resembled a seasoned individual merely passing time within an organization. However, the system was not a reliable entity. It stated, in the interstellar dimension, your forebears have arranged an initial faction for you. Upon entry, you will inherit an esteemed social standing. Wei Kung mused inwardly. Could it be yet another batch of half-brothers? My father truly has not lived in vain. The system continued. Opting for the black hole axial dimension allows you to carry a portion of supplies during your inaugural traversal. You may transport goods weighing up to 1/3 of your body weight. Please make your decision within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Feeling his pockets, Wei Kung found no coins to toss. Finally, in a moment of impulsive clarity, he raised his hand and swiftly slapped his face 5 times, culminating in a decisive final tap. Wei Kung remarked, the 4th slap stung. An even number. Yes, I choose the second option. With this, he joyfully made his decision. Chapter 15. The expedition begins unsuccessfully. Welcome to the JA 2983 Time-Space Network. Please endeavor to relax and return your consciousness to your inner self as we traverse through 34 dimensions. A melodious voice reverberates within one's consciousness, clear, sweet, and gentle. This guidance is evidently distinct from the preceding electronic program. Wei Kung feels his senses gradually merging: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and the sensations of temperature and touch coalescing into one. Thus, this guidance offers a unique flavor, akin to gentle hands caressing him. Wei Kung's material form has completely vanished from the realm of Shenzhou. In this process, he perceives the surrounding matter drifting away from him. For instance, the reclining cabin bed, the outer walls of the time-space chamber, the laboratory walls, and the earth that binds him with gravity, as well as the air that perpetually envelopes him. All these elements, like shadows retreating upon encountering light, scatter beyond the realm of his merged perception. He feels as if he is plunged into a void, akin to falling in a dream, yet unlike a dream. His awareness remains vividly clear. As all matter on Earth disappears, extricated from his perception, Wei Kung enters a void devoid of color, where even the concepts of matter and energy do not exist. The system interface persists. Wei Kung, system, when are we expected to arrive? Before him lie 15 large hourglasses. Beneath the first large hourglass are labeled 15 medium hourglasses, and beneath the first medium hourglass are labeled 15 small hourglasses. The sand in the first small hourglass visibly trickles downward. Wei Kung, System, is the time so lengthy? System, please remain calm and patient. Wei Kong, oh, then system. System, I am an overseer, not a system. If there are no pressing matters, kindly maintain silence. After the first medium hourglass empties, Wei Kong, overseer, may I inquire? Then he adds, beautiful lady? Overseer, what is your inquiry? Wei Kong, your voice is pleasant. Would you sing a song? Overseer, I apologize, sir, but we do not offer such services. Wei Kong, by the way, what is your name? Overseer, we shall discuss that later. After a considerable pause, Wei Kong sighs, murmuring to himself, it seems I should not possess such confidence. During the traversal process, it is easy to grow self-assured, akin to a middle-aged man who, upon becoming wealthy, gradually believes himself to possess masculine charm. Such notions are mere illusions. This minor exchange did not escalate, and soon the dimension-crossing experience opened Wei Kang's eyes to the grandeur around him. Suddenly immersed in the vastness, he perceives an abundance of light surrounding him. As he expands his awareness, all of his attention is captivated by the spectacle, overshadowing his initial curiosity about the overseer. In this void, there exists a magnificent expanse of stars, and Wei Kong realizes he is but a speck among these countless celestial bodies, perhaps. His fleeting trace in this void contributes a flicker to the universe. Each star points in a different direction, yet they converge here, destined to descend into various realms. The current primary world is the sun, radiating its brilliance towards the surrounding domains. While Wei Kong gazes upon this celestial sea, a ripple suddenly appears before him, with concentric waves continuously expanding. At this moment, it seems all surrounding points of light are affected, hastening their pace, sensing the ripple as a disturbance. However, Wei Kong finds himself too close. The ripple has already reached him. Subsequently, he discovers that his connection with the overseer has been severed. If an explosion were to occur in this void, Wei Kong would be at its epicenter. The ripple grows larger, and he remains oblivious to its nature, merely observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, he senses light. A brilliance at the core of the ripple appears to breach some barrier, descending towards him. This light of consciousness outshines any star he has previously encountered in the resplendent celestial sea, imbued with an ineffable vitality, seemingly striving to break free. It yearns to return? This thought inexplicably arises within Wei Kang's mind. His focus is drawn to it, as if longing for something, attempting to make contact. Yet, the space at the center of the ripple is limited. Only Wei Kang, in close proximity, can discern the rupture at its heart. Soon, the ripple begins to contract, a powerful attraction drawing this light back within. As the ripple finally converges, time and space settle once more. The radiant consciousness vanishes. Wei Kang is left with a sense of loss, as if he has misplaced something significant. Regarding his current predicament, it appears he can still re-establish contact with the overseer. Meanwhile, chaos ensues at the Time-Space Management Bureau. Atop the new Oriental Pearl Tower, the 4 indicator lights shift from blue to red. At the central control platform of Earth, tens of thousands of travelers' data collectively fluctuates. The 6,000 supercomputing centers in East Asia receive messages about the particle flickers in the gravitational well and are rapidly computing, printing particles in the quantum life and death field, preparing to send them back. Unknown fluctuations directly disseminate through all shuttle channels in the void, affecting nearly all travelers' consciousness, disrupting the originally stable transit dimensions, necessitating recalibration. What could be the cause of this? Such an occurrence has never transpired before. In the Eastern Time-Space Department of Earth, various dimensional observation facilities detect this phenomenon, prompting discussions in public channels. Half an hour later, inquiries also come from across the ocean. Evidently, this fluctuation has similarly impacted their traversal. 2 rival time-space exploration organizations, typically competitors, reach an unspoken agreement to temporarily refrain from escalating dimensional conflicts and establish a joint investigation team. Currently, 90% of the disturbances affecting travelers can be rectified. The remaining ones experience slight deviations in time-space positioning, resulting in minor shifts in timelines, possibly deviating by about 10 years. Yet, one individual happens to be ensnared within the time-space ripple, completely unable to evade it. This individual is now facing significant issues during the time-space traversal process. In the Shenzhou realm, at the He-2 command hall of the Time-Space Physics Department, Kufeijia has just seen Wei Kong depart from this dimension. And not even an hour has passed. He stands in the center of this hub, atop the tallest building, gazing at the rugged skyline of the Shaanxi Northern Plateau. Suddenly, he raises his head sharply, turning to look at the spherical experimental base at the center. Just moments ago, the numerical data reflecting Wei Kang's traversal process on his consciousness interface shifted from blue to red. The fluctuations in numbers so pronounced and the current instability so severe, resembling a small boat in a tempest. Kufeijia's expression changes dramatically. He has just sent his teammate into the time-space traversal array. And now it seems as though they have suddenly crashed. It appears to be a case of murder. Concern breeds confusion, especially in this dimension where he cannot directly contact the overseer. He hastens to the time-space testing ground, finds another hyperdimensional chamber, lies inside, enters the time-space rift, and operates the system to access the dialogue interface. In the dimensional realm, he discovers Wei Chong is already awaiting him, accompanied by two overseers, one of whom bows their head. Wei Chong observed Kufeijia and, without granting him the opportunity to speak first, calmly stated, "There is no need to panic. You should create a temporal backup for him in that dimension. He will not be able to return to complete the mission in the short term." Kufeijia seemed inclined to respond, but Wei Chong interjected, "No one could have anticipated that possibility. If I were in your position, I would have reacted similarly." He then turned to the observer on his side, Chuanfen, and inquired, "Where is my unfortunate brother now?" The observer, Yang Chuanfen, retrieved the temporal records. He is in zone 9834, and the nearest safe dimension is insufficient for him to reach. He must make an emergency landing in a known dimension and await rescue. But all nearby known dimensions are high risk. "I understand," Wei Chong replied. He activated a timeline. He can land here and create a spatial wormhole on this timeline for resupply. "Bailing Liu, I entrust this task to you." Bailing Liu, the observer accompanying Wei Kong on this journey, had evaded the drastic disturbances due to the protection of a gravitational well during the spatial ripples. However, for observers, such incidents during transit are extremely serious if the traveler is not located. After assigning the tasks, Wei Chong reported the situation. He intended to return to the primary dimension. But of course, Kufeijia had to return first. In the Shenzhou dimension, Kufeijia emerged from the temporal chamber and glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was precisely 10 in the morning. The timeline of this world would henceforth diverge into two parallel timelines, and they currently resided on Line A. The Wei family had already dispatched personnel. 3 years prior, the Luo Shui group had just appointed a new head, and now, as another crisis loomed, the group could scarcely withstand such turmoil. Kufeijia looked at the Wei family's visitors and slowly remarked, "The spatial laboratory is still operational. He will return in 100 days. The elder of the Wei family inquired, "Mr. Ku, what assurance can you provide?" Kufeijia responded, "Upon entering the temporal zone, I established a connection with him. I will soon enter the laboratory and increase output power to bring him back." 15 hours later in the Shenzhou dimension, Kufeijia re-entered the temporal chamber. The temporal archiving had been completed. On this timeline, 100 days after Kufeijia entered the temporal chamber, Wei Kong would re-emerge, while Kufeijia would not return. As Kufeijia entered the temporal chamber, he arrived once more in the higher dimension, while Wei Chong had already proceeded to the timeline where Kufeijia had not archived anything. When Kufeijia emerged from the temporal chamber, it was now line B, 10 days after Wei Kang's disappearance. However, 5 days prior, in the He-2 laboratory at the source of the Huanghe River in Qinghai, the previous head of the family, Wei Chong, had already emerged and had taken a flight to the Luoshu laboratory in Shanbei, awaiting Kufeijia's arrival. Upon seeing Kufeijia, Wei Chong stated, "The matter has concluded. You must attend to your own affairs." Kufeijia gazed at the expressionless Wei Chong, feeling a pang of guilt. Turning away, Wei Chong took a deep breath and addressed the arriving Wei family members with a stern demeanor. "It appears that in my absence, you all have plans to divide the baggage. What do you intend to do now? Wait for a feast?" The last word resonated with explosive sound waves. An invisible air current expanded from Wei Chong, reaching 100 meters away. The glass panels outside the hall, subjected to the shockwave, became riddled with a grid-like pattern of cracks. In this world, Wei Chong possessed an innate mastery, his every word imbued with an oppressive force. His return to this dimension was akin to a tiger reclaiming its forest. Meanwhile, those who had previously toyed with Wei Kong were now drenched in cold sweat. 6 days later, Wei Chong stood on a helicopter, surveying the industrial park in the northwest, a testament to Wei King's efforts over the past 3 years. Upon his return, he had received reports from within the family about Wei King's supposedly futile investments, which they claimed had severely depleted the family's management resources. Regarding those who attempted to sow discord and label certain individuals as traitors, Wei Chong meticulously noted each informant in a small notebook within his system. During Wei Chong's era, the Luo Shui Group was a heavily industrialized conglomerate within Shenzhou, closely connected to both the military and the government. In contrast, Wei King's approach appeared somewhat low-end. Nevertheless, Wei Chong did not perceive his brother's efforts as misguided. Wei King's grounded approach was, in fact, a strategic means of deepening influence within the dimension. Wei Chong understood the nature of his brother, a man too honest to navigate the upper echelons of society with guile, yet unable to engage in the cutthroat competition with the principal interest groups of Shenzhou. Thus, he diligently focused on foundational work, preserving the family legacy with commendable dedication. Now, fully inheriting Wei King's strategy, Wei Chong resolved to abandon the internal strife of the military-industrial complex and shift towards civil manufacturing, ensuring continuity in this new direction. Wei Chong activated the communication device to inquire of Ku Feijia. "What do you think of my brother?" Ku Feijia replied, "He is a good person, albeit a bit too honest." Upon hearing this, Wei Chong's lips curled slightly in a sardonic smile. Indeed, just as his teachers remarked, Ku Feijia attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Anyone who initially participates in dimension traversal is like that. Moreover, each individual's style of traversal is distinct. Wei Chong cast another glance at the dull solar collection fields below. These mirrored surfaces collected and focused light onto the heated tubes, rendering them rather drab from a high altitude. Wei Chong rapped on the cabin door, signaling the pilot to return, and continued conversing with Ku Feijia. "There is another aspect to my brother's character." After a brief pause, Wei Chong added, "He possesses a certain stubbornness. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. Even when warned a second time about his excessive honesty, he remains unmoved. Upon a third warning, he still refuses to heed." Wei Chong recounted calmly, "If I were present in this dimension alongside him, I could resolve many issues, yet on certain matters, he would adopt a passive stance." With a sigh, he concluded, "He has been here. Let us proceed according to his vision." Ku Feijia found this somewhat peculiar, as it bore a resemblance to the atmosphere of sorting through a deceased relative's belongings. So what exactly dimension had Wei Kong landed in? Chapter 16. Accidental Entry. Attention. Due to interference with the temporal traversal trajectory, you will be making an emergency landing nearby. Please prepare accordingly. Upon receiving this message, Wei Kong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After 4 small hourglasses had drained, he had to confront reality. During this time, communication with the primary world had been intermittent, vaguely informing him of the current air disaster. However, there was no need for concern. Adequate supplies would be dispatched. Indeed, a substantial supply of resources was being sent, with the Federation dispatching 3,000 times the information enthalpy, a considerable effort to rescue Wei Kong. However, due to Wei King's lack of understanding of the physical foundations of the target dimension, he was unable to utilize the information enthalpy effectively. Furthermore, the target dimension was classified as a low exploration realm, with its fundamental physical rules remaining obscure. With no guidance from the system, what could Wei Kong do? After fruitlessly calling out to the system, he initiated self-rescue operations, continually replicating his original template in a desperate attempt to utilize everything available. It was akin to a student who, lacking knowledge, merely copies the exam questions to fill the blanks. When the system finally re-established stable communication, Wei Kong had already exhausted the 3,000 times the information enthalpy. The system appeared somewhat astonished by Wei King's approach. In the realm of the Time and Space Management Bureau, a coalition of 16 overseers, including Bailing Liu and Yang Chuanfen, has established a unified communication network to engage with Wei King. The overseer's assessment of Wei Kong's method of handling information entropy transcends mere accusations of abuse or arrogance. It verges on recklessness. However, given the current circumstances, it is deemed inappropriate to berate a newcomer. As Wei King begins to descend into this realm, the system initiates a few prompts and essential advisories within his consciousness. Your condition is categorized as a singular growth phase. It is imperative to inform you that the system currently lacks the capability for precise interfacing and can only facilitate broadcast connections. Waking inquires about his mission in this realm, to which the system succinctly responds: survive for 100 days. At last, amidst a radiant expanse, Waking arrives, opening his eyes to a scene adorned with flowers and grasses, an environment steeped in pristine nature. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he senses an unsettling dissonance. Abruptly, in unison, 1,400 individuals rise from a beach, all bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Some stand beneath towering trees, their faces ensnared by spider webs, while others bend to avoid being scraped by branches. As Waking raises his hand, a voice rings out nearby, accompanied by a resounding slap. As nearly half of the individuals strike their foreheads, though this action lacks the previous uniformity, resembling a cacophony akin to firecrackers. The remaining individuals, sharing Wei Kung's sentiment that such a collective gesture is foolish, lower their hands. In a daze, Wei Kung realizes that after countless iterations of information entropy, each individual present is a reflection of himself. However, each manifestation now appears as another person. Faced with uncertainty, he turns to the system for guidance, initiating a search, while simultaneously, the other reflections of himself engage in the same pursuit. System, reveal yourself, he commands, exchanging bewildered glances with his counterparts, further solidifying his understanding that they are all mere copies of one another. The system, overwhelmed by the excessive online presence, implores them to consolidate their inquiries. Panic ensues among the Wei Kungs, as their collective psyche lacks the composure of a Taoist adept. Should one succumb to fear, it would spread like an infectious disease. As their emotional stability plummets, the Wei Kungs retain a semblance of logical thought, recognizing the necessity for action to achieve unity. Momins late. One of them steps forward and calls out, "Assemble." Initially, the proclamation is vigorous, but it quickly loses its conviction. Were he in the company of strangers, Wei King would never have dared to shout so boldly. Even after doing so, he would feel a pang of insecurity. Yet, they're all reflections of himself. As individual Wei Kings silently align themselves according to a standard, the one who initiated the rallying cry exhales a sigh of relief. They instinctively organize themselves into a queue, each reporting their numbers with increasing volume. Prior to announcing their counts, rapid exchanges of prompts occur from left to right, and Wei King designates his reported number as a temporary identifier. This significance requires no further elaboration. At this juncture, the Wei Kings collectively deduce that cooperation is essential within this realm. Each self must efficiently execute task allocations and collaborative efforts, necessitating a mutually accepted coding system. The first formation successfully takes shape, albeit initially skewed, yet they quickly adjust to align more neatly. To avert the previous chaos caused by overwhelming numbers, they designate every 25th individual as the communication group, tasked with liaising with the system. The number 25 also holds personal significance as Wei King's birthday, a symbol of good fortune. The communications subgroup promptly acquires intelligence from the system and relays the situation to the other selves in the formation. Firstly, this realm is classified as a biological evolution domain, categorized as a proximate plane. According to the Time and Space Bureau's classification, it falls under the unknown resource level, and based on evaluations from previous travelers, it is deemed hazardous. In truth, the term hazardous is overly broad. Most realms that have witnessed world wars, where adult male casualties reach 1/10, can be labeled as dangerous. However, the realm known as Pandwala is characterized by a near-total collapse of human civilization, with the primary world having dispatched numerous waves of travelers in the past 2 decades, almost all returning injured, including 3 high-ranking officials. As there are no established safety protocols within this realm, it is aptly described as terrifying. Currently, a comprehensive conflict is unfolding between the East and West across the time-space continuum. Yet this particular realm remains untouched by the flames of war. Information regarding the Pandwa Law realm reveals that significant changes to human civilization occurred in 2012, instigated by the arrival of an entity from the outer solar system, known as Pandwala. This was neither a meteorite nor an extraterrestrial spacecraft, but rather an existence previously unfathomable to humanity. Initially, this entity descended upon Florida, North America. Prior to its arrival, The American Space Agency attempted to intercept it with nuclear weapons, an effort that proved futile. The optical entity traversed the radiation and shock waves of the nuclear explosion like a phantom. It was confirmed that, even after its descent to Earth, it could not be obliterated by nuclear means. The U.S. military swiftly cordoned off the area, a blockade that merely prevented external access without hindering the escape of those within, for no living souls remained inside. The outer layer of this region is shrouded in mist. Yet beyond it lies a bizarre boundary, as if two disparate spaces intertwine to create an irregular interface, refracting sunlight and various energies into a spectrum of rays. Within this dazzling expanse, most electronic devices fail to transmit, and information within the frequency bands becomes inexplicably distorted. Walkie-talkies can only function over distances of several hundred meters. In the early days, the first team of scientists clad in the highest grade of biochemical protection ventured into this zone, only to have nearly the entire team vanish without a trace. Only one emerged, rendered mute, gazing blankly at anyone who dared to question him. Conversely, the second expedition yielded a fortuitous outcome, as a female biologist emerged alive, carrying crucial information about the Pond-Dwala region. Within, all biological genes are interconnected. Crocodiles sport octopus-like teeth, cheetah tongues morph into serpentine flickers, and humans entering this realm inexplicably fuse their genes with plants, transforming into humanoid shrubs. Conversational bears and deer adorned with flowers on their antlers, as well as aquatic creatures with suction cup appendages, populate this realm, where genetic interchange among species occurs seamlessly. It appears that this could be an alien tool designed to study life information on a planetary scale, inadvertently unleashed upon Earth, resulting in an ecological catastrophe. Alternatively, it may simply be a calamity for higher animals, as it threatens to homogenize billions of years of evolutionary genetic diversity overnight. Homogenization? This is the concept of human society. To describe it as a concept of life would undoubtedly be madness. Just as living beings adhere to Darwin's theory of evolution, what if society were to embrace Darwinism? Humanity is the pinnacle of evolution on Earth, having progressed through 4 billion years of evolutionary competition, occupying the highest ecological niche in the ecosystem. Not only in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of skeletal structure, muscle, and motor nervous system, humans represent the zenith of biological design. Such superiority has been achieved through countless trials and errors marked by death throughout the evolutionary process. The amalgamation of life's genetic information within this Pandora region, humanity is undoubtedly in a state of panic. Even more alarming is the relentless expansion of this Pandora region. By the year 2113, in just a century, it had spread throughout Florida, and by 2304, it had engulfed the entirety of America, accelerating its expansion, marking the dawn of the Pandora epoch. In comparison to its initial scope, the expanded Pandora region exhibits a reduced intensity of genetic exchange among various species, yet exchange persists. Within this Pandora realm, numerous species have undergone recombination. Primates have adapted to their environment, resulting in a new breed of intelligent beings that communicate with nature. To some extent, they are the new humans, better suited to thrive in this era of monumental change, poised to supplant the old humanity. The term old humanity carries a negative connotation. In response to such a profound transformation, scientists worldwide have exerted considerable effort, conducting observations and experiments to derive numerous laws. Yet, they have met with little success. Within the Pandora scope, the diffusion patterns of energy within matter at a microscopic level have altered. Carbon-based genes, during replication and protein synthesis, can tunnel into other matter. Therefore, within the expanse of Pandora covering this planet, all life activities radiate information to other life forms. In this radiation process, weaker life forms are influenced by stronger ones, and those in lesser numbers are swayed by those in abundance. Communities of life sharing identical genes maintain a certain frequency resonance within Pandora. Once established, this resonance evolves into a community. All species in nature descend from a common ancestor dating back 4 billion years, with heredity built upon a double helix structure. Thus, when the genes of dominant species guide protein synthesis, they can synchronize changes in the genes of surrounding species. This phenomenon gives rise to a resonance effect within the Pandora realm. Environmental disparities across regions provide the foundation for the regional fragmentation of life. By the year 2373, the Pandora field had expanded to cover 2/3 of the Earth, and it was poised to envelop the waters surrounding several islands in the southern Indian Ocean within the next 40 years. During this process of the Earth's vast toxic circle shrinking, humanity, now displaced from its throne, discovered competitive phenomena among gene communities across the Pandora-covered Earth. For instance, the biological communities of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau are evidently distinct from those of the Bay of Bengal. Species entering each other's territories are swept away by the radiation of the opposing life genes. Consequently, the surviving humans must band together and engage in rituals. Each community must exchange blood with its members every week. Despite the efficiency of life radiation transmission from the external Pandora realm, it pales in comparison to the physical information exchanges among humans. In a humorous anecdote shared at a 21st century forum, it was noted that the DNA information within a single sperm cell amounts to 375 megabytes. In other words, it transmits the equivalent of 810 gigabytes of data in just 3 seconds. Such an immense volume of information could fill 440,000 iPads with 32 gigabytes of storage, underscoring that males possess the world's most formidable data transmission apparatus. After the exchange of blood cells, the life radiation among humans accelerates, taking precedence over other life radiations. Thus, humans in communal settings develop a degree of resistance against the gene radiation of external species. This is akin to a group of individuals interlinked, traversing through a muddy marsh. Should one stumble, the others will pull them back up. In this manner, humanity supports each other through blood exchange. What if virus is transmitted through blood? No space exists in the Pandora world for rampant viruses. Viruses cannot even be deemed complete life forms. Once they weaken an individual species, that organism becomes a target of life radiation, altering its metabolism and even its genetic chain. In such an environment of perpetual radiation, viruses cannot survive. By the year 2400, the Earth was entirely engulfed by the Pandora field. Every day, new bizarre species successfully merge. Across different regions, carbon-based organisms engage in fierce struggles to preserve their genes, adhering to the will of their communities. In the past, social animals like lions, deer, and sheep fought fiercely for mating rights. Today, species from different communities engage in equally brutal contests. Humanity, once a dominant species, is melting away like sugar in water. The entire structure of human society may vanish. Yet the essence of humanity continues through the genes that persist within the species communities across various regions, contributing to the development of life on Earth. Presently, the remnants of past humans can only huddle in a few enclaves, struggling to survive. Not only is the population size unsustainable, but even the transmission of knowledge and the continuity of civilization have begun to falter and fade. If no method emerges to alter this dire predicament, those inheriting the remnants of past societies may indeed face extinction. Returning to the present, we find Wei Kung in a similar predicament. As the formation of his group in the jungle nears completion, obstructing trees hinder his squadron's arrangement, prompting Wei Kung to adopt a column formation. Just then, from the depths of the dimly lit jungle shrouded in mist, a series of roars resonated. Wei Kung exclaimed, "Oh no, my team is not yet properly arranged." Chapter 17, Community and Opportunity for Validation. As Wei Kung organized his team, the system continued to brief his communication group on the background. In this era, human civilization exists like oases scattered across a desert. During the Great Amalgamation, emerging biological communities have achieved a state of coexistence under the guidance of regional dominators, which has correspondingly impacted the society of the old era. Humans have also endeavored to harness power through coexistence with certain dominant species. Wei Kung, Communication 1. Hold on. Let us not get sidetracked. Wei Kung, Communications 2 to 11, urged those on the periphery to urgently convey their situation. Descend into the grass, quickly join us. Do not remain isolated. Gather inward. Upon his arrival, the thousands of Wei Kongs observed a scene of synchrony, yet not all had the same initial experience. Some, upon opening their eyes, were greeted by surrounding flora and fauna. Being in a dispersed outer region, their first encounter with a kindred spirit left them astonished, even fearful, prompting some to flee. The communications group had to notify each of the nearly 150 unfortunate individuals, ensuring none were overlooked. The central announcement grew increasingly loud, providing a rallying call for those early arrivals scattered in the outer regions. Wei Kung, Communication 12, searched the system's public database, inquiring about the automatic response function. Yes. The current situation allows for easy cross-linking of genes with other life forms. What is my status? Wei Kung, Communication 45, continued conversing with the overseer. Where is my connection? Support, maps, and shooting markers from various perspectives, along with predictive throwing. Indeed, hasten. Wei Kung was well aware that the observer was a female. If he were to confront her alone, he would feel bashful and courteous. However, now he was among a group of individuals in this uncertain situation, and during the dialogue, some members of the collective were pressing the clerk with an aggressive stance at the window. Wei King's immediate concern was for himself. The verdant jungle around them was thriving, yet faint traces of humanity lingered, evident in the remnants of red brick fragments and a mixture of cement and sand in the soil. The once solid structures of civilization were now distorted and askew, much like the shattered glory of humanity's past. Wei Kung and his companions had successfully formed 4 self-organized squads, now stationed on the periphery for vigilance. The remaining members hastened to consolidate their resources, each individual equipped with a quantum node to relay material information. Some submachine guns had already been transmitted to their hands, and several Kevlar-reinforced ceramic protective suits were distributed among the outer units. Magnesium strips ignited the collected dry twigs, and the 40 Wei Kangs, lined up, fueled the fire into a robust blaze. Thick logs were cut and roasted to create makeshift torches. Although these torches were not true torches, they required wrapping in dry vines and binding with oily fruits or pine branches to prolong their burning time. By the time these torches reached the outskirts, only smoldering red coals remained, necessitating a rewrapping of the dried vines beside the fire. At this moment, the commotion in the northern jungle intensified Wei King's sense of urgency. Finally, in the northwest corner, Wei King's squad made contact with the looming threat. The immense roar and the shouts of Wei Kung himself sent chills down the spine of those still in the center. The Wei Kung responsible for organizing the northern side shouted, "Everyone disperse. First and second groups, move to the front." As the subsequent groups had not yet completed their formation, it was only logical for the first and second groups to take precedence from a global perspective. The Wei Kongs in these 2 organized groups hesitated for approximately 1/10 of a second, but ultimately complied with the collective command. Among the first group, number 33 reflected that while fear was indeed a form of acknowledgement, the regulations were the foundation for ensuring the survival of his group on a grand scale. When the time came to act, one must do so. It was the rule, the law of the land, the morality of society, and the responsibility expected of a man. Wei Kung had originally intended to arrive in the Bari dimension as a merchant, and naturally, the first step for a merchant was reconnaissance, equipped with minimal defensive gear. Currently, he donned a bulletproof vest, a Kevlar helmet, and carbon fiber exoskeletons on his shoulders, back, waist, and ankles to assist with weight bearing. He carried a lightweight, 2-kilogram submachine gun, while his primary weapon was a foot-power mechanical crossbow, as he had only 100 rounds of ammunition. Each shot depleted the supply, while the metal arrowheads were reusable. Thus, the Wei Kongs advancing for support prioritized their mechanical crossbows. It was not that the crossbow's firepower surpassed that of the submachine gun, nor was it merely to conserve ammunition. Rather, the current supplies for jungle combat lacked communication devices, and the noise from the firearms would disrupt coordination, complicating organized resistance. Each squad still had 3 members equipped with submachine guns, ready to establish alternating fire cover for the main force's retreat. Yes, the armed Wei Kongs understood their responsibility to hold the rear. In the first squad, the 4th team, comprising 30 individuals, made initial contact with the target. Upon the combat squad reaching the front lines, they encountered a fleeing individual from the reconnaissance team. This individual, seemingly ensnared by a spiny tentacle, pointed behind him upon seeing the support squad, and suddenly dropped to the ground, shouting, "Fire!" The squad immediately aimed their crossbows at the direction indicated by the Wei King's finger. As the brush rustled, one person opened fire, while the others released their bolts. The creature in the underbrush seemed to falter momentarily after being struck, and the previously crouched Wei Kung sprang up, exclaiming, "Maintain vigilance. That thing is as large as an elephant." Before this reconnaissance Wei Kong could take 2 steps, the creature emerged from the jungle. What a monstrous sight! Its lower half bore the 4 legs of a tiger, while its upper half was armored with metallic segments resembling those of a segmented worm. Its front was adorned with 16 tentacles akin to octopus suckers, and instead of octopus beaks, it bore the mandibles of a mantis. What on earth was this creature? The Wei Kong communications team promptly inquired with the system, which replied that the exploration level of this dimension was too low, and daily genetic mutations resulted in various species changes. The Wei Kong communications team resignedly noted, "If we don't know, then so be it," and focused on the immediate situation, disregarding the currently unhelpful system. In this tense environment, the recently driven back beast, detected by infrared vision, spotted the retreating Wei Kong from the reconnaissance team. Preparing to dash back to its own, it immediately launched a swift attack. The explosive power of this feline creature was vividly displayed in its lower half. While the surviving Wei Kong from the reconnaissance team was clearly moving too slowly to escape. Just as it seemed a successful hunt was imminent, the Wei Kong, acting as a temporary commander and armed with a submachine gun, rushed forward, seizing the retreating reconnaissance Wei Kong, bracing the weapon against his shoulder, and firing at the pursuing beast merely 5 meters away. Rather than a rescue, it resembled using another self as a shield during the offensive. The fleeing Wei Kong appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, harboring no resentment towards his armed counterpart. In such circumstances, Wei Kong would choose the most pragmatic option. If the probability of survival was merely 50%, he would opt for a plan that ensured a 100% chance of inflicting bloodshed on the target. The combined momentum of the fleeing Wei Kong and the recoil of the armed Wei King's gunfire caused one to fall backward, eyes wide in terror at the approaching monster, while the other lay atop him, resigned to becoming a human shield. If both were to perish, at least they would make sure to inflict more damage on the creature. Fortunately, the beast was once again halted by the gunfire, as the second row of Wei Kongs behind them unleashed their crossbow bolts, which struck the creature repeatedly. It could not be described as being turned into a porcupine, for the crossbow bolts embedded deep into its body, having been fired with such force that they penetrated entirely. This monstrous being had sustained severe injuries, after dozens of crossbow bolts penetrated the densely nerve-laden area of its head. It could no longer maintain control of its body and could only move chaotically, relying on other disoriented neural nodes. This several-ton creature stumbled forward as though intoxicated. The 2 Wei Kongs on the ground managed to roll out of the way of its final stomp, and the line of Wei Kongs dispersed just in time, causing the beast to crash into a tree and topple into a pit. Not just one, but at least 6. The reconnaissance Wei Kong, having narrowly escaped, continued to relay his intelligence. At that moment, shouts emerged from the eastern jungle, indicating that other squads were also engaged in combat. To support, shouted the Wei Kong in charge of communications, and all personnel began to turn, with those carrying torches and clad in bulletproof vests instinctively leading the way, swinging their red-hot sticks to deter ambushes from the underbrush. The arrival of Wei Kong seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest within this genetic community of the dimension. The surviving Wei Kong appears to have a limited understanding, gaining only fragmented information amidst the chaos. Indeed, there remain 7 or 8 larger species, yet this does not encompass the entirety of the genetic community. Throughout the region, there exist smaller species that now adhere to the life force of this area, repelling intruders. When the 4th squad of Wei Kong arrived at the conflict zone, the fierce battle had already transitioned past its initial phase. In the heart of the battlefield, carnage prevailed. 3 Wei Kong lay dismembered, while 7 or 8 others were grievously wounded and dragged to the rear, where they were shielded by their ranks. Currently, 2 squads of Wei Kong are engaged in a standoff against a horde of monsters by the lakeside. Upon the arrival of the 4th squad, the confrontation now involves 3 squads. The trembling hands of the Wei Kong wielding crossbows steadied slightly with the arrival of their comrades. This lakeside is evidently a former artificial lake, as a large granite boulder, typically found in great rivers, stands prominently on a small island in the center of the lake. It seems this was once a human park, now unrecognizable, as monsters continue to converge. Meanwhile, the Wei Kong cluster in the rear underwent a process of introspective reflection. The squads in the front line have tightly united, having no thoughts other than confronting the imminent danger. The Wei Kong perform at their highest efficiency when faced with impending assessments. In contrast, those in the rear, while logically acknowledging the necessity of supporting their frontline counterparts, grapple with hesitation, trepidation, and a hint of self-preservation that is difficult to avoid. A true army should consist of individuals ready to sacrifice for the collective victory. Of course, the Wei Kong understand their nature, in light of their collective makeup. Some among them would dare to expose this latent peril, and the manner of exposing it can be rather direct. After requesting permission to speak, Wei Kong 18 stepped forward to address his cluster, initiating a rallying call. This Wei Kong bore a troubled expression, yet ultimately mustered the courage to unveil his innermost thoughts. Embarking on a journey of self-awareness for the first time in this life. Everyone, we share the same mindset. We are all Wei Kong. Thus, we should recognize the insignificance of an isolated individual, feeling the sting of exclusion from the group. Throughout our lives, we may wish to forget certain matters, to release burdens, and strive not to stray from our paths. Yet now, we have become a collective. We find ourselves in this harsh environment. As a group, we must demonstrate our worth. If a society does not overlook or abandon the fundamental necessities for each individual's survival, if it fulfills its responsibilities and obligations to the utmost, could it not lead to an alternate trajectory of development? These words caused the previously disunited Wei Kong to suddenly direct their gazes towards this speaking individual, and subsequently, they mirrored each other's movements, realizing that each one of them was indeed the same. Identical thoughts, unified will, and shared resonances. The moment of unity was complete. Like a spark igniting a prairie fire, the Wei Kong began to take conscious action towards their respective duties. Squad 12, will serve as the benchmark for our formation. Prepare to gather available timber resources. Squad 7, will serve as my own benchmark. Rapidly collect ash for the fire pits and seek out dry large leaves. The worldview of the Wei Kong. The most terrifying aspect of society is when the group becomes disbanded and begins to neglect one another. Today, your hunger may be disregarded. Tomorrow, my thirst will be overlooked. In the days to come, each individual will find themselves living in a fractured society, driven by those who wield grand ambitions, treating others as expendable components and mere lubricants. During World War II, to prevent American soldiers from engaging in indiscriminate acts, the government conscripted women from the sex industry to satisfy the desires of the occupying forces, allowing the majority of the populace to remain untroubled. However, would the majority of the island's citizens express gratitude towards these women? No, they would not be grateful. They would ignore them, believing them to be suited to their roles. And since politicians opted for this method, it was tacitly accepted. Moreover, within the culture, there exists a sense of superiority among those chosen to fill these roles. A belief that they could maintain self-preservation in the face of disaster, while others were simply destined for such fates. This toxic mentality spread alongside economic growth and cultural dissemination, extending throughout East Asia, with varying degrees of societal transformation and immunity among the nations. However, without a doubt, all were affected. This poison breeds apathy, manifesting in a societal symptom. As long as the suffering belongs to others, one seeks to numb it. As long as someone else bears the burden of responsibility, it is deemed a matter of course, and society is expected to fulfill its allocation to each individual. The Wei Kong have yet to forget the pain inflicted by this societal poisoning. Time has not dulled the anguish. It is exploitation masquerading as empowerment. Yet there remains a perplexity as to why gratitude and perseverance are lacking, prompting societal introspection regarding whether there is a fundamental issue with this generation. The Wei Kong, since they have not yet succumbed to the irreversible effects of this poison, and because their community has yet to stratify, may as well prove now that they can mobilize their own society, defying certain accepted norms. Chapter 18, Blood Battle Thus. The total number of Wei Kong that have arrived at this plane stands at 1,567, with 1,559 still remaining, as 8 have perished in the early catastrophe. Therefore, taking this as a warning, the Wei Kong within the cluster commenced a comprehensive mobilization, with each individual preparing for victory every minute. Utilizing all available resources, they readied every conceivable means of preparation. In the vicinity of the water source, during the standoff between the Wei Kong cluster and the beast horde, several bonfires continued to burn, producing dry ropes from the flames' edges, while small burning pieces of charcoal were placed within bamboo tubes, the exteriors of which were wrapped in grass ropes, sent to other squads to provide a source of fire. Additionally, the system finally delivered support to them. First, the mapping system provided the geographical data of Earth, which, in conjunction with the observations made by the Wei-Kong scouts on the high ground using triangulation, allowed for repairs to be completed. A large squad of 150 Wei-Kong began to maneuver towards the adjacent elevated area. Moreover, the self-targeting system requested by the Wei-Kong was fitted to the 600 individuals tasked with shooting. For instance, when raising a crossbow or handgun, a red circle indicating the area of potential projectile impact would appear within their field of vision. The reason for a circle rather than a dot lies in the current state of bodily anxiety, which impedes precise weapon handling, along with the influence of external wind conditions. The system, too, could not make more accurate assessments based on personal sensations, but rather relied on visual perspective and arm positioning to denote a probability zone. Why did it take an hour to equip them? This was due to the necessity of assessing each Wei-King's perception, a process that required several minutes for each individual. And with hundreds or thousands of them, even minor issues became a significant undertaking. Yet all of this coincided with the preparations for the Wei-King's impending offensive. As the sun gradually descended in the west, the Wei-Kong stationed on multiple high grounds completed the topographical assessments and current wind direction data, deciding to initiate an active assault at 3:33 p.m. Each Wei-Kong was engulfed in tension, yet amidst their formulaic exchanges, they understood the necessity of this proactive assault. Rather than awaiting their fate at the hands of these beasts come nightfall, it was far more prudent to strike once conditions were nearly ripe. Among the supplies at Wei-King's disposal, alongside weapons and ammunition, other provisions paled in significance. Gold and the like were rendered trivial. The importance of compressed biscuits and iron kettles was paramount. After each Wei-Kong had consumed their precious rations and filled their bellies, they began their countdown, armed with a kettle of cool boiled water. The conflict commenced with ranged attacks. The effective kill range of a submachine gun hovered around 150 meters. Yet considering the large species they faced possessed considerable resilience, this effective distance shrank to a mere 20 meters. In this initial phase of harassment, Wei-Kong eschewed firearms in favor of small clay pots, each weighing about 200 grams and the size of a fist, filled with glowing red coal. Wei-Kong strung them together with grass rope and placed them in rudimentary bamboo baskets. 50 Wei-Kong sprinted 300 meters, edging within 50 meters of the beasts, and began to twirl the ropes to launch their projectiles. Although this device had an effective range of 80 meters and was typically inaccurate, Wei-King's keen vision allowed him to perceive a red parabolic trajectory. As the sling was swung, the trajectory constantly shifted, and the clay pots wavered within acceptable size and weight parameters. Wind direction was also factored into the calculations. All he needed to do was release at the opportune moment. As flames erupted from Wei-King's position, the creatures in the jungle stirred restlessly. The initial barrage created chaos, with 80% of the pots striking the beasts accurately. The impact of the slingshot was formidable, rivaling that of a bow, but due to the need for ample space to swing, it lacked the ability to form a dense formation and achieve precise targeting, resulting in its eventual disuse. However, this flaw was now mitigated. Even the massive creatures, akin to war elephants, were visibly affected when struck, their flesh denting under the force. Naturally, they would retaliate, much like the swelling aftermath of a whip strike on a wolf's hide. The smaller beasts, resembling wolfhounds, were sent tumbling to the ground. Moreover, the coal not only inflicted kinetic damage, but also produced secondary shock and burns, rendering the fiery area untenable for a time. Once the volley was complete and the creatures began their pursuit, Wei-Kong took off running, discarding the clay pots and bamboo baskets, which held little value. The pursuing wolves were swift, but the 50-meter gap provided a brief respite. Furthermore, Wei-Kong was not alone in this endeavor. As the initial throwers retreated, 20 Wei-Kong armed with submachine guns surged forward to provide support. While the bullets may have struggled against the larger animals, they were more than sufficient to deter the swift ones. Each Wei-Kong wielding a submachine gun had a targeting reticle in their sights, allowing for precise shots even against larger beasts like wild boars, ensuring a rapid 3-round burst aimed at vital points. As the Wei-Kong who had been throwing clay pots continued to run, they disrupted the already disorganized clusters of life in the area. Soon, a synchronized chant emerged from the grass. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, Move forward, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Initially, the chant was faint, but it grew louder and more unified, perhaps shedding the shyness that had held them back or bolstering their courage for the battle ahead. The front line of Wei Kong initiated their advance. Despite the uneven terrain causing some disarray, they maintained a semblance of formation. The foremost Wei Kong donned 2 layers of body armor and sported bamboo shields on their arms, wielding long spears fashioned from bamboo and knife blades. This front line was primarily tasked with defending against creatures of comparable weight, no heavier than a tiger, allowing the archers behind to load their crossbows without interruption, preparing for 3-phase shots. As for creatures exceeding a ton, they were expected to be eliminated from 100 meters away by the initial volley. Behind this line, 3 ranks of archers awaited for their 3-phase attacks, while on either flank for individuals armed with submachine guns formed groups to protect the 100-meter front, thus creating a crossfire zone. With the systems targeting reticle marking trajectories, Wei Kong achieved an 80% hit rate with the slingshot, while the more user-friendly crossbows ensured every shot was deadly. The powerful bolts pierced the eye sockets of the monsters, often resolving encounters with a single shot, swiftly depleting their health. Among the myriad species, only a few smaller creatures, smaller than wolves, managed to evade the hail of fire. Those that charged in the final line were intercepted by Wei Kong wielding bamboo poles. Their speed rendered them almost cumbersome against the sharp spears. Observing from above, the battle line stretched for a kilometer, comprised of 16 combat formations advancing like a moving dam. This strategy, relying on the ability to unleash massive firepower while maintaining a steady pace, negated the need for rapid charges. They controlled their steps, observing the enemy's potential to regroup. Ready to counterattack, upon discerning the direction of an enemy charge, other lines would converge to encircle the flanks, deploying reserves to fill any gaps created by the encirclement. As the lines drew nearer, frenzied beasts fell to their arrows, and victory was assured for Wei Kong. However, amidst the fray, a critical vulnerability emerged along the eastern third of the line, where they encountered a formidable beast. Weighing 6 tons, this creature resembled a centaur, with equine hindquarters and a torso reminiscent of a naga, featuring 3 pairs of arms. One pair resembled primate hands, the longest pair with the grasping limbs of a mantis, and the shortest pair resembled crab pincers. Most crucially, this beast was clad in armor, unknown plant fibers fashioned into tiled armor, offering substantial protection against arrows. Despite having its eyes obliterated by Wei Kang's ranged assaults, when one Wei Kong attempted to strike its unarmored joints, the mantis-like pincers struck with bullet-like speed, ensnaring the Wei Kong instantly, and demonstrating that this creature possessed a keen sense beyond just sight. At that moment, the system explained in the communication channel. This was a node organism within the gene pool of the area, a top-tier entity within the life radiation system. It had likely sensed the life radiation emanating from the Wei Kong through its own biological processes. Wei Kong had no time to ponder the system's insights. The ensnared Wei Kong felt his femur exposed, and others rushed to assist, preparing to shoot the pincers with their submachine guns and drag him to safety. For Wei Kong, even a severed leg was a small price to pay for survival, and he could still contribute to the group with makeshift tools. Yet the colossal beast afforded no such opportunity. With its shortest pair of arms, it clamped down on the Wei Kang's head, crushing it with a sickening crunch, leaving the Wei Kong twitching for several seconds before succumbing. This gruesome sight shattered the resolve of the hundreds of Wei Kong on the battlefield. The sounds of arrows and gunfire echoed relentlessly, and on numerous occasions, they pierced through the armor of the colossal beast. However, some observant members of the team, Wei Kong, noticed that the creature's flesh writhed like that of an insect, rapidly repairing itself at a visible rate. This realization made Wei Kong, for the first time since entering this world, feel an acute longing for a high-powered sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, or cluster grenades. Indeed, the presence of a recoilless rifle would have been most desirable. Block it! Wei Kong trembled as he uttered the command, acutely aware of his precarious chances of survival. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly calmed himself and ordered his companion beside him, "Provide me with fire cover." He then shouted to those around him, "Whoever has the courage, charge with me and get close to destroy it." Indeed, in the face of such a creature, which did not rely on visual organs and possessed cellular vitality akin to a planarian, it was futile to attempt to whittle down its health with ranged attacks. Wei Kong could foresee that as soon as this beast came into contact with the corpses of the fallen, it would devour organic matter and recover its health faster than the damage inflicted by their arrows and bolts. This was a node organism. When the Pandora event first descended, the intensity of the carbon-based life information tunneling phenomenon was terrifying. In those days, it could transform both humans and any animal into mere skeletal forms within hours, or allow vast colonies of carbon-based bacteria to converge upon the strong-willed humans, directly molding another identical individual to replace the original, returning to the human realm. After spreading across the globe, the initially horrifying phenomena of life information dispersal and aggregation became diluted and less severe as the range expanded. However, within the node organisms of a localized biological community, these supernatural occurrences remained evident. This node organism was interconnected with the life activities of all organisms in the area. A portion of the energy from all life activities would feed back into the node. Therefore, as long as the intensity of attacks did not exceed a certain threshold, its recovery rate would instill despair in the attackers. Furthermore, the node organisms possessed a measure of intelligence. Upon realizing its shattered plate armor, the creature instinctively extended its hand, grasping the broken shards and hurling them at the approaching Wei Kong and his comrades. Despite the advanced warnings from the system regarding potential dangers, 3 members of the team managed to evade critical hits, though other parts of their bodies were left bloodied. One member suffered a blow to the forehead from a piece of debris, leaving him dazed, only to be subsequently grasped by the creature's pincers on his calf. In a moment of exasperation, one Wei Kong, speaking in his native tongue, charged forward, rolling beneath the beast's armpit and unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his submachine gun at the creature's awkward limb. The kinetic energy of the rapid-fire bullets was fully released at such close range, marring the limb's connection with flesh and ultimately severing it. The elbow pit was a blind spot, and severing one arm created another area of vulnerability for the beast. When the enemy is not invincible, it can uplift the morale of those who are bleeding and struggling. 453, watch out, it's picking up stones. The gunfire began to rain down. Team 6, evacuate with the injured. Other teams swiftly dragged the incapacitated Wei Kong away. Simultaneously, 3 more members, under the cover of fire, slid towards the creature's elbow pit. Of course, the success rate for this maneuver was 3 out of 5. 2 were captured by the remaining pincers of the beast. However, unlike the earlier incident where a head was crushed, the pincers were interrupted before they could close, and these 2 wounded members were also dragged to safety. During the firefight, a squad on either side of the beast planted long steel-tipped spears into the ground, their points angled upwards, forming a barrier. The gaps between the spears were half a meter wide, sufficient for a human to pass through, but utterly hostile to the colossal creature. Ultimately, the beast fell upon these spears, rolling and impaling itself with 4 or 5 metal barbs, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Wei Kong had finally inflicted a wound upon the creature that would be exceedingly difficult to heal. Next came the relentless assault of bamboo spikes, puncturing it like a porcupine, followed by piles of charcoal and thrown firewood to inflict additional damage. The node organism's regenerative capabilities could not withstand such a relentless barrage, and its life force began to wane. The participating creatures seemed to sense the central node of life communication dissipating, leading to a state of disarray as they retreated towards the western lakeshore. However, they would not fare well. Prior to the battle, Wei Kong had maneuvered a large team and now received the signal to ignite a fire at the upwind of the fleeing beast's route. The spread of flames was slow, but the smoke quickly enveloped the area like water. Chapter 19, The Fittest, Resonance. The war concluded, leaving behind the task of cleaning the battlefield, skinning where necessary, and roasting what could be cooked. The humidity in the jungle was dense. Night had just fallen, and in some places, fog began to rise, necessitating a swift fire to dispel the dampness. As for their fallen comrades, Wei Kong and the others hastily dug pits for burial. There was no need for tears. They simply needed to remember the pain, scars, and lessons learned from blood and sweat. With each burial, they would break a stone, leaving half atop the grave and taking the other half with them. Time was of the essence, and there were no conditions for a proper funeral. However, before departing, Wei Kong intended to carve the names of the fallen into the cliffs, leaving behind pertinent information about their existence in this world. The fragments of stone taken would eventually be placed before the inscriptions on these mountains. For now, it was necessary to transform pain into motivation. Wei Kong had determined their location. It belonged to the Zhu Sanjiao region. Within a century, the once towering skyscrapers had collapsed entirely, now concealed beneath a blanket of vegetation. During the recent battle, Wei Kong had glimpsed several 50-meter mounds, which were in fact the remnants of collapsed skyscrapers. After decades of rainfall, glass shards had transformed into fine sand, eroded day by the moss and herbaceous plants, rendering them unrecognizable on the surface. It wasn't until Wei Kong began excavating and unearthed red bricks, broken tiles, and rusted doorknobs that he realized this was once a city. Lacking the finesse of archaeologists to protect relics, he gathered bricks to construct a bathhouse and a makeshift bed, finding the burnt red bricks to be quite useful resources in the present. After a brief assessment, the team decided to establish a base in this area, seeking more underground resources. As a soul of the 21st century, excavating the remnants of the 21st century posed no psychological burden for Wei Kong. Teams began to transition into a construction mode. The first group started dismantling steel pipes to assemble tents. Meanwhile, the second Wei Kong, tasked with planning water resources at the lake, utilized the naturally formed river nearby, laying down pebbles from small stream and digging trenches to channel the water into their area, filtering it to create a potable water source. A team of 100 worked in silence. At times, they found joy amidst hardship, tasting the potentially sweet roots they unearthed. Wei Kong 1344 suddenly remarked, "We are now residing in the city center, but alas, there are no hospitals." Wei Kong 1365 added, "And no fast food restaurants or internet cafes." Wei Kong 1343 lamented, "All we can dig up are bricks. Even the glass bottles are shattered, leaving us with nothing to drink." Another retorted, "Would you dare drink syrup from hundreds of years ago?" At that moment, a member from the communications group approached and asked, "Are you all chatting?" The Wei Kong raised their heads and nodded, but suddenly realized something. The Wei Kong responsible for communication remarked, "You just didn't use your mouths." The Wei Kong exchanged astonished glances with one another. Indeed, they had not spoken. Even the distance between them during their conversation had been a full 10 meters. And the noise from the engineer shoveling stones was quite loud, theoretically creating a barrier to communication. Yet, they had effortlessly conveyed their thoughts to one another and received mutual responses. However, now that they consciously aimed to do so, it felt as if they were attempting to fly again after floating down from the sky in a dream, unable to recreate the experience. The communication group, Wei Kong said, "Everyone, don't rush. Let us inquire about this with other groups later. It shouldn't be an isolated incident. As long as it's not unique, we can view it with a sense of curiosity and analyze it objectively. If this telepathic connection could be actively realized, the collaborative capacity within the Wei Kong would be significantly enhanced." This was certainly not an isolated case, as many other groups had also experienced temporary barriers to conscious communication. Meanwhile, the observer was astounded by the data recently transmitted from the Wei Kang's particle nodes. The entities replicated by the information enthalpy comprised only bodies and thoughts, while consciousness was not included in the replication process. To be precise, consciousness is a quantum phenomenon which cannot be accurately observed or measured. Once observed, the wave function collapses, akin to a fatal act. What happens when there are only bodies and fixed thoughts devoid of consciousness? They act according to habitual thinking, hesitating when faced with various situations and following their instincts. This mass replication could likely lead to chaos and disintegration. However, the Wei Kong did not experience this. Their habitual thinking contained certain dogmatic elements that evidently prevented them from scattering and instead fostered a collective identity. As individuals, the Wei Kong had always adhered to the notion of being ordinary people, not beings capable of extraordinary feats, so when confronted with danger, they instinctively gravitated towards the collective. Yet, this remained habitual thinking. If it continued merely in this manner, it would be inadequate. Without consciousness to further coalesce, the collective would encounter numerous contradictions and begin to disband. At the onset of the Wei Kong's arrival, their synchronized actions vanished. And although the subconscious maintained the whole, the trend was still toward disintegration. If this were a scenario on a deserted island, it wouldn't take long before the Wei Kong began to split. However, with the emergence of subsequent crises, this trend quickly halted. To interject, when the crisis occurred. Bai Ling Lu initially believed that the Wei Kong would accelerate into chaos and ultimately scatter, especially considering the human incidents that had transpired with Western travelers a decade prior. Yet, the Wei Kong seemed to have struck a particular chord, and in an instant, consciousness surged dramatically. Among the original 500 individuals, which had previously only exhibited instinctual behavior and habitual thinking, a subjective agency emerged. Throughout the ensuing battle, this surge persisted. Following the tragic demise of individual Wei Kong, this surge peaked. At that moment, the consciousness scale of the majority of Wei Kong individuals surpassed civilian levels, with some, such as those directly engaging in close combat with the node entities, exhibiting consciousness levels akin to that of non-commissioned officers. This surge diminished following the conclusion of the battle, and the consciousness scale of all individual Wei Kong dropped back below civilian levels. Nevertheless, even so, with nearly 600 bodies, the total scale of consciousness remained alarmingly high. Currently, the observer Bai Ling Lu was diligently engaged in her responsibilities. Her duties encompassed not only providing various assistance to the Wei Kong, but also storing the mental states of the fallen individuals prior to their deaths. The Time-Space Traversal Department paid keen attention to the life and death states of travelers. But according to medical standards, assessments were always based on the total volume of consciousness among travelers. Memory loss could cause consciousness to lose its foundation. However, during the exploration of different dimensions, the total volume of consciousness was on the rise. Some memories might be accidentally lost during traversal, but the impact was minimal. Moreover, as long as valuable memories were preserved and replicated, it equated to a form of memory dormancy. Upon return, the self would reacquire these memories, akin to awakening from dormancy. In a sense, the demise of individual Wei Kong in this world was merely a forced pause. When they returned to the main world, they would recollect their past. Thus, at present, the few individual Wei Kong in the exploration of different dimensions were in a state of suspension, and Bai Ling Lu, as the observer, remained untroubled. However, she had not informed the Wei Kong about the preservation of the memories of the fallen. After completing the essential tasks concerning the Wei Kong, Bai Ling Lu urgently reported this significant discovery. For standard time intervals across dimensions later, a response arrived from the gravitational well exit. Is there any fusion barrier among his multiple entities? Bai Ling Lu replied, no. All consciousness frequencies are very compatible and can integrate perfectly. It seemed that the gravitational well underwent some discussions before responding. There are still several months remaining. Please observe while ensuring the safety of the travelers. What was Bai Ling Lu contemplating? The Time-Space Management Bureau was well aware. Even during discussions on this matter, a faction of radicals emerged among the Time-Space Management Bureau. The Pandora dimension was classified as a high-risk restricted zone. This designation was due to the ongoing inability to identify effective survival technologies within this dimension. As for whether the survival technologies of the native humans in this dimension could pave a bright path, one could say that the human settlements here are in the midst of extinction. Thus, even if a high-ranking official were to arrive, they would merely alter the narrative for a few individuals in this era and exert some influence. However, now, the life radiation situation in this dimension seemed to have received a new interpretation from the Wei Kong. With over 500 entities sharing identical genes and no conflicts among their thoughts, they achieved a unified will, despite the likelihood of many complex mechanisms throughout this process. Whether this could be replicated among other travelers remained to be seen. Nonetheless, it is now confirmed. In Bai Ling Lu's latest assessment, amidst the life radiation in the Pandora world, the Wei Kong did not experience the same invasive foreign gene insertions as other travelers. Rather, it was the Wei Kong who radiated. Furthermore, this life radiation began to evolve further in depth according to the environment. Presently, within the Wei Kong collective, what was the emerging phenomenon of conscious communication? It was the evolution of life radiation towards the function of information transmission. Bai Ling Lu, within the high-energy chamber of the dimensional realm, confirmed that the Wei Kong were suitable for development, exploration, and accumulation within this dimension. In contemporary times, the exploration team made significant contributions to the exploration of a high-risk dimension, allowing the Time-Space Exploration Department to develop the area on a large scale. Thus, this team would enjoy exclusive rights to this dimension. A less significant note. This privilege pertains to the travelers and their accompanying observers. Therefore, within the spatial bubble, Bai Linglu quietly justified herself. I hope you achieve great things. What is wrong with that? Meanwhile, the current circumstances faced by the time-space planners had also shifted from before. The dimensional war among the travelers of the main world had reached a fever pitch. If the Wei Kong could accomplish unprecedented pioneering efforts in the Pandora dimension, it would open a new strategic channel for the Eastern Time-Space Management Bureau. This would play a crucial role in breaking the stalemate across multiple time-space zones. The initial conflict of war in the realm of human civilization holds profound significance. The loss of the advantage of the first strike entails that historical accountability must be acknowledged. Thus, the Earth's Temporal Bureau has conceived some audacious and proactive strategies concerning the current arrival of Wei Kong into this realm. However, the pressing issue remains. Wei Kong has only recently joined the ranks of civilian traversers. As the term suggests, civilian implies a non-combatant status. Strictly speaking, according to the definitions established a decade ago, civilian traversers do not qualify as regular forces during the traversal process. They belong to the category of reservists still in training. It is indeed rather harsh to assign them the perilous task of navigating high-risk realms. Yes, it is indeed somewhat cruel. Proponents do not deny that the radical plans impose excessive pressure on novice traversers, yet they cite the circumstances at the front lines. As discussions within the Temporal Management Department progressed, opinions began to emerge from the spatial bubble adjacent to Wei King's temporal zone. Senior traverser Luo Hongxing remarked, "But is the confrontation ahead not equally brutal? Or has already claimed our 3 officer-level traversers to the void?" This weighty statement momentarily halted the discussion. At this juncture, in the realm of Pandora, night had fallen, and the external fog thickened, rendering the barriers damp. Thus, the central campfire blazed even more fiercely, with heated bricks extracted from the fire and wrapped in grass rope to be distributed among the bedding of each Wei Kong. The condition of the 23 injured Wei Kong had stabilized, and Wei Kong could not help but marvel at their vitality. One severely wounded individual had lost an alarming amount of blood, teetering on the brink of shock and death. However, as they administered a nourishing blood soup to this individual and continuously provided warmth with blankets, the person began to recover. The campfire crackled, and the barriers had been constructed, with traps set behind them, and the duty personnel were arranged accordingly. The more they accomplished, the greater their sense of security grew. The majority of the Wei Kong began to summarize the day's work and gathered to explore the phenomenon of conscious resonance that emerged among many groups during the day. Just as they delved deeply into thought, their minds began to expand and spread like ripples, and a collective telepathic phenomenon reoccurred. The communications group of Wei Kong commenced to receive detailed information from the system. Within the consciousness of the Wei Kong, the system rarely manifested in a perceivable form. Bai Linglu, appearing as a shimmering star, emerged in Wei King's mind. She began to interlink the images gathered from various individuals during combat and elucidated. The flamboyant system in Wei King's eyes stated, "Currently, regarding the occurrence of your thought exchanges, there's a lack of data and materials. You're the only traverser to arrive in this realm in your current form and to survive effectively. It is known that the life gene replication proteins of this realm exhibit a powerful quantum tunneling phenomenon, resulting in genetic chaos among various species. However, life itself possesses the ability to organize chaos. For instance, the node organisms you encountered and their kin are life forms from Earth's natural realm. Attempting to achieve the integration of life information within the environment of Pandora, they represent a genetic community. As a new group, your genetic foundation is considerably more orderly than the traditional life communities of this realm. Hence, you may experience a certain degree of life resonance." Wei Kong Communications Group 33 inquired, "What relevance does this genetic activity have with my consciousness exchange?" The system replied, "Consciousness in essence is also a form of life phenomenon. The consciousness you currently comprehend is understood through thought. Yet, most life forms have not evolved the capacity for thought to carry consciousness. Their life consciousness stems from genetic selection during evolutionary processes, birthed after the quantum tunneling phenomenon of Pandora's life forms." Wei Kong Communications 13 remarked, "So, I might attempt thought resonance, striving for consciousness resonance, and thus achieve life resonance? The system affirmed. Indeed, however, you seem presently unable to control the resonance. The injured Wei Kong number 87 suggested, perhaps I can give it a try. Let me contemplate something that sends chills down my spine. 15 seconds later, 40 Wei Kong gathered together, and under the leader's fervent gestures, they began to sing. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind. How resounding are the songs of victory! Wei Kong had forgotten how long it had been since he had wholeheartedly unleashed his voice in a chorus. In his youth, during flag-raising ceremonies, he would hum rather than sing out loud. The louder he sang, the more attention he attracted, causing him to subconsciously tone down his volume. During military training, they were indeed encouraged to sing loudly, but that was merely to fulfill the instructor's demands for a certain volume, with each person simply completing a task. However now, amidst a large group of his kin in this foreign land, he was able to sing with abandon. The 40-voice chorus quickly resonated, drawing in more and more of their kind, their voices swelling into a powerful crescendo. In the air, an invisible force seemed to spread, a shared sanctity, and each individual felt a profound resonance amid their fervent emotions. This resonance alleviated the fatigue and pain that had accumulated throughout the day. A peculiar occurrence ensued. The severely injured Wei Kong, whose wounds had begun to heal, experienced a resurgence of growth in their injuries. The Wei Kong with a severed leg felt an intense thirst, consuming copious amounts of water and voraciously replenishing food, while the cells in his leg grew at an astonishing rate, akin to fungal proliferation. Of course, this growth excluded bone, merely allowing muscle to develop. However, if flesh could regenerate, it was only a matter of time before the bones followed suit. After a single song, the previously transient phenomenon of telepathy among various workgroups now unified within the minds of all Wei Kong, with every individual establishing information exchanges with 6 to 30 others, lasting for a full 2 hours. The observer by Ling Lu busily resumed her work, this development exceeding her and the manager's best expectations. Chapter 20. Wei King's Earthly Days in This World. Life exists in a state of mutual radiation. As Wei Kong sang, it represented a moment of self-awareness and life, achieving an unprecedented level of integration, resulting in a controllable, temporary telepathy, with the disabled individuals healing and regenerating like jellyfish and sea stars. For this world, it constituted a powerful radiation event. This radiative phenomenon induced notable tremors across the vast ecological domain. 50 kilometers away, a tribe that had been decimated in battle against Wei Kong was preparing to reconstruct nodes for genetic exchange. In a pond, the embryonic lives of these beings, still translucent in muscle and with scant blood vessels, lacked clear distinctions between skeletal structure and muscle. However, there would be no further developments. It was as if an egg had abruptly cooled, halting the development of stillborn. The remnants surrounding the pond fled in panic. 150 kilometers away, life forms that had belonged to a single tribe appeared to be driven into a frenzy, beginning to attack one another. A colossal creature, with a wingspan reaching 50 meters, unleashed its shadow in the air, its tentacles ensnaring land-dwelling beasts and draining their blood, restoring order within 50 minutes. 500 kilometers away, along the banks of a natural water body formed by the confluence of 2 rivers, 2 distinct populations of aquatic creatures had long engaged in a relentless cycle of predation. However, today an unexpected truce has been declared, prompting both groups to retreat into the depths of the waters. 1,000 kilometers distant, within the vast canyon of the Dejiang, towering trees sense the change. Slender, willow-like branches sprouted from their trunks, cascading like streams into the mighty Yangtze River below. This sudden influx of foliage obstructed the river's flow, causing the water level to rise by half a meter. At the heart of these unfolding events, the sun shone brightly on what was a serene morning. At least that was the sentiment of Wei Kong. After a night's rest, the leaves of the underbrush glistened with dew. Wei Kong commenced his daily tasks, making his way to the shaded area north of the lodging zone, where a small ditch lay. Within 100 meters of their accommodation, Wei Kong and his companions squatted by the drainage outlet, utilizing water cups crafted from leaves to cleanse their mouths. Beyond 50 meters downstream, a steep slope of approximately 70 degrees rose sharply beside the ditch. Wei Kong, having indulged in a hearty meal the previous night, now shimmered in the sunlight. Further downstream, the ditch became lined with clusters of vertical barriers, where incessant sounds of flatulence echoed. Wei Kong and his companions reaffirmed a crucial lesson. Their diet would consist solely of meat, preferably in large, pungent portions. The scent seemed to have driven away even the smallest of creatures in the vicinity. In the natural world, animals are acutely aware of the odor of carnivorous excretions, and they would never dare approach the territory of such predators. Several severely injured Wei Kongs underwent systematic examinations, revealing that new limbs, having undergone muscular hypertrophy, were in the process of bone growth. During this phase, the leg muscles involuntarily twitched, and any unguarded stretching led to discomfort from growth pains. At the current rate, with ample nutrition, their legs would recover swiftly. Therefore, today, as primary objective, was to chisel stones in preparation for constructing a stone mill, intending to grind roasted bones into powder to swiftly replenish the calcium necessary for the recovery of their injured. The exploration team was divided into 6 directions to venture into the outer regions. During their expedition, they encountered disturbances from various creatures. Mosquitoes landed on Wei Kong, drawing blood and leaving raised welts. However, after a brief period of itching lasting a minute or two, the swellings disappeared. Wei Kong noted this phenomenon with curiosity, eventually concluding it was a manifestation of his life radiation, which seemingly distributed damage evenly among his kind. Unbeknownst to Wei Kong, each mosquito that had fed on him succumbed just a minute later in the underbrush. His life radiation was akin to a form of nuclear radiation for these foreign entities. As Wei Kong documented the duration for which each swelling persisted, the overseer seized what appeared to be a rare opportunity to interject, suggesting the discovery of a self-repair phenomenon among genetically similar individuals during their exploration of this plane. Wei Kong responded, "Oh, is this a first discovery? It seems you still cannot provide data services. No worries, I do not hold it against you." The overseer appeared momentarily taken aback by this response. "Moments latte." The system suggested, "Perhaps you could apply for a mission to establish a temporary base here. A duration of 3 years should suffice." Faced with such a proposal, Wei Kong and all his communicative counterparts hesitated not, delivering a unified response. "Let us return first, and we shall discuss it later." Despite having triumphed decisively in battle, no Wei Kong would dare to represent his kin by claiming invulnerability to death, nor would they recklessly provoke danger. An hour later, amidst the eastern underbrush, a Wei Kong trembled with excitement, exclaiming, cross the peak, pin down the serpent's head with a stick, then step on its tail, striking it dead and burying its head to prevent it from biting. 6 Wei Kongs cautiously approached, wielding sticks to subdue a large black and white serpent. None sought to play the hero, relying on their collective strength to share the risk. Currently, the Wei Kongs were not allies. Allies could be sold. The Wei Kong, exploring the fringes of the urban ruins, observed the remnants of a railway foundation, now overgrown into a thicket. Although the steel tracks remained, the earth beneath had been contorted by massive root systems. Wei Kong marked the area for potential extraction of these steel resources should opportunity arise in the future. He also stumbled upon several valuable items, including buried metal artifacts, which he intended to retrieve and melt down to replace his current military knife. Upon returning to the camp, Wei Kong realized that bricks were his most pressing need. Having just felled trees intended for construction, he found that after a day's exposure to dew, they began to sprout mold. The mushrooms proliferated upwards in sections, growing exponentially faster than bean sprouts. The system prompted in the Pandora biological field. Organisms with originally simple structures may remain simple, yet their energy exchanges are multifaceted. Life radiation allows for rapid energy support across various entities. Extracting his military knife, Wei Kong severed a substantial cluster of these mushrooms, discovering that the wood had already undergone significant transformation by the mycelium, reducing the outer layer to a crumbling powder. Upon cutting deeper, he found that the mushroom roots had penetrated into the wood core. Wei Kong could only exclaim, "Goodness, if this were a fungal infection on my feet, wouldn't that be a dire predicament?" He had first-hand experience with athlete's foot, a relentless cycle of itching and decay. After confirming his immune status with the system and observing the effects of his life radiation on various biological gene fragments, he concluded that he was indeed in a state of invulnerability. Yet, he pondered how best to deal with these mushrooms. Observing the various types sprouting His first thought was whether they were edible. The system replied, the remnants of human civilization in this plane relied upon such fungi, collecting organic matter from the wild to be processed by these mushrooms. However, due to the multitude of species, they cannot be consumed directly. A selection process is necessary, followed by a second fermentation to eliminate toxicity. As Wei Kong inspected which areas had the densest mushroom growth, another thought struck him. There were other human communities in this world. He accessed the System S database on human civilization. Presently, humanity had lost its dominion over nature. Vital resources such as water, sunlight, and temperature, which once formed the bedrock of large-scale agriculture, had collapsed, leading to the downfall of major cities that had relied on it. Wei Kong's current encampment was situated in what had once been a grand urban area, characterized by its convenient transport and expansive terrain. Indigenous humans could not compete against the genetic clusters in this region, finding refuge only in cities beyond the periphery of the former urban sprawl. Each settlement was limited to no more than 20,000 inhabitants, while those exceeding 50,000 represented dominant human factions within the area. Wei King mused, really? In the System S exposition, he discovered that the inhabitants of this world engaged in intricate endeavors to contend with a myriad of colossal beasts and resilient life forms. Humanity had birthed the profession of beast tamer, a symbiosis of biological entities and large machinery. Prior to Pandora's impending consumption of Earth, humanity had conducted extensive research into the phenomenon of life radiation, and the final desperate attempts of human conglomerates involved seeking out node organisms, aiming to exert control over them via human life information. Certainly, the endeavor proves futile, although some individuals possess remarkable willpower, enabling them to influence the biological life forms within the Pandora realm through life radiation, ultimately replacing the neurons of these beings with their own cells. The result of such coercion is a grotesque existence incapable of independent survival in the natural world. The life scientists of that era expressed profound dissatisfaction with this outcome, believing that given a bit more time, manpower, and abundant resources, it would be feasible to coordinate the domination of apex-level biological entities belonging to humanity. Just as despair threatened to engulf this situation, another group of technicians applied this failed, half-baked technology. They excised the deformed organs and connected mechanical structures. These malformed creatures retained a vigorous vitality and swiftly grew along the organic conduits of their mechanical limbs. Thus, the Beastmasters, by harvesting the subspecies symbiotically coexisting with the apex beings and assuming dominance, augmented the combat power through the integration of the subspecies with machinery. For instance, the system presented to Wei Kong various states of symbiotic beasts existing in this world. Upon viewing the first interface, Wei Kong nearly exclaimed, "Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex?" This creature, akin to a mechanical dinosaur, comprised 50% living tissue, adorned with a mechanical helmet upon its cranium, its torso protected by gleaming metallic armor, and mechanical devices embedded in its arms, capable of revealing cannons at will, while its right hand wielded a pure steel shield. Not to mention, this entity possessed an undeniable aesthetic appeal, resembling a living action figure monster. However, its striking appearance effectively thwarted the plans of previous travelers who sought to forge a new path upon arriving in this world. The esteemed individuals from Earth, who had traversed this dimension, found themselves irrevocably bound to this path while cultivating their warrior beasts within the established Beastmaster system. It was precisely Wei Kong, prior to this incident and before the arrival of the Overseers, who simplified the processing of information into thousands of versions of himself, thus allowing the possibility of forging an alternative route. Much like history, when a force evolves into a higher, more complex state, it loses the adaptability to create new entities upon descending into a trough. Most Chinese dynasties, after their foundational rule was shaken, despite possessing far more resources than when they initially rose, found themselves incapable of resurgence, as the final emperors would never willingly relinquish their entourages, and the bureaucratic systems would not abandon their hierarchical orders. At the campsite, Wei Kong had completed his investigation regarding the optimal growth locations for mushrooms, discovering them flourishing near the latrine. The verdant growth, when disturbed, erupted with a multitude of spores, prompting exclamations filled with exasperation. Wei Kong remarked, While one can be surrounded by vegetation during a bowel movement, one should never be encircled by mushrooms. To address this dilemma, a group of Wei Kong volunteered to manage the latrine, igniting torches to incinerate the mushrooms, ultimately scraping them away. The charred mushrooms emitted a peculiar scent, and due to the setting, the aftermath would lead to the volunteers being averse to consuming mushrooms for an extended period. However, while the cleaning was underway, a spark from a torch fell into the pit, flaring briefly before extinguishing, alerting the fecal management team to a crucial realization. The pit had only been established for 2 days, yet the fermentation of microorganisms was alarmingly rapid. Thus, a new project commenced. For hours later, outside the dwelling, in a cleared area, a temporary shelter had been erected. The chemical team, adhering to the system's provided guidelines, executed a series of operations involving coal filtration, followed by heating with salvaged ceramic pots. Finally, they extracted and dried white crystals, mixing them with a certain proportion of charcoal, igniting it, and producing a resounding crack. It was determined to be nitrate crystals. Exchanging glances, an unspoken communication transpired among the Wei Kong. One remarked, "In 3 months, we depart forever. The yield is uncertain. Should we pursue this?" Another replied, "Yet, engaging in such endeavors is only feasible here. Returning to Shenzhou is impossible, and venturing to the primary world is equally unattainable. The former would never allow us to linger by the latrine, while the latter would prohibit the fabrication of such hazardous materials." Wei Kong began to discern a semblance of amusement in this world. He could speak freely without ridicule, express his thoughts and aesthetics without disdain, and pursue his desires without being labeled foolish. Chapter 21. An unexpected encounter in the ruins of the Pearl River Delta, approximately 100 kilometers to the east. There lies a human settlement, the closest habitation to a cluster of others. This settlement, named Jian City, bears no connection to the cities of your prior to the Great Cataclysm. Rather, it was established by a group of villagers who, during the cataclysm, banded together for survival. Locating a region with riverine access and sheltered by hills, constructing this city. Presently, the entire city is encircled by 3-meter-high walls, punctuated by elevated platforms, with ominous cannon muzzles surveying the surroundings. The artillery technology is barely adequate, featuring breech-loading steel rifle barrels with thick walls, utilizing brown powder as propellant. Supported by wheelbases on the platforms, it can control the surrounding areas. Overall, this represents a technological level akin to mid-19th century Krupp steel cannons. Civilization has regressed, and social structures have dulled, rendering many technologies unsustainable. For instance, in chemical production, the synthesis of potassium nitrate followed by the introduction of hydrochloric acid for the nitration of glycerin or nitrocellulose remains feasible at each step. However, many intermediates are highly unstable. In the 21st century, formal chemical factories required education and discipline for employment, alongside effective management. Meanwhile, low-skilled technicians in small workshops risked imprisonment, motivated by profit, to cautiously produce certain chemicals. Yet, in a society where resources are monopolized by a few and the majority have lost upward mobility, maintaining the production of hazardous materials with numerous critical steps inevitably leads to catastrophic incidents. Thus, it is not that knowledge has been forgotten. Rather, societal structures dictate production relations, which in turn constrain productivity. The absence of powerful explosives results in lower artillery chamber pressures, as military industries prioritize stability over performance. In cities like Jian, the overall reliability of military technology has fallen to that of the 20th century, with only a handful of artisan-level technologies, such as precision gears, wiring, and optical glass production, reaching the mid-20th century workshop standard. Now, at the heart of this cannon-fortified city, the central hub resembles a watchtower of the Great Wall. The building's walls feature small windows, with 3 skylights at the top, allowing light to penetrate. Both the skylights and wall windows can be sealed with steel plates, rendering the room completely airtight. Inside, amenities such as electric fans and incandescent lights are present. The light filtering through the skylights illuminates several potted plants, 2 of which are kumquat trees still bearing green fruit. Reclining on a wooden chair is an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat, reminiscent of a 21st century researcher. In this era, retaining clothing from centuries past is quite extraordinary, as humanity has lost access to cotton and most individuals now don garments woven from linen fibers. This is Zheng Longmu, the Lord of Jian City. He scrutinized a report provided by the head of the fungal cultivation room, which indicated anomalies in the cultures. Turning the pages of a book, he found the explanation for this phenomenon: significant changes in the genetic community of the surrounding area. He then approached another glass display case and retrieved a box bearing the names of the beast tamers under his command. He first picked up a token belonging to one of his apprentices, then another, and hung both tokens on the nearby kumquat bonsai, smiling kindly. It has been nearly 40 days since Wei King's arrival in this realm, and the territory has flourished remarkably. Within the settlement, several traditional clay furnaces have been constructed, each reaching a height of 5 meters, utilizing bricks excavated from the city ruins. Such large-scale furnaces require more than mere human effort for their operation, particularly as Wei Kong found manual labor exhausting. Consequently, he dammed a small stream, employing the principles of leverage and a wheel to create a reciprocating motion in the furnace's blower, continuously introducing hot air. As the heated air mingled with the charcoal, flames erupted, raising the furnace temperature to levels capable of melting steel, allowing the metallic artifacts unearthed from the ruins to finally liquefy. This primitive steel-making technique, which had squandered resources and produced vast amounts of useless scrap steel during the 1960s, has since been scorned by some intellectuals of the 1980s. However, in reality, this method can yield usable steel. In the 1930s, during the local anti-invasion war, it was this very technique that facilitated the production of weapons. The key to its efficacy lay in the fact that the engineers who had studied abroad utilized this method, adhering to all necessary standards. In contrast, the steel production efforts of the 1960s were executed by farmers lacking industrial awareness, who, driven by enthusiasm and quantity, failed to grasp the significance of each metric, resulting in inadequate furnace height, insufficient wall strength, and suboptimal temperatures, ultimately producing scrap steel without any technical conclusions. In essence, the issue was not with the method itself, but rather the lack of qualified personnel in industrial production. Wei Kong remarked that the criticisms from a group of literary youths were irrelevant. Did they possess the qualifications to produce steel? His current endeavor to smelt steel was for his own benefit, and every related process was meticulously documented. The copper and iron extracted from the city were sorted, with steel directed into the primary furnace and copper into smaller ones. Once the steel was refined, it flowed directly into various shell casting zones for molding, while another outlet channeled it to the forging area, where it was shaped, drilled, and pressed into 30-centimeter-long iron canisters, which were then fitted with support brackets. As for the copper from the smaller furnace, it was heated and forged into copper sheets, cut into specific dimensions, and subsequently pressed into copper pen casings and nibs, with the latter requiring lead weights to be poured inside. These metallic components were tested by a measurement team, pushing them into a chamber and then retrieved for processing with files. The copper casings were filled with dark granules, fitted with nibs, and then pressed using a large stapler-like apparatus to secure them. The most intricate aspect of the process was the base of the copper casing, necessitating a complex tutorial provided by the system. Fortunately, this location is blessed with hot springs and sulfur, enabling the production of sulfuric acid. This acid can be transformed into hydrochloric acid through salt, which, when heated with soft manganese, generates a yellow-green gas that can be used to create bleaching powder. This leads to the possibility of producing firecrackers, provided one can find realgar. However, the nitration process is perilous, requiring proper industrial techniques, with all operations needing to be conducted below 80 degrees Celsius, where even a slight touch could meet such conditions. A row of border district products rolled off the assembly line from Wei King's adobe workshop. After a day of industrial production, water cooled down the equipment, trickling through dried bamboo tubes and splashing onto Wei Kong, who then applied crushed tianqi leaves to his body. In recent days, Wei Kong has been plagued by a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, which have all perished after feeding on him. The adobe houses are in dire need of grass mats. The only downside to Wei King's fervent push for heavy industrial production is the inefficiency in weaving grass mats. He mused that if a batch of young women were to come and weave straw sandals and mats for him, it would be delightful. He refrained from voicing this thought to the overseer, sensing that his unwillingness to cooperate on certain matters had created a rift between him and the young woman. In moments of discord, he aimed to avoid arguments, realizing that humor would not foster affection but rather disdain. Wei Kong assessed his relationship with the overseer, likening it to a 21st century mismatch in character, values, and lifestyle habits. In simpler terms, he felt too rustic to align with someone of her caliber. Meanwhile, in the dimensional space bubble, the overseer, by Ling Lu, meticulously reviewed Wei Kang's recent activities. Naturally, she activated the intelligent censorship system for any unsightly visuals, such as the morning display of golden water columns forming an arched corridor. Her impression of Wei Kang had significantly shifted, now viewing him with a positive lens. He possesses decisive action capabilities and a thorough consideration of excess resources, rendering him quite dependable. For instance, in the project concerning the production of saltpeter, Wei Kang initially set a target of 3 kilograms per day. However, upon executing the plan, he established higher standards by damming the river and capturing a substantial number of fish, incorporating their entrails into the saltpeter pile, ensuring a daily yield of 15 kilograms of pure saltpeter. While this is merely a small component of a larger plan, Wei Kang's commitment to his goals instills confidence in Bai Ling Lu regarding the feasibility of the grand strategy for this realm. The question now arises, how can Bai Ling Lu persuade Wei Kang to remain here? She pondered, what should I do now that he no longer engages me in conversation? This concern was not communicated to the gravitational well. Wei Kang intended to remain in the desolate ruins for 100 days, seeking solitude before departing. However, residing here inevitably led to unforeseen encounters. After 40 days in this realm, a vessel passed by from upstream, lingering suspiciously near Wei Kang's dwelling, reminiscent of the furtive spies near the military port of Dalian in the 21st century. Therefore, Wei Kang, ever the gracious host, invited them ashore for a drink. Bullets struck the river's surface as a warning for them to halt their vessel. The merchants who disembarked, stammering, claimed to hail from Jian City, expressing their intent to engage in trade at this new human settlement. Wei Kang, naturally, welcomed the opportunity for commerce, seeking tea, cotton fabric, and tung oil for himself. Originally, my intention in traversing time was to become a merchant of the ages, with a considerable stock of small yellow fish at my disposal. Naturally, I sought to procure them for brewing tea to alleviate constipation, setting up mosquito nets, and for waterproofing purposes. Wei Kang invited these anxious, ostensibly merchant individuals to the camp to discuss business. However, once they entered, they trembled incessantly. The local dialect in this region of Yu was already quite unclear to Wei Kang, requiring the assistance of a translation system, complicating communication further. The merchant's trembling was easily comprehensible, given that a human encampment had abruptly emerged in what was once a desolate ruin, and upon entering, they discovered that all the inhabitants bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. In the world of Pandora, there exist various peculiar gene pools, some of which include human-like entities known as Rongha Run. Although some individuals appear nearly indistinguishable from humans, they exhibit behaviors that are exceedingly strange to normal humans. For instance, their life cycles may entail 1 year as a human followed by a decade as a beast. These gene pools merely exploit the cognitive capabilities of the human brain, devoid of any moral or societal norms characteristic of humanity. At present, Wei Kang resembled such a bizarre gene pool, and due to his identical appearance to humans, he further incited the uncanny valley effect. Nevertheless, in light of this, Wei Kang defiantly argued that if presented with 1,000 identical beauties, there would be no uncanny valley effect whatsoever. The allure of the small yellow fish in his possession far surpassed that of any beauty. Thus, he urged them to exhibit their capitalist greed, offering to sell the nooses at tenfold profit. The system once again cautioned that these individuals might not be true merchants, or at least not purely so. During their business discussions, they feigned interest, entirely disregarding negotiations over the parameters of tea and textiles. Whatever Wei Kang stated was accepted without question, clearly an act of perfunctory compliance. That evening, when Wei Kang intentionally left an opening, they fled, only to fall into a latrine, nearly choking on the stench, a clear indication of where Wei Kang had left the gap. Amidst the foul air, they lamented, believing themselves devoured by some monstrous entity, lamenting for their parents as the noxious fumes ascended around them. Squatting at the edge of the latrine, Wei Kang tossed down a rope, pinching his nose as he addressed them. Gentlemen, since you have come to conduct business. Why do you repeatedly act without announcing your presence in my territory? Surely, this is not the etiquette of guest. His words provided a modicum of comfort to those within the cesspool, as they realized they were not in the belly of a beast. Indeed, there were even leaves for wiping provided by Wei Kong. After several minutes of silence, following Wei King's inquiry, just as he prepared to unzip his trousers and wash them with hot water, a defiant voice finally emerged. We are not the guests. You are the uninvited ones. Subsequently, a lump of excrement was hurled out, nearly striking Wei Kong. Rendered speechless by the retort, he ceased his verbal sparring. After pulling them up, he doused them with a simple basin of water and unfurled a wooden map a few meters away. Wei Kong warned these merchants. Do you see this map? By the river, your city's armed forces are prohibited from crossing within 6 months. Do not say I did not forewarn you. He then discarded a small, rudimentary wooden map. Emerging from the filthy pit, the group of merchants, sniffling and weeping, accepted the map offered by Wei Kong, then hastily fled into the jungle, as if pursued by phantoms. Not daring to pause for even a moment, observing their retreating figures, Wei Kong lowered his head in contemplation, sensing that the current situation was precarious. He dispatched a small team to discreetly follow them, ensuring they confirmed their route back, while also gathering intelligence on Jiancheng. A week later, a portion of the reconnaissance team returned, while another contingent was sent to rotate in for surveillance. In Wei King's eyes, Jiancheng appeared to be a somewhat remote city, surrounded by concrete walls that were pure black, with damp areas covered in moss. The reconnaissance team ascended nearby high ground to survey the condition of this dilapidated human settlement. By assessing the number of horse-drawn carriages parked in open areas and correlating that with the road conditions on the map, they inferred that a force of approximately 1,000 individuals could be mobilized, armed with artillery and other heavy weaponry to strike at the territory they occupied. Of course, this offensive capability represented the most optimistic scenario. Even during the era of Genghis Khan, with ample justification for warfare, it was challenging to concentrate one's forces in a single direction. Furthermore, the density of the undergrowth surrounding the city indicated that the soldiers within had not engaged in large-scale marches or military training for an extended period. Under the present circumstances, even the highest authority within the city, despite its supremacy, would be unable to mobilize forces exceeding 1/10 of the total available manpower for initiating external conflicts after such a prolonged period of maintaining the status quo. Yet, despite this rather optimistic outlook, Wei Kong remained apprehensive, for war inevitably brings death, and he feared it greatly. Chapter 22. Extending the stay when the era of Pandora commenced. Life on Earth began to revel, while human civilization descended into gradual decay. Radio communications became ineffective, traditional telegraph cables and railways suffered continuous destruction. And for the initial few centuries, various cities relied on jeeps for communication. However, automobiles necessitated a complete industrial system for maintenance. Once the automotive industry faltered, 50 years later, cities could only depend on massive draft animals, such as llama, which possessed genes from horses and cattle, for the transport of goods and information. Each city, hindered by the barriers to production and communication, struggled to sustain advanced education. Over the past century, the educational system regressed from 9 years of compulsory education to 3 years of literacy training, ultimately dwindling to a single year of basic education, leaving cities in a technological state reminiscent of the Black Iron Steam Age. In truth, universal education was not entirely unfeasible under such productivity. At least prior to the 1970s and 1980s, compulsory literacy initiatives have been enforced even in the vast rural areas of the East Asian continent, which still relied on oxen for agricultural labor. However, the decline of humanity following the onset of the Pandora era fostered a sense of defeatism, stripping people of their motivation to progress. Without morale, there would be no effort. Universal education. This was a strategy of investment from the upper echelons of society to the lower. If one were to analyze societal development through the lens of self-interest, this strategy would undoubtedly be unsustainable. In a socialist society, annual educational investments yield no visible returns for the current ruling administration, merely adhering to established policies. In the absence of policy constraints for the highest authorities, it becomes tempting to temporarily reallocate these funds to more pressing projects, those that promise tangible results within their term. In a capitalist society, The voices advocating for educational funding in Parliament are clearly marginalized. Military expenditure and the economy of capital markets. Are there not throngs clamoring for both? Moreover, the parliamentarians themselves are not products of public basic education, and cutting public educational funding serves to solidify class structures. Simultaneously, among those currently enjoying the rights of compulsory education, the youth grossly overestimate their importance within society. They rally for environmental protection and social equity, yet they never demand increased homework. As for how the 9 years of compulsory education transformed into what it is today at the onset of the Pandora era, that is a tale of gradual decline. After all efforts to prevent the erosion of human civilization by Panjuola failed, the remnants of humanity began to adapt to a state of mere survival. The first generation of intellectuals became more focused on how to ensure the continued existence of their teams, rather than heeding voices that spoke of passing on the torch of glory. Consequently, the allocation of social status inadvertently overlooked the importance of education. Following the decline of the first generation of intellectuals, the second generation showed little willingness to adhere to the distribution of roles that dictated 10 years of teaching. Faced with a shortage of manpower, the ruling elite resorted to a 6-year compulsory education system. During this time, some perceptive individuals emerged, arguing that contemporary production did not necessitate an elevated level of knowledge. Mia literacy sufficed. For instance, when buying vegetables on the street, understanding complex mathematics or chemistry was deemed unnecessary. However, while education underwent a process of relaxation within society, it did not imply that everyone engaged in a healthy competition under such lax conditions. The societal competition among classes persisted unabated. After the implementation of 6 years of compulsory education by the second generation of intellectuals in the Panjuola era, society became significantly stratified. Social management necessitated the creation of tables and classifications to swiftly identify the most resource-deficient areas for supplementation. In the realm of industrial technology, the maintenance of steam engines and the dissection and connection of biological structures required knowledge of solid geometry. High-tech positions demanded a systematic education. When such issues arose, did the human city-states in various regions take corrective measures? No, they did not. The principle of human conduct, which prioritizes the preservation of the sufficient over the excess, only accelerated this process. When a class possessing knowledge overlapped with the upper echelon, the already aristocratic class was even less inclined to contribute to the arduous and underappreciated task of grassroots education. Thus, 80 years into the Panjuola era, nearly all city-states resolutely abandoned the grand educational framework of the old civilization. This is the nature of civilization. Once progress is forsaken, it results in a significant regression. Not to mention the economic entities of the Panjuola era. Even the first-tier developed nations of the 21st century made similar educational blunders, leading to a domino effect. Even amidst this decline, some politicians harbored notions of reversing the situation, yet their decisions were shackled by heavy constraints. Constraint 1. On the surface, there was academic freedom in schools, but behind the scenes, the government allocated funds to the education sector without oversight. Constraint 2. Every teacher espoused political correctness, refraining from interfering with students. However, the educational authorities controlled teachers to ensure uniformity of thought, thus achieving cohesion among a generation of intellectuals. Ultimately, when education fell into decay, they sought temporary solace in anesthetics. This anesthetic manifested in the idea that students from their society, under open education, were budding innovators of self-directed learning, while students from other societies who underwent rigorous assessments were merely bookworms lacking creativity, all reliant on their ideas. To reinforce this self-delusion, they cited examples such as Edison, who was self-taught, and Gates, who voluntarily dropped out of university. A societal group devoid of education would inevitably evolve into a state of ignorance, arrogance, and complacency within its culture. This was the case with Jian City. When the explorers clad in dark gray returned, they reported to the upper echelons about this mysterious and peculiar human genetic community. The decision-makers of Jian City, without further investigation, hastily made their judgment. The advisors surrounding Zheng Longmu exhibited a sense of urgency in their responses. When they presented their decision-making proposals, their mindset might have been as follows: investigation, Conducting a thorough investigation for days to gather substantial data for inference is merely mediocre hindsight. Only by judging, guessing, based on the scant information available can we appear to possess wisdom that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In truth, they were incapable of conducting a proper investigation. Investigations require substantial manpower and the ability to observe from multiple perspectives, with each individual humbly considering their viewpoint as part of the broader inquiry. At this juncture, the collective conclusion must shed any individualistic mentality. One cannot forcibly prioritize their own findings while relegating others' perspectives to mere supporting roles. In summary, the advisors of Jian City, lacking in public education, demonstrated a level of reasoning akin to that of a think tank from a certain nation in the 2020s regarding China. Their deductions and conclusions regarding Wei Kong were as follows. Deduction 1. This is a community born primarily from human genetics. The emergence of this community may have been a coincidence resulting from genetic radiation effects from multiple cities, including Jian City. Or perhaps a branch of a fused population from the northern Yangtze River Basin had migrated south. Deduction 2. This community is currently quite weak, lacking any large biological beasts capable of contending with beast tamers. Most individuals are merely armed with firearms and other equipment. Deduction 3. The community is in a state of confusion, hence their request to avoid contact with us for 6 months, possibly indicating a further dispersal process. Conclusion. Jian City must promptly dispatch forces to control, or even destroy, their core before they further strengthen. The remaining discourse among these local experts lacked substantial content. It was nothing more than a reiteration of the current abundance of beast tamers in our city-state and the formidable power of newly tested mechanical war beasts, indicating that now was an opportune moment to showcase our strength both internally and externally. In the Jian City office, Zheng Longmu listened to the report and turned his gaze toward the two young individuals. One, a young man, was still engrossed in the materials, while the young woman beside him tugged at the kumquat plant, asking, "Uncle, when will your little kumquats ripen?" Zheng Longmu replied, "If you refrain from touching them, they will ripen faster." He then turned to the young man, "Fang Hong, I would like you to undertake this task." Fang Hong nodded. Zheng Longmu glanced at the two and said, "When you return, this pot of kumquats will be yours." A month later, on the 78th day since Wei Kong's arrival in this realm, as someone, well over 1,000 individuals, counted down the days until their return, the great iron gate of Jian City creaked open with the sound of the steam engine starting. A convoy of 20 horse-drawn carriages emerged from the city gate. The carriages adorned with metal embossed symbols resembling traditional Chinese characters. The draft animals were heavy draft horses, weighing up to 2 tons, or rather, a mixed genetic breed resembling dragon horses, exhaling warm breath as they pulled vehicles equipped with steel frames and metal suspension with rubber tires, slowly crossing the rocky arched bridge over the city's protective lake. Thanks to the resilience of various life forms under the influence of radiation, rubber, a resinous liquid, was still obtainable. Surrounding the carriages were steel shells. While they could not provide all-around defense like a tank against machine gun fire, the steel near the windows was sufficiently thick, allowing individuals to take cover behind the steel shields by the windows while manning heavy machine guns to fire at their surroundings. Following this convoy were 3 battle beasts clad in metallic armor. These biological mechanical hybrids resting on wheeled vehicles, acting as the mechanical war beasts of the beast tamers. Weighing over 5 tons, these mechanical war beasts were equipped with electric cells resembling eels, powering mechanical components in their chests and forearms during combat. However, this power source was not enduring. Intense combat could only be sustained for 20 minutes. Inside the carriages, a metal box contained a cultivation chamber, within which microorganisms replicated, emitting life radiation. These life activities were controlled by the mechanical war beasts, which could draw energy from them, akin to wireless charging. The convoy journeyed westward, emitting a distinctive metallic sound. Just as this began, it was closely monitored by a reconnaissance team dispatched by Wei Kong. One could say that the activities in Jian City during the last 10 days of his journey were reminiscent of time-limited tasks in games, where unforeseen events tend to arise as the deadline approaches. Regarding the details of his return, Wei Kong inquired about the relevant procedures from the system. The commencement of the return process entails all individual entities regrouping at the point of their initial arrival, and this entire process lasts for half a day. In other words, It is impossible to retreat from this location only to relocate elsewhere before withdrawing again. At present, it is imperative to thwart these unwelcome guests. Thwarting can be categorized into diplomatic and military measures. Diplomatic measures involve negotiation and reasoned discourse, while military measures entail armed suppression. Wei Kong had contemplated the diplomatic route. However, attempting to engage in dialogue when the adversary is armed with military weaponry is akin to the naivete displayed during the 918 incident when the League of Nations was called to mediate. On the other hand, military suppression poses its own challenges. Wei Kong had clearly observed the heavy machine guns among the approaching forces, a situation he deemed insurmountable. The distinction between submachine guns and heavy machine guns is significant. The former has an effective range of merely 150 meters, rendering it unsuitable as the tactical core of a squad, while the latter can suppress enemy infantry actions within a range of 500 to 1,000 meters, marking it as the core of firepower. As for crossbows, they had proven effective in semi-jungle environments against monstrous foes, yet in a conventional battlefield, the requirement of standing to fire could be fatal, relying solely on organizational strength and willpower to overcome the adversary. Wei Kong thought, "I am but an ordinary individual. Willpower alone is unreliable. Moreover, the opposing force is composed of locals, and in order to rely on the advantageous terrain for complete annihilation, they must be reduced to a certain level of intelligence. If the war plan is predetermined to be flawless from the outset, history provides ample cautionary tales. The naval forces in the Pacific War, for instance, consistently sought perfection in their operational plans, only to be ensnared by their own strategic deceptions, resulting in significant victories for the Imperial Army. War is a grave matter. After undergoing a baptism of fire, Wei King's group would undoubtedly not place their hopes on one or two potentially advantageous conditions when facing war. No matter how he pondered, he felt the existing conditions were precarious and deemed it necessary to seek assistance from the system. In response to Wei King's proactive dialogue, Ling Lu replied fluently, first expressing concern for the current crisis. She then expressed confidence in Wei King's ability to resolve the issue and her willingness to provide assistance as much as possible, followed by an analysis of the current threat, which she deemed to be short-term. As long as they successfully navigated this period, they would achieve different results. Lastly, she elucidated a regulation regarding system assistance. Immediate provision of relevant military support could be offered, but the delivery of corresponding material support would extend the time required for the return passage. In simpler terms, upon receiving assistance, one must remain stationed in the area for an extended duration. Faced with such a response, Wei Kong ground his teeth and inquired, "How long would the delay be?" Ling Lu replied, "The quality of the transported materials is calibrated at 1/3 of your weight as a unit scalar. You currently weigh 1,523 people, equating to 453,344 tons of unit scalar. Completing the transport of one unit scalar will extend the time for the passage to reach its destination by 100 days. The exchange must be above 1 scalar and below 3 scalars." After a vigorous discussion, Wei King's group reached a consensus to exchange for 3 scalars, which represented the maximum limit of their capabilities. Ling Lu was somewhat taken aback by Wei King's sudden generosity. However, the underlying logic for Wei King's collective decision was clear. With the imminent threat at hand, they needed to take decisive action. Ensuring the procurement of military supplies was paramount, and they would not emulate the Qing dynasty's hesitance in acquiring naval vessels prior to the First Sino-Japanese War. Once the total quantity of supplies was confirmed, the next step was to place orders. Wei Kong communicated 10 units of the individual nuclear warhead, akin to the 50-ton yield of Cold War-era nuclear rocket launchers. "Yes, I know how to use them. Dig trenches and don protective gear. Additionally, 2 motorcycles would be appreciated. Oh, don't worry about me. We have no volunteers for launching here. I will handle it myself." Regarding the launch of these nuclear rockets, there was no shortage of volunteers within Wei King's ranks. Their sentiment was, such formidable equipment deserves to be experienced at least once in a lifetime. However, Ling Lu quickly refuted Wei King's grandiose aspirations. She sincerely explained, "Heavy element atoms cannot remain stable during transport. You must locate a sufficient quantity of synthetic elements within this dimension to facilitate the deployment of such equipment." Ling Lu conveyed this information with utmost courtesy, yet Wei Kong, oblivious to the subtle mockery in her tone, could only sigh silently at his inability to rebut her pointed remarks. Minutes later, Wei Kong began meticulously reviewing the list of transportable supplies available to him. These items were rather ordinary, and indeed, many had already crossed his mind in recent days. Wei Kong communicated, "It appears you have devised a plan." Bai Ling Lu replied, "As an overseer, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens when you encounter difficulties in dimensional expansion." Chapter 23. Preparations with maximum margin. In light of the material listed, Wei Kong suddenly felt that his prior plans could be discarded and started new. For instance, regarding weaponry, he initially intended for a complete overhaul. However, upon reviewing the inventory, he realized that exchanging for 300 days' worth of supplies would transform his approach to countering the threat from Jian City. It would no longer solely involve launching a high-intensity offensive in the short term, but rather allow for a prolonged attritional struggle against the enemy's incursion. If the objective were merely to defend the base rather than annihilate the enemy's combat forces, employing guerrilla tactics could significantly reduce casualties. Hence, re-evaluation of weaponry was necessary. First and foremost, heavy firepower was essential. He would require 8 units of 60 caliber mortar tubes, a non-negotiable demand from the outset. Without these, Wei Kong would be left with subpar artillery. As for light machine guns, 3 units would suffice due to challenges in ammunition resupply. Having more would be unnecessary and only serve to address the binary issue of availability. However, the plan for several hundred assault rifles was promptly discarded in favor of fewer, yet more specialized, pieces of equipment. The guerrilla warfare environment necessitated night operations. Thus, 50 sets of infrared night vision goggles, along with a solar charging panel, a 1-ton compact boiler generator, and a series of transformer equipment were added to the list. As for the primary weaponry, 40 precision sniper rifles were requested, along with 40,000 rounds of specialized ammunition and spare barrels. The lifespan of these sniper rifle barrels, according to factory standards, is recorded at 2,000 rounds. This seemed nearly adequate. With regard to other transport capacity, it was primarily to provide further assurances for survival. Chemical equipment needed to be upgraded. The self-assembled chemical reaction kettle could only produce 20 kilograms of nitric acid per day, and its pungent odor was overwhelming. Some of the gaps sealed with clay resin could only hold for a short time. Currently, there is a need to import a set of standardized small equipment, which refers to modern artisanal devices equipped with thermometers and pressure gauges. Additionally, the continuous extraction of wood ash for alkali production is labor-intensive. So a set of ammonia production equipment and a rudimentary, Hosher alkali-making facility are also required. Furthermore, a gas generator, a small steel smelting furnace, a superior bullet molding machine, and steel rolling equipment are sought. The steel on the railway outside remains a concern for Wei Kong. Although the focus of guerrilla warfare lies in the 40 highly accurate sniper rifles that are rotated continuously in the field, it is nonetheless essential for each individual to be armed, should large-scale combat arise. Possessing a firearm instills a sense of security, especially considering the earthen walls of their current residence. Wei Kong is acutely aware of the psychological difference between being armed and unarmed amidst disturbances outside. As for the remaining transport capacity, Wei Kong has ordered a total of 4,000 bearing rings, along with various core components of steam engines. The combination of production equipment, personnel, and foundational transportation infrastructure constitutes true production. Wei Kong is familiar with the nearby small mines, thus the primary deficiency lies in transportation capability. In this dimension, he has attempted to use a shoulder pole to carry goods, and after transporting approximately 50 kilograms for a kilometer, he felt as if his bones were being ground to dust. Later, he utilized a unicycle to transport 200 kilograms of goods over 5 kilometers. The unicycle lacks bearing rings, and the friction between the wheels and the front axle produces a loud, creaking noise. As Wei Kong pushed this contraption, he began to reminisce about the construction site carts he once dismissed. Wheels symbolize transport capacity, and components that can withstand friction during rotation are strategic assets in the transportation industry. However, the two recessed steel rings and steel balls, seemingly simple, can only be produced by modern industry. With transportation capacity, excavated earth can be easily moved, and the coastal brine production no longer requires rudimentary iron pots for boiling. Efficiency is enhanced 100-fold. With transportation capacity, Dozens of tons of bricks can be transported from the city's ruins to the vicinity of the residential rivers, along with timber for charcoal production and lime kilns. With transportation capacity, animals hunted in the forest do not need to be disassembled on-site and carried down. They can instead be delivered directly to the base of the mountain for skin cleaning, acid soaking, salting for drying, and boiling of entrails, ensuring a cleaner processing operation. After selecting the items, Wei Kong confirmed the order, and the system promptly initiated the transfer. In the central area, as Wei Kong amassed a substantial pile of wood, atmospheric charges in the sky began to coalesce around a single point, rapidly forming a sphere of ball lightning. Soon, smoke appeared atop the wood, followed by a sudden eruption of flames. However, the thermal energy of the flames did not ascend with the airflow. Instead, it concentrated within the ball of lightning. As the energy at the center of the ball lightning intensified, the surrounding space began to warp, as if it were continuously absorbing everything nearby. Wei Kong felt the pull, but at the moment of realization, the sensation dissipated. This process felt akin to his body being a magnet sensing magnetic force, only to suddenly transform into a block of copper no longer aware of the magnetism. Nevertheless, the flow of material at the ground level persisted, with countless tiny particles converging towards the center of the spherical lightning from a radius of several hundred meters, while numerous gaseous substances ascended near the ground. 20 seconds later, the spherical lightning emitted a luminous surface, printing around three-dimensional spaces, and soon, the prototype of the equipment emerged from the successive sweeps of energy. This is the essence of transfer, Wei Kong mused. So this is how I initiated the transfer. It was printed here, within the dimensional realm. Bai Linglu reported to the Upper Spatial Department after acquiring the list of materials required by Wei Kong. Upper Spatial Department. Is he aware of this arrangement? Bai Linglu. Wei Kong, the traveler, is currently engaged in intensive exploratory work. I will report accordingly, as per protocol. Supervisor by Hongxian. You should inform him at once. Bai Linglu. This time, during the transfer, he harbors a trust crisis regarding my assignment, exhibiting negative resistance to it. If I insert my opinions, it may affect his work attitude. From all perspectives, Wei King's current work plan is exceptionally well conceived. Although he verbally states he intends to stay here for a while before departing, from the supervisor's viewpoint, the structures Wei Kong is establishing in the target dimension suggest preparations for a long-term presence. This encompasses accommodations, water supply, food reserves, ammunition production, and road construction. It hardly appears to be a situation for merely a year. It resembles a strategy to maintain a sustained intervention force. There exists a faint possibility in Wei King's personal reasoning that his return may be interfered with, hence, to guard against the worst-case scenario. He plans as far ahead as possible. As Wei Kong prepares for the long term, Bai Linglu in the spatial bubble cannot help but desire to advance this task's longevity. However, her thoughts await judgment from the Temporal Management Bureau. In the eyes of the Temporal Management Bureau, the combination of Wei Kong and Bai Linglu in the exploration team appears rather peculiar. One is engrossed in personal endeavors and exchanges only a few words with their partner, while the other speculates and plans for dimensional exploration, even incorporating a degree of concealment. While there is no direct conflict, cooperation between the two parties remains amicable. Many travelers and supervisors share friendships that transcend mere collegiality. Wei and Bai are merely ordinary acquaintances. After a thorough review of the Pandora Dimension situation, the Upper Spatial Authority, following serious discussion, conveyed to Bai Linglu, observe the casualties from this battle. If the losses exceed 1/10 of the total, arrange for his immediate return. 1/10 is a light threshold. For Wei Kong, a casualty rate of 1/3 would be considered detrimental. The Temporal Management Bureau has been exceedingly conservative regarding Wei Kong. Bai Linglu. Understood, but what if his losses are minimal? Does that not imply? Upper Spatial Department. Observe first. We will arrange subsequent matters. The dialogue between Bai Linglu and the Upper Spatial Authority indicates that there is no mention of delaying his return after the transfer of materials. In just over 10 days, Wei Kong may return ahead of schedule. The facilities being delivered are not classified as interdimensional transfers, having survived here for over 80 days. Wei Kong has already identified the properties of all material particles in this realm. With this calibration, the recent material transfer was executed using the native energy of this dimension, requiring minimal informational enthalpy. This is akin to the initial lunar landing, where sending a single water bottle consumed vast amounts of fuel and the lifespan of a launch vehicle. However, after establishing a base on the moon, having assessed the properties of lunar soil, one can mold bricks directly on the surface and solidify them in a solar furnace, entirely obviating the need for interstellar transport. The 120 tons of materials do not represent a transfer limit, but rather the scale of informational enthalpy printing that by Ling-Lu can mobilize. In certain special tasks of dimensional exploration, supervisors theoretically possess the authority to declare combat mode and assign tasks to travelers. On Earth, within the gravitational well of East Asia number 14, in a high-energy state, a cross-dimensional space has been opened. Yuan Yu inquired of another seasoned traveler, Luo Hongbing. What is your perspective on the situation? Here, the situation refers to the dual leadership indications exhibited by Wei and Bai in their decision-making concerning the expansion within the Pandora dimension. Luo Hongxing, currently, we are engaged in warfare. The issue with the new team is not severe. After this conflict, I will attempt to replace the supervisor. Yuan Yu remarked, to be honest, old Wei's child, Wei Chong, has been raised by us. As for Wei Kong, Sai, he always seemed a bit dull as a child. Luo Hongxing noted the situation in the Pandora realm. He navigated this realm with considerable agility. Thus, it is true that the offspring of dragons differ. Yet they are still born of dragons and not merely a litter of rats. Yuan Yu smiled, but refrained from further discussion on this topic, instead stating, be careful as you descend. Luo Hongxing replied, rest assured, I have visited the Pandora realm before. As long as the life radiation there is contained, there is essentially no danger. At this point, he glanced once more at Wei Kong's current living conditions. Upon my arrival, I will establish a passage through the war zone. In the gathering place of Wei Kong, amidst the smoke and fire, within a large earthen structure, representatives from various working groups were convening for information exchange. Acknowledging that conflict was inevitable, Wei Kong began to bolster his understanding of the various factions in this realm. In the central open area, a sand table crafted from yellow clay was prominently displayed, depicting the topography of the Pearl River Delta, extending 200 kilometers around it, with 40% of the areas having undergone factual corrections based on observations by Wei Kong's team. The first group surrounding the large sand table utilized intelligence gathered by reconnaissance personnel to analyze the political situation in this region. Currently, human forces are in a state of continuous decline, with major city-states exercising autonomy, or rather, a semblance of self-sustenance. The human world still harbors a few dominant cities. It seems that the Eastern Asian continent operates under a tributary system, where several minor cities encircle the major cities along the great rivers, such as the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, maintaining this form of confederation. As for the cities around Mingyue and Zhejiang, they too aspire to partake in this tributary system. The core cities in the river region are the best preserved bastions of human technology from before the Great Catastrophe, possessing advanced biological and electronic technologies. Through tributary relations, they can gain access to these invaluable technological supports. However, land and maritime routes are obstructed by various gene clusters, rendering tributary exchanges exceedingly challenging. Beyond technological exchanges, culturally, cities like Jianshan require their mayors to be appointed from the Central Confederation, as it has only been 150 years since Pandora fully engulfed Eastern Asia. Thus, a semblance of legal authority is still necessary. Regional powers rely on this legal authority to recruit beast tamers, while central cities strive to collect data on beast tamers operating outside their actual control through the delegation of regional legal authority. Waking underscored a few critical points. First, after attacking Jinshan City, we must prevent the emergence of forces from subsequent dominant cities intervening in our affairs. There must be an upper limit to our military actions. Second, we must avoid individuals from Jinshan City seeking alliances with other regions. Hence, our military operations must also observe certain boundaries, ensuring that we exhaust the enemy's will to engage in further military ventures against us. Preparations for military endeavors are underway, alongside economic research. In a newly constructed, airtight chamber 600 meters away, stacks of bricks and tiles encase compartments filled with fungal growth mediums composed of wood shavings. Here, Wei Kong's economic research team gazes at the clusters of mushrooms, contemplating whether these could serve as staple food. These small fungi form the economic foundation of the city-states. Humanity is no longer the controller of the earth Sun's ecological communities, lacking vast farmlands for food supply. Thus, they must seek alternative ecological niches. Therefore, consuming wood? Obviously, it cannot be eaten directly. In the Pandora realm, mutated fungal species can process wood within 2 to 3 days, swiftly decomposing it into more digestible organic matter. Before the Pandora era, humans were unable to digest fungi. Consequently, how many meals could one derive from golden needle mushrooms? Such absurdity is laughable. However, humans possess a life radiation effect, and under this radiation, the bacteria in their intestines coexist within the same gene cluster as humans. In the early days of the catastrophe, when starving humans began to excavate termite mounds for sustenance, they gradually discovered their ability to fully digest fungi. This was due to the intestinal bacterial community seizing the genes of the termite symbiotic organisms. Today, such substances have become the primary food source for humans in the regions south of the Yangtze River in Eastern Asia. More importantly, this type of food is advantageous for storage and the raw materials are readily available. The city-states crushing machines pulverize the surrounding large trees, and those wood shavings mixed with spores await development, requiring only water to be added when needed to cultivate mushrooms. These wood shavings are also referred to as gene kwai, as they will sprout mushrooms. The edible fungal spores mixed within the gene kwai have been tested multiple times by the southwestern populace, leading to many tales of trial and error in their quest for sustenance. The term gene and gene kwai is a homophone for June in the southwestern dialect, referring to mushrooms. When Wei Kong learned that the mushrooms from the gene kwai contained a variety of amino acids and tasted exquisite, he could not help but salivate. The system promptly reminded him, no type of gene can be served cold. Of course, Wei Kong is acutely aware that the energy density of edible fungi is quite low, and given the current productivity, salt is scarce within the city, along with garlic and ginger, rendering the mushrooms far less palatable than he might imagine. Growing up in the industrial era, amidst an abundance of food and material goods, one might find it difficult to relate to the long-term dietary preferences of individuals in this age. Conversely, those from this era may merely wish for the fatty scraps discarded by 21st century women in cafeterias to simmer down and mix with rice for a meal. At noon, the two research teams submitted detailed reports. Wei Kong, having sourced over 21-pound hairy crabs and 3 large black fish from the river, allocated these delicacies to himself, as per the distribution system within his group. Naturally, the two teams consumed only a third of the bounty, especially relishing the first bite of the crab. Yet feeling unsatisfied after the meal, they then summoned the physically laborious team and, according to the weight of their tasks, distributed the remaining food evenly. Chapter 24. The ambush. Although the summer of September has yet to fade, the mountainous regions have already cooled considerably. However, the autumn dryness has intensified for those emerging from Jinshan City, as they have been trapped in a swamp inundated with glue for half a month. At this moment, on a road suitable for ambush within the mountains, beast tamers Zheng He and Fong Hong, both clad in woolen attire, sought refuge beside their mechanical battle beasts, evading some unseen threat. In front of the mechanical beast, a dragon horse lay lifeless on the ground, its head completely shattered. The kinetic energy of the sniper's bullet unleashed upon the carbon-based creature's skull resulted in a shattering effect. Having just been slain, it still twitched, and its anal sphincter lost control, causing excrement to spurt forth. After a few seconds, sensing the immediate danger had abated, the two beast tamers instructed their accompanying soldiers to drag the deceased dragon horse forward. After retrieving the carcass, the mechanical beast opened its jaws and consumed it. The abdomen of the mechanical monstrosity, protected by a shell of steel resembling that of a lobster, swelled. Half an hour later, this mechanical creature regurgitated a flesh egg. Upon breaking, a new dragon horse emerged, its legs trembling as it eagerly devoured the remnants of the egg and the surrounding foliage. At this moment, 750 meters away, Wei Kong, adorned with dried green grass, was observing the situation of the beast tamer's convoy through the 49x magnification scope of his sniper rifle, with no intention of firing a shot. 200 meters to the left of the sniper position, another Wei Kong was communicating with the artillery position located 400 to 500 meters behind using flag signals. This meant that should the sniper encounter any issues, they could directly report the coordinates for artillery fire. However, thus far, the intensity of the conflict had not escalated to warrant the use of mortars. The role of the forward operation was to delay the enemy, continually wasting their time. In response to the enemy's advance, Wei King's main forces were already monitoring several passes, having made initial arrangements in advance. Although under normal circumstances, the enemy would not willingly charge into this pocket formation, one could never be too certain, especially if a certain French rolling pin enthusiast were to issue a clear order to advance. Therefore, during this strategic period, one should prepare as much as possible. As for the frontline mission, it was simply to monitor which route the enemy would take. Wei King's strategic mind pondered. If the enemy did not choose the passes and opted to advance through a region at least 1,000 meters wide, this small combat cluster of merely 20 carts would have to navigate a winding detour of 300 to 400 kilometers. Thus, it was indeed prudent for the disruption team to target the noble's horses. One must employ tactics suited to the nature of the adversary. If the enemy possessed strong combat will and rapid artillery counterattacks, Wei King's sniper team would fire simultaneously from multiple locations, directly eliminating their leaders or other high-value targets, and immediately relocate after each shot to prevent their position from being determined by sound, thus avoiding mortar fire. But now, there was a joke. A soldier reported to the commander, "There's a sniper over there, but his aim is terrible. He hasn't hit us in several days." The commander responded, "Since you've discovered him, why not eliminate him immediately?" The soldier replied, "What if they send another sniper who can actually shoot?" The scenario described in the joke mirrored the situation Wei Kong faced. Although the inept sniper was now hindering Fong Hong and Zheng He from advancing more than 5 kilometers in a day, which was a disaster for an army tasked with the offensive. In any case, Wei Kong had now lingered in this location for 300 days, with ample time to spare. Like boiling meat slowly over a low flame, he aimed to disrupt their transportation means while allowing them a modicum of mobility to gather water and firewood. Maintaining control of the situation was essential to prevent them from becoming desperate. As an ordinary person, Wei Kong was acutely aware of the consequences of entering a state of procrastination. Time dragged on, and instead of improving from one exam to the next, it became a matter of delaying tests and later results. Aimlessly passing time without a plan would ultimately lead to failure. Meanwhile, on Wei King's end, the new steel furnace had already melted the iron tracks, and the brine by the sea was being evaporated under the sun, with tasks on the schedule progressing daily. Back on the battlefield, observing the enemy's ineptitude made it easy to stall them. They could not substantially approach Wei Kong's area without traversing important passes. Given their current pace, Wei Kong could easily set up a pocket formation to ambush them. Thus, by enduring, opportunities that initially seemed non-existent could be created. Wei Kong deliberately chose to forego certain peripheral combat opportunities, opting instead to patiently wait alongside them. In his observation post, Wei Kong found himself intrigued by these mechanical battle beasts. Initially, he thought they were merely a fusion of machinery and biology with formidable regenerative capabilities. However, upon discovering that these creatures could devour corpses, his curiosity about the scene was piqued. Of course, after the system's introduction, he learned that this was not a resurrection, but rather the creation of a new individual from the remnants. The dragon horse spat out was not in prime condition. It immediately began to devour the surrounding vegetation. Moreover, this regeneration occurred under the radiation of the mechanical battle beast's life force, which also consumed energy in the process. Hence, every time the mechanical battle beast reforged a dragon horse, it would become increasingly lethargic, akin to a player exhausted from excessive gaming. Understanding this underlying process, Wei Kong thought, "I will kill the horses, and you will create them. I will kill, and you will recreate. We shall operate in this mutually beneficial manner. I expend a few bullets, while you expend time and energy." However, if the people of Jian City were to truly adhere to such a model, gradually succumbing to defeat like a computer AI, that would be quite abnormal. Humans, after all, tend to act when they hold the cards, and they must make a move at least once. In the afternoon, when the newly born dragon horse strained to pull the cart, the two beast tamers did not advance further. Beneath the waning sun, they engaged in a fervent discussion. Due to the distance, it was unclear what they were saying, but Wei Kong surmised they were deliberating whether to advance or retreat. After their discussion, it appeared they reached a conclusion. Zheng He approached her dragon-shaped battle beast, closed her eyes, and resonated with its life force. A few minutes later, A large mechanical dragon beast produced an egg from its tail. As the eggshell cracked open, a homing pigeon emerged. The two of them attached a message to the pigeon's leg and released it. This swift little target was difficult for Wei Kong to aim at, so he allowed it to fly past. Nevertheless, he informed his team monitoring near Jian City and prepared the operational decision to call for reinforcements. The plan involved deploying a skilled team to infiltrate the rear and observe which path the reinforcements would take, enabling his main forces to advance ahead and ambush effectively. However, Wei Kong was still contemplating how many forces Jian City would dispatch upon exiting the city when another development occurred. The outpost responsible for monitoring Zheng He and Fang Hong's team reported new findings. At 8 o'clock that evening, while on duty with night vision goggles, Wei Kong suddenly noticed that the two beast tamers were taking action. 10 minutes later, he confirmed that their entire convoy seemed to have fed the dragon horses something and began to move rapidly. Wei Kong was certain these two intended to make a significant advance under the cover of night. Goodness, Wei Kong thought, akin to a mobile game player discovering a money-making bug. He immediately contacted his standby reserve team through the system's communication network. There was no need to dwell on when to call for reinforcements. Tonight they would feast. In the rear camp, Wei King's 200-man team swiftly broke camp. As for where the enemy intended to infiltrate, Wei Kong did not need to consult a map. Traveling at night, while pulling carts along mountain paths, would only lead them to tumble-down cliffs. If they were not fleeing, then there was only one route ahead. Thus, Wei Kong arrived at the area 2 hours early, having set up ambushes. Zheng He sat inside the cart, the quiet night enveloping them outside. All the dragon horses had widened their eye sockets to capture more light as they moved silently, each person holding wooden balls in their mouths, remaining utterly still. The mountains loomed like giant beasts crawling in the night, gradually retreating, and as they shifted, new peaks emerged ahead. As they advanced, the mountains drew closer, and the convoy entered their midst. The dark silhouettes of the mountains flanked the convoy, resembling a massive beast opening its jaws. For some reason, Zheng He felt a sense of unease. Despite her earlier insistence on swift action during the daytime debate, it did not mean she felt entirely assured. Since the onset of the nighttime march, her heart had been pounding incessantly. Fang Hong was the first to speak, having surveyed the surrounding terrain. The beast tamer said with a low voice, "This is not a favorable area." Zheng He leaned out of the window and observed, agreeing, "If we were to arrive here during daylight, there would undoubtedly be ambushes on both sides of the mountains. We must pass through this area swiftly." She gestured to the soldiers on the periphery, prompting one to place a finger on his lips and mimic the calls of a night owl, after which the convoy quickened its pace. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, Wei Kong watched as the convoy accelerated recklessly into the pocket formation, his previously anxious heart soaring to new heights. The closer they approached the outcome, the quicker his heart raced for everything that had yet to be secured. Although Wei Kong lacked the skill to communicate through mimicry, he utilized the relay system. Earlier, while delaying Fang Hong's troops, Wei King's battalion had dug trenches on both sides of several critical ambush points along the route. Thus, upon receiving the information, they advanced ahead of schedule, ready to engage in battle. As the adventurers from Jian City fell completely into a deadly trap, Wei Kong, the steadfast strategist, finally played his trump card. More than 30 hay-filled, discarded rubber wheels ignited and rolled down the hillside, illuminating the convoy's position in the valley, while simultaneously dousing Fang Hong and Zheng He's troops in a chilling dread. With a cacophony of gunfire, the entire convoy's draft animals fell lifeless to the ground. This time, it was not merely one or two. Given the current terrain, Wei Kong believed he could retain all of them at minimal cost. Counterattack. Fang Hong issued his command. As Zheng He remained momentarily stunned. The water-cooled heavy machine gun inside the cart opened fire, sending bullets crashing into the hillside positions, creating billowing clouds of smoke. Naturally, wherever bullets rained down, Wei Kong ducked for cover, and where machine gun fire ceased, he boldly emerged to return fire. The water-cooled heavy machine gun, though heavier than a general-purpose machine gun, offered superior sustained fire. If not for the advantageous high ground, Wei Kong had little confidence in controlling casualties. The 60mm mortars on the mountaintop fired, and within the system-marked trajectory, a shell precisely struck the first cart, penetrating it and resulting in a fiery explosion that shattered the heavy machine gun mounted on it into several pieces, flinging them 20 meters away along with the wreckage. The firepower sweeping the hillside diminished immediately, and several other machine gunners, startled, began scanning for the source of the artillery. At this moment, a voice echoed through the valley, clearly enunciated, yet with an unmistakable northern accent urging surrender. Our side has secured absolute superiority in terrain and possesses the artillery capable of obliterating you. Surrendering is your only opportunity. Resistance will only lead to annihilation. Zheng He raised her head, gazing at the flickering torches dotting the mountainside, feeling that her contingent of 150 was utterly insignificant. In reality, Wei King's ambush force numbered 200, but spread across the terrain. It appeared as a vast encirclement. Indeed, her intuition was not mistaken. It would take thousands to break through. Following Wei King's declaration, the morale within her ranks visibly waned. With gunfire dwindling to sporadic bursts, the massive mechanical war beast surged forward. While human combat spirit may falter, the mechanical war beast, under the control of a beastmaster, would never exhibit such weakness. Feng Hong, as a beastmaster, was unwilling to acknowledge his impending defeat. Thus he wagered his final card. Observing the steel giant that disregarded the hail of bullets, Wei Kong felt a surge of admiration. Had the soldiers in the valley retained their fighting spirit, employing this heavy, semi-mechanical bio-unit in a combined arms tactic could have posed a significant challenge. However, now, this solitary entity charging forward held no threat. The sniper fired first, the bullet striking the beast's eye, rendering it temporarily blind. Yet, given its formidable vitality, Wei Kong understood this would only be a short-term impairment. The creature had the capability to repair its vision. In truth, dissection of this beast would reveal multiple sets of eyes beneath its eye sockets, akin to a grape tumor. When the outermost eye became damaged, a new one would emerge within 10 minutes, with nerves protruding like worms connecting to the brain's neural system. It took an average of half a month for a new eye to develop, so its regeneration was not as instantaneous as Wei Kong imagined. Presently, he did not hope to eliminate this resilient beast with sniper rounds, nor did he expect submachine gun bullets to wear down its armored exterior, as all vital points were shielded by steel. Wei Kong acknowledged his oversight, resolving to study double-base propellant and concave charges further, recognizing that iron fists were still necessary. For now, the Wei Kong forces unleashed a sudden barrage, suppressing the machine guns below the mountainside. Subsequently, several soldiers dashed down through the trenches, flanking the beast from the side and hurling ceramic jars with burning cloth towards its head. Molotov cocktails, this was a delicacy that armored forces must savor. After throwing the incendiary jars, Wei Kong took refuge in the corner of a zigzag trench as flames engulfed the mechanical beast. Minutes later, the intense heat compromised the beast's musculature and triggered the weapon's mechanical components. Moreover, due to the excellent thermal conductivity of the metal armor, as the flames raged on, oil began to seep from the seams of the iron plates, sizzling ominously. Ultimately, these armored monstrosities stumbled in the trench of the third defensive line, their mechanical claws flailing before crumbling into the pit, kneeling in defeat. Meanwhile, below the slope, Feng Hong and his soldiers, who had relied on the war beast as their decisive unit, raised their heads under the pressure of fire only to discover the beast had perished, their final hope extinguished, and morale shattered. A white flag was raised high from the cart. Simultaneously, within the Lord's chamber of Jian City, a pot of kumquats ripened, yet after dropping one, it revealed little flesh inside, resembling cotton fluff. Chapter 25. Communication and Transformation. Just as Wei Kong finished the battle, Bai Ling Lu reported the outcome, emphasizing two key points: 0 casualties and complete annihilation. This battle was executed flawlessly. Bai Ling Lu had always believed in Wei King's inevitable victory, yet the results still astonished her. As the adage goes, if a test scores 99, it measures a capability of 99, but a perfect score may not fully reveal one's potential. At this moment, in the valley, the captives began to line up, having discarded their weapons and steel helmets. Wei Kong separated the soldiers from the officers. Now, a significant issue plagued Wei Kong. The captives spoke Minnan dialect, a variant within the Minnan language family, rendering it completely alien to her. Only a few officers could comprehend her Mandarin, which they referred to as the Northern official accent. Given the communication barrier, she resorted to written exchanges. To her dismay, she discovered that only 30% of these individuals were literate, and those who could read recognized only basic characters such as red, orange, yellow, green, cart, person, bird, and fish. Slightly more complex characters, such as those with dual radicals, were unintelligible to them. Wei Kong sought to issue commands, such as instructing the drivers to herd the carts and directing all personnel to collect food, necessitating reliance on mid-level officers. This rendered the task of separating the officers from the soldiers among the captives somewhat cumbersome. Capturing a military force entails disarming them and dismantling their organizational structure. Sometimes, disbanding the organization is even more crucial than confiscating weapons. Although the troops exhibited a lack of organizational strength during their defeat, Wei Kong remained exceedingly cautious, ensuring that each soldier was provided with sustenance and water. He diligently endeavored to memorize some basic vocabulary based on the system's linguistic records. With 200 men detaining 150, it appeared quite stable. However, Wei Kong was still somewhat frightened. After making all necessary preparations, he took additional precautions. 3 groups of men under Wei King's command aimed their heavy sniper rifles at the foreheads of the bio beasts, fearful that they might suddenly retaliate, leading to unnecessary casualties. Yet, while Wei Kong was engulfed in fear, the captives were equally terrified. As the prisoners stood in formation, they furtively cast glances at him. When Wei Kong's gaze swept across them, they immediately bowed their heads, akin to students in a classroom facing their teacher. Zheng He and Fang Hong were arranged on an empty cart at the forefront of the procession, their battle beasts situated on the last cart. Zheng He gazed out the window at Wei Kong, her face pale, murmuring, "They are all identical." Fang Hong set aside the document regarding Wei King's policy for the ransom of captives, grasped her hand, and reassured her, "Do not worry. At present, we are not in danger." He meticulously folded the document and placed it against his chest, as it contained crucial information. At this moment, Fang Hong's focus was on the fact that Wei King's unified writing was impeccable, devoid of any mixed writing habits. It was impossible to discern the regional origin of the script. The unified script, known as Tongue Huan, is a simplified form of Chinese characters, distilled to its most essential form, exhibiting stability throughout its transmission. It is a script that is spread across various contemporary regions. Thus, it is referred to as Tongue Huan. In contrast, the traditional characters, or Fuan, possess a substantial capacity for variation, leading to significant regional differences. For instance, the Hong Kong and Taiwanese versions of traditional characters differ vastly. Now, not only in Hong Kong and Taiwan, but as the upper classes gradually become aristocratic, regions such as Jiang, Zhe, and Ji in East Asia have developed their own systems of traditional characters, or Fuan, to ensure the continuity of knowledge within their respective circles. This implies that blending into another city is quite challenging without revealing one's origins, due to the distinct writing habits associated with Fuan. Moreover, certain characters in some regions may not necessarily have more complex strokes than those in Tongue Huan. This has potentially led to the emergence of forms reminiscent of Japanese kana. Consequently, when writing in the formal Tongue Huan, one might still inadvertently expose their roots. The cluster represented by Wei Kong currently communicates in standard Northern Mandarin, employing the standardized Tongue Huan in their written communication. This peculiarity piqued Fang Hong's curiosity. If Jian City perceives Wei Kong as a genetic community, how could the linguistic and scriptural system be so discordant with the local culture? What secrets lie behind this? In Jian City, the messenger pigeon had flown back overnight, but upon receiving the letter, the city lord remained unaware that the exploration team he had dispatched had been entirely annihilated. In the letter, Fang Hong emphasized the presence of numerous sharpshooters in the mountainous region, persistently targeting their livestock, seemingly intent on thwarting any further advance. He suggested the necessity of reinforcing their forces. At the end of the letter, Fang Hong also outlined the latest discussions with Zheng He regarding the situation, proposing a rapid infiltration under the cover of night, hoping that Jian City could dispatch aerial support for some air cover in the morning. The city lord scrutinized the letter. Fang Hong and Zheng He had lingered outside for a full 15 days, and now they were finally requesting aerial observation, indicating their impatience. Consequently, under the flickering light of an unstable lamp, he signed the document. 10 minutes later, the document was delivered to the Phylong breeding tower, located 200 meters away. The Phylong, with a wingspan of 30 meters, possessed a hint of bat genetics, thus weighing 400 kilograms as it hung from steel rod. When the lights were activated, the caretakers inserted a hose into the Phylong's mouth, and a thick, porridge-like fermented substance flowed into its stomach. These flying beasts opened their eyes with excitement. As the tower's doors opened, the steel rods extended 50 meters outside the tower, and the Phylong, feeling the cool air, released its grip on the rods. After a brief descent, they spread their wings and adjusted their flight posture, soaring into the sky 30 meters above the ground. The city lord stood atop the tower, taking advantage of the late-night breeze. From a nearby cabinet, he retrieved a metal candy box, extracting a beetle nut wrapped in a leaf and placed it in his cheek. As he watched 3 Phylong depart, he began to chew. While contemplating the letter's mention of numerous sharpshooters and their ambush tactics, 2 minutes later, there was no need for further thought. The sound of multiple gunshots echoed, and the 3 Phylong had already crashed onto the mountainside. The scene shifted to the mountains south of Jian City. Once those dark, massive creatures flew out of the city, they were spotted by Wei Kong. These creatures were not particularly swift, nor were they flying at an altitude of several hundred meters. Setting aside the heavy sniper rifle he wielded, even an ordinary rifle could intercept them. Just as the Phylong prepared to soar over the mountains outside the city, Wei King's finger tightened on the trigger at the mark points on his system's display. The 3 creatures attempting to flee spiraled downward against the dark blue starry backdrop just before dawn. The fall of the Black Dragon became a spectacle for the audience atop the highest tower in Jian City. The mayor, seated in the front row, spat a mouthful of reddish-brown saliva mixed with beetle nut residue, which splattered onto the tower below, resembling a pool of blood. 8 days had elapsed since the pocket war began. Prepared for counter-encirclement, Wei Kong discovered that the Jian City hot pot was not as spicy as he had anticipated. The reconnaissance team from Jian City reported that no further troops had been dispatched. The individuals entering and exiting the city gates were merely merchants. Was this truly all there was? Wei Kong repeatedly reassured himself, engaging in a tactical retreat while unsettling the enemy, exhausting them before striking, and pursuing them when they faltered. Wei Kong recited the principles of guerrilla warfare once more. Yet, the reality was that adhering to the formula for disturbance yielded only a minor skirmish, resulting in the annihilation of a mere 150-strong unit. Thus concluding the battle, Wei King's technical team was currently calibrating a heavy machine gun, a classic Maxim water-cooled model. Unfortunately, he could not manufacture one himself at present. The system outlined the equipment required for constructing a heavy machine gun, necessitating a grand hall for the rows of forging, drilling, and boring machines. This modeling evoked memories of the Mechanical Manufacturing Bureau during the self-strengthening movement. At present, he could only produce grenade launchers, shells, iron rail steel rifles, and bayonets. Therefore, he cherished the seized heavy machine guns and the astonishing 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Undoubtedly, the most valuable gain from this battle was the captives. Now, the captives were divided into 7 or 8 groups, having undergone a certain degree of re-education, and were beginning to engage in labor. Although they could not participate in mechanical manufacturing or chemical mixing, they could certainly transport salt and collect bricks and scrap from the ruins. To facilitate the captive's swift integration into his rhythm, Wei Kong diligently managed them. In a small plaza atop a platform, he held a tuning fork for the ideological reform work and called out, "Everyone, sing along with me." One cannot help but lament when faced with temporary setbacks. And those who find themselves in a state of disarray may feel a chill of fear. Even when hope seems lost, one traverses a vast emptiness. Like a mere scarecrow, devoid of spirit yet possessing form, life can indeed be likened to the undulating waves of the sea. Following this, Wei Kong sang a line, which was echoed back, harmonizing rhythmically after 3 or 4 repetitions. Singing is an ancient and remarkably effective collective activity. When a group of strangers can synchronize with your cadence in a chorus, it tacitly affirms your position to issue directives within the collective. After the singing, Wei Kong began to register each individual and select captains for the prisoner squads. His criteria were simple. Those who sang loudly alongside him were chosen. Once selected, the decision was deemed infallible. Subsequently, he assigned tools and weapons, including rifles and bows, to each captain and vice-captain, the rifles being single-shot firearms crafted by Wei Kong himself. As he observed those who received firearms from his hands, he silently encouraged himself, acknowledging his social anxiety and inclination towards exclusion. However, as an intermediary figure, he believed he should overcome such mental barriers and engage with society. Wei Kong distributed the weapons to the captains he had chosen, thereby initiating the creation of a new future. These recently defeated captives were armed after merely a week of interaction, which Wei Kong himself found audacious. Nevertheless, he accepted this logical progression of rules, according to societal norms. Once the battle concluded and the victors established regulations, the vanquished would generally acquiesce, striving to align with the victors to achieve social integration. However, if the victors exhibited a refusal to integrate, the compliance of the vanquished would gradually wane over time. Wei Kong pondered whether arming the captains could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet he reasoned that those who had sung loudly alongside him, now selected as new leaders, would seek to distinguish themselves by following the victor's commands to solidify their newly acquired status. In his quest to instill control among the 150 individuals, Wei Kong deemed the risk worthwhile. Humans are inherently more stable than animals. As long as a consistent supply of sustenance is provided and any external organizations are disrupted, stability can be achieved. After appointing the captains, within just 2 or 3 days, Wei Kong swiftly observed the desired results. The captives worked diligently to transport salt, and the brick transport was equally industrious, akin to spirited young individuals at the onset of their careers. Wei Kong even had to mint special ceramic coins for them to exchange for fresh fish, as he had refrained from consuming the fruits of his labor, instead providing for his newly recruited workers. Wei Kong marveled at the truth of the adage, trust begets trust, and sincerity yields rewards. Originally, it would have required 50 individuals to oversee these 150 captives. Now, only 10 were needed to follow the 10 newly appointed group leaders. Each evening, under the glow of oil lamps, Wei Kong instructed them in phonetics, basic mathematics, geography, and the ancient history of human civilization. He discovered that his control over the situation was potentially stronger than before. Some captives gradually shed their apprehensions and began to pose numerous questions, their inquiries shifting from fear-based compliance to respectful adherence. The captives began to move steadily along the path he had laid out. After securing victory in battle, Wei Kong felt a weight lift from his heart. He mused that those who still engaged in dialogue within society were far safer than those who remained silent. On September 28th, 2 weeks after the captives had been taken, Zheng He found the situation absurd. After being escorted to a camp, he realized that there should be thousands of individuals sharing his face. For days, he was too astonished to speak, but gradually, the panic subsided. These fellow captives, though recent arrivals, had constructed extensive trenches and earthen structures, and they seemed to possess a penchant for conversation. During this period, nearly 10 of them engaged him in discussions about astronomy, geography, and even sketching, allowing them to become acquainted. As for Feng Hong, he appeared to have made friends. Engaging in heated debates about when the star Betelgeuse would explode, their exchanges growing increasingly animated. Oh, and they also enjoyed singing in unison, as evidenced by the chorus resonating outside. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. Chapter 26. The first interdimensional war. Upon the completion of the latest reports from Wei Kong and the Bai Ling Lu team to the Eastern Temporal Exploration Department, the officials who had previously harbored a modicum of concern regarding the incident had their perspectives completely shifted. One senior official, having reviewed the interdimensional data, remarked to colleagues on the adjacent front, "These two are quite the oddities." One failed to disclose that a few individuals had perished, yet none had truly died. Their memories were preserved, and consciousness would eventually return, with all memories retained. They attempted to instill urgency in the traveler to fulfill their mission. And the other? Indeed, they were frightened and subsequently rejected all suggestions, exaggerating the dangers of the unknown dimensions by several multiples. Now, the Temporal Management Department began to understand some of Bai Ling Lu's current thoughts. Wei Kong, what do you fear? With your current approach, your capabilities are indeed comparable to those at the senior level. Moreover, you have backed up the system for returning through the portal, allowing you to engage with certain regional threats in this world and gather data on the interdimensional arrival patterns, thereby enhancing your own consciousness growth system. The main world had officially confirmed that the East and West were in the throes of the first interdimensional war. Both sides were engaged in combat across nearly 1,000 dimensions and 460,000 timelines, with the number of travelers employed by each side reaching the tens of thousands. The social mobilization systems established during the 4 world wars on this Earth were now sparking competition in the realm of dimensional exploration. In certain areas of lower danger, they had meticulously mapped historical timelines, accurately detailing the personality profiles of local leaders at the mayoral level in the interdimensional worlds. Both factions were strategically positioning themselves within these multiple dimensions, a battle of wits among travelers that was unfathomable to someone of Wei Kang's civilian status. Civilians lacked a military legal framework, even if military law existed, regardless of whether Bai Ling Lu had violated it. Wei Kang's arrival in the dimension, even if it was accidental, would not allow him to contravene the exploratory mission's arrangements. In these hotly contested dimensions, both factions captured and detained the travelers from a defeated side. Detention involved forcibly seizing their consciousness nodes and confining them within spatial bubbles. Out of humanitarian considerations, the 2 major traveler organizations did not completely erase the consciousness of the captured, yet such confinement would certainly inflict damage on their consciousness, impacting future travel opportunities and career longevity. In every conceivable sense, this was indeed a war. Due to the state of war, the mindset of both parties has diverged from that of peaceful times. It is akin to expecting a girlfriend to engage in gentle discourse when she is on her menstrual cycle. The Dongfang Shikong Guanliju has mobilized all available resources. In a certain sense, Wei Kang is now regarded as a military personnel rather than a civilian from peacetime. In terms of the significance of the realm where Wei Kang currently resides, the relative scarcity of explorers has resulted in a faster temporal flow compared to many other realms, thus endowing it with strategic value. In the first realm, conflict, the latest phenomenon discovered by the upper-tier traversers from both sides is that the time flow in unfamiliar realms is swifter than that in familiar ones, and this condition alters with increased traversing activities. This implies that extensive traversal at a specific temporal point in a realm, establishing numerous historical timelines, will decrease the realm's relative time flow compared to the primary world. For instance, in the Shenzhou realm, prior to the World War, a traverser who established activities there for a decade experienced a time flow of 1 year on Earth equating to 10 years in that realm. Now, following the proliferation of timelines due to traversals from the primary world, this ratio has diminished to 981. Such a trend has led humanity to recognize a new standard for assessing the resource value of a realm, the temporal flow rate. Only that which diminishes can be deemed a resource. That which remains constant, no matter how significant, is not a resource. According to the evaluations of the Shikong Guanliju, if a realm's time flow rate descends to 31, its value is significantly diminished. The value of an alternate realm lies in the information it provides. If personnel dispatched from the primary world traverse, those who are released from the gravitational well of the primary world can only obtain information from 3 years in the future after a year of traversal. This hardly compensates for the immense investment of time involved in the traversal. Thus, acquiring 10 years' worth of information in exchange for 1 year, or having traversers collect a century's worth of information in that realm while only spending a year in the primary world, is considered high value. Although the World War is ongoing, both East and West have recognized that the resources of nearby and adjacent realms are finite. The future necessitates the exploration of distant and alternate realms, even if these realms present various perilous obstacles. As for the realm where Wei Kang has settled, the comparison with the primary world's time flow is astonishingly 6781. Amidst the urgent need for quicker and more efficient information processing in this realm war across various timelines, this realm where Wei Kang has landed is undoubtedly a high-value mine. Previously, under conditions of insufficient information, this realm posed substantial danger, and Wei Kang's landing seemed improbable, with the Shikong Guanliju remaining silent. However, it is now evident that Wei Kang can establish a foothold here, albeit still classified as a civilian reserve force. Hence the tacit acceptance of the subtle maneuvers of Bai Ling Lu. Nonetheless, the Shikong Guanliju must still engage in ideological work with the traversers. Consequently, this situation was communicated to Wei Kang's brother, Wei Chong. In the Shenzhou realm, Wei Chong is aboard the Hichu time machine, where a batch of supplies has been packaged, ready to be transmitted to the adjacent realm. As the future company in the neighboring timeline has begun significant operations, Sufficient support for their traversers is imperative. After the sixth wave of supplies was transmitted, he received a new message that made him furrow his brow. Subsequently, he reclined in the time machine and entered the temporal rift, establishing a connection with communications in higher dimensions. In just a few days, he confirmed that his brother had remarkably established a foothold in a high-risk realm and was performing admirably, even garnering the focused attention of the primary world's time management department. He exhaled in relief, yet found the situation absurdly amusing. Wei Chong jestingly remarked that only when pressed would one reveal their true abilities. Having lived together for over a decade, Wei Chong understood Wei Kong's character and gleaned from the report that Wei Kong approached the Pandora realm with a studious attitude. His elder brother was not truly inept. Rather, he had a penchant for idleness. Regarding the bond between the two brothers, it is essential to underscore that the primary world is the true realm of all existence. Given that time in the primary world passes significantly slower than in other realms. After traversing through alternate realms a dozen or 20 times, one can still see their unchanged loved ones, which inadvertently anchors emotional ties. Wei Kong and Wei Chong's father has also established roots in other realms. However, the rapid passage of time relative to the primary world renders those so-called brothers no different from radishes, thus failing to be regarded as true kin. Moreover, the arrival of Wei Kong and Wei Chong in the realm was the result of their parents, Wei Fu and Wei Mu, selecting a new timeline after exploration to engage in the fertilization process, leaving a foundation for the two. Currently, Wei Chong is organizing the 40-some timelines left by their father, which all contain backups of Wei Kong's arrivals. Their parents had prepared for the two brothers to explore together in alternate realms, and Wei Chong, being slightly more proactive, has charged ahead into the realm exploration while awaiting Wei Kong. At this moment, the chief overseer of the new battle zone where Wei Chong has arrived noticed him lost in thought. Li Shiming inquired, "What troubles you, Sergeant Wei?" Wei Chong replied, "Senior, there are some matters at home." Li Shiming responded, "I heard your brother has also joined the traversal and encountered an incident in a high-risk realm. What is the current situation?" Her authority was insufficient to query details about Wei Kong's circumstances. Wei Chong reassured, "My brother's doing well. He has successfully established himself in that realm and can independently complete all tasks, though he struggles to coordinate with his overseer." Li Mengshi asked, "Oh, they're not in sync. Has there been a conflict?" Wei Chong clarified, "No, it is merely that their collaboration is quite rigid, and he faces difficulties in communication with the overseer. However, they are managing to cope for now." Li Mengshi suggested, once the war concludes and he transitions to another realm, he could try collaborating with other overseers. In the Pandora world, another day dawned, 23 days after the ambush in Jian City. Due to daily labor and collective singing, Wei Kong found himself entering a rhythm while attempting to guide the captives into a synchronized tempo. Now, the exchange of consciousness among individuals has become increasingly frequent, allowing nearly all entities to engage in mental communication with others involved in their work. The outside world has grown accustomed to Wei Kong, while he feels an increasing sense of peculiarity. At this juncture, numerous merchant convoys from various human city-states have arrived to engage in trade. Wei Kong procured a substantial quantity of textiles and food supplies. Initially intending to conduct trade using gold, he discovered that the circulating currency here consisted of steel coins and copper coins, reminiscent of the pre-cataclysm 1 yuan and 50-cent coins. Fortunately, the merchants were also unwilling to leave empty-handed, showing considerable interest in the large salt crystals he had extracted, but their most coveted item was copper bullets. Across the entire southern nation, 3 commodities are regarded as hard currency: small yellow fish, gold bars, bullets, and beetle nuts. Among these, bullets are the most sought after, and according to Wei Kong's calculations, their added value is significantly higher, priced 20 times more than the equivalent quality of copper casing and black powder. The human world is not devoid of relevant production equipment. However, there is a severe scarcity of qualified personnel, and seemingly due to management issues, the production of firearms and ammunition is quite limited. A merchant from another city, engaged in trade with Wei Kong, revealed that Jian City has 4 munitions workshops, with the largest producing no more than 100,000 bullets per year, barely sufficient to supply a portion of the armed personnel within the city. The distribution method reveals that the upper echelons are divided into factions, where influential families and individuals prioritize the military forces loyal to them, ensuring ample ammunition supplies. While neglecting others, Wei Kong found it hard to believe that in such a small county, factionalism could even manifest within armed forces. The claim of only 100,000 bullets per year seemed implausible, especially since his own seizure amounted to 200,000 bullets, equivalent to the output of an arms factory over 2 years. Moreover, given his efficiency in bullet production, with sufficient raw materials, he could manufacture 1 million bullets in a month. The system provided standardized molds, forging machines, and polishing lathes, while Wei Kong had also implemented streamlined operations, producing gleaming bullets in abundance. In terms of business, Wei Kong was open to all, though he cautiously limited bullet sales to 10,000 per month. He was also willing to negotiate the terms of ransom for captives with the city of Jian, believing that this misguided conflict should be resolved sooner rather than later. Through conversations with merchants, Wei Kong gradually learned that within the defensive walls of Jian, there were approximately 50,000 inhabitants, creating a relatively secure environment within the confines of a city-state. Naturally, some perilous mountain villages housed 1,000 or 2,000 residents. These satellite settlements surrounding the city-state shared intricate blood ties with it, some being collateral branches of the city's elite who had scattered after failures in the urban power struggles. If this segment of the population were included, the system estimated that the total population of the Guangnan region would exceed 120,000. Wei Kong was particularly attentive to reports suggesting the existence of an armored convoy with steam tractors capable of producing 70mm caliber artillery. Upon receiving this information, Wei Kong decided to refrain from initiating further conflicts with the human forces in the area for the time being. When the opposing forces numbered in the hundreds of thousands, the variables became exceedingly vast, and war would introduce numerous uncertainties, making the current situation preferable. By the riverbank, a hydraulic saw was in operation, with prisoners from a month prior pushing large logs into the saw for cutting. In the Pandora era, wood could not serve as building material, but it was crucial as modular raw material. Presently, Wei Kong felt a shortage of manpower. At this moment, the overseer, explorer, announced a new discovery that might be beneficial. Wei Kong and his team responded with curiosity. As they were engaged in collective labor, they were in a state of mental connection, communicating with Bai Ling Lu through a collective unconscious dialogue, marking the beginning of Wei Kang's conscious integration. Bai Ling Lu felt a tinge of nervousness at the synchronized responses from Wei Kong, akin to a young girl responding to the roaring sea. The system reported that his life radiation in this world had risen to considerable heights, and according to early data from the Pandora era, under certain technical conditions, his stem cells could fully transform into a new body. Wei Kong, wary, inquired about the specific conditions. The system replied that a small facility, weighing 20 tons, was required, suggesting the construction of a brick and tile dam. The system displayed the cultivation chamber facilities of the replication center and indicated that under Wei Kang's heightened life radiation, the growth rate of the organisms in the culture dishes would allow for a new body to form in approximately 10 days. Upon the formation of this new body, a portion of the memories and thoughts of the Wei Kong participating in the life radiation would merge into it, along with their consciousness. During this process, the newly birthed Wei Kong, possessing complete past memories and thoughts, would initially fail to recognize their rebirth, instead wondering if they had entered this new individual. This device would ensure Wei Kang's continuous existence, yet he sensed an undertone of deception. Over the past few days, having acquired information regarding Jian and numerous surrounding cities, Wei Kang found it difficult to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, the overseer, eager to incite turmoil, proposed a pacification strategy, enthusiastically echoing a martial arts saying, "First strike Shaolin, then extinguish Wudong." Bai Ling Lu recently remarked that he was in a strong phase and should be bolder, aiming higher. Conquering the world was unrealistic. Yet seizing the 50,000 square kilometers was feasible. Wei Kong, however, politely declined Bai Ling Lu's proposal, expressing concerns about self-replication, deeming it monstrous, and asserting that there was no need for such measures. The focus of Wei Kong and his team shifted back to their immediate tasks, discussing how to cut the wood more precisely through their mental connection. Chapter 27. Focus excessive in this world. Some adversaries may move so slowly that one feels an abundance of time. However, The development of other matters globally does not pause for the conclusion of the focus at hand. Within the Pandora world, human city-states merely represent the ongoing decline of past glories. The remnants of industrial and societal civilization are profoundly entrenched, yet fundamentally, there have been no substantial transformations to adapt to this era. Before Wei Kang's arrival, it was the genetic communities of this world that genuinely adapted to the new age. The lower reaches of the Zhu-Sanjiao region are the most fertile, and over the past century, the genetic species here have been rotated approximately every decade. Wei Kang's arrival and occupation marked one such turnover, yet it did not preclude challenges from other genetic communities. On September 28th, while Wei Kang's primary focus remained on how to communicate with the human inhabitants of this world, at least 3 genetic communities began to engage in mutual life radiation in his vicinity. Prior to the Pandora era, genetic species on Earth would normally undergo differentiation. For instance, the genes of the ancient Chinese cat subsequently diversified into various subspecies based on regional variations. With the advent of the Pandora era, such occurrences transpired at an accelerated pace. When one branch of a genetic community occupied a territory, should the original maternal lineage be eradicated in the struggle for survival, losing its source of cohesion, the sibling branches of that genetic community would inevitably contend for territory. In the Pandora era, genetic communities might experience both differentiation and refusion. When a stronger genetic radiation is sensed, such transformations occur. Wei Kang harbored concerns regarding the potential alliance of surrounding human city-states. Yet in reality, such alliances were already forming among neighboring genetic communities. In the streams and rivers surrounding Wei Kang, the tiger shrimp underwent continuous transformations until they evolved into a unified species. Meanwhile, small herbivorous animals in caves and geckos climbing trees began to converge as well. This 6,000 square kilometer region had experienced the landing of apostolic-level supercommunities 30 years prior, severing the ultimate nodes of the area, leading to yet another unification among its genetic communities, a fact unnoticed by Wei Kang, whose attention remained fixed on human territories. In Jian, September marked the production season, and the black iron pipes in the factory area belched clouds of black smoke. Nearby, the dust in residential buildings had not been cleared for decades. Other than a few bright windows, the walls were as dark as a stove. This was the visage of relatively advanced industrial cities in the 1930s and 1940s, where brightly colored kipayos and stockings would weave through such grimy urban landscapes. In this somber city, a few edifices remain pristine. Here lies the administrative heart of the metropolis, where the city's dignitaries convene to deliberate on the recent crisis. Zheng Longmu asserts, "This is our city's crisis." Silence envelopes the meeting, as all tacitly acknowledge the Lord's characterization of the situation. However, those present are acutely aware that it is less a crisis for the city itself than for the political faction to which the Lord belongs. After all, it was the Lord who hastily deployed military forces without due contemplation. Should they find themselves compelled to accept negotiations in a position of defeat, it would spell a severe calamity. Thus, in their renewed engagement with the Jian faction, it is imperative that they maintain a posture of strength, addressing issues such as captives and trade relations. For such high-ranking politicians, political transgressions may be glossed over, but errors are unforgivable. One can obscure past crimes, yet mistakes can lead to irreparable downfall. Consequently, the Jian Assembly unanimously resolved to adopt a firm stance against the southern faction. Yet, this confidential decision was leaked to Wei Kang by a caravan that arrived 2 days later. Shall we continue the fight? Wei Kang pondered, somewhat vexed. This dilemma is one that many warring parties grapple with, the inability to conclude hostilities. They can only dispatch a considerable reconnaissance force northeast to maintain vigilance over Jian. The logistics entail that a single reconnaissance operative at the front requires preparation, readiness, and frontline duty, necessitating 3 personnel. Furthermore, the rear must now allocate 5 individuals to support this effort. Although each Wei Kang operative is a jack of all trades, capable of multitasking, the strain remains palpable. That evening, Wei Kang once again met with Zheng He and Fang Hong to lay the situation bare. He conveyed that, regardless of the outcome, they would be released in 2 months. However, the current predicament transcends mere captivity. It has ensnared them in a deeper contest. Jian continues to confront me with military means. ensnaring us in a vicious cycle of bilateral exchanges, Wei Kung lamented. This touches upon our bottom line. I implore you both to consider from multiple perspectives. When those who negotiate with me can resort to force to achieve their aims, will they not do so again in future dealings? To be candid, I am not afraid of confrontation, but I find it exhausting to perpetually be on guard against military threats from every direction. Therefore, I must convey that I will not be swayed by such tactics. Fang Hong sought to articulate a rebuttal. I believe Jian may not intend it this way. Friend, I am not here to debate. I am merely expressing my current stance toward your faction. I approached Jian with utmost seriousness. This is a matter of binary consequence. Under the present circumstances, I shall show no mercy to anything that poses a threat. Thus, I hope you can maintain neutrality. I do not wish for you to become an adversary I must confront. Wei Kong then glanced at Zheng He, offering a gesture of goodwill. The lady may leave first. He then turned to Fang Hong. As for you, I must insist that you refrain from intervening in my dealings with Jian. There is no need to let me go. I shall remain to accompany him. The girl smiled brightly at the wooden Fang Hong and, turning serious, addressed Wei Kong. You are far more candid than my uncle. Thank you. After this conflict concludes, I hope we can still be friends. Indeed, it is best to avoid enmity, Wei Kong replied, silently adding that should bitter animosity arise, he might be compelled to take extreme measures, which would be a grave error. Bai Ling Lu inquired, do you truly trust their promises? The so-called assurances entail that Zheng He and Fang Hong, as captives, will refrain from any subversive actions against us. Naturally, I do not place my trust in them entirely. I will have personnel observing them. Wei Kong answered. Oh, Bai Ling Lu noted, fulfilling her duty as an overseer to alert Wei Kong to potential risks. Wei Kong continued. The reason I spoke at length during our initial meeting was to mitigate the probability of having to resort to pulling the trigger. Bai Ling Lu pondered this. She perceived that her partner had devoted considerable attention to the human society of this realm, seeking to avoid conflicts rather than recklessly assert dominance. The question lingered. Is this trait a virtue or a vice during their traversal? Were Wei Kong to answer, he might say, my approach should be akin to that of an ordinary person. In October, the autumn chill had yet to reach South China. Meanwhile, Jian began a march of malevolence. Standing atop a hill 8 kilometers from the city, one could observe the 3-tiered concrete gates opening, allowing a column of smoke-emitting military vehicles to exit. Remarkably, 6 diesel-armored vehicles were among the procession. While not conventional military apparatus, they resembled tractors fitted with iron plating, their engines roaring audibly from a kilometer away. Additionally, there were over 40 horse-drawn carts, bringing the total personnel to approximately 500. Through his binoculars, Wei Kong discerned numerous A-series automatic rifles among their individual armaments. Provided these weapons were well maintained, their precision within a 200-meter range would remain dense, allowing the column to suppress tactical maneuvers from that distance. In the realm of brawls, a formidable weapon makes little distinction, whether a Grand Black Star or a long rifle. Engagements typically occur within 30 meters. However, on the battlefield, if one side can deliver accurate, sustained fire from 200 to 400 meters while the other cannot, the disadvantaged side will struggle to maneuver, leaving them vulnerable to encirclement under cover of fire. The battle in 1962 in the Himalayas exemplified this, where semi-automatic rifles acquired from the Soviets effectively suppressed the British Sten submachine guns, whose effective range barely exceeded 100 meters. At this moment, seated within the armored vehicle was the city's seasoned military leader, Zheng Kamu, a white-haired figure known for his formidable demeanor. He commanded 6 mechanical war vehicles and 15 medium mechanical beasts, and now, peering from the hatch of his armored vehicle, he observed the road ahead. Suddenly, he spotted a sign erected along the path. Raising his binoculars, he read its contents. Advances halted. Armed conflict benefits neither party. Please return all matters to the negotiating table. The old warrior tossed the binoculars to a nearby officer and laughed heartily to those around him. I expected something far more resolute. Instead, as soon as my artillery appears, they cower. He urged his steed forward, exclaiming, I have fought all my life. Yet I find no solace in glory, alas. The old general's exuberance elicited laughter from the other military personnel, who readily joined in his mirth, as if the impending defeat of their adversary were a mere formality. Under the direction of the old man's whip, the armored vehicles surged forward with increased power. Rolling forward, they crushed the sign that Wei Kong had erected for them half an hour earlier. observing this scene from the mountaintop. The first battalion of Wei Kong exchanged puzzled glances, mentally questioning whether their adversaries were illiterate. Subsequently, Wei Kong witnessed an elderly man spitting on the damaged sign as the armored vehicle advanced, leading him to conclude that it was not ignorance, but rather arrogance at play. However, arrogance comes at a price. This war represented an unexpected overtime for Wei Kong, yet his forces had devised contingency plans prior to the conflict. Wei Kong asserted that their main combat units were equipped with submachine guns, which were ill-suited for direct confrontation. If the enemy displayed unwavering resolve, his forces would struggle to gain the upper hand in skirmishes. The only viable strategy was to employ sniper rifles to inflict sporadic damage during their march, utilizing every possible position along the route to harass the enemy, firing from all directions to create disruption without the expectation of precision, followed by a rapid mortar barrage during the ensuing chaos, and then a swift withdrawal. This would lead to the enemy's armored units becoming disorganized, waiting for the opportune moment to annihilate them. With the plan established, Wei Kong remained troubled, pondering who could guarantee that the opposing forces lacked grenade launchers. If the enemy's determination exceeded his expectations and they possessed exceptional combat training, what would happen if they launched a volley of grenade fire into the area where his forces were stationed? Such a scenario would transform his harassment operations into a limited engagement. Therefore, he decided to conceal their sole heavy machine gun on elevated ground, ready to provide cover fire when the enemy launched a charge. After the retreat of his forces, they would abandon the gun mount in an effort to recover the machine gun itself. Throughout this discussion, Bai Ling Lu remained silent, seemingly preoccupied with snacking. Returning to the present, 20 seconds after the sign was crushed, the armored vehicle continued unabated for another 150 meters, suddenly appearing to strike a wire bound to a tree stump. Approximately a second later, an explosion erupted roadside as a piece of metal, compressed by the explosive, transformed into a high-velocity projectile, striking the interior of the armored vehicle with a resounding crash. A significant portion of the vehicle's floor, composed of civilian steel plates, was torn apart, rendering it inoperable. Such occurrences were commonplace along the roads of 21st-century Middle Eastern conflicts, where American mercenaries and the puppet military recruited by the regional government frequently faced such enthusiastic hospitality. Now, as the disadvantaged party, Wei Kong was determined to learn how to serve this dish to his guests, and the results were astounding. This explosion effectively dispatched the elderly commander, propelling him from the armored vehicle's hatch as if he were an acne cyst bursting forth. The veteran general's upper body still clung to life, while the lower half was pierced by metal shrapnel. Once the explosion subsided, Wei Kong, with a forward-looking perspective, surveyed the chaos within the ambush zone and promptly discarded the previous plan. The once formidable forces now resembled ants whose nest had been disturbed. Any semblance of organized resistance was obliterated, with not even a squad left intact. This disarray presented an opportunity for Wei Kong to launch a counterattack. Consequently, he issued a general assault order via the communication system, flags, and signal flares. In this dimension, Bai Ling Lu's nimble fingers resumed their movement, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. Chapter 28. Rectifying mistakes. The canyon was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the frantic cries of wounded soldiers from Jian City. Meanwhile, Wei Kong was confronted with overturned vehicles, injured llama, and the need to deliver the coup de grace to the mechanical beasts of war. Amidst the debris, Wei Kong seized a captured assault rifle, disassembling and reassembling it according to the system's tutorial, before selecting a prominent boulder 200 meters away as his target for calibration. After several bursts of fire, he reaffirmed his earlier assessment. If wielded effectively, this weapon could inflict significant casualties on his forces. However, the recently encountered enemy lacked any semblance of combat organization, with machine gunners falling to sniper fire without anyone to provide support. During the chaotic aftermath of the elderly commander's vehicle overturning, the number of those effectively firing at Wei Kong was limited to no more than 8 individuals throughout the engagement. Moreover, with 8 adversaries targeting him, the system had already highlighted the trajectories of their shots in his line of sight, allowing the sniper to eliminate them within mere fractions of a second. The infantry of Jian City lay prostrate as mortar shells rained down from above, rendering the remaining armored vehicles mere obstacles. The drivers of these vehicles, having grown accustomed to the safety of their steel shells, exhibited a complete lack of battlefield awareness. When faced with the artillery that could obliterate them, they either swerved abruptly or attempted to navigate around a nearby hillside. In their panic, one vehicle collided with another, crushing a llama in their frantic attempt to escape. Another vehicle, attempting to maneuver up the slope, lacked the necessary skill. As it climbed, its wheels caught on a boulder, leading to a loss of balance and a disastrous roll down the incline, ultimately landing on its roof. In the face of such incompetence, Wei Kong decided to unleash his machine gun to join the suppression effort. Originally intending to engage in guerrilla tactics, his battalion now descended the hill armed with submachine guns. This distance, which should have been fraught with bloodshed, transformed from 300 meters to 80 meters, taking Wei Kong a full minute to traverse without encountering any opposing fire. In this battle, only 5 of Wei King's forces sustained injuries, primarily due to their protective gear, including Kevlar helmets and ceramic plates, which largely mitigated the impact of enemy fire. Only one unfortunate member suffered a gunshot wound to the shoulder, marking the sole casualty. Upon reaching the front line and organizing his infantry squad, Wei Kong unleashed a torrent of fire from his submachine gun, which boasted an ample supply of ammunition, causing the enemy to scatter in disarray. Ultimately, his forces created an opening through which the remaining adversaries fled, leaving behind 78 wounded and 14 lifeless bodies. 15 minutes after the conclusion of the battle, in the rear, far from the conflict, at the primary production base, having received the system's battle report, Wei Kong approached Fang Hong and Zheng He, subtly inquiring, "Do you know this Kamo, the white-haired elder?" Fang Hong furrowed his brow. He is part of the military faction within the council, consistently advocating for increased military investments in the city. Zheng He interjected, "What of it? Is he the commander behind this campaign against you?" Wei King nodded. "Are you familiar with him?" Zheng He shook her head. "Not really. He's quite obstinate." She mistakenly believed Wei Kong sought her assistance for dialogue, promptly declining the task. Recalling the elder's harsh demeanor towards her, a former captive, made her uneasy. Fang Hong, well-meaning, appeared willing to assist Wei Kong by offering to mediate. However, Zheng He restrained him, shaking her head in disapproval. Wei Kong paused before stating, "I just had an encounter with him." Zheng He's expression shifted to surprise as she rushed to inquire further, but Fang Hong held her back, gesturing for Wei Kong to continue. Taking a deep breath, Wei Kong elaborated, "The battle was evenly matched. Mutual respect was garnered between us, resolving the issue. I believe you may return home tomorrow. Do you require any local specialties? Xiao la yao, du xing jiang, or diduyu?" Didoyo is extracted from plants possessing peanut genes. Fang Hong and Zheng He stared at each other, both bewildered. Regarding the captives, Wei Kong had inquired of everyone once, and none were familiar with Cao Mu, suggesting that this stubborn old fellow was rather unpopular. Wei Kong remarked, "No one seeks revenge on me." As Wei King's consciousness cluster reached a definitive conclusion on this matter, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden wave of anxiety and excruciating pain that coursed through the entire Wei Kong cluster. This intense consciousness pain seemed to suggest a reluctance to accept the death of one of their individuals. Meanwhile, this event unfolded in the northwestern direction. In the jungle, a 3-meter-wide liquid mass was digesting Wei Kong. This particular Wei Kong belonged to the reconnaissance team, while the Wei Kong cluster was primarily focused on the human forces in eastern Jian City. The station Wei Kong in the northwest comprised only a standard team of 10. Thus, when faced with the unforeseen escalation of events, the Wei Kong cluster's attention was severely lacking. Had Wei Kong not been adversarial with Jian City, or had the two parties reached a peace agreement sooner, the Wei King's plan would have dispatched a 100-strong force for thorough exploration of the mountains and forests, potentially averting this crisis. Yet, who could have anticipated such outcomes? The ensnared Wei Kong was convulsing violently as neural tendrils infiltrated through its ears, nose, and mouth, attempting to connect with its consciousness. This Wei Kong individual now found itself trapped in a splendid illusion, with palaces of pure gold, flowers in full bloom, and sweet water flowing in ponds, while a captivating woman engaged it in conversation, her tone gentle and delightful. However, a warning from within its consciousness incessantly reminded it of the effects of a truth serum. Yet, this beauty lasted only a fleeting moment. After a determined resistance, it plummeted into despair, besieged by thunder, electric currents, and the agonizing sensation of its body being crushed inch by inch, an imposing presence demanding its submission. This condescending instruction seemed to resonate with some internal string of the captured Wei Kong. Half an hour later, this immense liquid bubble ceased its interrogation. It expelled a Wei Kong that had melted halfway, its head reduced by a third, while within the liquid mass, something contracted and several black, spiky appendages shot out like blades, giving it the appearance of a spider. On the main body of this spider-like liquid droplet, a human face gradually emerged, and beside it, a figure entirely clad in dark green, with eyes resembling snail antennae approached, establishing a connection through their synaptic exchanges. Regarding these Wei Kong, the information they obtained was scant. Merely fragmented images, such as towering skyscrapers and subways rapidly traversing, echoes of a once thriving civilization. This spider and this snail-eyed creature were known as Run in this world. Before the era of Pandora, humans were the only species to possess complex consciousness through their cerebral configurations, totaling 8 billion. Consequently, this remarkable genetic type was adopted by various communities, which would seek out human genes to create what appear to be bizarre Run when individuals with high intelligence and logical analytical abilities were required. However, consciousness, thought, and wisdom were concepts that most humans themselves did not comprehend. Prior to the Great Cataclysm, global public opinion served a select few rulers, thus indulging human desires to facilitate the control of the majority. As long as society had not attained a spiritually elevated state, free from the influences of base desires and material consumption and planning, sentient humans often acted according to animalistic instincts. Therefore, when the Pandora phenomenon resulted in the communal rebirth of humanity, the Run produced did not transcend these limitations. They had now captured a Wei Kong, attempting to exert control over external human senses through neural manipulation, but for the first time, they failed to achieve the desired outcome. Consequently, these two Run displayed confusion. Meanwhile, the struggling Wei Kong, now unable to discern day from night or whether it remained within an illusion, continued to fight for breath. To the east, the Wei Kong battalion that had just engaged Jian City was conducting a forced march to ascertain the optimal route and ensure no ambush lay ahead. The Wei Kong headquarters dispatched numerous small teams to directly infiltrate various route nodes to confirm the conditions ahead for the main force. Those whom they intended to rescue would not suffer the same fate as Jian City. Exploration of the path was imperative. Wei Kong had set a personal objective to march 100 kilometers within a day and night. The record for forced marches in the main world stood at 14 hours for 725 kilometers of mountainous terrain. Wei Kong, now fighting for survival, pushed himself to close the distance, feeling a modicum of confidence as the team that set that record likely lacked his physical prowess. Standing at 1.90 meters, his strides were longer, and he was lightly equipped, carrying only a rifle, grenade launcher, mortar, and heavy machine gun for the second wave to follow. After binding his wounds, Wei Kong began to run fervently. After 7 kilometers, his feet swelled, blisters forming on the soles, and pain akin to blunt knives scraping flesh coursed through him, while his calves ached as if countless ants scurried within his veins. After 20 kilometers, the pain in his feet subsided to numbness, and his legs began to ache. After 30 kilometers, they trembled with fatigue. After 40 kilometers, his legs moved mechanically, while parts of his body began to hurt. The soft sounds of weapons vibrating against his body accompanied the movement of the entire line, with no other sounds present. As the tormented consciousness of his struggling self relayed indescribable pain, these agonies mingled with the seductive temptations of nearing his limits, compelling him to continue running. Between enduring torment and pushing through exhaustion, the Wei Kong group chose the latter. At the conclusion of the day and night, a transformation seemed to occur. The sensation of fatigue pervaded his body, reaching a peak, as if something within him had suddenly awakened. The flesh of his abdomen and thighs transformed into liquid cells, flowing towards his muscles. Following a systematic analysis, he received good news. He had once again unlocked extraordinary biological activity. After reviewing the information, Wei Kong felt a pang of reflection. This was indeed not the physical reality of the main world. Here, there existed a life radiation, rendering his forced march incomparable to that of the main world. Bai Ling Lu was once again busy. This case of Wei Kong was sufficient for her to write several high-value papers. In this world, if the will of the genetic community was exceptionally robust, it was quite challenging to induce death purely through exhaustion. When the condition of certain tissues fell below a specific threshold, other cells within the unified life radiation field would provide support. Currently, all higher animals within the life radiation possessed the regenerative capacity of amoebas. At this moment, Wei King's abdomen, thighs, and fat cells were rapidly depleting organic matter, as the sugars and lipids from the breakdown flowed into the muscle cells, rapidly repairing them under the influence of the life radiation field. This forced march would only result in a loss of 7 to 8 pounds of excess weight. After the 28th hour of the march, he felt the familiar soreness return to his thighs and pain in his feet, yet a surge of indefatigable energy coursed through him. When all endurance approaches its limit, what sustains one is not the mercy of the adversary imposing suffering upon oneself, but rather the realization that one possesses an ever-increasing resolve to confront the challenges ahead. Thus, the limits of human endurance are persistently transcended. After 36 hours of marching, having traversed a distance of 150 kilometers, the pain in Wei Kong gradually subsided, not through numbness, but through the sensation of flesh healing, akin to a gentle itch, as if a thick layer of callus had formed on his soles, transforming them into a pair of shoes. As they near a mere 60 kilometers from their destination, Wei Kong and his companions could distinctly sense the presence of their captured, yet still living selves. It felt as if they were running on fumes, on the verge of extinction. In silence, Wei Kong attempted to quicken his pace, taking deeper breaths while refraining from opening his mouth, for to do so would mean losing precious moisture. Meanwhile, this collective of symbiotic beings had crossed 2 mountain ridges and halted by a lake, where the supply beast that had arrived ravaged towering trees and expelled a potent, acrid gastric fluid, enveloping themselves in a cocoon of leaves. In 2 hours, the fibers of this cocoon would rupture, allowing them to consume the contents with ease. Sated, they would present themselves before the strong within their community, offering their veins for sustenance. This gene community heading south, in stark contrast to Wei Kong's relentless journey, seemed to be on a leisurely outing, having moved only 10 kilometers over the past 2 days. Within this group, the captured survivors of Wei Kong found themselves ensnared by the spider's web for the 8th time, due to the encroachment of their own collective. This incomplete Wei Kong sensed his impending arrival. However, at this moment, under the duress of torture, he no longer harbored the same fervent hope for rescue as he once did. Now, he clung to a fleeting breath, waiting for hope to dissipate. For the past days, he had come to terms with reality, abandoning any sense of luck. As his own group drew closer, he knew the enemy would surely end his life. Yet, this incomplete Wei Kong continued to persevere. The question now was, what was the motivation for his endurance? Within the liquid void, he sensed the tendrils of his neural connections reaching out once more, having lost both sight and hearing. Wei Kong vowed, after enduring such torment for days, he wished to witness the adversary's inevitable defeat and the cowardice of their surrender. Chapter 29. Life's Narrow Path. Mutual Radiation. In this re-wielded land of you, Wei Kong journeyed day and night towards the northwest, turning the page on the artillery exchange with Jian City. Approximately 20 hours after Wei Kong returned, Fang Hong and Zheng He, the populace of Jian City, eagerly awaited news, which they finally received through the city's official announcements. General Baihuzi Zhang Camu, leading the armored brigade, had launched a decisive offensive, penetrating deep into the enemy camp without uttering a word. The artillery roared for hours without cessation. Ultimately, the valorous deed resonated with the heavens. This battle resulted in a significant victory over the southern adversaries, compelling them to return captives, repay debts, and compensate for losses. Alas, envy of talent. During the pursuit, the venerable General Camu suffered an unfortunate fall from his vehicle, gravely injuring himself. Just 5 kilometers from the city, on the brink of returning, he uttered in his final moments, "I've spent my life in warfare. Now, I shall be wrapped in the skin of my steed." How splendid! This battle-worn contingent was subsequently reorganized by Zheng He and Fang Hong upon their return, yet the victorious force was immediately isolated and cut off from external communication. However, the number of returning wounded was overwhelming, and the armored vehicles were battered, their steel plating visibly twisted and cracked. Consequently, Rumors of the battle's brutality began to circulate within the city. The city lord, Zheng Longmu, summoned Zheng He and Fang Hong once more to inquire in detail about their experiences. As for what decisions he would make, it was inscrutable upon his face. Meanwhile, after a grueling 48 hours of forced march, Wei Kong arrived at the front lines, engaging in combat with the incoming gene community's external species. In the jungle, Wei Kong and his comrades inhaled deeply. Although unable to confirm visually, their minds possessed an uncanny perception that allowed them to detect the presence of threats ahead. Guided by this instinct, Wei Kong organized his men into groups of 20, spaced 50 meters apart, deploying over 12 small teams to spread out across a broad front, commencing a carpet search forward. At this moment, the collective of Wei Kong was exceedingly solemn, entering a state of mental communion, akin to the clarity of tinnitus in the stillness of night. Each group meticulously documented their observations in a standardized format: feces, footprints, and scents detected by reconnaissance teams at various downwind locations, synthesizing the information regarding the situation ahead. The overseer by Ling Lu, stationed at the system terminal, found it increasingly difficult to discern which piece of information originated from which individual among the Wei Kong. In other words, within a single squad, Wei Kong No. 1 might observe bent branches ahead. Wei Kong No. 2 might detect the scent of disturbed soil and humus, while Wei Kong No. 3, 4, and 5 might hear sounds from 3 different angles. Collectively, the entire squad's cognitive processing would assess the situation, concluding that they were merely minutes away from their objective. The assembled reports of information blurred the lines of individual contributions, to the point where Wei Kong himself might remain oblivious to his own input. It was akin to a normal person playing a game, achieving a state of excitement while being unable to pinpoint the source of that exhilaration within their brain. This state of Wei Kong was crucial, as Bai Linglu meticulously recorded this element, according to the criteria set forth by the Temporal Management Bureau for evaluating crossers. Wei Kong's current collective focus on a singular target seemed to transcend mere group dynamics, evolving into a unified consciousness based on collectivity. Just as dolphins can alternate between hemispheres of their brains to think day and night, both hemispheres function as a singular conscious thought. Now, within the ranks of Wei Kong, a fusion had occurred. What lay ahead? 43 minutes into the jungle combat, amidst a thicket of thorny brambles, a sudden rustling heralded the appearance of a swift leopard. A leopard, one might say, its muscular legs exhibiting the explosive prowess typical of its kind. Yet its other features were rather haphazard, boasting large ears reminiscent of an elephant, a saber-toothed upper jaw, and wild boar tusks below. Fierce in appearance and rapid in its charge, the leopard was met with lethality as it lunged forth. 3 gunshots rang out in unison, striking its head and flanks. As it descended, the Wei Kong who had been ambushed maintained his composure, firmly grasping his steel spear. As if long prepared, with a swift thrust, he pierced the beast's throat, and within a mere 0.3 of a second, 2 nearby Wei Kong arrived to drive their bayonets down, pinning it to the ground without granting it a chance to struggle. The division of labor among the 6 frontline Wei Kong unfolded as seamlessly as a human consuming a hamburger, incisors severing, canines tearing, tongues maneuvering to push it down, molars grinding, and finally swallowing, an exquisitely fluid process. At this moment, the state of the Wei Kong was remarkable. Were they one with the sword? No, they were one with each other. During the jungle hunt, one squad of Wei Kong engaged in mental communication, intensifying their information exchange to unprecedented heights. As previously mentioned, within this state of communion, Wei Kong could hear what others heard and smell what others smelled. At this moment, one takes a further step, perceiving the scent and discerning the target's location. Yet the identity of the one who senses it has become inconsequential. The sounds of the adversary's movements no longer evoke a sense of personal recognition. This habitual response mirrors the way individuals utilize their senses, eyes, nose, and ears, to observe and interpret, while neglecting the prioritization of their own sensory perceptions. During the recent skirmish, each Wei Kong sight was limited to a mere 30 meters, and their hearing could only detect nuances within 7 or 8 meters. However, driven by a collective awareness, every individual acted in unison. This synergy resembles the reflexive response of an arm and body instinctively supporting oneself when falling while running. Although the solitary beast surged forth with impressive speed, The Wei King's coordinated response was even swifter. Each individual possessed a clear understanding of how to restrain the ferocious creature from their vantage point. Collaboration and synergy have historically served as crucial weapons in human evolution. As this skill evolved to incorporate linguistic tools for coordination, all large organisms on Earth, despite often possessing superior numerical data compared to humans, find that collaboration enables humans to exploit fleeting vulnerabilities during mutual predation. Take, for example, the swift leopard now poised to attack the first Wei King. Its powerful front presents a formidable force, yet its flanks are exceedingly vulnerable. Now, within the ranks of Wei Kung, those with loaded firearms seamlessly advance to the front line, while those who have expended their ammunition employ bayonets to pierce the back of the leopardess skull, severing its neural connections. Meanwhile, those in the center of the formation reload their weapons. After successfully hunting 3 ambushing leopards, Wei King has inscribed their handmade bullets with crosses to enhance their stopping power. The current conflict with the gene communities starkly contrasts with that against human city-states. In engagements with human settlements, the battlefield extends to 100 meters, where the order of firepower and judgment of attacks are crucial, testing which team can react more swiftly to suppress the opponent's counterfire. However, the present combat unfolds within a mere 5 to 10 meters, not exceeding 20, demanding calmness, speed, and mutual understanding during close combat. Wei King lacks minions and has not evolved additional musculature, yet they are undeniably formidable. The 12 frontline teams penetrate the jungle like fingers kneading dough, delving deep into the thicket. On a broader map, within the vast expanse of the Yue region, Wei King has only made contact with a portion of the forces. In the surrounding areas of the Zhusan Jiao, among the hundreds of kilometers of jungle and mountains, the gene communities resonate. With at least 60 life forms radiating over 30,000 BMR nodes dispersed throughout northern Yue. These communities' core node organisms include 60-ton quadrupedal, 6-limbed tyrants and mammoths clad in tile-like armor reminiscent of ancient war elephants, yet possessing 4 trunks. Presently, the liquid spider that has detected Wei King is relatively small in size. However, its diminutive stature allows it to advance to the forefront and capture a small squad of Wei King. BMR, or basal metabolic rate, for a typical adult male, is approximately 2,000. In the era of Pandora, the traditional genes across various species are unstable, rendering it impossible to categorize an organism's strength solely based on its genetic makeup. 2 organisms may share similar genetic structures, yet one could be a cat and the other a tiger. Thus, a scalar measure based on metabolic rate is utilized to quantify an organism's life radiation intensity. Currently, surpassing 30,000 signifies a node organism within the gene community. Such beings possess remarkable vitality. When injured, their cells rapidly fuse with the wound unless further damage is inflicted. Using Wei King's observations, one could describe them as having a substantial health pool. Even when suffering fatal injuries, one must deploy explosives within the wound to ensure a definitive end. However, these radiating nodes within the gene communities have sensed the life radiation pressure emanating from Wei King. As the Wei King cluster approaches, the captured Wei King also emits a strong life radiation. At this moment, the spider, utilizing its neural threads, has begun to lose some of its strands to the remnants of Wei King. The gene communities in the area possess consciousness, and the node organisms that have assimilated human genes carry a fragment of their respective community's awareness, capable of expressing their perceptions through a semblance of human language. For instance, regarding the influence of Wei Kung on the gene communities, if the assimilated beings were to articulate it, they might convey that during the spring, as the oceanic monsoon began to intensify, the world's wickedness suddenly emerged, first expelling the leaders of the estuarine gene communities and then trampling upon the life order of the entire region. They resist nature more fiercely than the humans currently entrenched in cities, relentlessly treading down a path of desecration. Now, as Wei King advances, the aforementioned concepts crystallize within the thoughts of the node organisms. All the assimilated beings perceive the relentless destruction unfolding ahead, the dull thuds of gunfire, and the merciless slaughter of swift creatures weighing around 50 kilograms. Even the released flying insects, hindered by their own diminished vitality, move sluggishly, falling prey to Wei Kung, who dispatches them with grass gloves. Concerning the venomous insects in this jungle, Wei King remains unaware that this is an offensive launched by the hostile gene community. It must be noted that as these venomous insects approach, their speed is already considerably reduced due to Wei King's potent life radiation. Upon their arrival, Wei King, armed with a torch, ignites them, causing many to plummet to the ground. A few that manage to bite Wei King inflict minimal adverse effects. Indeed, Wei King must acknowledge that being bitten by these venomous mosquitoes and bees is quite painful. However, having spent over half a year in this region, the individuals within Wei King have adapted by chewing small amounts of various plants, allowing the system to analyze their medicinal properties. Consequently, the system has compiled a comprehensive database of alkaloids. Now, when a sting of a bite occurs, Wei King promptly retrieves a small amount from a vial, mixing it with saliva to apply to the skin. With the aid of this ointment, the toxins swiftly exit through the pores, and what would typically cause itching for 7 or 8 minutes now resolves in merely 1 minute. At this moment, the ensnared Wei King, cocooned in spider silk and on the brink of becoming a mere remnant, still fights tenaciously for survival. This self within consciousness increasingly senses the operations occurring within 1,000 meters. However, instead of feeling relief at the prospect of imminent rescue, this Wei King is consumed by concern over the potential risks it may pose to the collective. Will the next implantation of the liquid spider's neural threads allow it to glimpse the fleeting images within its mind, thereby jeopardizing the lives of its companions? The remnant of Wei King reflects, it must come to an end. While a strong will is commendable, a robust consciousness, from a materialist perspective, merely exists as a phenomenon residing in a physical state. The subjective agency of consciousness can greatly influence the material realm, yet it cannot alter the fact that material can be contested. Now, amidst the remnants of its being, Wei King perceives the approaching signals from its collective and, in a moment of objectivity, concludes that it cannot entirely safeguard the information within its mind from being usurped by the implanted neural threads of the spider. This incident transpires within its own existence, and it recognizes the responsibility it bears. After enduring capture and the torment of various tortures, the remnants of Wei King have transitioned from initial despair to a struggle for survival, culminating in a desire to witness the tormentor's panic. Now, Wei King is transcended. In immense torment, it appears that I have relinquished the duality of existence, the amalgamation of corporeal pain and vanity. After enduring such suffering, I have come to realize that, with the passage of time, these agonies and humiliations inevitably fade. Correspondingly, the joys and honors that align with pain also dissipate. Thus, what remains indelible within oneself? In the throes of torment, Wei King begins to contemplate his essence. When the individual suffers, another group of selves transcends limitations to offer salvation. The once unremarkable wisdom and resilience have been pushed to their limits, marking progress in the essence of self. The current self must cast aside all distractions and continue to advance in essence. The transcendent state of the remnants of Wei King mirrors that of Ji Chong, imprisoned in you. As a member of the Zhou, arriving in the domain of Shang civilization, still steeped in theocratic rituals, he witnesses the brutality of human sacrifice and the punitive nature of imprisonment, both of which inflict profound spiritual and physical torment. From a modern perspective, it is unfathomable not to succumb to madness in such an environment. Yet, madness does not refine Zhou Yi. Therefore, Zhou Wenwang must know. He must forget the duality of existence and begin to contemplate through the lens of his essence. At this moment, the remnants of Wei King reflect. It is time for me to depart when the moment is right. The death of the individual is inconsequential. What truly matters is that those who survive must confront this blood-soaked world with their essence. In the interplay of life, the thoughts of the remnants of Wei King traverse hundreds of meters between two mountain peaks, reaching the collective consciousness of Wei King, which is preparing for battle. Upon receiving the essence-driven message from the remnants, the Wei King collective falls silent for a minute, engaging in a brief exchange of thoughts, not exceeding 5 sentences. This can be deemed a moment of contemplative silence. Ultimately, the collective issues a command born of their will: adhere to discipline, endure, and never yield. The act of perseverance itself holds the greatest significance for them. The Wei King consciousness does not deny that the remnants falling into enemy hands poses an objective risk of information leakage during combat. Nevertheless, while the remnants can sacrifice themselves for righteousness, the current total of merely 1,500 Wei Kong cannot accept this as the norm. Throughout history, when a society acknowledges the tragedies of its internal individuals as an inevitable part of life, it is not far from a future of mere survival. In the midst of this savage wilderness, as humans, we must cling to brilliance. Chapter 30. The Essence of Humanity. Grasping is, in fact, the experiential judgment of matters after acquiring sufficient information. Whether a ball can be returned depends on the confidence felt before it lands on the racket, just as a student has an inkling of passing an exam the day prior. Atop the mountain, the Wei Kong Collective confirms their certainty of retrieving the remnants. As long as they can skillfully execute their envisioned outcomes, their actions will outpace the reaction speed of the surrounding groups. Currently, bamboo is being felled on the hillside as Wei Kong prepares a final batch of tools. After comparing a series of recordings made by the system, Wei Kong believes he can sense the enemy's direction through a sixth sense upon arrival. Subsequently, he uses his sight to ascertain the threat, confirming that this perception is not a mere coincidence of imagination. The previous genetic clusters, drawn here by Wei King's life radiation, now perceive an imminent threat due to his approach. Correspondingly, upon his arrival, he successfully locates himself through life radiation. Moreover, he increasingly sharpens his perception of the position of the remnants. What if? Wei Kong trembles as he begins to formulate a hypothesis. This sensation is akin to disarming a bomb that may explode at any moment, questioning whether he truly grasps the line between life and death. Various reasons bolster his belief in success, yet the weight of potential failure constricts his heart. Wei Kong wonders if that spider, which steals thoughts, will envelop the remnants. Touching the flames reveals their temperature. When one's life is ensheathed by the life radiation of the enemy, can one precisely locate oneself? If so, Wei Kong senses a slender opportunity to achieve destruction and salvation. At this moment, 537 individuals reach the battlefield, equipped with light weaponry and grenade launchers. An additional 120 individuals, bearing 4 heavy machine guns, 60 mortars, and 40 rocket grenades, are en route, still 2 days away. The urgency of rescue escalates. Every hour gained increases the variables. Minimizing casualties while annihilating the enemy necessitates waiting for heavy artillery. This presents a decision akin to a train junction. Option 1. Potentially to save an individual but risk the lives of multiples, perhaps even dozens. Option 2. Highly unlikely to save this individual. Yet eliminating the enemy would result in significantly fewer casualties. However, after mutual exchange among hundreds of Wei King's minds, the logic remains unclouded and becomes increasingly lucid. Wei Kong ponders, what is the purpose of my battle? To annihilate the enemy? Or to protect myself? In most instances, eliminating the enemy aligns with self-preservation. Yet the current moment demands clarity of causation. To protect myself, I must eliminate the enemy. At this juncture, Wei Kong finds complete resolution and calmly opts for option 1. In a position of weakness, steadfastly persisting even if alone, he must protect. Conversely, in a position of strength, despite facing peril ahead, he must uphold his principles. 500 of his kind can overpower the enemy, establishing their strength. No explanation is necessary, no consideration of pros and cons. Fundamentally, it is time to advance. In the final 5 minutes, every individual within the Wei Kong Collective determines their course, drawing from thousands of observations and preemptive spatial calculations. Without a moment's pause, they initiate action. The Wei Kong Collective spreads its wings and launches a frontal assault. Life radiation enables both sides to sense each other's threats, rendering ambushes ineffective. Thus, Wei Kong does not resort to stealth, but rather boldly acts swiftly, so quickly that one knows, yet cannot intervene. In essence, it is a contest of skill. The maneuvering occurs before the genetic clusters atop the mountain, unmasked and unhidden, as they ascertain that the enemy cannot muster strength to repel the flanking movement. From the mountain summit, massive beasts weighing half a ton charge downward. These formidable predators, in groups of 7 or 8, create a torrent of force, leaving the Wei Kong, who are attacking from below, feeling fragile in the wake of such an onslaught. 10 days prior, Wei Kong had planned to avoid encounters with creatures exceeding 1 ton, opting instead to deploy sniper rifles and heavy weaponry for destruction. Now, Armed with only 26 sniper rifles, he must suppress targets on the mountain, capable of obstructing but not entirely halting the charge of the descending giants. The grenade launchers fire, creating a barrage 200 meters away, momentarily stunning the charging beasts. Though the lethality of black powder and shrapnel is limited, the explosion disorients the massive predators, compelling them to rely on their last glimpse of the path before charging forth. However, the valiant Wei Kung, charging at the forefront, anticipated these events as the shells descended, seizing the opportunity to roll aside. On the battlefields of World War II, there existed a certain breed of warrior who would mingle among the fallen. When tanks advanced, their comrades would provide cover with gunfire, allowing these brave souls to dart to the side and insert cluster grenades into the tracks of the colossal machines. This behemoth was far from invulnerable. Armed with a submachine gun, they targeted its vulnerable flank. In the fleeting moment as the monstrous form passed by, they squeezed the trigger. The motion of raising the weapon, characterized by arms entwined and angled upwards, and after the burst of fire, the gun was held with the muzzle pointed downward. The bullets, fired at close range, wreaked havoc upon the beast's delicate innards, temporarily crippling its combat efficacy. As the giant collapsed on the slope, unable to rise, Wei Kung, wielding a demolition rod, plunged it into the creature's abdomen or throat as it bled profusely, discarding the rod thereafter. Surrounding Wei Kung, comrades unleashed a barrage of fire, rendering the beast immobile until the grenades detonated. Thus, the sequence of stunning, the explosive impact, crippling the side assault, and delivering the final blow, the rod's thrust, unfolded with remarkable success, exemplifying the essence of premeditated strategy. As a human, Wei Kung meticulously devised numerous plans prior to battle, relying not solely on brute strength. At this juncture, both factions were nearly equal in BMR totals. Yet Wei Kung appeared somewhat frail in stature. Each genetic cluster's behemoth seemingly possessed the capability to eliminate Wei Kung. However, once engaged in combat, Wei Kung sustained merely 16 casualties, surging from the base of the hill directly to its summit. Wei Kung's strength lay in his intellect. The metabolic energy sustained a complex coordination of consciousness, proving his enhancements to be superior. In the 15th minute of battle, Wei Kung charged headlong to the summit while flanking routes ascended the hillside. The genetic cluster assessed that their current power was insufficient against the forces of nature and deemed it prudent to withdraw. At that moment, the droplet spider once again engulfed Wei Kung's remains, attempting to digest him within 5 minutes to extract life energy while acquiring vital information. Unbeknownst to this creature, its greed aligned perfectly with Wei Kung's optimal expectation. 300 meters away, several launchers were buried deep in a pit, aimed at the general direction perceived by Wei Kung's life radiation senses. Now, having been consumed by the droplet spider, Wei Kung pinpointed his exact location. An increased charge was loaded into the launcher. This level of explosives would result in irreversible deformation, rendering the device unusable, yet it would provide extraordinary range. To prevent any potential misfire, it was strategically buried in the earth. With the location confirmed, Wei Kung wielded a shovel to slightly adjust the launcher buried in the soil. After fine-tuning the trajectory, he stabilized it with stones, ensuring the predicted impact point aligned with his perception. Wei Kung's consciousness network resonated at this artillery position, resoundingly declaring, "Fire!" 8 projectiles soared toward the anticipated target. As a series of explosions erupted, countless fragments shot into the air, only to descend thereafter. The outcome was evident. As Wei Kung's cluster ascended the ridge, the genetic clusters had already abandoned their rear guard, leaving behind a multitude of corpses fleeing to the north. Wei Kung, tearing open the spider's abdomen, sought his own remains within, gazing upon the mere remnant of his existence. He found it hard to fathom how a human could reach such a state, devoid of skin and with most muscle stripped away. Perhaps his limbs had been digested first, leaving only a skeletal frame. The eye sockets were void of eyes, leading to a hollow cavity that connected to the brain. The internal organs were ensnared by unknown filaments, not visible through the rib interstices. Yet, despite not being able to breathe normally, he remained alive, with a heartbeat. The life field's radiation compelled the associated organs to maintain vitality. Even in this state, Wei Kung's remains exhibited numerous small openings in the muscle, forcibly drawing oxygen into the abdominal cavity. as Wei Kong and his comrades cautiously attempted to extricate his remains from the spider's viscous interior. They discovered numerous connections between his skull and calf muscles and the spider's remnants, making it difficult to distinguish between the two. Suddenly, the spider stirred, causing all of Wei Kang's companions to recoil in alarm, except for the two closest to observe, while the others retreated, arming themselves for defense. Could the spider still be alive? Wei Kong found this illogical. He had severed several major nerve centers, and he sensed no threat from the creature. Perhaps the life radiation recorded by the system was merely the natural twitching of frog muscles. However, Wei Kong soon realized that it was not the spider that had revived, but rather his own remains that, in their struggle, seemed to provoke the spider's tissue into movement. After 20 minutes of observation, Wei Kong noted that his remains were extracting tissue from the spider and assimilating it into his body. The tissue around his eye sockets and skin was beginning to regenerate. This indicated to Wei Kong that he was within the Pandora realm of Earth, where carbon-based life could exhibit remarkable resilience. Previously, this amalgam of human and spider had sought to dominate through a symbiotic relationship, attempting to consume Wei Kong to seize his cognitive information. During that time, Wei Kong had fiercely resisted, never conceding, even as parts of his nerves were assimilated by the remains, further intensifying the struggle as Wei Kong's cluster advanced. Just as the spider prepared to digest Wei Kong, it was too late. Now, the spider lay crippled, its primary nervous system severed, incapable of governing the symbiotic process, while the life radiation from Wei Kang's cluster surged, rendering the spider ineffective. Observing his remains nestled within the spider's interior, surrounded by an amniotic-like environment, Wei Kong felt a surge of optimism regarding his prospects. After a long absence, the system suddenly spoke, offering what seemed to be a credible suggestion. Bai Ling Lu, consider attempting a blood transfusion. Wei Kong paused, then swiftly summoned a first aid kit, retrieving a syringe. Finding a vein, he bravely inserted the needle, drawing a vial of blood that filled with the pull of the plunger. Upon withdrawing the syringe and applying pressure to the wound, the small incision healed almost instantaneously. In the Pandora realm, rigorous medical conditions were unnecessary. When genetic kin congregated, all foreign life forms were at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Wei Kong's remains broke through the liquid barrier, extending a shoulder with a burgeoning arm. As the shoulder emerged from the liquid, the translucent, growing limb curled like a noodle. With each vial of blood injected into the remains, the visible crimson surged beneath Wei Kang's translucent skin, where abundant tissue and capillaries sprouted as if time itself had accelerated. The process proved effective, remarkably so. In the life field, similar beings could only convert carbon-based energy. However, material exchange relied on the internal processes. One vial after another was injected into the remains. The transparent remnants of the spider oozed countless bubbles, and a copious amount of sweat-like liquid dripped from its exoskeleton, causing the vacuoles to rapidly deflate. It was evident that this was a forced metabolic process. The remnants of Wei Kong felt parched, prompting the Wei Kong to immediately pour water into it, intensifying the sweating from the spider's remains. Within 3 hours, the damaged eyes, skin, and even hair began to regenerate. This suffering body had finally come back to life. However, the ordeal was far from over. The Wei Kong swarm that had taken residence here exuded a menacing aura, deterring birds from approaching within a 10-kilometer radius. Life, when preparing to prey, exhibits a distinct metabolic state, which manifests during this Pandora age. Although the Wei Kong was not currently hunting, the interconnectedness of thoughts and emotions maintained a taut state of existence, radiating a presence that was perceived as malevolent by weaker organisms. During this battle, the Wei Kong swarm had lost 3 bodies, each loss striking them with a sense of dread, as they sensed multiple hostile life forms within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Recalling the recent combat, it became apparent that the 3 fallen comrades had sustained fatal injuries to their heads during the initial assault. The system had clearly documented the moments of their demise. One was caught by a dying behemoth while charging with an explosive rod, while the other 2 were pinned down by the creature after being knocked over. The commonality among these 3 deaths was their inability to escape once caught, with their eye sockets penetrated by long claws and sharp teeth, leading to their ultimate demise. The freshly bloodied and battle-weary Wei Kong, now somewhat neurotic from the experience, concluded that these creatures were also accumulating lethal experience, and thus they must be eradicated. In the 21st century, any predator that had hunted humans was to be controlled, and those tasked with capturing them had the authority to kill them outright. Therefore, the Wei Kong justified its pursuit. Only by completely eliminating the threat could peace be restored. 5 hours later, the remnants of Wei Kong fully recovered and rejoined their ranks, quickly integrating into the psychic link, their consciousness merging with the collective. Chapter 31. Reflecting on darkness. Extreme manifestation. One Wei Kong was inconsequential against the diverse and bizarre life forms of the genetic colonies. However, with a number exceeding 100, they achieved a transformative change. Even if they could not confront the genetic colonies head-on, their endurance and organizational skills allowed for rapid insertion and brief encounters, followed by a complete withdrawal, only to reinsert and retreat again. When the Wei Kong numbered over 500, they could truly dominate the entire jungle. In this era, aggressive large carbon-based entities struggled to maintain gatherings of over 1,000 during long-distance movements, as this marked the limit of their logistical capabilities. Logistics refer to an organism's ability to control and collect energy within a given area. In the bygone era, humans cultivated single crops across vast alluvial plains, gathering organic materials and utilizing transportation to support armies exceeding tens of thousands to operate hundreds of miles away. Such a system was beyond the capabilities of the primitive genetic colonies. Within a week, the Wei Kong targeted the 4 foremost genetic colonies in the area for a sweeping campaign. Strategically, it was a sweep akin to a tempest scattering leaves, but tactically, it resembled a cat-and-mouse game. In the 5 days preceding the conflict, the Wei Kong patiently adhered to a sticky strategy, gleaned from the combat experience acquired in Jian City. Sabotaging transport capabilities. When the enemy's logistical strength was immobilized due to their interference, it was akin to the wood barrel effect, depleting all combat potential from the adversary's forces. Heavy sniper rifles proved to be the most effective military supplies acquired by the Wei Kong in this exchange. One by one, the enormous herbivorous behemoths, characterized by their massive bodies and small heads, became primary targets. On October 17th, 60 kilometers northeast of the ruins of Qingyuan, the battleground emerged where the Wei Kong swarm clashed with one of the invading colonies. The strategic bottom line for the Wei Kong was that the northern genetic colony must not cross the ruins of Qingyuan. Satellite imagery indicated that the northernmost part of the Pearl River Delta alluvial plain was Qingyuan, beyond which lay rugged mountainous terrain. While the Wei Kong could ascend a mountain or two during production activities, they would never regard mountain paths as a source of amusement, for this realm lacked pedometers to record steps. Returning to the present battlefield within the forest, the supply behemoths of the genetic colonies appeared emaciated, hiding in the underbrush, too fearful to emerge. They could consume trees for sustenance, but water? A sharp gunshot resonated from the mountaintop, and before the sound reached the riverside, the head of a behemoth attempting to hydrate exploded, causing it to collapse into the water source, its massive body partially submerged. The small crustaceans in the lake and the cockroaches in the surrounding soil caught a whiff of blood, eager to partake in the feast, perhaps even turning on each other. This colossal creature, responsible for the bloodshed at the apex of the genetic colony, met its end in such a manner. Judging by the numerous bones along the riverbank, it was certainly not the first. While these species would attempt to recycle their energy through decomposition by smaller creatures after death, the absence of such behemoths as the primary channel for transforming material energy resulted in significant losses in energy acquisition for the top-tier organisms within the genetic colonies. The most helpless aspect for the genetic colonies was that the Wei Kong snipers were positioned 800 meters away. This distance was beyond the reach of even their most formidable combatants. The node organisms and the surrounding behemoths, each weighing a ton, felt akin to the Yamato and Nagato of the Imperial Navy during the Pacific War. The most frustrating scenario was the continuous gunfire across the vast ocean, while they remained perpetually out of reach. In the 5 days leading up to the battle, the Wei Kong did not engage with the behemoth herds. The Wei Kong taunted from afar, "Stay right there, and I'll plant an orange tree for you," preventing the enormous, slow-moving, and lethargically metabolizing supply behemoths from approaching the water source was tantamount to severing the lifeline of an industrial nation's oil supply during wartime. As long as this supply was cut off, victory was assured. Thus, the Wei Kong besieged the water spring, effectively sealing off 4 colonies. These 4 colonies, initially possessing life radiance several times that of the Wei Kong, experienced a reduction of half their life radiance after merely 4 days without water. On the 5th night, these 4 genetic colonies could no longer endure and launched an offensive. Upon witnessing a horde of agile creatures emerge as a rapid swarm, the Wei Kong felt a surge of amusement, anticipating the separation of lightweight organisms from the heavily fortified units within the genetic colony. That night was defined by the straight lines of bullets and the parabolic arcs of grenades, forming a geometric tableau. In the vision provided by night vision goggles, the charge of these lightweight beasts was entirely halted by a barrage of firepower. The Wei King's homemade rifle rounds shattered their skulls from 100 meters away. As these creatures closed within 50 meters, heavy machine guns effortlessly tore through their bodies, though the heavy machine gun was fired only 4 times. More often, it was the shrapnel from grenades that claimed their lives. In the span of a single night, over 600 swift species were eliminated across 8 ambush points. And by the time the behemoths were halfway through their journey, they had already been decimated. This disconnection proved to be fatal. When the gene clusters realized the futility of their situation and turned to flee, Wei Kong, having completed a strategic assault, stood resolutely with a Type 60 mortar and a heavy machine gun, blocking their escape. There was no need to fear the rapid assault groups emerging from either flank. He could unleash his firepower with complete composure. These colossal beasts, formidable as they were, possessed a remarkable healing ability. However, after being bombarded with 1,000 rounds of ammunition within 5 minutes, even the thickest health bar would be depleted due to internal blood loss and extensive damage to soft tissues, rendering them unable to recover in a short span of time. Once they succumbed to the ground, several Wei Kong would wield 4-meter-long bamboo poles to pierce their wounds, triggering the front-end cluster grenades, resulting in an inevitable, irreversible explosion. By the dawn of the 6th day, the radiative power of the 4 gene clusters within a radius of 120 kilometers had diminished in comparison to that of Wei Kong. And due to a scarcity of water, their life metrics were plummeting rapidly. In the realm of the system, Bai Ling Lu, with hair cascading down to her waist, sat regally upon a luminous chair. It was only in this space that she possessed hair, upon returning from the gravitational well. She was disinclined to gaze into a mirror due to her smoothness. She observed the latest metrics, biting her lip to suppress any sound, for once she began to speak, she would struggle to contain the excitement and pride evident in her tone. The data on the Wei Kong cluster in terms of mental resonance had quadrupled, according to the consciousness of the primary world, which increased the scale of node information reception. The average value of each Wei Kong individual soared from 43 to an impressive 129. Although this average saw a decline after peaking, it remained above 80. One individual even reached a staggering peak of 675, with consciousness exceeding 1,000, qualifying as a superior rank. The Wei Kong were not isolated. They now existed in swarms within this dimension. Bai Ling Lu had reviewed the circumstances of all cross-dimensional instances, including the ongoing interdimensional conflict involving various crossers, and found no comparable phenomenon to that of the Wei Kong. Such a massive surge in consciousness was exceedingly rare. It seemed as though an entire night of slaughter had passed. The 6th day unfolded quietly, with the surrounding mountains and forests enveloped in silence. However, the life metrics of the gene clusters ensnared by the Wei Kong continued to dwindle, their existence becoming increasingly pitiable. On the 7th day, the Wei Kong observed a widespread autophagy phenomenon among these clusters, with many individuals visibly shrinking, indicating that their internal hunger had reached a critical threshold, rendering them incapable of normal movement. Consequently, the Wei Kong consolidated various small groups into a larger cluster, preparing to systematically eradicate each group. After a morning of marching, they navigated around 2 mountains and arrived at their first target, the strongest gene cluster encircled by the Wei Kong, which had previously eliminated their own kind. The observing Wei Kong cluster assessed the wind direction before the action team ignited a fire at the base of a small hill, dense smoke billowing upwards. Meanwhile, on another path along the mountainside, the Wei Kong set up firearms to block any creature the size of a fox from escaping. Half an hour into the smoke, several smoldering piles were covered with earth, the smoke at the mountain base abruptly ceasing while the haze above lingered. At that moment, the Wei Kong cluster launched their assault. They advanced with unyielding force. Although some beasts fought fiercely in their final moments, They succumbed to the multifaceted onslaught, their bodies reduced to mere husks. Upon reaching the summit, the Wei Kung quickly identified the node creature with the strongest life radiation. However, upon witnessing this entity, they fell silent once more. A week prior, when Wei Kung contemplated the remnants of his own form melted into debris, he had steeled himself to accept any grim reality this world presented. Yet, it seemed this world continually offered challenges that tested one's limits. Before him sat a grotesque 2-meter-tall creature, reminiscent of a toad, yet distinctly not one. Its mouth parts resembled those of a death worm, devoid of eyes or possessing them within its neck. Encircling its neck were 4 tumor-like protrusions, which upon closer inspection revealed human heads, their eyes granting this corpulent beast a means of observation. 3 of these heads appeared aged, their skull structures seemingly withered, gradually collapsing into their skin, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, Wei Kung recognized one of the heads as his own. Gazing at the remnants of his own form, Wei Kung was rendered speechless. As he approached, his own head opened its eyes. The gaze of the parasitized head, now linked to the massive creature, seemed to flicker with the excitation of gene radiation upon meeting Wei Kung's, but that spark vanished in an instant, akin to a spark of fire and ashes extinguished. This did not indicate a lingering consciousness within the head. Rather, it was Wei King's formidable life radiation resonating with the residual tissues of his own genes, allowing the cluster to access the final recorded experiences of that head. Through the synthesis of battle activities, the Wei Kong cluster consciousness acquired a vivid recollection. 2 weeks prior, when a northern scouting team was besieged by beasts in a bid to allow some of their kind to return and convey information, Wei Kong reconnaissance units 98, 94, and 93 engaged in a defensive operation, while units 84 through 91 retreated. Among them, Unit 87 was the individual captured by the thinking spider. The retreating team was unsuccessful, intercepted by the spider, with only Unit 87 being rescued by the timely arrival of the Wei Kong cluster. The 3 Wei Kong individuals made a final stand at the perimeter of a temporary stronghold. Unit 98, while shooting and killing one beast and stabbing another, was ultimately overwhelmed. Realizing the futility of his struggle, Wei Kung bit down on a grenade, sealing his fate in a final, painful farewell with the bear that had brought him down. Unit 94 met his end within a small wooden cabin. When 4 beasts invaded, as they tore him apart, he endured the agony long enough to close the door, knocking over an oil lamp and igniting the dry branches he had prepared. In the thickening smoke, he clung to one beast, ignoring its bites, bracing himself against the door to prevent their escape, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness as the flames seared his skin, reflecting, such a fate seems reminiscent of my past life. Unit 93 was the last to perish, watching helplessly as his abdomen was ripped open and his strength drained away. With no bullets left in his gun, even if there had been, Wei Kong lacked the courage to pull the trigger on his own demise. Witnessing the fates of the other 2 units cast him into a moment of confusion about the path he had yet to choose. Unit 93 reflected, I still wish to survive. It cannot always end in death. There must be another way. Why not try? However, shortly thereafter, he was brought before the grotesque node creature, his fear overwhelming in the face of such horror. True sacrifice requires a moment of courage, and failing to seize that moment could lead to cowardice. Unit 93, devoid of the resonance of life radiation and the support of final valor in battle, found himself wavering, making increasingly timid choices. Upon realizing that this creature possessed the ability to communicate, he sought mercy. In this final fragment of memory, number 93 articulates the desperate plea for mercy, repeatedly emphasizing the existence of a significant secret within his group. Naturally, he must also allude to a greater secret, seeking to buy time. According to number 93's reasoning, the interrogators, in their quest to extract secrets, must employ torture incrementally without killing him. Each time he falters under the strain, he divulges a morsel of information, hoping to prolong his survival. This reflects the insights gained by Wei Kong after perusing the manual on captured scouts. However, upon witnessing the members of the extraction team, he was tasked to protect being recaptured and subsequently dealt with by these fiends within 2 days. 93 ultimately succumbs to despair. No longer pleading for mercy, he confronts the enemy with contempt, calmly asserting that he knows nothing. Ultimately, It is better to conceal weakness and embrace a dignified death. This becomes the last thought of number 93. Shortly thereafter, he observes the corpulent creature opening its gaping maw. A grotesque abyss of death, as infinite darkness engulfs him, and all his senses disintegrate in excruciating pain, while his consciousness is forcefully obliterated, scattering memories into disarray. Now, Wei King's awareness has traversed through this final recollection of his demise, rendering him silent. He cannot deceive himself. He possesses the reckless courage born of desperation, coupled with the helplessness of seeking an escape from a similarly grim fate, culminating in profound despair and self-reproach. Approaching the node of this grotesque creature, the four Wei Kongs grasp their bayonets, intent on severing their own heads. The creature's struggle complicates their endeavor, and after contemplation, Wei Kong decides to merely excise his own head, placing it in a box, preparing to bury it at the site where number 98 and number 94 fell. As his final thought is that perhaps dying there would be preferable. Then they cast their gaze upon the loathsome node creature, their eyes igniting with extreme fury. This flame is not at all jarring. It seems to be an intrinsic part of Wei Kong himself. The sun gradually descends, and although the bonfire begins to flicker to life, the dancing flames merely illuminate the darkness that flickers between the individuals. Wei King's shadow stretches to an extreme length, ultimately merging with the eerie forest. Chapter 32. Dripping ink collects in the cup by the firelight of night, confronted by the convulsions of flesh. Wei Kong derives a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Logically, he does not believe this is healthy, that it is taboo. Yet now, just this once, he rationalizes. This instance is an exception. The flames rise. Heated stones are thrust into the wounds of the node creature. Finding its cries too noisy, he props open its mouth with a wooden frame, relentlessly smashing its healing vocal organs. As these aesthetically displeasing structures are excised one by one, the pent-up malice within Wei Kong finds release. Indeed, after witnessing the brutality he has endured, if he cannot elicit some form of retribution, he fears becoming psychologically scarred. Wei Kong muses, how should one articulate this? Thoughts must flow. As he searches for various justifications, he stuffs the remnants of felled fungi and plant life into the creature's innards, observing the carbon-based matter continuously regenerate and reject these structures. A smile creeping upon the lips of all Wei Kongs. From an external perspective, this multitude of identical faces, grinning as they collaborate in the butchery of living flesh, displays no trace of compassion. Through their exchanges, their actions quicken, evoking a sense of dread. As the stars above slowly rotate, the life radiation of the gene cluster node creature, captured by Wei Kong, diminishes incrementally. Moreover, within its internal structure, abnormal organs begin to proliferate, particularly within the nervous system. The tissue is irradiated by Wei King's genes, forcing a mutation in the cerebral architecture. Subsequently, it appears to gain an understanding of emotions, or rather, a conduit infused with a plethora of emotions imparted by Wei Kong. The negative and dark sentiments within Wei King's consciousness, once forced into this node creature's limited comprehension, now permeate the gene cluster and simultaneously spill into the natural world. Negative thoughts embody an attitude of termination, destruction, and even loathing towards certain existences. This is an unequivocally malignant presence. The experiences inflicted upon the captured Wei Kongs by the node creature, in the realm of ordinary beings, may merely manifest as pain before annihilation, failing to engender anything more. Yet in the presence of higher consciousness, such as humanity, the complexities of death and torment can evolve into intricate darkness within thought and awareness. This node creature, after its inception, has continuously consumed humans, even integrating human skulls into its own organs. Within it resides human genes, albeit dominantly manipulated, having seized human memories and thoughts. Now, under the overwhelming life radiation of Wei Kong, this segment of human genes begins to retaliate, and the cluster is compelled to confront emotions comprehensible only to humans: depression, darkness, terror, understanding what it means to be human. I am sorry. In the past, when the complex emotional consciousness inherent to humanity collapsed and distorted, it could not be transmitted. However, now, with thousands of genetically identical human thoughts simultaneously resonating in dark tremors, this negativity will spread with life radiation. The corruption is within Wei King's grasp. Not only is this gene cluster affected by Wei Kong, but the entire region undergoes transformation. In the jungle, leaves fall without wind, roots spontaneously fracture. This abnormality first manifests among the tiny organisms in the soil. These minute beings, originally on the periphery of the gene cluster's life radiation influence, are also the most susceptible to Wei King's impact. The soil-dwelling insects and geckos mutate rapidly, their internal cell nuclei exhibiting abnormal detachment. And this detached genetic material undergoes structural alterations, returning to the nuclei to disassemble and replicate. Viruses, once rare in this era, emerge anew. Now, with Wei King's negative corruption, they once again claw their way forth as the fracturing remnants of the vanquished. In less than 10 minutes, the virus spreads from the minute organisms to plants, causing decay in the vascular systems of trees and massive dehydration, leading to abnormal leaf fall. Subsequently, more complex animals begin to shed fur and convulse in waves. Afflicted by pestilence, this gene cluster bears the brunt of abnormal information. And even if the node creature currently in Wei King's possession survives and returns to the natural cluster, it will accumulate numerous erroneous fragments within its genes, resulting in periodic mortality among its biological community. Such changes ripple outward, instilling dread within countless natural life forms. If previously the gene cluster harbored an unparalleled aversion to Wei King's encroachment from the south, now they have ignited a far more terrifying situation. The Wei Kong cluster has now become toxic to all gene clusters within the entirety of the Pandora world. This wave of transformation has expanded to 2,000 kilometers, no, 3,000 kilometers, the entirety of Southeast Asia, half of South China, and the vast communities across the ocean can sense this upheaval. Such a transformative process has not been absent during the Pandora era. In the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, a place once referred to as during the civilized age, there are mountains and waters. The present landscape remains that of a mountainous city, where towering plants seamlessly intertwine with remnants of bygone architecture, standing majestically along both banks of the Changjiang River, thereby creating a vibrant fusion of life and punk aesthetics. The genetic community here may not be the strongest within the East Asian region, yet it undeniably represents the most profound evolution towards human societal development. This uniqueness stems from the fact that this area was once the last vestige of humanity's refuge plan prior to the cataclysm. As the community here boasts the highest concentration of human genes, it is particularly sensitive to mutations occurring thousands of miles to the south. At this juncture, Wei King's negativity somewhat mirrors the circumstances surrounding the genesis of this genetic community. The refuge plan, in 2365, as the Pandora Zone encroached upon the upper reaches of the Changjiang, the mightiest technological forces of East Asia converged here to construct a nano-network capable of enveloping the entire urban expanse. This nano-network, comprising 6,000 layers, utilized vast quantities of photonic signals to sever the transmission of life signals emanating from the Pandora world. This initiative met with partial success upon the activation of 40 large nuclear power plants in the vicinity, successfully interrupting the radiation of natural carbon-based life. Once the refuge plan achieved initial success, the humans who fled to this sanctuary breathed a sigh of relief. However, numerous new challenges soon emerged. Behind the city, countless humans, disregarding all costs, desperately sought tickets to enter. Yet, within 3 months, this refuge abruptly collapsed, leaving millions exposed to the Pandora Zone, transforming the area into a battleground of desperate human conflict during the twilight of the old era. The reasons for the collapse of the refuge facilities were inscribed upon the rocks along the riverbank, chronicling the final words of humanity in their despair. A hasty record on a red stone summarized, "This is humanity's inherent flaw, as society grows increasingly complex." A faction of societal thought begins to prioritize peculiar theories and anti-civilizational hopes over the development of societal survival. Subsequent inscriptions on the stones detailed the specifics of the city's collapse. A diligent city clerk recorded, "The refuge ultimately housed too many individuals," thus inviting the infiltration of extreme eco-terrorist organizations. These groups, under the banner of great love for Earth, regarded humanity's attempts at self-preservation as irrational, advocating for submission to nature. Consequently, it was this organization that ultimately sabotaged the refuge from within. Another individual, however, presented an alternative perspective. It is entirely plausible that the refuge plan was doomed from the outset. Its barriers merely obstructed the most overt manifestations of life radiation. While human consciousness had already been tainted by this radiation, this may not be evident in an individual, perhaps appearing merely melancholic, yet across society, it radiated decay, despair, madness, and helplessness, an indication of the erosion of human consciousness under the influence of life radiation. The unyielding capitulation of eco-terrorist organizations was, in fact, a testament to the community consciousness within the Pandora Zone conquering humanity. As the city lay fully exposed to the radiation from nature, millions of despairing individuals awaited death. Following the initial days of rampant destruction and slaughter, an increasing number began to find tranquility. When humanity can no longer triumph over a particular force, the seeds of religion often germinate. This time, the idealism born from despair appeared to bear fruit. Over the course of several months, the number of the tranquil grew. As individuals leaned against trees, indifferent to their impending consumption by nature, confronting their fates in a nonviolent manner. With the demise of millions in this locale, the genetic fabric of humanity became profoundly entrenched within the community. Every blade of grass and every tree bore traces of human genes. Blossoms on trees resembled human lips, while fish in the waters sported human-like teeth. Presently, among the fusion beings here, 70% still retain their human aesthetic, albeit with an eerie twist. For instance, some fusion beings coexist with plants, with vines protruding from their tails, drawing nutrients from the mother trees by day while being active at night. Others have palm fronds sprouting from their hair, which unfurl like canopies under the abundant sunlight for photosynthesis. This genetic community expresses a significant amount of human genes, giving rise to numerous humanoid individuals. Thus, within the global genetic landscape, it is exceptionally rare for them to possess tool-making capabilities. They hollow out the interiors of large organisms, implanting them within tree structures like bottled components to create transport vessels that navigate down the Changjiang, dispersing into surrounding regions to gather minerals. They even exhibit capacities for metal smelting. The consciousness of these fusion beings has also inherited certain societal habits from humanity's old era. For example, they exist within a matriarchal society, replete with social hierarchies, with the priesthood being the apex of their biological hierarchy. Yet, despite this, they remain a community, not recognized as human by the human city-states along the lower reaches of the Changjiang and Huanghe rivers. Even though the higher-tier fusion beings may be visually indistinguishable from their old-era human counterparts, they lack any concept of kinship with the higher life forms of the past. They operate akin to the leaders of an ant colony, capable of exploiting any lower-tier fusion beings for sustenance. Thus, the role of the priesthood is not merely a transcendent position of power in human society, but rather the pinnacle of the community's food chain. When the strong wield absolute power and obligation over the weak, it transcends societal norms, manifesting as an order defined by the survival of the fittest. At present, the upper echelons of this community in U City have sensed a vengeful intent emerging from their southern kin towards the world at large. Suspended from towering trees are metallic bells that resonate ominously. Within the hollows of these colossal trees, hundreds of dragonflies, their bodies adorned with human eyes, ascend to the apex of the greatest arboreal structures. As the alert from the Bai Ling Lu arrives, alongside certain research reports on the status of the captured node beings, Wei Kong emerges from his negative state, regaining his composure. Wei Kong addressed the system. "I apologize for my earlier lapse in self-control." Bai Ling Lu responded, "Your emotional release is entirely normal. As long as it does not exceed certain parameters, appropriate venting aids in alleviating cognitive chaos. Of course, it is also my duty to remind you. The memories of the individuals lost in this encounter have been preserved, ensuring no gaps in recollection. Please rest assured." Wei Kong replied, "Thank you. For the next step, I would appreciate your assistance in compiling a comprehensive strategy regarding this node being." Bai Ling Lu promptly retrieved the relevant data, presenting a plan that was agreeable to Wei Kong. Reassessing the battle situation, Wei Kong resumed his methodical contemplation. Although the distant northern regions of Yu still housed adversarial genetic communities, the rationale for immediate resolution was becoming insufficient. The rescue of individuals and the quest for retribution had been accomplished, and moving forward, a more measured approach was necessary. Having seized the initiative, it was crucial to maintain the rhythm. This meant preparing additional industrial production while facilitating communication with other human factions in the area, as well as continuing to gather intelligence on various communities across the globe. Wei King's team retreated along the mountain path, the majority hurrying forward, laden with weapons and ammunition. Meanwhile, a contingent of Wei Kong was either guided by those ahead or gently nudged from behind, diligently recording notes and sketches with paper and pen. After 5 minutes, they handed their materials to their counterparts behind them, shifting their focus to laborious tasks. Now, Wei Kong adeptly utilizes the life radiation of his being, allowing his brain, an organ that consumes the most energy, to absorb 70% of the energy transmitted from the entire group. This sustains his formidable mental calculations and enables him to estimate various scenarios presented before him. For instance, he can predict precisely where a leaf will fall to the ground 2 seconds after detaching from its branch. The cognitive array formed by Wei Kong and his companions can accurately make such predictions within a mere hundredth of a second. Wei King's rapid thinking requires an astonishing energy expenditure of 27,000 kilocalories per hour, equivalent to 3 kilograms of fat or the energy contained in 48 Big Macs. Naturally, while the brain can process such information, forming effective memories can lead to overheating. Consequently, every 10 minutes, Wei Kong switches to a different brain to record information, while the one that is already recorded shifts the energy burden to his muscles, for instance, by marching with a heavy pack. During the return journey, Wei Kong continues to consume fat from his thighs and internal organs. What once jiggled beneath the skin now flows swiftly under the control of his self-generated life radiation, maintaining his body temperature at a steady 37.5 degrees Celsius. I will continue to engage with the community here. While recording the terrain data, Wei Kong reaffirms his strategic objectives. However, I will strive to demonstrate a vitality more suited than yours. Carrying the burden of his own remains, Wei Kong remains steadfast in his core mission. There are still numerous areas in which I must improve. At the forefront of the formation, Wei Kong wields a machete, tirelessly clearing the freshly sprouted weeds ahead. The sweet scent of the grass juice reassures him about his future. In this confrontation, the greatest advantage of his collective lies in their ability to communicate and coordinate. The vast array of images, olfactory, and auditory signals transmitted through mental telepathy provide prophetic synchronization for each individual's actions. Yet, Wei Kong believes there is still room for enhancement. Telepathy proves to be more effective than language. However, language represents an advanced mode of communication through sound. In ancient times, the robust telepathy of humans compared to animals manifested in vocalizations that confirmed each other's states. Gradually, this need for mutual roars evolved into a more expedient method of relaying information based on simple syllables. With the advent of language, what once required hours of roaring to indicate the discovery of a deer rather than an encounter with a hyena now takes only a few syllables to convey. Language is essentially a codified and standardized form of vocalization. Therefore, can my telepathy now be standardized for various meanings? Reflecting on past battles, Wei Kong realizes that the mental images he provided during combat need not be overly detailed. The processes and potential outcomes of battle could be expressed more succinctly. The imagery could focus solely on key points such as hands and feet, with sounds merely indicating their variations. The majority of olfactory and gustatory sensations, as well as temperature, do not require constant expression, as even during normal circumstances, one does not attend to every scent in their surroundings. Only significant or familiar contexts suffice to replace much sensory information. This is the essence of understanding. Wei Kong believes there is even greater potential for upgrading his coordination and collaboration. Chapter 33. War to Production. Subduing demons on the 145th day of Wei King's arrival in the Pandora world, as a significant portion of his group drifted down the Zhu River. The second phase of conflict in this realm concluded. Upon the return of 400 Wei Kongs to the dock, they expressed their relief at finally returning to the human warmth they had helped create. At this small dock, 50% of the Wei Kongs were drenched. For during their return, the collective devised a means to enhance the buoyancy of their rafts by inflating animal skins they had stripped during the battle. This allowed them to transport some potentially salvageable stainless steel parts from a dilapidated parking lot. However, along the way, large fish in the lake, undeterred by the bamboo forks of the Wei Kongs, made a habit of biting at the rafts, ultimately causing the air bladders to rupture. By the time they reached the port, all the material-laden rafts were half submerged in water, some entirely so, necessitating Wei Kong to dive in and retrieve them. The plan for these inflatable rafts had utterly failed. In fact, organic materials are unsuitable for shipbuilding in contemporary times. Without Wei King's life radiation, the wooden rafts would have been quickly decomposed by small fish, shrimp, and aquatic algae upon contact with water. Therefore, steel is essential. A large pot was set up at the dock, and a few large fish, still thrashing with energy after being removed from the line, awaited their fate, to be gutted and reduced to fish paste for the pot. Bow fishing involves threading a line through the nostrils and upper jaw of the fish, with the other end tied to its tail, creating a bow-like shape. This traditional practice from Fujian is a true intangible cultural heritage, allowing the fish to survive 2 to 3 dozen hours out of water. In an era without oxygen machines, this was a skill possessed by Chinese fishmongers. Wei Kong accessed this information from the system, attempted it, and found the preservation method exceptionally effective. All the large fish that had gnawed at his rafts were treated this way. The fish paste, mixed with starch extracted from tree seeds, was made into fish balls and placed in the pot, while eggs extracted from the pure alkaline soil were shelled, diced, and combined with the fish balls. Scallions, ginger, and garlic were placed in small cloth bags and added to the pot. Once brought to a boil, bowls of this concoction were served. The returning Wei Kongs began to indulge in hearty bowls of fish ball and century egg porridge, reveling in their delight in a corner, exclaiming with a sense of superiority. War necessitates tightening one's belt, as the entire group's focus is devoted to safely managing external issues, leaving internal matters to be simplified. Just like this pot of fish ball and century egg porridge, from the large pot to cutting the meat and preparing various seasonings, all was bustling as if it were a festival, something unimaginable during wartime. On the front lines, meals consisted merely of grilled meat seasoned with salt. Now, with more leisure time, if battles can be fought well, then construction will naturally flourish. It is all about collective cooperation. On November 3rd, 132 years into the Pandora era, the northern Yellow River Basin had begun to experience frost, while some high-altitude regions in the south felt the chill. Yet the climate in the Zhu River Delta remains pleasant. In the Pandora era, only here can one find such amiable conditions. The merchant and envoy, Zhang Jiakon, from Jian City, gazed out at the dramatically transformed world. The farmland had been meticulously cultivated, with patches of earth laid out in orderly squares. Among these variously sized squares, akin to soldiers, stood 2-meter-high plants unfurling their vibrant leaves across the wilderness. Pollinating insects of all sizes adorned the small flowers, which bloom year-round, continuously sprouting buds that attract flying insects for pollination. After pollination, the flowers wither and the vines fall to the ground, maturing in the process. If not harvested, the seeds will swell on the surface and disperse during rain, taking root in new locations. These plants resemble those on Earth, yet they're no longer entirely the same as those recorded in the primary world. In the Zheng family publication, it was observed that a number of farmers, some of whom were once soldiers from Jian City and later captured, have now been organized into production teams, diligently laboring in the fields. They employ single-person pushcart-style harvesters to cut and gather the fallen vines and fruits. As these farmers tend to their crops, they prune the leaves from plants that yield few fruits and pile them around the roots of the more productive crops, allowing precious sunlight and nutrients to be allocated to the high-yielding varieties. This human intervention in nature has resulted in a community where the strong thrive, leading to an abundance of high-yield producers, while the weak are relegated to mere fuel for fire. Amidst the orderly ranks of plants in these square fields, there are always a few gaps where former plants, deemed insufficient in yield, have been turned to firewood. Indeed, according to Wei King's plan, after each planting cycle, the crops from the least productive plots will be discarded to fill these gaps, with new rows planted in the vacated fields, initiating a fresh cycle of competition. The Pearl River Delta boasts excellent sunlight and water, making it an ideal region for cultivating jiuzhai. Wei Kung asserts that 3 harvests a year are insufficient. The young crops must strive harder and embody a spirit of ferocity. If crops in other fields can yield a pound of fruit weekly, why can't yours? Under Wei King's attentive care, these crops consistently bear fruit, which has a taste reminiscent of peanuts. The newly settled inhabitants joyfully gather these fruits and deliver them to the oil mill to extract peanut oil and residue. In their quest for more produce, these former captives don wide-brimmed straw hats and squat in their contracted fields, counting the fallen fruits of each plant at dawn. This relentless landlord mentality has afforded no opportunity for the crops to evolve towards cunningness. The empty fruits, lacking in oil and starch, are swiftly identified by these vigilant farmers. Though their educational attainments may falter, their dedication to farming seems deeply embedded in their very genes. Upon arriving in the city, Zheng Jiakan dined at a brick-and-tile inn, where a bubbling pot of hearty stew was served. This dish, known as Jin Kuai, was a staple in Jian City, a dish that sustained Zheng Jiakan's family during his childhood. Initially, upon entering the commercial world of Jian City, he had developed a disdain for such humble fare. However, now, the flavorful mushrooms, enhanced with spices, compelled him to seize the nearby bamboo chopsticks and roast them over the provided charcoal, unable to resist the temptation. 10 minutes later, the entire pot was consumed, along with 3 bowls of thick soup. As for the plate of stir-fried vegetables, Wei Kong could not quite identify them, having discovered this tender plant during cultivation and decided to create a vegetable garden for it. Any superior ingredient requires salt for flavor and oil for aroma. This is an unchanging truth. Setting down his plate, Zheng Jiakan contemplated whether to partake in the communal toothpick box, but instead chose to rise and gaze at the street scene outside. He had initially observed the bustling crowd with ease, but suddenly realized that many of the faces were strikingly similar, leading him to recognize that this was no ordinary city. Just months prior, in the minds of Jian citizens, this place was still perceived as a den of strange entities. He gazed in bewilderment at this area that should have been foreign and fraught with caution. However, as a merchant and envoy, he could not deny that he felt a peculiar sense of belonging here. The gathering place constructed by Wei Kong has witnessed such a transformation in productivity, which can be traced back to discoveries made during Wei King's military campaigns in the north. During an offensive, he captured a node organism that dared to present its own head, which exhibited extreme emotional responses, prompting him to contemplate its self-healing and life-sustaining capabilities. Not only did he apply fire, but he also inserted wood into it. Yet a node organism is what it is. The organic matter of plants does not react like it would splinter inserted into a human finger, which swells and must be extracted. Instead, it merges directly. At that moment, having reached the zenith of his darkened state, Wei Kong received a system notification, awakening him from his stupor to commence his research. Prior to the Pandora Age, plants in nature could be cultivated through grafting techniques, enabling a master gardener to make a single tree bloom with 7 or 8 flowers and bear 3 types of fruit. However, in this world, the indiscriminate spread of information about vulnerable single life forms in nature is a natural phenomenon, and grafting techniques have vanished. Inserting any plant branch results in the genetic material of all cell nuclei within that branch mirroring that of the main trunk within a week. Nevertheless, while grafting is ineffective, hybridization is possible. The genes of 2 species can intermingle within the node organism's genetic community, giving rise to a new variety. This concept is not without precedent currently. Across the various human city-states, the types of mechanized war beasts can be quantified, totaling 670 species, most of which were captured from the Pandora Zone before it spread globally. Human automated combat machinery abducted node organisms and transferred them to laboratories on the fringes of the Pandora Zone, implanting desired genes to evolve hybrids. Once the necessary hybrids are developed, these creatures are intended to be destroyed to ensure that the hybrids are no longer constrained by the original community, allowing them to adapt through generations to human mechanical modifications, ultimately becoming grotesque in nature, yet serving the needs of humanity as symbiotic species. On the eve of Pandora's spread, Earth's technology was at its peak with the greatest variety of mechanized war beasts. Now, capturing a node organism has become exceedingly difficult. This technology has faded from existence in the small city-states due to a lack of practical conditions. Strictly speaking, the crops that Wei Kong cultivated after last month's war represent the simplest form of this technology. The principle remains the same, but why is it the simplest? Plant hybridization is considerably easier than animal hybridization, and while animal deformities may lead to death, plants can sprout from various forms of deformity. In the Pandora zone, there is even the possibility of hybridization without the life force of node organisms. However, in the wild, any plant not belonging to a genetic community will quickly deteriorate. Nonetheless, even so, utilizing a node organism for the rapid cultivation of plant species appears excessively extravagant for the existing human city-states. The conditions required to capture node organisms are too stringent. As for Wei Kang's audacious endeavor to capture a node organism by hand, it is unfathomable to contemporary humans. The life force emitted by the organism he captured poses a danger comparable to that of a nuclear reactor, representing a convergence of life activities from the entire community. Directly inserting vast amounts of carbon-based life information into the genetic sequences of nearby individuals. This is far more serious than the mere chromosomal anomalies caused by neutron radiation from a reactor. If contemporary humans are fortunate enough to acquire a node organism, it would undoubtedly be utilized to cultivate more powerful war beasts, to control larger territories and facilitate transportation between cities. The few individuals who traversed into this world have reached a unanimous conclusion. War beasts are the essence of this realm. If one can vanquish an apostle-level node organism, creating powerful war beast species during its moment of vulnerability, then one can elevate their city's influence to the highest echelon. Thus, the mindset has been carried forth. Although Wei Kang, a blank slate with no prior experience of traversing worlds, possesses an independent mindset, cultivating crops is paramount, and there must be produce from my own land. As of now, that node organism remains alive, but what are the other species it represents within its community? All were extinguished in the throes of war. As a community, when all the subordinate species face extinction, the central node inevitably approaches its demise. Yet it endures. This implies that its subordinate hybrids have seized sufficient energy in the natural world to sustain a community. A large pond has been excavated 5 kilometers from the habitat, constructed of green bricks, featuring multiple inflow channels at both ends. The once mighty node organism that consumed Wei Kang now languishes in the pond. Yet it has begun its transformation into a plant. Countless once vibrant blood vessels have now become tendrils that draw water, and it resembles a large, watery radish hiding in the center of the pond. Of course, regardless of its attempts to evade, for concrete corridors extend into the artificial pond's heart, rendering all efforts futile. The overseers here are Wei Kang, who daily ensnare this organism with large iron pincers, inserting steel-like tubes into its interior to extract tissue and observe its life conditions. This community, which once birthed a multitude of animals, now faces systematic observation and control under Wei Kang, gradually transitioning into a plant-based genetic community. Should it resist transformation, Wei Kang shall facilitate its metamorphosis. Each day, excellent crops harvested from the fields are delivered here, and the entire organism is integrated within, physically outputting genetic information. Wei Kang tirelessly instructs it on the virtues of photosynthesis, emphasizing its contributions to the world. As of now, this genetic community has tacitly accepted its role as a producer within the agricultural ecosystem constructed by Wei Kang. By the pond's edge, the day's collection duties have concluded, and the long iron hooks are returned to their slots. A small cart laden with sample glass tubes is wheeled back to the laboratory, leaving for Wei Kang to conduct a final inspection. One Wei Kang clapped his hands, gazing at the pond filled with roots and floating leaves, suddenly inspired by literary musings. In this moment and scene, I wish to recite a poem about the moonlight over the pond. Meanwhile, another Wei Kang crouched by the pond's edge, addressing the enormous water radish that was gradually retreating from him. You have been enlightened by me, abandoning malice for benevolence, offering yourself for the benefit of all beings. Your merits are boundless. Come now, I shall recite this great compassion mantra for you to ponder. Chapter 34. Leaving something behind, the arrival of the secret envoy from Jian City delighted Wei Kang immensely. Upon entering the Pandora world, although Wei Kang manifested in a collective form, to a certain extent, it remained an individual, thus dedicating considerable energy to contemplating how to communicate with the human powers here. The initial misunderstandings that led to armed conflicts were a form of communication, and after capturing them, employing varied strategies for dialogue across different social strata also constituted communication. Now, faced with multiple human city-states in the U region, Wei Kong continually pondered how to swiftly conclude hostilities with Jian City. If possible, Wei Kong might even consider a degree of reparations to Jian City. Why, you ask? The antagonism between Jian City and itself has affected its strategic position across the region. Following the containment of Jian City, a multitude of merchants have arrived in Wei King's territory. These merchants hail from other city-states in Yu, engaging in trade with Wei Kong, where the populace has swollen to around 500,000, while Wei Kong possesses abundant sea salt, affordable and refined, along with well-sealed ceramic jars featuring metallic lids. These trades flourish. Yet the visitors are solely merchants, devoid of settlers. This is because the individuals captured during the conflict with Jian City theoretically still lack personal freedom. Thus, it is natural that people from other city-states would refrain from coming. However, if an agreement could be reached regarding the captives, allowing these individuals from a newly developed southern land to return home freely, perhaps with a few jars of oil, some carbon dioxide sealed salted fish, and various cooking utensils made from crushed hemp fibers, Wei Kong believes they would return the following year, alongside adventurers from other cities. Wei Kong holds unwavering confidence in the land beneath its feet. Before the Great Cataclysm, this area was part of the Pearl River Delta, one of East Asia's top 2 super economic zones, once dubbed a province rich as Russia in the 21st century. Now at the dock, as a batch of stainless steel melts in the furnace, a 200-ton vessel begins to take shape in the shipbuilding pit. Once completed, this ship will provide Wei Kong with heavy artillery support across the Pearl River Delta plains during wartime. No longer will it rely on its previous light weaponry and mobility. Wei King's post-war analysis reveals that in the 21st century, such reliance on light arms for mobility is akin to a desperate retreat after losing one's armor, akin to Dunkirk. In combat, heavy machine guns and specialized mortars are essential. To advance further, coordination with the human powers in Yu is imperative. As agricultural fields begin to expand, Wei Kong recognizes its urgent need for manpower. In this world, Wei Kong stands as a high-technology talent capable of creating value in industrial production. However, despite its numbers, it confronts the burden of numerous menial tasks: agriculture, mining, and transporting minerals. While performing these duties, much of Wei King's focus is on telepathically observing its industrial operations, meticulously documenting each step in the system. Within a public meeting room constructed of straw-mixed earthen bricks, Wei Kong met with Zheng Jiakon. Both parties sat on wooden benches. For the first time, Wei Kong felt somewhat hasty in its construction of a reception area. In this newly developed region, brick kilns capable of producing green bricks were available. Yet these materials were pragmatically utilized for the foundations of hydraulic facilities and factory construction. As for the meeting room, due to its perceived lack of immediate value, it was hastily assembled from straw bricks, spacious enough for conversation. Even Western politicians can plot in restrooms. Zheng Jiakon, discomforted by the hard wooden bench, began the dialogue with little hope. 50 minutes later, for proposal drafts lay piled before him, and upon seeing Wei Kong re-enter, preparing to draft a fifth, Zheng felt the need to hit pause. "Sir, I sense your sincerity, yet at present, we must first ascertain our limitations. I cannot make unilateral decisions and must return with your suggestions." He felt akin to a woman in a romantic pursuit, wanting to retreat from an overwhelming advance. Wei Kong, too, was compelled to pause, responding, "Thank you, sir. I hope what we discussed today can be swiftly implemented." That is only natural. This visit served not only as an envoy, but also as a merchant. Jian City required a significant quantity of edible salt and, if possible, a batch of soda ash. This is currently the hottest trading item between Wei Kong and other city-states. When Wei Kong is absent, all city-states seize the opportunity during the winter monsoon's lull to gather laborers at the seaside to restore temporary salt fields from the Pandora era, which is labor-intensive. Furthermore, every summer storm, the marine beast genetic community wreaks havoc on the salt factories. Now, however, Wei Kong has firmly established itself by the sea, efficiently transporting salt in bulk via ship to storage points, providing unlimited supplies to various merchants, benefiting the economies of all city-states, except for Jian City, which remains adversarial and has thus failed to reap any benefits. Consequently, while Zheng Longmu continues to vocally assert a hardline stance against this peculiar human community, in practice, he is compelled to compromise with reality. The conflict has damaged mutual interests. A sack full of salt was loaded onto the vehicle, covered with palm leaf mats to shield it from the rain. The laborers from Jian City, preparing to return home, boarded the vehicle with their belongings. The workers transporting the goods shouted in unison as they carried the loads, while the passengers chatted over roasted sunflower seeds, embodying the bustling atmosphere of spring travel. This convoy was to be escorted by 100 men from Weiking, who had once again emptied the northern contingent. However, having learned from past experiences, they resolved not to leave any small teams outside this time. 5 hours later, the convoy departed from the view of Wei King's residence. In a moment of reflection, Wei King contemplated a pressing question. Despite the fervor of his current endeavors, he would ultimately have to depart in a year. What legacy would he leave behind in this world? Looking northward, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts. To ensure a stable future, one must wield the power to wage war. If he wished to leave a mark, he must decisively engage in a thorough campaign against the northern gene pool, thus maintaining decades of stability. At that moment, the system chimed in. Biling Lu announced, "Your Excellency the Pioneer, the dimensional passage has been successfully located to 30%. If you're willing to remain for an additional 3 years, a temporary return passage can be opened to transport 300 tons of supplies." Her tone was laced with persuasion. However, Wei Kong was not naive. He sensed that his overseer's tone hinted at a risky gamble. It was not merely an encouragement for him to take risks, but seemed to indicate that she herself was wagering something, especially when he attempted to review the system regulations. Biling Lu provided an overwhelming amount of information without highlighting any key points. Wei Kong recalled that when a bureaucrat inundates you with information during time constraints without emphasizing critical details, it often stems from a fear of you discovering something. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Kong decided there was no need to confront this matter just yet. Presently, he indeed sought to exchange for a batch of armaments, and by not addressing the issue now, he could gain courage for future confrontations. He opened the armament exchange section. He first opted for 200 assault rifles, totaling 1 ton. Next, he exchanged for 700,000 8mm rounds, weighing 12 tons. Following this, he ordered 1,000 Type 38 rifles, amounting to 4 tons. Initially, Wei King intended to procure wood to craft the rifle stocks himself, along with exchanging for barrels and other core components. However, the system cautioned that his wooden stocks might be substandard, adversely affecting ballistics, and the processing of the wood required multiple complex steps, far from a simple task. After reviewing the extensive industrial gun-making process, Wei King resolved not to economize on this front. He opted instead for complete rifles and scopes, including 100 night vision scopes. Wei King remarked, "I do not wish to make a second exchange." The Type 38 rifle was designed for East Asians during the era of the Republic, when the industrial foundation was virtually non-existent, lacking the capacity for independent military design. The Zhongxing rifle was a Mauser modification, and during the Battle of the Central Mountains, it was suppressed by the precision of the Type 38, which partly accounted for the Kuomintang's disproportionate casualties despite their numerical superiority. The era of semi-automatic rifles would only emerge after the establishment of the state and the completion of an industrial system. Although Wei King stood at an impressive height of 9 meters, his physique comparable to that of a 20th century Westerner, the suitability of a rifle for the battlefield required consideration of various environmental factors, and the dust cover of the Type 38 effectively prevented sand infiltration. This rifle excelled in close combat, had minimal recoil, and maintained stable ballistics at long ranges, especially with the system's aiming assistance. As for the 5mm rifle rounds, 1 ton would suffice, averaging over 50 rounds per person, ample for a battle. Finally, he sought heavy artillery. These were not the previous mortars, but cannons capable of both assault and fire suppression. Without hesitation, he selected the renowned 92mm infantry gun from World War II. Caliber, 70mm. Total weight, 212 tons. Total length, 745 meters. Height with shield, 62 meters. Elevation range, 10 to 75 degrees, with claims of exceeding 80 degrees. The firing arc covered 45 degrees left and right, and the ammunition types included 70mm high-explosive shells, shrapnel shells, and smoke shells, weighing 38 kilograms for high-explosive rounds. The initial velocity of the shells was 198 meters per second, with a maximum range of 788 meters, and a minimum range of 100 meters. The gun's highlight was its lightweight design at 200 kilograms, allowing it to be disassembled into components for infantry transport, perfectly suited to Wei King's current conditions. Despite its compact size, this artillery possessed significant destructive capability against brick and tile structures, and its height was comparable to that of a heavy machine gun, enabling it to be stealthily maneuvered forward and positioned for direct fire within its blind spots, an embodiment of the bayonet-on cannon tactic. The system provided weapons that were not merely replicas of original technology, but enhanced versions, employing advanced steel forging techniques surpassing those of World War II. With certain structural components crafted from titanium alloy to reduce weight, while the aiming devices featured electronic enhancements. Delighted by this acquisition, Wei King ordered 16 units, forming 4 artillery battalions. He exhaled in relief as he admired the power he was about to command while envisioning their deployment on the terrain map from his previous northern expedition, mentally preparing for the decisive battles ahead. In this daydreaming process, Wei King admitted he might have appeared somewhat foolish. After finalizing the artillery order, the system automatically navigated to the armored vehicle section and, without waiting for Wei King's input, offered a friendly reminder. The rare earth components of the main battle tank cannot be transmitted. I suggest exchanging for 2 tanks of the Type 4 at 20 tons each. Wei King passed on this, continuing instead with requests for gas generators and vehicle-mounted engines. The system further proposed a replication center, which he also bypassed, opting to select more chemical and mechanical processing equipment. Following the system's directives, in 15 hours, all unrelated personnel were cleared from the area. Wei King retrieved the special sands and stones he had discovered from various zones using a wheelbarrow from the storeroom. Although he could not refine these materials, they could be combined to form the necessary raw materials, which he had meticulously categorized weeks prior for unforeseen needs. This time, due to the large scale of the exchange, the system required Wei King to position himself around the entire 600 meters of the jungle's edge, providing positioning coordinates, then directing him to aim a solar lens at the sky above the jungle. As the light intertwined overhead, it emitted highly concentrated beams akin to a laser projector, sweeping over the thickets. The underbrush ignited and burned, with flames expanding into a halo that illuminated the entire jungle, transforming it from mere embers to a radiant spectacle. 5 minutes later, as everything was consumed, the minerals had been reduced to slag, and the once dense jungle resembled a neutron bomb's aftermath, eerily flat with slight depressions. While the materials Wei King sought lay at the center, he cordoned off the area and organized groups to sequentially enter and collect their arms, facilitating the distribution of supplies. Finally, as Wei King surveyed the 10 large machines, he took a deep breath, envisioning higher smokestacks for the factory. Once these machines were operational, he could produce machine guns and axle bearings for 1-ton vehicles in-house. In the realm of chemistry, he had spent recent days distilling wood to produce some charcoal oil, which, after nitration with nitric acid, would transform into substances critical for explosive evaluations. In the dimensional space, Bai Ling Lu observed Wei King perusing project documents and, with a playful tongue, inquired, "Are you planning to blow up a mountain?" Wei King, somewhat perplexed, responded to the unpredictable future. "I am unsure of what I should do. However, I will follow the advancements that these technologies offer." He then elaborated, "I am not a genius and lack foresight, but as an ordinary individual adhering to societal roles and preparing comprehensively, I can mitigate losses." Chapter 35. Embracing Humanity, Where Am I Headed Now? Following the conclusion of the war, discussions within the Wei King collective regarding self and societal civilization have proliferated. This logical analysis of individual thoughts is as crucial as any contemplation by Wei King during wartime aimed at addressing external challenges. In the spring of 2433, as production and development commenced, the establishment of trade routes by 20 vessels on the Zhujiang transformed Wei King's settlement model from a singular community to a sprawling network, interspersed with single chimney factories, residential areas, and defensive strongholds over a vast expanse of 40 riverways. During the late information-industrial revolution of the 21st century, the convenience of transportation facilitated industrial collaboration. An individual, inspired to construct a vehicle, discovered he was missing components and traversed the transport routes to source them. He found screws in Dongwang village and wrenches in Hishili village, then realized he needed welding equipment, prompting him to head north for 2 kilometers to a local manufacturer. Upon discovering he required bearings, he was still able to locate suppliers within the transport network. This exemplifies an industrial support zone. The industrial technologies utilized by Wei Kong are not overly complex. An entire industrial park could be established. The industrial model of the late 19th century operated on a point-based system, where Western powers, after establishing 1 or 2 industrial cities, were able to exploit numerous overseas colonies for raw materials. However, Wei Kong seeks not a civilization model reliant on a steam engine-s central boiler distributing pressure, but rather a collaborative growth model where all points in an electrical system are interconnected. From the initial settlement to the current aggregation point, red bricks have been transported via river networks to find suitable land, where expansive courtyards are constructed for local material processing. Each outpost houses only 20 to 30 Wei Kong. Although this year, as merchants tentatively introduced young men seeking refuge from the law, some factories now employ more workers than the Wei Kong present. This decentralized distribution of outposts allows local inhabitants to acclimate more easily to the presence of a few Wei Kong, rather than being overwhelmed by a multitude, which could induce a sense of uncanny valley. Through such planning, Wei Kong has amplified their potential, with hundreds of outposts along the river, each maintaining unified productivity while possessing greater expansion capabilities than a singular industrial park. At least one outpost can accommodate a building surrounded by open spaces, allowing for immediate expansion as needed. The entire region of Yu boasts at least 20 large human settlements, housing 500,000 survivors. Wei Kong has now completed the exclusion of other genetic communities from the plains. The next step involves integrating the human population of this era into the plains. Within each outpost, Wei Kong organizes production and conducts re-education for newly recruited workers, instilling knowledge of old-world production methods while helping them understand their relationship with the societal operational process. Wei Kong is actively striving to communicate with humanity on the plains, seeking to establish a social order. However, in the exploratory peripheries, Wei Kong engages in wanton destruction, disregarding fundamental ethical boundaries. As spring unfolds and life rejuvenates after the rains, Wei Kong, now equipped with a clearer sense of communal vitality and armed with assault rifles and light machine guns, once again ventures into the slightly arid jungles. The exploration teams have dwindled to 30 members per group, systematically exterminating all encountered biological entities along their mapped territories before igniting fires to consume the hills. The inferno engulfed mountaintops, and after the flames subsided, Wei Kong restructured the map, gathering hydrological data for system modeling. After a thorough assessment, Wei Kong drilled explosive charges into the mountains at numerous locations, resulting in a thunderous roar as some hills collapsed, obstructing what are now mere streams. As they establish order while simultaneously dismantling it, a demand for self-reflection emerges within the Wei Kong collective. Humanity is inherently complex. When actions extend beyond the realm of conventional desires, a deeper cognitive foundation is required to sustain ongoing endeavors, rather than succumbing to fleeting whims. Tracing their origins, Wei Kong first defines the influence of past societies on themselves. As individuals grow within a societal context, they are inundated with various norms and expectations, which they are implicitly obliged to follow. Noncompliance invites punishment. Some self-serving Wei Kong began to critique further. For singular, ordinary individual, certain norms may yield more benefits than drawbacks within social cooperation. Conversely, some norms provide little assistance, merely serving to uphold the authority of the ruling class. In this light, Wei Kong, continuously sifting through historical records and memory, seeks to distill historical patterns. This analytical endeavor bifurcates their thought process into 2 primary trajectories. The forward-looking Wei Kong observes that as society evolves, the need for collaboration increases, leading to the establishment of numerous new regulations. For instance, ancient peoples did not construct roads or bridges amidst mountains and rivers. A palace could take a century to complete, and the loss of a few slaves during construction was deemed tolerable by the human race. Thus, ordinary individuals in ancient times were not subjected to stringent safety regulations. The introspective Wei Kong notes that societal interests also escalate the demands of the ruling elite. In the digital era, For instance, software companies, faced with rampant piracy amid the diffusion of infinite information, find themselves embroiled in repeated litigations, working alongside legal teams to combat those engaging in pirated online games. As the two perspectives converge, they diverge into various interpretations. The indignant Wei Kong asserts that regulations, amidst a barrage of information and grassroots education, are imposed upon the average person. Yet how often do ordinary individuals possess the bandwidth to ponder the inherent rightness or wrongness of these norms? Which rules facilitate societal cooperation and, consequently, serve their interests? Which merely stabilize the ruling order? Some truths may not be universally valid, but are perpetuated relentlessly, silencing dissenting voices and exhausting the populace preoccupied with labor from debating their validity, thus becoming the sole accepted truth. Conversely, some falsehoods do not ascend to the level of crime. They merely accumulate enough negative sentiment online to be emotionally condemned and unjustly legislated. For instance, the mischief of unruly children can be harnessed into a collective sentiment of disdain, culminating in their societal condemnation. In contrast, the neglect of small animals can be transformed into a pervasive empathy, inciting emotions that elevate their plight to a sacred cause, leading to the appropriation of resources. The logically astute Wei Kong collective relentlessly pursues their former confusions. Thus, during that time, societal impositions of goodness, justice, and even legality were forcibly thrust upon individuals like me and the vast majority of the populace, rendering them largely ineffective. The gradually clarifying Wei Kong collective begins to delineate history according to this principle. When a nation's societal civilization primarily births new rules that allow the majority to benefit from social cooperation, it is in an ascendant period. Conversely, if the social rules are heavily interspersed with irrelevant doctrines that do not serve the public interest yet demand universal compliance, a sense of stagnation inevitably arises. As Wei Kong delves deeper into contemplation, he recognizes that during periods of stagnation in the historical cycle, it becomes challenging to discern which of the numerous outdated rules are essential and which are superfluous. Thus, he concludes that it may be prudent to abandon all of them entirely and start anew. With a mind increasingly illuminated, Wei Kong begins to assert his stance. Thus, I am not succumbing to darkness. Indeed, I am not. As an ordinary individual, I find it impossible to comprehend all societal rules. Furthermore, the social organization to which I belong cannot provide me with patient grassroots education. Therefore, it is entirely natural for me to relinquish many incomprehensible constraints. There is nothing extraordinary about this. Consequently, Wei Kong stands a little taller, akin to someone emerging from youthful ignorance, fervently discovering the rebellious rationales acknowledged by adults. Naturally, he advocates for the protection of life and the respect for existence. Animals possess sensitivity. Thus, they should not be subjected to cruelty. Who is instructing me on how to act? Wei Kong asserts, I need only to discern right from wrong. I do not need to grasp the vastness of existence. Emerging from darkness, he exudes a youthful vigor. The original descent into darkness caused harm to both others and oneself, obliterating the world while simultaneously dismantling one's own moral compass and sense of right and wrong. Yet now, he decisively rejects many of the rigid dichotomies of right and wrong, opting to return to fundamental principles. Wei Kong stubbornly resolves that labor is virtuous, that communication and cooperation with peers are commendable, that self-sufficiency is commendable, and that equitable exchange is commendable. Beyond that, what need is there for a self that begins anew to concern itself with unclear notions of right and wrong? What need is there to feel guilt over matters unrelated to survival? What need is there to lament having offended the once revered solemnity? In the cyclical nature of dynasties, after an era concludes, those rulers who once wielded the scepter of numerous rules may perish. However, individuals like myself can entirely discard the misunderstandings of the past and continue to forge ahead. When palaces turn to ashes amidst great conflagration, those tilling the earth shall remain vibrant with life. Now, Wei Kong feels invigorated, yet within the consciousness of the myriad life communities in the Pandora realm, calamity has truly awakened. In the past, Wei King's recklessness in this world eroded the shared sense of morality, with communities labeling him as a natural catastrophe, and he finds himself unable to produce counter-evidence. But now, Wei Kong stares unflinchingly at the confrontation. This moral perspective belongs to you. I see no reason to be accountable for it. If you accuse me of being a fourth calamity, I shall sue you for defamation. Your demise is only just. So why claim that I am a disaster? Wei Kong ultimately adopts a rigid mindset. You, the consciousness of life communities, refuse to communicate, fail to extend mutual respect, and unilaterally emphasize your own righteousness while employing brutal methods against me without any moral consideration. Therefore, why should I adhere to your moral standards? Under such a mindset, Wei Kong approaches the entire northern ecological realm with utter detachment. This destruction reached its zenith in April, as Wei Kong identified 3 genetic communities in the northeast region of Guangdong. He promptly sealed off the area in all 4 directions and ignited a fire at the upwind location. This conflagration did not merely signify imprisonment in the primary world. It was akin to being subjected to a barrage of machine gun fire on a target range. At that moment, arson was tantamount to damaging collective property and endangering public safety, warranting severe punishment. However, in this era, the natural environment does not belong to the collective to which one belongs. Thus, it holds no sanctity. Burn! An 8-meter-high wall of fire, propelled by fierce winds, surged at a speed of 30 meters per second. From the mountaintop, Wei Kong gazed upon the billowing smoke that formed a canopy of shadow, under which peculiar creatures of all sizes fled in terror. This scene resembled a masterpiece of world-renowned art. As Wei Kong began to confront this world with the mentality of exterminating pests, he no longer harbored resentment towards past losses. Instead, he reflected objectively on his previous lack of preparation, recognizing the essence of targets devoid of humanity, uncommunicative, and impervious to emotional influence. Thus, amidst this Pandora realm, it seemed that something within Wei King's genes had been unlocked. As a species that has evolved over 4 billion years on Earth, humanity's hallmark is its capacity for intellectual thought. But what is wisdom? Wisdom is neither benevolence nor malevolence, nor does it arise spontaneously among all forms of life. Wisdom develops as an advanced trait of life, emerging from the foundation of animalistic instincts, enabling the weighing of pros and cons in longer-term, more complex matters. In the Cambrian era, the direction of evolutionary benefits was determined by generations of genetic records, while in the Jurassic era, the primitive neural systems of species may have participated in evolutionary selection. Yet, the choices remained based on the efficacy of protein construction through genes to enhance muscularity. By the Quaternary period, the functions of the brains of several top mammals have evolved to greater heights, with primates distinctly outpacing others in this regard. Animal instincts also underwent transformation. When the cerebral cortex evolved to specialize in recognizing and understanding peers' behaviors and hypothesizing their thoughts, concepts such as benevolence and malevolence emerged among humans. From this point onward, the complex nature of animal instincts began to be continuously wrapped in interpretations by humans who possess a talent for deception, thus elucidating human nature. The essence of human nature is essentially a long-term assessment of animalistic instincts. This direction has always existed within the evolution of life on Earth. However, with the advent of the Pandora realm, this direction has become muddled, and even human civilization has not had the opportunity to clarify it, failing to embrace its most advantageous aspects as a form of life. As living beings, if one cannot release their means in a direction conducive to survival and pursue it with unwavering resolve, they will inevitably face extinction. Now, Wei Kong begins to compete with unrelenting fervor. As a dominant species, this is a complete transformation. This is not favorable for other species. Across the vast expanse of the East Asian continent and the Western Pacific, numerous life communities have plundered the genes capable of sustaining advanced thought from humanity. And having only recently gained awareness, they suddenly feel the change. At the coordinates of 113 degrees east and 22 degrees north, the life radiation of the Wei Kong community in this region has become increasingly selfish and exclusionary. In terms of the overall volume of life radiation, Wei Kong has not significantly enhanced. Unlike other genetic communities that continuously integrate various new genes to expand their territorial scale, reminiscent of impoverished characters in Marvel. Yet, the Wei Kong collective's influence on vast areas of biological genes is gradually aligning with that of apostolic beings in this world. Chapter 36. The Great Flood in the primary realm of Earth, the gravitational balance point at the center of the planet, is more bustling than ever before. Information from the surface is incessantly transmitted here, then dissipates through the spatial membrane, only to return from the thin film of space. It seems that an excess of information has led to unique changes in the quantum effective field at the center of the Earth's gravitational field. Throughout the core, the rhythmic exchange of information reverberates, resulting in alterations to the microscopic structure composed of nickel and iron atoms. A technological revolution is ongoing. A significant number of Shangqing traversers have recently achieved a groundbreaking advancement within the dimensional system. In pursuit of easier access to the support of information energy, they have taken the audacious step of carving energy chips in proximity to the Earth's core. These chips are composed of iron and nickel atoms arranged in a specific structure, facilitating the absorption of energy through the fusion of iron elements and other heavy elements in nuclear reactions. Throughout this process, the quantum fluctuations of the Earth's core meticulously record the mass energy conversions from the primary world, thereby processing information across various dimensions. The turmoil of war has enabled the initial group of traversers to temporarily operate independently of Earth's information energy. True economic independence equates to genuine autonomy. These pioneering traversers stand as the most successful figures in this conflict, gradually gaining more influence over the dimensional policy decisions of the Temporal Management Department. Among them is Wei Chong, a participant in the first wave of interdimensional travelers from Earth. Although he is not the strongest, and his energy chips can only facilitate 3 independent temporal transfers, there are others who possess the capability to establish direct information tunnels between dimensions using nuclear energy conduits nearby the Earth's core. However, as Wei Chong gains access to this technology, he is destined to become a veteran within the Temporal Management Bureau as future developments unfold. At present, Wei Chong is reviewing 2 documents. One pertains to Wei Kung, whose temporal tunnel has successfully established communication. Due to the high-velocity effects of time, the Pandora dimension has been treated as a mine, continuously extracting high time flow to expedite decisive battles in originally low time flow dimensions. This extraction of temporal flow to accelerate another dimension's time speed is a novel technique introduced by a traverser named Su Jie, which has since been successfully developed. The contemporary dimensional conflict has given rise to exceptional talents and geniuses across various fields. Concerning Wei King's experiences in alternate dimensions, 57 out of the initial 1567 individuals perished due to various factors, and among them, 3 individuals vanished without leaving behind complete consciousness or thought, seemingly evaporating into thin air. In a sense, this equates to a portion of human consciousness being extinguished. Wei Chong was initially furious upon discovering this information, feeling that the Temporal Management Department had failed to ensure his foolish brother's safety. However, after some reflection, he decided to let it go, acknowledging that during such tumultuous times, even within the Temporal Management Bureau, it was impossible to devote sufficient attention to individuals not facing immediate life-threatening danger. He has also observed Wei King's responses after numerous perilous encounters. The sky remains unchanged, the spirit remains unyielding, and despite hardships, the resilience persists. His brother has finally begun to exhibit a semblance of maturity. Wei Chong shifted his focus to another document sent by the seasoned traverser Luo Hongxing. Within the temporal region where Wei Chong resides, a timeline exists that necessitates strong opposition against the Western Temporal Bureau of the primary world. This confrontation requires his assistance. On May 19, 2433, in the Pandora dimension, Wei Kung was engaged in a military simulation before an intricate sand table within a mud hut. During the simulation, a small portion of his team was actively conducting training to provide realistic data for the exercise. The logistics of marching, the quantity of supplies he could carry, the endurance of his physical condition, and the necessary recovery time following an arduous march were all critical considerations. Furthermore, in the face of adversaries, he needed to strategize the coordination of various fire teams to effectively resist the current enemy organization. The data gathered from these drills serves as a fundamental basis for tactical norms. Wei Kung even practiced crawling under machine gun fire, ensuring he understood the psychological fortitude required when facing suppressive fire. In his records, he noted that this was a precautionary measure to familiarize himself with the sensation of advancing under the barrage. thereby preventing his unit from descending into chaos when the time came. The focus of this simulation was the human city-states, including Jian City. In the past, the 3-meter-high concrete walls and the 2-meter-long deer fortifications on these walls, along with the artillery and machine gun station in the towers, had rendered any attack impossible. However, with the arrival of new artillery and explosives now producible at his chemical plant, breaching these walls seemed feasible. Currently, the strategy involves economically integrating the human populations in this region, with a minimal probability of hot conflict. Wei Kong is also striving to avoid direct warfare with the humans. The reason for meticulously rehearsing low-probability scenarios stems from the loss of 10 self-identities during the second conflict with the Eugene cluster, prompting Wei Kong to prepare contingency plans for all serious outcomes, regardless of their likelihood. As June arrived, a typhoon approached. Although Wei Kong had not preemptively set up meteorological stations over the ocean, he detected unusual life radiation at sea, leading him to suspect the impending storm. Upon his arrival in this world last year, he had merely experienced a few torrential rains at a single settlement. Typhoons often take circular paths, striking the island annually with devastating force, while other continental regions experience merely the effects of the cyclone. This year, however, it was evidently a significant storm, with the typhoon's course situated right above him. A massive downpour engulfed the entire Pearl River Delta, and Wei Kong, clad in a raincoat and shirtless, marveled at the might of nature while feeling astute about his actions. One Wei Kong smugly thought to himself that as a descendant of Yin and Huang, he was naturally adept at managing water, attributing it to a genetic predisposition. However, due to a lack of historical climate data, precipitation records, and hydrological information for various regions, he was unable to analyze the annual rainfall or the flow rates of the rivers. Consequently, he could not employ strategies to fortify critical riverbanks for effective drainage. Instead, he focused on safeguarding his own area. This involved blasting and blocking potential flood-prone upstream areas, allowing the water to flow away from the sides, akin to a slope where a gentle obstruction redirects the water from the other sides. Wei Kong did not require much labor, merely constructing a few dams on 7 upstream rivers, successfully alleviating upstream water levels by several dozen kilometers, with 40 of the water diverted through hundreds of smaller streams, filling those that had previously been dry. Wei King's residential area is primarily situated on elevated ground, ensuring that as long as the water level of nearby rivers does not exceed the markers engraved on large stones, there will be no flooding. However, from an external perspective, his methods echo a historical parable, which has given rise to the idiom to drain water for one's own benefit. Had you witnessed Wei King's water management, he would undoubtedly have chastised this wayward descendant with a swift blow of his straw sandals. Wei King's approach to water management could be deemed morally questionable. While his residential areas and agricultural fields remained intact, the forested regions, often higher in elevation than the fields, suffered immensely. In the affected areas, clusters of treetops were submerged by the rushing floodwaters, with animals gathering on the few remaining elevated patches, facing the rising tide in despair and helplessness. In the regions submerged by the relentless floods, one might occasionally witness a tree adorned with 7 or 8 peculiar herbivorous creatures, their tendrils entwined around the branches, gazing with trepidation at the terrifying panorama of this vast swamp kingdom. Ultimately, however, the roots of the mighty tree succumbed to the torrent, sending dozens of animals plummeting into the water, where they struggled against the surging currents. Chinese civilization has long recognized the formidable power of natural disasters, coining the phrase shui huwu qing to encapsulate this understanding. Wei King's arrival in this realm can be likened to the descent of a calamity, as mere months ago, a massive fire ravaged the mountains, swiftly followed by the deluge that now engulfed the land. It is worth noting that the fire obliterated countless colossal trees, leaving the slopes bereft of vegetation to anchor the soil, resulting in an influx of sediment into the river channels, an explanation for the ferocity of the ensuing flash floods. Consequently, landslides also occurred in many areas upstream, where animals seeking refuge in the mountain's caverns were inexplicably engulfed by the debris flows. Amidst this natural disaster, Wei Kong capitalized on his surveying advantages, evading the retribution of the natural world. This illustrates the advantage of possessing knowledge, allowing one to navigate the whims of fate. The system observing through Wei Kang's perspective, evaluated the catastrophic flooding. Should he operate under the conditions of the primary world, the ecosystem of this region would suffer a profound setback for at least a decade. The populations of all native large species would be decimated by the floodwaters. After all, the slopes, densely populated with shrubs, could only sustain mid-sized predators such as lynxes and cheetahs, all of whom preyed in the bountiful lowlands. For these species, the flood arrived with an unexpected ferocity, encircling and annihilating them in a sweeping manner. Early Eurasian civilizations recounted tales of great floods, largely stemming not from climatic conditions, but from the inadvertent destruction of nature by agricultural societies that settled in the fertile river valleys, lacking the experience to manage water resources. Literature subsequently documented these seemingly minor, yet devastating floods that wreaked havoc on densely populated areas. Humanity's continuous expansion inevitably offends nature. However, those like Wei Kang, armed with a modicum of knowledge, could navigate these tribulations without consequence. As thunder reverberated above, it failed to provide Wei Kang with any meaningful warning. Far across the Eastern Ocean, towering waves, 5 meters high, relentlessly crashed upon the surface. A vessel of 10,000 tons navigating these treacherous waters would find its bow lifted repeatedly, only to crash back down into the tumultuous sea. Yet, amidst this chaos, a small island remained steadfastly afloat, untouched by the onslaught of waves. Upon closer inspection, one would notice countless tendrils resembling sargassum drifting around the island, explaining why the waves diminished into mere ripples upon reaching its shores. Further scrutiny revealed that these tendrils appeared to extend from the island's core. Suddenly, in front of this island, a volcanic eruption, or perhaps the spouting of a whale, occurred. After 2 seconds of mist spraying into the air, the head of a massive serpent, akin to the size of a bus, emerged. Seemingly hindered by its own weight, it could not lift its head, but instead slithered along the ridge of the island, ascending to a vantage point from which it surveyed the surroundings. This was an existence of apostolic caliber, a nodal organism within a vast genetic community, designated as Xian Taixian Wu within human civilization. It is important to note that this model does not conform to human perceptions of a giant turtle. The turtle's head extends outward as a retractable appendage, with its shell high in the center and lower at the edges. In contrast, this creature's outline consists of numerous small peaks with a low central region, resembling a basin, while its head emerged similarly to a whale's spout from a dorsal opening. Most contemporary nodal organisms have not developed in accordance with human aesthetics. This genetic community possesses the ability to influence ocean currents, which partially explains the recent typhoon's trajectory toward UD. The immense serpent's head surveyed the direction of UD, its eyes encrusted with algae, reflecting a hint of confusion. In its perception, this typhoon inflicted unforeseen damage upon the terrestrial life forms, yet the new community that posed a threat, prompting its intervention, seemed unscathed. The colossal serpent retreated into the mountain's cavern, sealing the entrance with a thick, rock-colored carapace, akin to a snail retracting into its shell. For the time being, this Xianwu diverted its attention from the southwest, having engaged in conflict with the genetic community inhabiting the continental shelf of the Yellow Sea for over a decade. In human terms, one apostle's adversary is another apostle. However, this year, Wei King's actions attracted its notice, prompting the genetic community represented by Xian Taixian Wu to momentarily intervene. Meanwhile, in the northern regions of UD, numerous genetic communities fled northward, causing considerable disruption to the ecosystems of northern Hubei and Guangxi. The surrounding vegetation bore the brunt of the external genetic community's onslaught, resulting in bizarre deformities in leaves and fruits. The nodal organisms escaping from the south were filled with dread, for this time Wei Kang had truly introduced them to the specter of extinction. During the late Quaternary, in the Anthropocene era before the advent of the Pandora event, the rate of species extinction was already catastrophic. Humanity's encroachment upon natural habitats severed vast expanses of biological ecosystems. The rise of humanity signified a calamity for the natural world. Upon entering the era of civilization, humanity became aware of this contradiction but could not rectify it, instead hoping to rapidly advance and extricate their material resource acquisition from the natural realm, thus hastening the end of competition with other beings in this domain. Yet, the Pandora era obliterated humanity, and now, with remnants still extant, some have reverted to humanity's primordial attitudes toward nature. Further north, the sentient entities of Yu Cheng found themselves compelled to divert their focus from the traditional rivalries of ancient human city-states on the eastern plains of the Asian continent to pay heed to this extreme existence in the south. Chapter 37. Urbanization, mechanization, commercialization. The torrential rains ultimately receded, and logically, to interfere with nature unbidden would inevitably invite retribution. 2 days after the typhoon's passage and the ensuing devastation, various effects began to manifest. However, Wei King's speed and action consistently outpaced that of nature. As he had already tidied and organized his surroundings before nature's vengeance could take hold. As the waters began to recede, Wei King's collective dispatched small teams equipped with gas-powered vehicles to patrol the area. Their first task was to clear the river channels of any potential corpses. Under normal circumstances, most bodies would have been swept downstream, and the few that survived would be swiftly dealt with by scavenging animals. Nevertheless, the vicinity surrounding Wei King's enclave had become a no-go zone for various genetic communities, ensuring that no animals would approach to consume the remains. Consequently, the bodies needed prompt disposal to prevent the proliferation of bizarre insects. Next, they assessed the situation upstream of their habitation to determine if any animals had drowned. Several large water wells must be safeguarded from contamination. Thus, barriers needed to be erected and the water source verified for purity before introducing quicklime for further disinfection. The water would then be boiled and stored in reservoirs, requiring another round of boiling prior to consumption. Finally, armed with small packets of dried fish, they set out to locate surviving felid-like creatures. Their search was not solely for companionship. Although Wei Kong had driven off nearby genetic communities, he still needed to objectively construct a new ecosystem, regulating various ecological energy levels. At the very least, Wei Kong himself is incapable of capturing mice. Cats, as predatory creatures, became an essential presence following the formation of human cities. The emergence of urban environments disrupted the local ecological balance, leading to the disappearance of numerous apex predators. Consequently, pests such as cockroaches and rodents proliferated. In this context, cats, which can hunt these vermin without posing a threat to humans, emerged as humanity's most invaluable allies. They dutifully eliminate all creatures beneath humans in the ecological hierarchy. Even in the 27th century, humanity remained unable to eradicate the rodents within the cities. Thus, while enacting a ban on stray dogs, they exhibited considerable leniency towards stray cats. City officials even constructed warm underground shelters for them during winter, recognizing their utility. Wei Kong returned, carrying a multitude of kittens, which may have included a few unfortunate little leopards. With a carefree demeanor, he grasped the nape of a kitten, assuring it, "Fear not, there are no free-range chickens or ducks here. Bite as you will, but when you encounter a mouse, pounce and seize it." Consequently, after the floods, the onslaught of diseases and pests prepared to teach this scoundrel, Wei Kong, a lesson, were all buried in the ground without a trace. Wei Kong mused internally. Why am I so adept at this? After thousands of years of striving for a harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature, one must comprehend the essence of the natural world. I possess a sense of purpose as well. Following this, Wei Kong shamelessly recounted to his laborers, "Let us pursue a path of sustainable development, where we maintain verdant mountains and clear waters while also achieving GDP growth." Summer flowed by like the mighty waters of the Zhujiang River. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Kong had lingered in this realm for a year. 2 months later, as the dam's gates slowly opened, water gushed into the reservoir, cascading along the gradient of the fields, nourishing the crops whose roots, like sponges, eagerly absorbed moisture from the soil. In the heat of summer, their genes expressed aquatic characteristics. Before the Pandora era, the abundance of water allowed for vigorous photosynthesis under the sun, making summer the prime time for the proliferation of aquatic plants. In contrast, terrestrial plants, to avoid dehydration from excessive sunlight, would halt transpiration and photosynthesis when exposed to intense light. This reaction of ceasing production upon encountering heat seemed unreasonable to the capitalist Wei Kong. Terrestrial plants ought to learn from their aquatic counterparts. With the dam's obstruction, nearly half of the river's flow was absorbed by the farmland, quickly humidifying the air. The soil did not turn to mud from the inundation. Dozens of square kilometers of farmland nearly consumed all the water from the 7-meter-wide river. Naturally, the fruits of such labor made the farmers, toiling under the scorching sun, feel their sweat was well worth it. Rich in starch, when cooked, they exuded a flavor reminiscent of water chestnuts. Once dried, sliced, and sealed in nitrogen-filled glass bottles, these fruits transformed into coveted commodities sought after by traveling merchants. Now, Wei Kong had established 3 waterways facilitating the transport of goods to neighboring cities. The human settlements that had previously cowered in the mountains lacked everything. In terms of sustenance, they had subsisted on mushrooms for generations, resulting in a notable decrease in stature among the lower classes, with adult males standing only at 1.6 meters tall. Wei Kong was not one to concern himself with height. Initially, he found them quite capable and did not contemplate further. It was only later that he recognized the oppressive effect of his own cautious demeanor on their already diminutive frames as a significant factor. As Wei Kong completed the calibration of machinery in the factory, successfully casting the steam engine crankshaft and the closed piston, he forged his own single-cylinder vertical steam engine in this world. Though this 2-ton steam engine, with a fixed base, produced only 5 horsepower, it represented a groundbreaking achievement. The invention of the steam engine heralded what? The advent of steamships, tractors, or textile machines. To Wei Kong, it signified an enhancement in the quality of steel. High-quality steel requires hammering. Previously, without the steam engine's power output, all processing was accomplished through hydropower, yielding only small components, such as blades and barrel parts. As for larger steel ingots, those exceeding the size of a wine bottle would simply jam the water wheel. However, with the steam engine, the scenario changed when it encountered resistance. Instead of ceasing like a water wheel at maximum flow, the pressure within the boiler would surge, increasing output. The creation of the steam engine marked a qualitative leap in Wei King's processing capabilities. He intensified his acquisition of minerals for trade, reaching a point of welcoming all offers. As the saying goes, capitalists will brave any peril for profit. Once these merchants confirmed that the downstream plains possessed both food and metal processing capabilities, they finally commenced transportation. They even brought over some obsolete machinery from their city-states. On September 4th, upon receiving 8 diesel generator sets from the merchants of Menghe City, Wei King's lips twitched. The merchants, fixated on Wei Kong, promptly quoted their price for the 8 single-cylinder steam engines, which Wei Kong could only assemble 1 per month. Faced with such exorbitant demands, he contemplated negotiating down to half. The merchants immediately accepted the deal. Wei Kong felt he might have undervalued his bargaining. After the merchants departed, the members of Wei King's industrial team disassembled the diesel engines using wrenches and screwdrivers. First, the internal electronic control systems were outdated and could not be activated, and some wires were evidently burnt from overheating. However, overall, the most technically challenging components, such as the cylinder bodies, remained in excellent condition. They meticulously cleaned all parts, applying electroplating solutions and lubricants, and sketch diagrams for the forging of quality steel selected from the scrapyard. Few individuals today could still repair machinery. To be precise, those who could understand the instructions for dual 3-dimensional structures were exceedingly rare. Although Wei Kong had merely drifted through higher education on Earth, he had studied mechanics, chemistry, and simple principles, and even the 27th century education provided practical courses in machinery assembly for all. Now, the system transmitted a 3-dimensional model of the entire machine's operation to Wei Kong. Once each division of his team comprehended the machinery, the system retrieved the model and a series of maintenance tutorials provided by the manufacturer. Thus, regarding this batch of diesel engines, aside from being somewhat inexperienced in specific disassembly techniques and slightly slower in assembling parts, Wei Kong managed everything with remarkable organization. To put it succinctly, Wei King's collective now served as a reservoir of highly skilled personnel unmatched by all the indigenous human settlements across the entire Guangdong region. The teams at the diesel engines toiled late into the evening, consisting of 6 groups, each with 3 members, one wielding a wrench, another taking notes, and the last organizing the disassembled parts. The number of extracted components grew increasingly substantial, and the process of handling these parts became clearer, with diagrams classified and stacked neatly. Machinery embodies a man's romance, a multitude of complex geometries under the transmission of energy. allowed the meticulously considered components to spring to life through his hands at the mere push of a button, a moment far exceeding any thrill he had previously experienced. In this realm, Wei Kong had not overlooked the presence of women. Wei Kong, it is not that I fear the overseer, but rather her. Gulf. My primary concern lies in the uncertainty of the present, lacking a sense of security, compelling me to continuously expand, to grow, and to further augment. This situation resembles the early 21st century when the Eastern economies surged forward only to suddenly collapse under the weight of a generation of baby boomers. At that time, women perhaps felt they held the upper hand in the gender ratio, constantly engaging in selection, while men, like Wei Kong, displayed a lack of confidence, needing houses, cars, and savings, striving harder for several more years to gain a semblance of stability in life. Indeed, it seems true that the younger generation, having grown up in a relatively innocent society, overly believed that hard work would inevitably yield rewards, bolstered by a series of motivational literature from Lin and Reader magazines, coupled with the seemingly fair college entrance examinations of that era. Consequently, upon entering the workforce, despite their efforts, they lacked a fighting spirit, blindly following directives and inadvertently enriching the affluent of that time. Returning to the topic, the naive Wei Kong now believes that machinery will not deceive him, and that the society he inhabits will not mislead him either. With the sound of a gas-water heater igniting, the gas generated by the coal gasifier is introduced into the diesel engine, which finally roars to life. Electricity reaches the newly assembled circuits, allowing the steel in the factory to undergo more complex heat treatments, while the machine tools no longer rely on high-pressure steam pipes for power. The electric current causes the machine tool wheels to hum, and Wei King's only concern is that should the metal fracture, the shards could travel at the speed of a bullet. At the smelting plant, various scrap metals are excavated from the ruins and fed into the newly assembled electric furnace for processing new products. After 4 months of toil, Wei Kong gazes upon the latest nickel-steel cylinder and crankshaft he has crafted, realizing he is now capable of machining a Stirling engine. This diesel generator set is indeed a technological trinket bestowed upon him by the locals. Wei Kong declares, "I shall mechanize. Let the tracked vehicles commence movement." He is certain that his mechanical proficiency now rivals that of the factories within the city-state of Jian, where they can only maintain the production of tractors. As for their tractor fuel, surrounding Jian, Wei Kong discovers an abundance of herbaceous plants akin to castor beans, which serve as the refining material for these cities. A year prior, during the armored vehicle assault, billowing smoke accompanied their advance, akin to a wheezing breath. Yet even with such biofuels being less than effective, they still required caustic soda and other chemical materials to produce diesel. Wei Kong now focuses on straw refining, heating materials in a sealed reactor to 650 degrees to achieve liquefaction, which inevitably contains a significant amount of carbon powder, making it difficult to classify as diesel. By 21st century standards, this method consumes excessive fuel with subpar output, and its performance tends to clog machinery. In Wei King's eyes, synthesis is far superior to mere collection. Utilizing water gas or methane with hydrogen, followed by filtration, would yield fuel that, despite its inferior quality, he would likely accept. With this complex plan in mind, the primary challenge lies in constructing a chemical reactor. It need not be large, but it must be adequately sized. He aims to complete a 3 cubic meter reactor. This contraption may be reminiscent of experimental products from the early chemical industry during World War I. He does not seek extreme longevity. Producing it a dozen times before inspecting for hydrogen corrosion will suffice. The technical difficulty of this endeavor presents a slight challenge to Wei Kong. Nevertheless, reflecting on the fact that even middle school students were once the backbone engineers of factories during the Great War ignites his resilience. Moreover, he is constructing the most rudimentary, small-scale chemical equipment. The smaller the chemical apparatus, the lesser the challenges pertaining to materials, and the simpler the numerical formulas become. The difficulty in chemistry lies not in the principles and techniques, but rather in the early production regulations and the discipline of personnel. Numerous operations require seemingly unnecessary steps that may hinder work speed, but ultimately prevent 1 in a million accidents. For instance, before discharging materials, one might accomplish the task in 2 or 3 steps, yet the regulations may outline 40 procedures. Now, Wei Kong has established a large group dedicated to researching this industrial sector. However, he soon realizes that he appears to be short on manpower. In February of the 134th year of the Pandora era, while Wei Kong was still pondering a series of chemical support systems, merchants unexpectedly located the reactor he sought. However, they were unable to transport it directly and instead took him to the site. Upon arriving at this abandoned brick house, he unearthed the chemical equipment protected by steel frames from among the scattered bricks, along with dozens of large boxes of spare parts. Wei Kong suddenly grasped a reality. He was an outsider, capable of scavenging stainless steel from a parking lot ruin, while the locals possessed far greater knowledge of the warehouses. After Wei Kong dismantled the genetic community in that area, these merchants, armed with records of small factories from the pre-Pandora era, guided their team to transport the once useless equipment from the abandoned warehouse to this location, exchanging it for numerous sacks of salt and steel tools. Wei Kong found himself both amused and exasperated. Should he tell them that all these items belonged to him, and they could only dig up 500 pieces plus a banner? Old Wei is not so stingy, yet a new dilemma has arisen. If he incites a gold rush, these merchants may repeatedly return in short succession. Yet his production capacity has reached its limit, making it impossible to convert it into productivity for them. Conversely, if Wei Kong refuses their offers, driven by the fervent demand for goods and their selfish desire for profit, they might reduce the equipment buried by the jungle to scrap, offering it to Wei Kong at waste prices. Even if they ruin the equipment, they would rather not allow others to benefit from their treasures. Such a situation could lead to a catastrophic disaster for the industrial legacy of the pre-Pandora era. Once economic activities commence, there may arise elements that are difficult to control. Chapter 38, Still Belonging to Humanity. To the north of Yu lies Xiang, which, when combined, forms the province of Huang under the Yuanqing system. The conflict between the genetic communities fleeing northward from Yu and those here has escalated into a malignant rivalry, culminating in a deep-seated enmity. The species in both regions have undergone significant targeted evolution. For instance, some have evolved to blend seamlessly with the color of mud and water for ambush, or develop sharp spikes that can perfectly entrap the limbs of their adversaries. This malignant evolution has greatly depleted ecological resources and energy potential. Consequently, among the hundreds of medium and small genetic communities in Xiang, a central node has awakened from the depths of Dongting Lake. At the lake's bottom, a center has emerged, where multiple scales of a python-like creature have become active within a radius of 400 meters. This creature may not be an apostolic-level being, but it is undoubtedly a regional sovereign, its potent life radiation impacting all medium and small genetic communities. These genetic communities, as descendants of the major nodes, have reciprocated with a wealth of biological energy. The lakebed has stirred up a considerable amount of silt, causing nutrient-rich organic matter to rise to the surface, accompanied by countless eggs resembling toad spawn. Under the sun's rays, these eggs unfurl into green leaves, transforming into duckweed, which rapidly spreads across the lake surface. During this explosive growth, numerous whirlpools emerge beneath the water, devouring the duckweed. The vortex creators, through such nutritional acquisition, completed their development in the water, awkwardly crawling onto the shore. At first glance, they resembled a group of axolotls. Yet over the ensuing days, they voraciously consumed the surface creatures, their hind limbs elongating into those of Ornithischia, while their jaws grew stronger, transforming them into Tyrannosaurus rex. Further north, in the upper reaches of the Changjiang, lay another center of powerful life radiation known as Yuqing. Once dominated by towering skyscrapers along the riverbank, these edifices have now been supplanted by massive tree trunks, with all debris swallowed and enveloped by the colossal tree known as Number One. At the pinnacle of this grand amalgamation of trees, a fruit with a diameter of 4 meters hangs, possessing the brain and eyes of a human. This entity is the highest sovereign within the gene community of Yuqing, referred to as Sholing. Presently, she gazes southward towards the direction of Dongting Lake. Beneath her, perched atop the giant tree's branches, are 43 priests. These priests retain a generally human appearance, yet details such as hair, pupils, nails, and dermal scales display characteristics of other life forms. Sholing speaks. The dragon of Dongting Lake has stirred. Upon awakening, it shall not merely cleanse its territory, but will expand into the surrounding regions before its slumber concludes. Sholing directs her gaze to her lower left, employing telepathy to inquire among her offspring. How shall we respond? In her inquiry, she primarily places her hopes upon the two symbiotic priests closest to her, Long Shi-min and Qi Shing-sun. While Long Shi-min ponders, Qi Shing-sun steps forward eagerly. My Lady Sholing, the awakening of the tyrant of Dongting Lake is due to a burgeoning anti-natural force rising from the south. It does not inherently oppose us. We must guide it. Sholing questions. Guide? Qi Shing-sun elaborates. The humanoid gene community to the far south is currently wreaking havoc upon nature's ecology, contrary to our own. If we can instill an understanding of our way of life while they are still weak, it would be far better than attempting to engage them once they have strayed further from our path. Sholing turns her attention to Long Shi-min. Long Shi-min responds to Qi Shing-sun. From a genetic standpoint, they are merely a new community evolved from human genes. Must we engage in fierce conflict with beings so similar to ourselves? Qi Shing-sun counters. In terms of genetic similarity, those downstream are the same. Long Shi-min retorts. They are different. The old humans downstream do not constitute a gene community. In the mindset of Yuqing, those who have not formed a community are merely a collection of bacteria possessing human cellular genes. Qi Shing-sun calmly articulates a crucial point. Yet those entities in the south are not our mother's children, nor are they our brothers. Long Shi-min silently withdraws, refraining from further speech. Sholing turns to the other priests. Do any of you harbor differing opinions? In the echoing silence atop the giant tree, none oppose Qi Shing-sun. The gene community of Yuqing possesses the ability to engage in industrial endeavors, a rarity on a global scale. From a vantage point overlooking Yuqing, one can glimpse colossal pyramid-like structures sealed in green amidst the mountains, edifices not erected during human civilization, but rather emerging during the Pandora era, now preserved alongside the architecture of the civilized age. Should they deem it necessary, they would still smelt iron. However, the high temperatures and fumes from iron smelting are deeply detested by the gene community, which regards such metallurgical workshops with disdain akin to that of spittoon. In the present, while contending with the human city-states downstream along the Changjiang, they prefer the growth of hardwoods imbued with silicon-based crystals, which they refine and shape for insertion into biological entities, transforming them into sharp horns. They also employ flying beasts to launch corrosive substances in aerial assaults. On September 4th, in the year 134 of the Pandora era, Qi Shing-sun descended southward with Sholing's council. In the dense, vine-laden wetlands on the northern bank of Dongting Lake, he slowly settled down, beginning to emit radiation characteristic of a minor node organism. After 20 minutes of tumultuous waves upon the lake's surface, a massive worm emerged, its flesh towering several meters as it writhed through the wetlands, carving a deep, dark, humus-filled trench. Faced with such a monstrous entity, Qi Shing-sun felt a flicker of fear. Yet he swiftly opened his arms and approached. His body merged with that of the worm, and within the exchange of life radiations, they began to interweave. This process seemed to emit light, though it was not visible electromagnetic waves, but rather the perception imparted by the life radiations upon a rapidly changing organism. The two parties achieved genetic fusion. This was the communication between two gene communities. For humans, such an exchange is unimaginable. Yet for the gene communities and the individuals within them, it signifies not death, but the realization of their communal goals. On the northern edge of Dongting Lake, a legion from Yuqing crossed the Changjiang. These creatures, resembling centaurs as they advanced upon the ground, displayed a peculiar transformation. Upon entering the river, their upper halves, once human, revealed countless crimson fissures along their rib cages, which opened and closed like gills. This force reached the shores of Dongting Lake, merging with the thousands of battle beasts native to the region. However, upon closer inspection, the two factions remained distinctly separate, each under its own command, with the northern gene community still leading the charge. Though Qi Shing-sun's physical form was consumed, the essence he represented persisted within this collective of life. Perhaps a parallel can be drawn from earthly politics. This resembles a dual empire, wherein a royal family inherits the kingship of another nation, unifying the two states at a high political level, yet they remain distinct peoples. As an era passes, they may separate once more, akin to the Huns and the Austrians. Although this is a biological community, the movement of thousands of individuals, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, resembles the mobilization of a massive army. Even among those who are voracious and possess remarkable digestive capabilities, they must first undergo substantial fat accumulation and simultaneously modify their digestive systems. In Guangdong, within the Pearl River Delta, lies the southernmost stronghold. Beneath a cluster of black chimneys constructed from red bricks, Wei Kong observes the fuel manufacturing apparatus, transitioning from one reactor to another, passing through various heating chambers. As catalysts react, the process culminates in a distillation tower, ultimately yielding fuel. Wei Kong gazes at the slightly odorous liquid within the ceramic vessel and muses. If it were merely 5 years since the Pandora era, when numerous city-states still possessed a wealth of internal combustion vehicles, my oil refining would equate to the alchemy of gold. But now, half an hour later, a trio of Wei King's assembled groups filled one of the black engines with fuel, while another group grasped a solid iron crankshaft, beginning to shake the engine. With a series of pops and clatters, this rudimentary diesel engine roared to life. Seated upon the Caterpillar tractor, as the vehicle reached a speed of 10 meters per second. The wind, laden with the tractor's black smoke, obscured Wei King's vision. He resolved to complete the facade he had set out to achieve. Surrounding him were guests from various cities whom Wei Kong had invited. This exhibition of his manufactured vehicles was intended to demonstrate to the surrounding factions that he had overcome any technological deficiencies, cautioning those behind the scenes against foolish actions. From what Wei Kong had gleaned from various merchant groups, it appeared that the cities of Jian and others remained undeterred. Over the course of a year, nearly 3,000 to 4,000 laborers had migrated south from various city-states under Wei King's organization to expand farmland and construct roads, while also extracting raw materials for production. The activation of factories showcased what true overproduction capacity entailed. Taking the textile factory as an example, a small factory with only 7 or 8 machines demonstrates significantly greater efficiency in mechanical tanning of fibers compared to manual methods. The production of linen and cotton fabric not only satisfies the consumption needs of the Wei Kong cluster, but also aims to export to neighboring city-states. Wei Kong provides food, clothing, and security, thereby transforming its stronghold into an effective human resource pump. An influx of young adults from old strongholds seeks fortune in Wei Kong. Yet for the common folk of various city-states, there is no remarkable change. They merely perceive an increase in the goods brought by trading caravans, a sense of idleness in urban life, and a slight reduction in the number of those engaging in nefarious activities in the shadows. However, the lords of these city-states have a deeper understanding and can no longer issue absolute commands to the lower classes. Before Wei King's arrival, the upper echelons of the city-states could command their citizens to venture into perilous areas for timber and salt under the pretext of food scarcity. These leaders still retain some knowledge from the pre-apocalyptic human society. Thus, they are aware of concepts like the industrial scissors effect and urban radiation. Unlike the upper classes of the late Qing dynasty, who were oblivious to the severing of their own lifelines. Consequently, the upper classes of the aware city-states seem to have engaged in several clandestine meetings. In response, Wei Kong maintains a vigilant stance, fully aware that if its current model persists for a few more years, it could potentially lead to the demise of these city-states. If they do not act now, they may never have another opportunity. As for whether they will make a last-ditch effort before their impending doom, Wei Kong is not willing to gamble on whether their weapons are still loaded. As Wei Kong awaited a reaction from the upper classes of the city-states, it became apparent that its attention had perhaps drifted. On September 27th, at the Qingyuan stronghold, Wei Kong established a lumbering team to gather timber, which would then be transported downstream to provide fuel and chemical materials. This morning, they encountered a trading caravan, whose leader claimed to have significant news, but could only temporarily halt their operations and bring them into the stronghold. After settling down, the caravan leader, having received ample benefits, built suspense before revealing that a massive Jin community had been reported moving southward from the northern territories. Wei Kong scrutinized the merchant's enigmatic demeanor, immediately associating it with the tactics of a marketing ploy. However, a series of unfortunate events had led Wei Kong to rationally conclude that its luck had been exceptionally poor, and some matters were better believed than dismissed. The subsequent developments solidified Wei King's belief that this information might indeed be true. Shaoheng City, the northernmost city-state of Yu, boasts a population of 60,000, making it a significant urban center in this era. It is connected to the northern Jiangxi region via a passage, facilitating the transport of vital technological resources from the major human city-states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. thus remaining a focal point for trade. However, the activity of caravans from this city has dwindled, which can only be explained by one possibility. It is surrounded by an unknown gene community. The humans within the city walls differ fundamentally from those of Weikong. Weikong operates in groups of 100, a sufficient number to traverse the jungle and engage the gene community with firearms, consistently eliminating external threats. In such an environment, the individuals within Weikong experience heightened telepathic connectivity, akin to a single entity, dispelling the fear of the jungle. Furthermore, Weikong can detect the positions of adversaries in the mountainous regions of northern Yu through life radiation, akin to perceiving danger. In contrast, the merchants in the jungle are vulnerable. A moment's carelessness could lead them to be surrounded by colossal beasts, with their life radiation potentially obliterating them. Weikong effortlessly eradicated 4 small gene communities, followed by setting fires and flooding the area to deter medium-sized gene communities encroaching upon their territory. In doing so, Weikong inadvertently overlooked certain crucial elements. Now, a realization dawned upon Weikong. A city of 60,000 could indeed be sealed off by gene radiation. The humanity of this world differs from its own, lacking a unified ideology and resolve. Weikong could not help but reflect on its initial state upon arrival. What if it had lacked the determination? What would have transpired? After all, it had not entirely forgotten the experiences of its previous life, which had provoked a collective outburst in the face of threats. Weikong contemplated. If it were less prone to sudden changes, perhaps it would have disbanded. Yet, what would that outcome entail? The specter of death loomed over several individuals in this world, providing a glimpse into that fate. At this moment, Weikong found itself enveloped in confusion. So, was it not in the wrong? However, this question touched upon deep-seated emotional scars that it preferred not to explore. In this world, Weikong's legacy extends beyond merely leaving behind industrial facilities and management. It appears that some answers still require validation. In each stronghold, within various factories, Weikong's workers raise their arms in contemplation, gazing at the blue veins beneath their skin. Regarding blood exchange, those who arrived here engaged in mutual exchanges every month, yet largely avoided Weikong. Now, Weikong seriously began to ponder how to integrate further with the local populace, and thus activated the system to inquire. System, what effect will my gene radiation have on those around me? Bai Ling Lu, interrupting the system's automated response, seized the microphone to explain. If the genetic difference between species is minimal, mutual radiation poses no danger. When different individuals construct proteins, aside from embryonic development and growth stages, the variances that arise are due to differing lifestyles, falling within a stable range. Therefore, while they may be influenced by your life radiation, this impact primarily regulates biological rhythms and mental states rather than replacing thoughts or altering appearances. After a moment of silence, Weikong sighed. So, am I viewed as an anomaly in the eyes of humanity in this world? Bai Ling Lu replied, if you do not disrupt anything, you may forever be regarded as an anomaly in certain respects. After concluding the dialogue with what it believed to be system, Weikong approached the workers in the factories and spoke. Gentlemen, let us sing a song together. Unity is strength. A song that once irked during military training in the previous life now serves as a rallying anthem in this world. Chapter 39. The third stage of conflict in summer. The cicada's calls can be irritating, yet as autumn arrives, the world begins to quiet, and a sense of urgency arises. The individuals in the Weikong cluster engaged in strategic planning, measuring and muttering to themselves. In this world, I am not so extraordinary. My focus on certain matters does not preclude other issues from arising. Likewise, gaining experience in one area does not guarantee that it will always seek my individual attention. Bai Ling Lu's record states, the act of traversing worlds is not akin to a cinematic narrative. Disasters will not be averted by the efforts of the traveler, Weikong, nor will the desire of many observers, the indigenous populace of this realm, to remain aloof prevent calamities from befalling them. Currently, regarding the conflict between human urban activities and natural ecological gene communities, several distinct phases can be delineated based on their mutual influences over time. Reflecting on the previous journey, Phase 1. Weikong had just arrived in the ruins of the Pearl River Delta, where the headstrong newcomer directly confronted various bizarre gene communities within a mere 50 square kilometer area. Phase 2. Weikong had established a foothold in the Pearl River Delta, extending its reach to a radius of 400 to 500 kilometers. According to the standards of this world, the Wei Kong cluster, which perceives itself as a collective of ordinary individuals, endeavor to unite the surviving humans in the region and launch a counteroffensive against the genetic communities of Pandora. However, they faced a fierce backlash from the natural world, resulting in the demise of several individuals, which led to a descent into barbarism. They expressed an unyielding stance towards all forms of life in the area, advocating for survival at any cost. During this phase, having recently achieved victory, Wei King's momentum surged, irrevocably disrupting the ecological balance of the region and igniting brutal conflicts across broader territories. More formidable genetic factions began to emerge. Yet the immediate target was no longer Wei Kong, but rather the human city-states collaborating with them in the region. Several city-states to the north were besieged by advancing creatures. And during the late summer, Jian City, which had the most dealings with Wei Kong, found itself in peril. The city was engulfed in a threatening haze, with dense fog rendering the machine guns and cannons atop its walls effective only within a limited range of 40 to 50 meters. The bullets, having struck and shattered smaller creatures, were dragged away by tendrils emerging from the fog and consumed by lurking behemoths. The inhabitants of Jian City felt as though they were confronting an unknown entity with infinite health. The details of the siege were conveyed to the Wei Kong gathering in the Zhujiang region by a messenger from Jian City, Zhang Jiakon, who had risked everything to break through. Upon encountering this brave messenger, Wei Kong observed that his body was covered in various grape-like tumors, some of which had tendril-like hairs writhing within, while others had begun to undergo keratinization. Faced with such a condition, the indigenous individuals within the stronghold recoiled in fear. Nevertheless, a few timid souls proposed a solution: blood transfusions, an abundance of blood from many individuals. However, if judged by the experienced physicians of the traditional city-states, Zhang Jiakon's current mutation had surpassed the limits that transfusions could remedy. After extensive discussions within the Wei Kong cluster, Wei Kong posed a question before Zhang Jiakon. Who lay bedridden? Do you trust me? Zhang Jiakon, his cheeks marred by gelatinous rot, struggled to respond in a feeble voice. I believe in you. That is why I seek your help to save Jian City. Wei Kong calmly shook his head. No. You came to me seeking a way to rescue Jian City from the aberrations besieging it. What you desire is to find another aberration to counteract the first. A flicker of rigidity appeared in Zhang Jiakon's gaze. Wei Kong, fixing his gaze upon him, spoke solemnly. You are even reluctant to acknowledge my humanity. Zhang Jiakon remained silent. However, Wei Kong did not press further. Instead, 6 other Wei Kong members responsible for medical care produced medical instruments and drew 200 milliliters of blood from their own veins. Zhang Jiakon observed the proceedings, wishing to speak, yet hesitated upon recalling his grotesque appearance, opting for silence as he realized he had become an outcast, unwanted by all. Wei Kong reassured him, my blood will not transform you into someone like me. You are an adult, fully developed, with fixed bones and muscles, and your thoughts are independent. Currently, your biological organization has been disrupted by the activities of foreign life forms, leading to this mutation. At this moment, among all strong external disturbances, my genes are the most compatible with yours. Do you comprehend? Zhang Jiakon managed a strained smile. Thank you for your willingness to save me. Wei Kong replied, no need for gratitude. It is only right, as we are the same kind. He then offered a stick for Zhang Jiakon to bite down on. Wei Kong inserted a catheter into his vein, injecting blood into his body, and proceeded to excise the severely mutated tumors. Meanwhile, he carefully made incisions on the webbing between Zhang Jiakon's fingers and bandaged them without administering any anesthesia, maintaining a vigilant watch over him throughout the procedure. An hour later, the operation concluded. Dripping sweat, Zhang Jiakon spat out the stick he had been biting, strands of saliva trailing onto the adjacent bedding. He gazed into the mirror at his slowly healing wounds and, with great effort, looked at Wei Kong. Thank you. May I sleep now? Upon receiving a nod from Wei Kong, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Wei Kong, observing Zhang Jiakon's breathing gradually steady, could not help but exclaim, what a man. While Zhang Jiakon underwent surgery, the advisory group of the Wei Kong cluster was analyzing the latest intelligence regarding the siege of Jian City, seeking clarity on numerous intricate details. Wei Kong was particularly puzzled by the fog surrounding the city, an occurrence he had never encountered before. Had there been fog earlier, he might have suffered significant casualties. In response to this question, Bai Jianxia retrieved archival records and provided insight. You have indeed encountered fog before. It was significantly intensified during your initial arrival, due to the evaporation effect in the forest. Wei Kong recalled his initial arrival, noting that he had launched his attack in the afternoon under direct sunlight, with no fog present, concluding the battle before dusk. He had sensed a slight humidity at the end of the conflict, which he now remembered was due to the considerable smoke produced during the ambush. Bai Linglu elucidated, the genetic community governing an area controls the ecological flow of energy. During the radiation process, it affects all biological plants, causing significant vapor release from trees during large-scale battles, which, at night, creates a mist to obscure their movements. As for Wei King's lack of encounters with fog later on, during the second phase of conflict, the scale of genetic radiation from Wei Kong had rendered the forest producers incapable of effectively interacting with the regional genetic community. It could be said that the stomata of the mountains, rivers, and flora had been frightened into closure by Wei Kong, thereby preventing any collaboration in fog generation. Thus, Bai Linglu speculated for Wei Kong. If the Wei Kong cluster were to approach near Jian City, the fog effect in that region would likely diminish. Regardless of Bai Linglu's bold assertion, Wei Kong prepared to mitigate any risks, ensuring ample precautions. The Wei Kong cluster resolved to fabricate incendiary projectiles. In preparing hazardous materials, Wei Kong exercised caution, typically opting for frugality, particularly concerning white phosphorus. However, in the face of warfare, he would indeed proceed with preparations. In his eyes, engaging in battle was the most perilous endeavor. In the third phase, although not at the forefront of the conflict, Wei Kong prepared to take proactive measures, opting to engage rather than remain passive. Within the dimensional space bubble, Bai Linglu exclaimed, "Mission accomplished, hooray!" In her view, all plans on the list had been exceeded. Upon their initial arrival in this dimension, she had suggested to Wei Kong, under certain conditions, to eliminate threats spanning 50,000 square kilometers. At that time, she merely sought to gauge his response, never intending to see it realized, and Wei Kong had promptly declined. Yet now, in the third conflict, all of Wei King's objectives had surpassed the initial exploratory goals. Bai Linglu activated the dimensional communication broadcast. At her current coordinates, an exploratory corridor was approaching, and she engaged in dialogue regarding this target. Our descent was successful. Everything is proceeding smoothly and without obstruction. Returning focus to the Pandora dimension, the traversers on the front line were actively addressing issues. On September 29th, supplies had already been piled up at the Stronghold's dock, and after delegating tasks to the recruited personnel, the Wei Kong began to prepare their personal equipment and awaited further developments. In every stronghold, the red flags flutter, accompanied by banners proclaiming solidarity in disaster relief and the defense of our homeland. In the past, Wei Kong possessed an innate telepathic connection, rendering such symbols unnecessary. However, the presence of external personnel has forged a community of shared interests, necessitating a transformation into a collective fate amid adversity, thereby emphasizing the importance of effective communication. The Wei Kong Combat Unit, comprising 2 battalions and 600 personnel, embarked on a steamship journey upstream, utilizing the logistical support from self-assembled track tractors. After 30 hours, they entered the mountainous regions, initially taking a detour toward the east. Although the number of troops remained unchanged from the previous mission, there was a significant enhancement in logistics and heavy firepower, allowing for a more prosperous engagement. Unlike before, when they were isolated and vulnerable to enemy capture, this time Wei Kong held greater initiative, leading to a more cautious advance. To put it plainly, the casualties in Jian City, whether by a few hundred more or less, bear little relevance to Wei Kong at this moment. The relationship between the two parties is, at best, one of commercial trade. The plea for an alliance made by the Zheng family appears hollow. Ultimately, it remains a unilateral sacrifice on Wei King's part. As an ordinary individual, Wei King's capacity to accept directives from the collective is limited. When engaging with another society, if one side is continually giving without reciprocation, the notion of familial bonds becomes merely an aspiration of the collective will, devoid of tangible support for the individual. While the upper echelons of the group may exhibit greater tolerance for collective sacrifice, ordinary citizens lack the resources to trust unrealistic propaganda. If one were to genuinely believe in such bonds and subsequently be deceived, the consequences could be dire. The representatives of the collective, when negotiating, prioritize the greater good without consideration for individual compensation. Thus, the moment the opposing side can collectively confront shared disasters, such as combating floods or facing external threats, will the concept of familial ties, rooted in blood, become a reliable reality upon which ordinary citizens can depend. Presently, Wei Kong and his compatriots embody this notion of ordinary citizens, and their perspective on shared interests directly influences the collective decision-making. Therefore, Wei King's efforts to rescue Jian City are aimed at unifying humanity within the region, which ultimately aids in his own survival and development, warranting a willingness to fight. Strategically, preserving Jian City is paramount. Tactically, however, he cannot afford to incur excessive losses merely to reduce casualties. Thus, in all planning, as long as Jian City remains intact, the situation is manageable. Only when the death toll exceeds 30% will Wei Kong contemplate minor tactical adjustments. After 30 hours of marching, the reconnaissance unit of Wei King's battalion discovered numerous tracks on the eastern side of Jian City, indicating a congregation of various herbivores and carnivores. The stride of the herbivores suggested they were not fleeing from predators, as evidenced by the long leaps of antelopes. The herbivores appeared to be migrating leisurely, while the predator tracks encircled them, akin to shepherd dogs providing protection. Upon recognizing the scenario, the forward reconnaissance team assessed the freshness and moisture of the feces to further gauge the population and ratios of these biological groups. With advancements in firepower and perception, their tactical and strategic approach remains one of prudence and seriousness. As Wei King's group swiftly infiltrated the battlefield, the life forms migrating southward sensed their presence. Perceiving a significant yet concentrated threat, the speed of Wei King's march resembled that of a swift swallow pursuing a swarm of flies. Although Wei Kong did not strive for extreme speed and intentionally controlled the pace, the efficiency of their march was greatly enhanced by the gas-powered tractors and specialized supply containers. The southern migrating life forms pose a threat only to the human city-states like Jian City, which lacked large-scale mobile combat capabilities. In contrast, they appeared naive against a formidable, life-radiating combat group like Wei King's. Upon encountering Wei King's battalion, these gene clusters from the Dongting Lake region exhibited immediate aggression. Yet their lack of coordinated assault led Wei Kong to categorize their actions as mere contact rather than engagement. For instance, within 5 hours, 16 apex predators resembling Tyrannosaurus rex, with forelimbs long enough to touch the ground, came into view. This biological form may represent the pinnacle of speed, robustness, and biting power. However, upon nearing Wei King's group, they swiftly fell to the ground with the sound of gunfire. These apex predators were felled by anti-tank rifles boasting 2-meter-long barrels and a caliber of 13 millimeters. Set upon a hilltop, the rifle was loaded with specialized ammunition, and through an 8-fold scope, a shot was fired at the forehead of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The recoil shook the ground, sending dust into the air, while the impact was felt through the rifle's spring system, providing a powerful thrust against Wei King's shoulder. Capable of penetrating 15-millimeter steel plates, the weapon easily breached the skulls of these colossal beasts. Notably, this weapon was crafted by Wei Kong himself, who meticulously calculated the barrel's lifespan with each shot, often feeling that he had not maximized cost-effectiveness against large targets within 300 meters. As the gunfire rang out, the skull of the Tyrannosaurus rex shattered like a chocolate-coated ice cream shell under pressure. Touching the still-warm barrel, the soldier in charge of clearing the area, after burning his tongue, remarked, "Now, this is the weapon a man should wield." Chapter 40. Absolute advantage in a relentless barrage of gunfire. A group of combat sheep emerged from the jungle, collapsing onto the ground. Once the battle concluded, Wei King's men dispatched the sheep with steel forks and transported them to a fire pit for processing. The life forms within the Pandora realm are remarkably resilient. While bullets can shatter internal organs and halt movement, they differ from those on Earth, as their insides can recover. Therefore, complete termination is necessary. 15 hours after the initial strategic engagement with the southern gene cluster, Wei Kong maintained a combat posture for the first time. In the temporary camp, 10 sheep were skewered and roasted over the flames. One group of Wei Kong prepared the lamb, while another recorded the skeletal remains. During this process, Wei Kung noted that some skeletons exhibited clear signs of post-mortem reconstruction. The massive horns of these sheep, measuring 20 meters, posed a puzzling question regarding their natural development. How could an animal of such size graze effectively when the natural world lacks abundant, protruding feeding troughs? Wei Kung conducted a dissection and subsequently discovered that the internal structure of the horns contained cellular walls, with observable vascular channels upon slicing. He also noted that the outermost tips of these horns had been polished, a feat clearly beyond the capabilities of these creatures. From the degree of fusion in the skulls, it was inferred that such modifications must have occurred within the last year, coupled with the sheep's coordinated machine gun formations and their aggressive charge. Wei Kung suspected there might be something more substantial behind this force. At the main campfire, Zheng Jiakan approached. Wei Kung called out to the accompanying troops. Zheng Jiakan, clutching a notebook, hurried over, his face noticeably gaunt from the recent excision of tumor tissue. This operation was no longer solely the domain of Wei Kung's team. It included 24 individuals from this realm. Naturally, to shield against the radiation from the genetic community, they had all received injections of Wei Kung's blood, ensuring their protection within the radiation radius of his human collective. Wei Kung briefed Zheng Jiakan on the current situation. Zheng Jiakan meticulously examined the fusion sites of the two types of tissue, then hesitantly inquired if Wei Kung had heard of a place called Yuqing located in the mountainous region upstream of the Nanhua River. Wei Kung accessed the system data and nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard of Yuqing, a genetic community with a notably high concentration of human genes, which was embroiled in conflict with the city-states of Jianya downstream along the Yangtze River. Zheng Jiakan glanced at Wei Kung, attempting to find an appropriate tone, and continued. Indeed, they possess many human genes and have mastered numerous ancient human crafts and technologies, yet they are not human. The stoic Zheng Jiakan's expression twitched slightly upon mentioning Yuqing, as he recalled tales from a trade caravan about encounters with the Yuqing forces in the north, which had been eerily strange and had grown even more peculiar thereafter. Wei Kung examined the skeletal remains on the fire, particularly the areas of fusion, and remarked, "In this case, it appears we must confront them." Zheng Jiakan hesitantly followed Wei Kung's Zhihui Zhishang and asked them. The encampment was situated on a hillside with an excellent vantage point. Wei Kung pointed towards the northwest, north, and northeast. I can sense the positions of the surrounding life radiation clusters, and, of course, they can sense my direction as well. Another Wei Kung approached, unfurling a map and producing wooden markers to denote positions on it. He indicated a marker labeled with the genetic community's code. The creatures that just attacked us. Those horned beings originate from this community. They are the swiftest in action and pose the greatest potential threat to us in this conflict. I would rather be pursued by 20 tortoises than have a single fox trailing me. As he spoke, Wei Kung pushed his marker across the map, advancing deep into the territories of over 20 communities. Zheng Jiakan observed as Wei Kung's piece advanced, penetrating the defenses of the communities. He then watched as Wei Kung moved his piece to declare a general against one of them, involuntarily twitching at the audacity of the move. However, he understood that Wei Kung's willingness to share his strategy with him, rather than proceeding in secrecy, was to provide him with a sense of security. After gauging the distances between several points on the map, Zheng Jiakan continued to inquire, "What are our chances?" To which Wei Kung replied, "If we resolve the battle within 3 days, we have a complete assurance." Wei Kung opened the map again, stating, "Observe this area. Based on my previous combat experiences, they cannot amass a force exceeding 50,000 within 10 days, while our firepower is formidable and we currently enjoy ample supplies. Once we breach their defenses, we can immediately retract." Zheng Jiakan asked, "Then what should we do?" Contemplating the individuals accompanying Wei Kung's battalion, Wei Kung affirmed, "All actions must adhere to command." After several encounters, Wei Kung had grasped the essence of strategic contempt paired with tactical respect. Bold maneuvers were essential when the enemy displayed clustering behavior. Their responses to maintain defensive stability were invariably conservative. Hence, when devising strategies, one should not be intimidated, but instead take the initiative to penetrate. In preparing for tactical maneuvers, all preparations must exceed those of the adversary in quantity and quality. With a clear operational objective in mind, Wei Kung promptly commenced action, embarking on a rapid march covering 40 kilometers in a single day. During the march, Each individual would consume a piece of honey candy every hour. Each would sleep only 5 hours a day, with some on watch duty sleeping even less. This was the marching strategy of Wei Kung's collective, aimed at conserving the main fighting force's energy, determined by the external movement conditions sensed through life radiation. If truly pushed to the limit, Wei Kung could function on as little as 3 hours of sleep in a day. On the morning of October 2nd, 134 in the Pandora dimension, as Wei Kung accelerated towards the realms of numerous life communities, their coordination became chaotic, akin to an anthill disturbed by a stick. Wei Kung could march over 40 kilometers a day, but the migration of genetic communities was not so swift. For instance, while elephants can indeed traverse dozens of kilometers in a day, they could only cover 400 kilometers in 40 days. Genetic communities, being even more expansive, comprised various small to medium-sized creatures that needed to maintain a harmonious existence. Under such conditions, their mobility was limited to a maximum of 10 kilometers a day. Consequently, no single genetic community could respond rapidly to Wei Kung's advance, and they could only dispatch a fraction of their species to confront him. However, these creatures, before even reaching Wei Kung's main force, were decimated by Wei Kung's peripheral combat teams utilizing long-range weapons such as the Type 38 rifle. After striking these beings, Wei Kung refrained from further shots, as the injured targets were too distant from the community, rendering them incapable of action. Thus, with less than a 10% chance of recovery, their elimination was assured. Currently, Wei Kung was focused on efficiency, avoiding excessive expenditure of energy on secondary targets. As for Wei Kung's objectives, they lay in a genetic community capable of standardizing the modification of species while enabling certain organisms to attain organizational coordination at the battalion level. Now, he felt an ominous intent surging forth. The hostility emanating from these communities with fragments of human genes was palpable. Humanity was the most brutal species on this planet, capable of achieving heights unattainable by any other organism to fulfill its ambitions. As Wei's column approached the target, the distance had dwindled to less than 5 kilometers. He glanced at a mountain and suddenly noticed what appeared to be inscriptions on a large rock. After clearing away the moss, he discerned Julian Mountain, a national forest park. Wei Kung remarked, this place seems to be in Gannan. Consulting the map, he confirmed it was indeed Gannan, but northwest lay the region of Guangdong, marking the confluence of Gannan and Guangdong. Directly ahead, the intensity of gunfire escalated, with ambushes encountered on nearly every path. He often observed centaurs attempting to hurl spears tipped with winged insect appendages from elevated positions, alongside large birds attempting to drop incendiary projectiles. Yet, none of these efforts bore fruit. In making this perspective, with self-guiding capabilities and a shared mental connection at the battalion level, he was practically invulnerable. Threats were swiftly neutralized before they could emerge, with bullets dispatched at movements even 500 meters away. 2 hours later, the most intense skirmish erupted. As Wei Kung maneuvered towards the eastern region in a bid to seize the high ground, a battalion of 150 centaurs charged forward with ferocity. At that moment, Wei Kung swiftly positioned 80 soldiers from his 4 platoons on a mound to mount a defensive stand. Ultimately, the outcome of the skirmish revealed that this assault group fell under the combined fire of grenade launchers and rifles as they approached within 100 meters. In a more level terrain, such a 4-legged troop might possess some striking force. Yet in this particular landscape, they were merely striding into a slaughterhouse. Under the intense life radiation, this humanoid cluster exhibited a certain surreal quality in combat, displaying remarkable vitality, capable of withstanding several bullets, and exhibiting a fearless demeanor towards death, continuing their charge even unto death. Indeed, this could have instilled fear in many from the bygone era. However, what transpired was even more extraordinary. This wonder, albeit akin to old wine in new bottles, initially appeared rather inscrutable. It marked the first instance in which Wei King's collective had categorized and standardized the information transmitted through telepathy during combat, thereby creating a practical system reminiscent of a language. For instance, in terms of tactical communication, Wei King's telepathy could directly facilitate the transmission of information, accurately conveying details regarding the spatial and temporal aspects of targets, as well as their specific characteristics, within a mere 0.003 seconds. Such pivotal information enabled another version of himself, also situated on the battlefield, to intuitively fill in the remaining details without the need for direct observation. Hence, within the shared three-dimensional perspective of Wei Kong, the minutiae of the environment were vividly apparent, most of which were not observed in real time, but rather formed through each individual's impressions gathered over several minutes, augmented by the critical target information that each Wei Kong was actively monitoring. This crucial data included moving adversaries and branches that could potentially impede their path. The speed of Wei King's collective was notably rapid, with objectives more distinctly defined, which bore significant implications. During combat, the synchronicity exhibited by Wei Kong in tactical coordination was fearsome. As Group A launched a grenade, Group B's bullets would strike precisely within half a meter of the evasive position, while Group C would initiate fire a second earlier, akin to a cat toy diverting attention, allowing the concealed Wei Kong 100 meters ahead to rise and deliver a fatal shot. Time again, Wei Kong made preemptive judgments based on the anticipations of another version of himself. This premonition could even extend several layers deep, forming a network of predictive insights. This was not merely an extraordinary individual. It represented a superlative synergy. Following the conclusion of this battle, Wei King's marksmanship had improved, and he increasingly sought the thrill of achieving distant headshots. Thus, even with reflexes akin to that of Spider-Man, under such coordinated observation and assault, one would inevitably meet their demise. Within the higher dimensional spatial bubble, the volume of information exchanged through Wei King's nodes had become sufficient to sustain a panoramic overview of the battlefield, while Bai Ling Lu kept a vigilant watch over the unfolding conflict. With comprehensive advantages in weaponry, tactics, and organization, what could they possibly use to contend against us? The girl, who had been observing the battlefield, grew increasingly exhilarated, immersing herself in the moment and speaking with newfound confidence. In a high-risk scenario, initiating with a novel approach, now advancing towards a straightforward victory, it was only natural for one to feel elated. Bai Ling Lu, in a display of pride, sought insights from her superiors regarding the current war records, inviting her elders to identify any shortcomings. The high-dimensional entities summoned by Ling Lu offered optimistic assessments of the situation concerning Pandora Wei Kong, while Wei Kong himself remained vigilant, aware that entities ensnared within his fiery web could unexpectedly transform, manifesting a second life and doubling their combat prowess. This genetic community encircled by Wei Kong represented the conjoined will of Yuqing and Dongting, embodying the essence of Qi Xingxuan after merging with the Dragon Blood Collective. Should the mission succeed, the two consciousnesses would separate, allowing Qi Xingxuan's residual will to coalesce and return to the Yuqing Collective. However, at this moment, Wei Kong discerned a certain cunning and flexibility within this community, leading him to confront them directly. Wei Kong believed that demonstrating utmost respect for a sentient adversary was crucial. Yet, this sentiment left the community feeling aggrieved, as they had come to assist to support from the periphery. Now, the wills of Yuqing could not fathom why they were chosen as the focal point for the outbreak of the entire campaign. After the Centaur assault on the Eastern Front faltered, Wei Kong had seized the high ground to effectively blockade the surrounding mountains. Furthermore, recognizing the disparity in combat capabilities, he audaciously initiated a complete encirclement, dividing 600 men into 5 operational squads to surround the nearly 6,000-strong genetic community from various directions. Yet within the encirclement, the community grew increasingly agitated, for they had observed that Wei King's life radiation had nearly doubled since the onset of hostilities. The cerebral communication among Wei King's minds was tremendously energy-intensive, consuming a substantial amount of resources, akin to devouring a palm-sized portion of jerky and a jug of water every hour. Though Wei King's overall life scale remained relatively weak, this sudden surge, doubling in intensity, exuded an aura of madness. Humanity, in pursuit of its objectives, often treads the path of destruction, obliterating others before facing self-annihilation. The logic of nuclear warfare in the 21st century illustrates this. If you threaten me with nuclear weapons, do not preach to me about the madness of nuclear conflict. If you act crazily, I shall match your insanity, perhaps even surpass it. As for the prospect of a hopeful future, I must first ensure my existence before contemplating everything else. At this juncture, Wei Kong emanated an apocalyptic aura. This demeanor, unnoticed by him, instilled a profound sense of dread within the genetic community of Yuqing. In the central forest, a creature with a human upper body and a serpentine lower half, adorned with numerous centipede-like appendages, consumed injured individuals to heal them. However, the energy expended on healing those who had suffered fatal wounds was immense. Among this community, a third comprised human forms, while the remainder consisted of half-beast, mid-level priests. The overwhelming burden of grievously injured units had monopolized all operational capacity, rendering strategic considerations obsolete. Originally weaker than Wei Kong, their decision-making capabilities had now been reduced to nothing. Employing infiltration tactics against infiltration, this required a contest of intelligence and the operational planning skills of various squads. Wei Kong utilized the collective intellect of his 600 minds to coordinate efforts against each target. He even delegated certain tasks to the Zheng family and their associates. As for the genetic community, how many minds could they effectively employ in this endeavor? Even if they possessed intellect, the lack of compatibility among their minds severely limited their communication capabilities. A military anecdote from the 21st century illustrates this. During a joint naval exercise between the United States and India, communication devolved to relying solely on flag signals, as the disparate Russian and American command systems could not effectively interface. Consequently, commanders were left to guess, often leading to simplistic coordination commands, and any attempts at complex maneuvers would result in collisions. Therefore, it cannot be said that Wei King's collective lacked diversity. They were all human, of average capability, devoid of extraordinary evolutionary traits, while Wei King's unified cerebral approach fully harnessed the advantages of collective cooperation. Returning to the topic, 3 hours later, these priests reached a remarkably simplistic strategic defensive decision to consolidate and continuously seek assistance from surrounding communities. The written report documenting this would not exceed 300 words. That was all there was to it. Chapter 41. The mountains and rivers in hand on October 3rd, at 8 in the morning, the campaign against the pseudo-genetic community commenced. Though the adversary had not developed the metal powder technology tree, their capability to launch explosive incendiaries via aerial projections necessitated the establishment of machine gun cover. This was a precautionary measure, allowing for rapid repositioning of weaponry in response to enemy fire. Subsequent developments in the conflict validated this foresight. Throughout the battlefield, I observed 6 elevated terrains controlled by the enemy, with traversable lowlands between them, providing 2 exit routes to the north and south. 3 of the high grounds exhibited remarkably weak defenses, prompting us to utilize a feigned assault tactic on 2 of these positions. The feigned assault required artillery support. With the collective awareness of our group, we conducted reconnaissance of the enemy's fortifications located 200 meters ahead. We communicated not only the coordinates of the enemy, but also calculated the ballistic trajectories based on our positions. The artillery team, in turn, made their own calculations from their vantage point. After swiftly verifying the minor discrepancies, we adjusted our strategies and opened fire. 3 artillery pieces delivered precise strikes during the second wave of bombardment, sending the lurking beasts tumbling amidst a cascade of stone debris. Following the artillery barrage, I reassessed the threat posed by the pseudo-genetic community, which had remained entrenched for 3 hours without constructing any defensive tunnels. The commanding officer on the opposing side, or rather, the conscious node entity, appeared to be mentally incapacitated. The feigned assault was merely a ruse. Despite our bombardment and the appearance of an impending charge at the base of the hill, we ultimately refrained from an all-out assault due to the absence of auxiliary tactical reserves. I reasoned that scaling the heights was arduous, and securing 1 or 2 elevations to establish fire control was sufficient. Our main force should retain ample stamina, ready to maneuver along the pathways and secure critical routes. 20 minutes into the feigned assault, our group initiated a genuine offensive on the 2 targeted high grounds. The enemy presence on these heights was minimal, and under the cover of machine gun fire, I advanced along the gentle slope without encountering any obstacles. Indeed, there were no impediments. As I charged up the slope, wherever my gaze fell, the machine guns transformed the landscape into a haze of blood and flesh. On these 2 heights, the meager troop of fewer than 600 simian-like defenders was quickly thrown into disarray as the trees ignited from the artillery strikes. 1 hour later, I captured these 2 elevated positions. 3 hours hence, the disassembled artillery was transported to the summit and reassembled. From this advantageous vantage point, I surveyed the entire area where the community was congregating in the valley below. At this juncture of the conflict, we had achieved absolute control. The north and south mountain pathways were sealed by machine gun teams deployed by my group, while the artillery maintained an overhead dominance. The humanoid genetic community was completely confined within a 10 square kilometer radius. They had failed to break out 3 hours prior and had been unable to defend the heights an hour ago. Now they found themselves trapped, akin to a stone trapped within a net. My artillery continued to fire relentlessly from the summits, and within this expanse, there was nowhere to hide. The valley became a slaughterhouse as shrapnel indiscriminately claimed the lives of numerous beasts, while the genetic clusters on the heights, immobilized and lacking defensive structures, were akin to a swarm of ants subjected to a deluge. Thus, this mountainous region became a purgatory of smoke and carnage for the genetic community. By 4 in the afternoon, my artillery had annihilated 4 sizable beast factions, leaving over 2,000 corpses strewn across the valleys, an authentic scene of carnage, devoid of any semblance of life. In the midst of this large-scale massacre, the surviving highest-ranking priestess of the Serpent Clan perhaps only then realized the dire predicament. In a final act of desperation, she commanded the remaining members of her community to charge towards the artillery positions, hoping to perish alongside a fraction of my forces. However, this slope became their final resting place. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only half of it remaining above the skyline. The slope was stained with dark blood and scattered corpses, reminiscent of insects splattered across the walls of a university dormitory. This community was utterly obliterated. At least in my perception, there was no trace of their existence remaining. With the completion of this military operation, it was time to regroup. That evening, I engaged in discussions with the Zung family, maneuvering my troops on the map to navigate back through the various communities. I pointed to a weaker community on the map, suggesting we strike back. On October 5th, my forces returned from the western flank of the enemy's stronghold in northern U, strategically avoiding the most formidable radiation zones within those genetic communities. Bai Linglu commented, "In truth, those communities were not particularly strong. Their tactical conservatism led them to avoid entanglements during their retreat. After all, he still had 18 wounded, none of whom had perished." The genetic community I targeted was not numerically weak, comprising over 4,000 individuals, albeit in a state of metamorphic transition. This transformation reflects a biological concept, akin to metamorphosis, where organisms such as tadpoles or caterpillars evolve into entirely different life forms, such as frogs or moths. This genetic community had just emerged from a damp reservoir area, predominantly retaining amphibious characteristics resembling axolotls. These formidable axolotls measured 5 meters in length. Possessing saber-toothed canine teeth and serrated shark-like teeth, their bodies slick and pitch black, resembling a crawling version of an alien creature. While these beings excelled in aquatic environments, their primitive forms were ill-suited for mountainous terrains. Currently, they were undergoing a transformation to adapt to their new surroundings, necessitating longer limbs and moisture-retentive skin akin to snakes. It was precisely due to this unique genetic transition state that many individuals remained dormant in developmental stages, thus exhibiting diminished life radiation. Consequently, I sought them out. On the morning of the 6th, my group traversed the territory of this community. The operational records of my unit only indicated passage through the area, without any mention of engagement. True engagement occurs only when both sides charge at each other, and without organized clusters on their part. It would be inappropriate for me to regard this as a battle. However, this does not imply that I refrained from firing during our passage. Mortars were set up to cover several regions with significant life radiation, executing a barrage akin to turning on lights at night, with swarms of mosquitoes outside the window, spraying insecticide in a sweeping motion. The incendiary rounds I launched ignited the forest within minutes, sending the local fauna into a frenzied escape. As the node entities fled, they remained clustered together, prompting a secondary artillery strike. In my awareness, the source of life radiation from the node entities ceased its movement and began to recede into the jungle, revealing charred trees stripped bare by the flames. As Wei Kong ventured into the jungle, he sensed the remnants of life radiating from the nearby node creatures. A few surviving beings from this community emerged from the ashes, attempting to launch an attack against him. However, their desperate charges only stirred up clouds of ash and had no effect, as the jungle lay scorched and barren. devoid of any cover. They were as futile as trying to halt the advance of a vehicle with puffed-up biscuits, crushed effortlessly beneath the wheels. The term Banggorubi aptly describes Wei King's passage through the charred jungle, as he pierced through the scattered remnants of the community. Yet, even after traversing the jungle, he found himself no closer to the node. Wei Kong, having no desire for curiosity, prioritized his task of retreating. As long as the node creature remained stationary, he would circumvent it by 500 meters. After bypassing, his artillerymen assessed the situation and decided to alleviate their burden by launching several explosive packages toward the node creature. With a resounding explosion, Wei Kong bade an enthusiastic farewell to the obstructive genetic community. On the 8th, Wei Kong returned to the supply point, exchanging injured personnel and replacing weaponry components. A complete insertion and withdrawal operation was thus accomplished. This was but the first of many. With a successful initial endeavor, there could be a second and a third, commanding a battalion of 600 against over 20 communities, each comprising at least 30,000 large entities. Wei Kong never anticipated resolving all in one battle. He acknowledged, the enemy is numerous and winter is long. There is no need to rush. Upon returning to the city, he replenished his resources, healing the injured, restocking ammunition, fuel, food, and medicine, preparing for another strike. On October 15th, Wei Kong launched another assault, this time targeting a particularly formidable community. By the 18th, he had infiltrated their rear, and on the 19th, his infantry regiment advanced under cannon fire, reaching the hideout of the node creature, a dilapidated factory ensconced in silken threads. As 20 kilograms of explosives were simultaneously deployed, the 18-meter-long node creature, resembling a bamboo worm, shattered into segments under the shockwave, struggling in flames for several moments. With the community's unified command incapacitated, they surged chaotically toward the pre-designated escape route, leading them into a trap. Ultimately, only 1/20th of the species managed to flee, and in this chaotic natural world, the remaining few would soon be devoured by other genetic communities. On the 20th, during the withdrawal of Wei King's combat camp, a small cluster was engulfed as they marched 60 kilometers south. By the 21st, they successfully evaded the northern genetic community and returned to their base. The third wave of infiltration commenced on October 25th and concluded with a return on November 2nd. The fourth wave began on November 8th and wrapped up on the 15th. Following this, the fifth and sixth waves were executed. Averaging 2 incursions per month, they would plunge into the genetic community, wreaking havoc before retreating, and then re-entering to repeat the cycle. Each round trip took merely a week. After mid-November, the southern genetic community lost its momentum for advancement, becoming akin to a reflexive mass, depleted of its adaptive capacity under Wei King's relentless stimulation, growing weary and even fearful. For amidst this relentless conflict, Wei King's community sustained no substantial damage, maintaining a constant state, which instilled in the northern community a vague sense of facing an invincible foe. On December 4th, upon concluding the sixth incursion, the roar of tractors sent all nearby creatures scuttling into their burrows. After traversing the wooded hills, Wei Kong sensed a shift. Increasingly aware of the flora surrounding him, Zhang Jiakon, following Wei King's gaze, initially noticed nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, the trees appeared to be shifting their leaves, as if evading an unseen threat. Zhang Jiakon inquired of Wei Kong, "Is there danger here?" Wei Kong shook his head. "There is no danger, merely the brutality of war." Within Wei King's growing perception of life, a portion began to extend into the forest. The fundamental producers within these ecosystems captured his attention. In the third phase of conflict, each of Wei King's incursions was marked by swift assaults, leaving vast areas of the battlefield scorched earth in the wake of artillery bombardments. While waging war against the genetic communities, Wei Kong inadvertently decimated more plant life than he intended. Throughout the battles, his focus had been primarily on eliminating the enemy's mobile forces, dismissing the flora. Yet, every animal genetic community that occupied the area maintained a symbiotic relationship with the local plant life. This vital connection was repeatedly severed by Wei King's actions. The plant genetic communities began transmitting signals to Wei Kong, receiving his genetic radiation. A minuscule fraction of chlorophyll in certain organisms exhibited proteins akin to Wei King's photoreceptive cells. Moreover, the electrolytic control within the plants displayed bioelectrical frequencies matching those of Wei King's neural cells. Presently, These subtle changes yield no significant impact. However, according to system projections, once the hostile genetic communities vacate and Wei Kong becomes the sole inhabitant, the trend suggests he may glean faint perceptions through the jungle. These perceptions would be exceedingly feeble, so much so that the sensory input from any singular plant would be negligible. Such awareness would never escalate to the level of pain. Plants lack the complexity to convey signals to genetic node species, merely relaying the collective energy of their ecosystem to the apex of the food chain, thus regulating herbivore and carnivore populations sustainably. Initially, these plants favored species with potent life radiation, of which Wei Kong was not their first choice. Yet through the ravages of war, the vitality of these once mighty species was increasingly shaken by Wei Kang's consistent emanation of life radiation, which remained stable. If one were to employ anthropomorphism, it might seem that the forest trees began to yield to Wei Kong. However, such interpretations are misleading. The anthropomorphic perspective is a cognitive function of the human brain attempting to understand its peers. Plants lack emotional organs. They merely act on instinct, akin to a paramecium, evading harm and seeking benefit. As the life radiation of other animal communities in the region mutated and destabilized under ceaseless assault, Wei Kang's genetic makeup remained fundamentally unchanged. Consequently, as the plants absorbed the life radiation information from the ecological apex, the accumulation of Wei Kang's information surged. This phenomenon is quite objective. Standing atop a tractor, Wei Kong dramatically extended his palm toward the expansive landscape, as if to command the vast jungle. Yet under Zhang Jiakan's watchful gaze, nothing transpired. Perhaps something did occur, but it bore no significance. Wei Kong merely urged the roots of the trees to unfurl slightly, and that was all he could achieve. Chapter 42. The Brutal Community. The concluding phase of the third stage of conflict proved exceedingly mundane. The southern genetic communities found themselves at an impasse. Should they cluster together? Their lack of modern logistics and the scarcity of food and water in their location would further impede their movements. If they were to disperse more widely, they would be swiftly obliterated by Wei Kong. To maintain the status quo, these collective groups are now in a state of chaotic retreat. It is as mundane as the self-rescue attempts of human city-states witnessed by the traversers of the main world along various timelines. In those timelines, humanity resisted after Pandora engulfed the globe, with each instance involving one or two individuals or perhaps a small group, pushing the remnants of the past to their limits with fervent hearts, even surpassing former thresholds, instilling ephemeral hope in others. Yet ultimately, they found themselves powerless against the inexorable future. This repetitive cycle has rendered the essence of life increasingly insipid, while the stench of decay grows ever more pungent. Life craves breakthroughs. The struggle for survival is a valiant endeavor to explore all possibilities, not the futile exertions of characters from dark 21st century anime. After Wei King's seventh incursion concluded, he returned unscathed, fully equipped, and fortuitously passed by Jian City. As he observed the mist swirling around the outer walls, he perceived the desolate existence of the city's inhabitants, devoid of vitality. Wei Kong pondered, is death truly unacceptable? The crux lies in maintaining hope. For some, death weighs lightly, while for others, it bears the heft of a mountain. 3 days after Wei King's legion returned, a convoy of tractors from the Pearl River Delta arrived at the foot of Jian City for a commercial trade. By the war's end, the number of local humans accompanying Wei Kong in support roles had reached 347. To guard against potential genetic radiation contamination, they had predominantly injected Wei King's blood. Contrary to expectations, there were no adverse side effects. None transformed into beings akin to Wei Kong, nor did their minds fall under his control. An increasing number of locals began to be influenced by the phenomenon of group conformity. The audacious youths, eager to wield firearms and roam freely across the land, opted to try an injection. However, Wei Kong, due to insufficient self-production, began to impose a quota on blood supply. As he tightened the flow of his blood, it inadvertently sparked a trend of pursuit, leaving Wei Kong bemused. On December 11th, year 134 of the Pandora era, the morning sun illuminated the dewdrops on the city walls, casting a crystalline sheen. The tractor convoy from the south halted at the outer perimeter of the walls, commencing the unloading of goods for entry into the city. Yet, the trading team from the Pearl River was not entirely granted access within the walls. The trade leader, Zhang Jiakan, returned to his homeland with great enthusiasm, anticipating a hero's welcome. However, merely hours after entering the Iron Gates, he emerged from the Gray City, the excitement of his return having dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of loss. Within the city, he felt the weight of numerous gazes scrutinizing him as an outsider. This once passionate young man was bewildered, despite risking dissolution by the genetic collective to save this city. Those who had once commanded him and praised his courage now whispered behind his back, branding him a slave under the mental control of the southern entities. Zhang Jiakhan longed to shout at them. Have you forgotten the deathly pressure imposed by the genetic collective? His inner cry went unheard by the citizens of Jian. Yet Wei Kong perceived it. Indeed, this was the first anomaly Wei Kong could ascertain following the blood injection. The Wei Kong collective took this matter seriously. It proved that other individuals and himself, Wei Kong, exist within the same life field, still subject to special influence effects. Zhang Jiakhan may not have been the first, for prior to this, he had often overheard the fervent psychological activities of others. Yet at that time, Wei Kong could not confirm whether it was mere hallucination. Now certainty prevailed. Of course, Wei Kong could not hear every thought. Some instinctual, trivial musings, such as whether to eat fish or eggs today, were never within his auditory reach. This was not an act of skill. Wei Kong could only perceive the complex emotions of certain individuals when they became particularly tumultuous and uncontrollable. Currently, this phenomenon might be an effect of the convergence of biological community nodes. Unbeknownst to Wei Kong, in the high-dimensional space bubble, Bai Ling Lu had already documented such occurrences as the formation of human genetic communities, drawing parallels between Wei Kong and various elements of traditional biological nodes in this world. Following this event, Wei Kong, engaged in his dimensional tasks, became increasingly attentive to whether his internal dialogues could be perceived by others. Of course, this was not the case. Bai Ling Lu clarified in her reports that the information processing capabilities of node organisms surpass those of other individuals. While the information relationships within the Wei Kong collective are regional, they serve as a center in relation to newly integrated exterior individuals. Zhang Jiakhan and other peripheral individuals lack the central information processing abilities of the Wei Kong collective. Thus, they remain oblivious to the complexities of Wei Kong's psychological activities. Wei Kong, outwardly indifferent, discreetly tested this situation with individuals from the native realm, confirming that the collective information among his kind would not leak. Consequently, he subtly concealed his ability to read minds from others. Despite his efforts to hide, he still pondered upon the words he had overheard. In response to Zhang Jiakhan's fervent question regarding Jian City, Wei Kong felt a deep sense of empathy. Wei Kong mused, those in the city, perched high above, articulating their sentiments through literature, indeed possess a shallow understanding of this war. Positioned within the leadership ranks, they can repeatedly cast aside insignificant individuals as sacrificial fodder. Yet you, Zhang Jiakhan, bravely embrace the storm. They feel no gratitude for your sacrifices and wish to avoid the guilt of being regarded as base. Thus, they deliberately perceive you as an emotionless tool, a mere societal facade. However, despite formulating his thoughts, Wei Kong refrained from voicing them to Zhang Jiakhan. Wei Kong was unaccustomed to preaching, for preaching equates to a promise. Therefore, this response served as a self-reminder, prompting him on how to address the inquiries of individuals like Zhang Jiakhan through tangible actions. Shortly thereafter, a group of injured individuals was escorted out of Jian City by representatives from the Pearl River Gathering. These numb and bewildered individuals were mere expendables from the recent defensive skirmish. Their bodies, ravaged by extensive genetic radiation, bore patches of fur, and some had even lost portions of their human nerve function, resulting in claw-like hands. Consequently, they were met with disdain from all within the city, reviled for their abnormal life phenomena that threatened others' well-being. To be frank, they were exceedingly unattractive. Had Wei Kong encountered them without any prior context, he would have undoubtedly circumvented them, as one would avoid a foul-smelling beggar on the street. Nonetheless, upon quietly reflecting, Wei Kong concluded that they deserved to live, and he should extend a hand to assist them. As the upper echelons of Jian City stood atop their towers, confirming that the surrounding mist had dissipated and the traces of beasts had vanished, the security crisis was averted. They hurried to the city's ancestral hall to express gratitude for ancestral protection. when the Pearl River trade delegation proposed a labor transfer to offset the costs of this rescue, indicating a willingness to include some of the genetically altered injured. The ruling council of Jian City hastily expelled over 4,000 mutants from confines. Those afflicted with severe mutations were cast out of the city, and upon hearing that they were to be delivered to the likes of Wei Kung, a monstrous entity, they were engulfed in profound panic. In their despair, the symbiotic microbial communities within them detached from their nuclei, transforming into viruses that precipitated widespread coughing and gastrointestinal distress. Regarding this matter, Wei Kung sighed. Whenever such mass hysteria emerged in human society, it often necessitated the solace of religion to fill the void within. Before Wei Kung lay an opportunity to ascend to divinity. Yet his heart resisted this notion. He dispatched a work group from his cluster to engage with these individuals, conversing with them. He narrated stories to 10-year-old children, recounted tales of idioms, and depicted the lives of humanity before the Great Cataclysm. He spoke with women, inquiring about mending clothes and whether they required sewing machines. With men, he discussed agriculture, emphasizing that food could grow from the soil and that houses could be constructed from bricks, asserting that ailments could indeed be cured. By the time they returned to the temporary settlement by the Zhujiang River, the emotions of the 4,000 individuals had largely stabilized. They raised no objections to the life radiation treatment involving Wei King's blood, and the previous wariness fostered by propaganda in Jian City regarding Wei King's alien nature began to dissipate. In the city-states, the injection of blood was entirely commonplace, a standard defense against external life radiation. In Jian City, if an individual succumbed to the taint of demonic essence, genetic pollution, they could be treated. The outcast individuals yearned for such healing. After days of dialogue, Wei Kung gradually alleviated their aversion, guiding them to accept his treatment. When he proposed a treatment plan, a flicker of hesitation crossed their faces. Yet ultimately, one by one, they begrudgingly filled out the list. How to treat the slight effects of genetic radiation caused by species chaos in Jian City. The solution lay in injecting the blood of 100 normal individuals. However, in the marketplace, the cost for each unit of normal blood amounted to 100 coins. Yes, the same nickel used in the civilized era. When capital assisted feudal governance, the survival rights of the lower classes were not afforded the care of public services. Desperate and wishing to survive, they reluctantly accepted options they would have previously rejected. This was akin to choosing to consume kaolin during a famine. On December 31st, 134 of the Pandora era, 1 week after the resettlement of the migrant from Jian City, Wei Kung began to extract blood and inject it into the 4,000 individuals, resulting in a temporary reduction of his life radiation by 1%. However, recovery ensued within days. After extracting 1 vial of blood, Wei Kung experienced approximately 5 days of discomfort, while for the 4,000 individuals, it was akin to rebirth. The mutants observed that the injection of Wei King's blood yielded visibly remarkable results. Animal hair fell from their skin, and some individuals' tailbones retracted, leading to disfigurement. The sharp teeth protruding from their lips were removed, only to begin regrowing normal teeth days later. Of course, after a month, none would resemble Wei Kung. Yet this genetic infusion instilled in Wei Kung a serious concern regarding certain transformations. Wei Kung contemplated, if this situation evolved into a form of genetic community, it would create inner and outer circles. The inner circle would consist of his own group, while the outer circle would encompass those humans beginning to communicate with his genes. Such assimilation could offer numerous advantages, yet Wei Kung remained wary of potential drawbacks. As a species, humanity should possess a degree of diversity. At this moment, Wei Kung was reluctant to allow everyone to become like him. Wei Kung queried the system. Is this scenario possible? The system responded, your genetic community effect is already in the phase of radiation, and a multitude of other species has been cleared from your vicinity. As the apex species in the food chain, ecological resources have begun to fall under the control of a single species, leading to a resonance formed under the genetic activities of that species. You are undoubtedly the core, and the injection of your blood merely accelerates this process. Wei King asked, is that so? What about the drawbacks? The system replied, there are no drawbacks. As long as the community expands sufficiently, mutations will always exist. You need not worry about the genetic diversity of humanity, for apart from you, the cohesion of humanity will never allow genes to converge to the extent of resembling a clone cluster. Nevertheless, Wei Kong posed a more troubling question. Will my life radiation field evolve to a higher degree, subsequently influencing the surrounding human groups? A troubling thought arose within Wei Kong. Today, he could hear the thoughts of certain individuals. Would there come a day when he could unilaterally transmit information to others? Or, in the distant future, directly control their thoughts and wills? After a few seconds of processing, the system's reply was that data was insufficient. Indeed, data was lacking. Yet there are references in this world. However, Bai Linglu would not reveal this malignant reference to Wei Kong. In the northern city of Yuqing, the mighty Yangtze River continued to surge against the encroaching vines. Amidst the vividly three-dimensional mountainous cityscape, a large head, suspended from the apex of a towering tree, once again turned. This colossal head, at the summit of the radiant tower, was connected to all the rituals. At the top of this skyscraper, the tiled floor remained. It was adorned with green veins resembling blood vessels. Every inch was meticulously cleaned, leading one to ponder that the proprietor of this place must possess a penchant for cleanliness. Each priest here had a seat constructed from vines, yet no one dared to sit, for the mood of the Supreme Spirit did not permit such audacity. The Supreme Spirit declared, "The battle in the south has concluded. Qi Shengshuan is dead." From a human perspective, Qi Shengshuan had perished after being consumed, his brain and thoughts reshuffled. However, within the community, there existed no notion of emotional consciousness. All belonged to the matriarch. Only genes could represent the self. The disappearance of Qi Shengshuan's genetic influence signified the complete annihilation of a branch of the Supreme Spirit. At the far end, a priest with hands crossed reverently reported, "The dragon blood of Dongting Lake suffered severe setbacks during this southern expedition. Supreme Spirit, may I inquire, do you wish to consolidate this incompetent rabble?" Genetic communities have always been in conflict. For instance, the community expelled by Wei Kong during the second phase in Guangdong ascended north to Xiang, only to be entirely devoured by the Dongting community. Now, the Dongting community's retreat has nearly led to their annihilation at Wei Kong's hands, with only 1/5 of their life forms returning. However, the node organisms were repeatedly destroyed, leaving only a mere 10% of life radiation intact, a true calamity. Thus, this presents a favorable opportunity for the Yuqing community to assimilate. Yet, the Supreme Spirit chose not to prioritize this topic, instead continuing with her unfinished inquiry. The Supreme Spirit asked, "What exactly lies in the south near the sea?" She persisted in questioning her recent priests, and at that moment, the anxiety of this colossal head began to permeate the priests. The dialogue continued, but a few vines subtly emerged in the hall, dragging several priests into the cavern within the great tree, where their thoughts and consciousness were consumed by the Supreme Spirit. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. It was akin to swallowing a few loaves of bread, akin to a bored human conversing with their bread while eating. The priests, resembling small loaves, displayed no fear, accepting the normality of being devoured if they served no other purpose. Such a scene, so mundane, such comprehension is enough to instill terror in the hearts of those dwelling in the age of civilization. Thus, they are not human and have never regarded the inhabitants of the city-state as their kind. Long Shimin expressed, "My mistress, I still wish to venture there." The spirit replied, "You? Do you believe you can still communicate with him? Alas, he is exceedingly cruel." Long Shimin countered, "He inherits the most savage male genes among humanity, possessing a tendency for destruction. Nevertheless, he may harbor certain desires." The spirit pondered for a moment, and a flower bud with a diameter of 5 meters extended from the colossal tree, enveloping Long Shimin. During the process of the petals closing, inner spikes emerged. Piercing Long Shimin in being. No blood gushed forth, yet the flesh fused as the bud completely contracted. The spirit placed the flower back atop a branch 50 meters away, entwined around the great tree's trunk. The spirit declared, "She will emerge in 50 days. Now, let's discuss the Dongting community. I no longer wish to share a river with these creatures adorned with fur, scales, and horns." Chapter 43. The arrangements of the Bureau in the year 2435, as spring commenced, the third conflict had essentially concluded. The cluster led by Wei Kong retreated southward, and with the end of war came a desire for relaxation. However, having adapted to the chaos of battle, humanity developed a craving for stimulation. The northern winds had turned from bitter to mild, and flocks of migratory birds began to gather. Yet, Encountering Wei Kong, who had liberated himself from the constraints of the rules, was a bit troublesome, akin to a physician secretly consuming glucose, which might irritate some individuals. Under the pretense of replenishing protein, Wei Kong secured quadruple safety ropes on certain individuals before descending the cliff for collection. This act, if judged by the standards of the 21st century, would be deemed illegal. A court would impose a 5-year sentence and hefty fines, while benevolent and righteous environmental volunteers would condemn it as madness deserving of being cast into the sea. Wei Kong had already predetermined the collection targets within the pre-marked grid areas on the cliff, while it was unrealistic to gather everything. Missing more than 3 nests would signify a failure on his part. Wei Kong and his companions descended via ropes, sending basket after basket upward. After exhausting one area, they proceeded to the next. The baskets brimmed with protein, rich in amino acids absent from plant-based protein crops like soybeans. Despite numerous birds attempting to impede their efforts, some even regurgitating acidic substances and pecking at them, Wei Kong had meticulously prepared for encounters with pterosaurs on the cliff. Once the stakes were in place, 3 individuals descended together, each armed with iron wire, ready to ensnare any creature that dared to defile them. The 2 companions wielded large nets, capturing the wings of the offenders and hoisting them up as one would a hen, binding them before sending them aloft. After 5 days of toil, the avian population in this cliff region was eradicated, prompting Wei Kong to shift to another cliff. Wei King's mindset remained entirely rational. I do not wish to engage in such turmoil, yet what choice do I have when chickens, ducks, and geese have become extinct in this age? Otherwise, poultry and livestock would be far more delectable. It is unnecessary to employ modern civilization to resolve the meat, egg, and milk issues of a particular group, nor should we constrain their survival actions with concepts birthed from modernity. In the northern regions, Wei Kong had refurbished the chicken coop, ensuring all birds were stripped of their feathers. Adhering to the standard of grouping them as if they were part of the same family, he insisted, a family must be orderly. The hens had their wings clipped for egg-laying, while the roosters were dispatched via throat-slitting, with a bowl of brine catching the blood, followed by scalding water to remove feathers. By the creek, the white feathers floated upon the green water, and the red palms stirred the clear waves. As oil was spread on the iron griddle, fragrant with cumin and chili, the rear ends of the birds were chopped off to feed the cats, while the remaining parts were marinated and cooked. Seasoned with oil and spices, the roasted bird meat graced Wei King's dining table that evening. With a larger share offered to the laborers, Wei Kong remained vigilant against potential discord. As for the flavor of the bird meat, Wei Kong, while picking his teeth, remarked, "The meat is too tough, not tender at all. It can only be sliced for grilling. Stewing renders it akin to rubber, and grilling turns it to dry twigs. I shall never consume wild game again. However, the eggs are quite delightful." While Wei Kong was engrossed in evaluating the palatability of the bird meat and contemplating how to maintain the cat's predatory instincts for catching more rodents and snakes, as well as whether the brine on the beach could crystallize naturally under the nightly temperature variations, the Bai-Ling Lu inspector in the corresponding spatial bubble was exceedingly displeased with the rectification plan issued from above. Upon altering the backdrop of the deep-sea corals in the spatial bubble to that of withered vines and old trees under a dusky crow, Bai-Ling Lu exclaimed, "Why? This area was developed by me first." The chief inspector Bai Hongqian replied coolly, "For no reason, in the realm of dimensional warfare. The highest operational center has the authority to requisition all resources and manpower." Bai-Ling Lu protested, but only to be interrupted. Bai Hongqian stated, "There are no buts, Bai-Ling Lu. Do you comply, or do you not?" In the spatial realm, Bai-Ling Lu contemplated for a long while before lifting her head defiantly and declaring, "I accept, but I must voice my opinion." Bai Hongqian responded, "Very well, speak. I shall record it." Her demeanor was one of cold professionalism, as she noted, "You may express your thoughts, and I will relay them, though there is no guarantee they will be heeded." Bai-Ling Lu asserted, "This current traversal possesses immense randomness, an element of chance inherent in the nature of the traveler, coupled with the initial unfamiliarity with the situation and the exploration in a novice form. Such randomness is irreplicable. If this journey is abandoned midway, it will be exceedingly difficult to find a similar traveler again. I do not deny that the Time-Space Center could summon a high-ranking individual to practice this model. However, can this model sustain conscious proliferation? And does such sustained consciousness possess sustainability and longevity? As per my current records, he arrived merely as a civilian, the most ordinary initial civilian, yet now every individual present is of a lower officer rank. The overall scale is hard to estimate. Even with a minimum fusion rate of 10%, Wei King's emergence of willpower is substantial, and he continues to grow, both in terms of tasks and his development. It is imperative to seize the moment. Bai Linglu emphasized her thoughts. Bai Hengqian remained indifferent. He shows no necessity to pursue further tasks, and, as far as I know, your proliferation equipment has not been exchanged. Bai Linglu replied, what he intends to do is never revealed up front. He may not require the proliferation equipment now, but I am confident I can convince him to accept my proposal. Bai Hengqian scoffed. How will you persuade him? Deceive him? A civilian traveler dissatisfied with high-risk tasks can only serve in a supportive role. We will mobilize others to continue this mission. You must comply with the assignment. Bai Hengqian found amusement in the situation, wishing to make her point clear. The reason for your replacement stemmed from your erroneous methods and mindset. Bai Hengqian refrained from being so direct, as she represented the official stance, and all dialogues in the inspector's work process must be documented. Any slip could lead to incrimination in the records, thus explaining why she had been assigned to this task. If someone else were to take over, Bai Linglu would leave behind substantial evidence during their dialogue. Bai Linglu argued, if it were someone else, it would be better to abandon the effort entirely and seal off this dimensional time node rather than seek a replacement. If you wish to develop this dimension, you ought to reopen a new timeline instead of relying on an incomplete one. Bai Linglu's implication was clear. Let this current opening await Wei King's return rather than advancing while he is absent from this timeline. However, this is an impossibility. The current multiversal war has intensified, and it is imperative to preserve a high-velocity temporal arrival point. The Department of Time and Space intends to utilize the experiences provided by Wei Kong to reopen this dimension. Yet it will not forsake the historical narrative that Wei Kong has established. After all, Wei Kong has secured a vast territory of 50,000 square kilometers in this realm, being the first to achieve stable management as a traveler within this dimension. This historical line now generates a stable output, sufficient for the high temporal disparity effects to manifest effectively. Nevertheless, the Federation will certainly not relinquish this secure temporal and spatial foothold. Following Wei King's departure, they will assign new travelers to branch out into multiple historical lines. Moreover, at present, demand for upper-ranking officers and sergeants in a war exceeds supply. The Time and Space Management Bureau can only reopen the timeline with travelers of the rank of non-commissioned officers, and even with the data provided by Wei King's explorations, it remains inadequate after merely 2 years. What if they fail to reopen successfully? Thus, to maintain the stability of the dimension's arrival point, it is essential to continue building upon Wei King's explorations. Furthermore, preparations for large-scale development must commence, using the point in time following Wei King's departure as the beginning for new travelers, thereby generating numerous timelines to ensure full utilization of this high-velocity world during wartime. Yet, in Bai Linglu's eyes, the upper echelons of the Time and Space Management Bureau may not have considered a crucial aspect. On the timelines reopened after Wei Kong, all other travelers will find it impossible to continue expanding within this world. Eventually, they will need Wei Kong to return and open up this realm. Over the past few days, Bai Linglu has gained a reasonable understanding of Wei King's character. She realizes that if he departs midway, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to return to this dimension. Bai Linglu observes that this individual is quite reserved. Reopening? His, Wei King's, current model appears strong. But have you considered that during the initial development, one must expend 3,000 to 4,000 times the informational enthalpy of a civilian level? Furthermore, initial equipment is scarce, and there is a high likelihood of incurring a certain casualty ratio. When the casualty ratio exceeds 10%, most individuals will collapse. If you cannot reopen, in the end, you will still have to rely on the timeline he has established for subsequent development. According to the dimensional rules discovered in the main world, if a timeline's subsequent history has been extensively altered, the temporal expansion will cause the entire temporal speed to slow down relative to the main world. This expansion is not uniform. The expansion effect has the weakest influence on parallel timelines. For instance, on the timeline adjacent to the Shenzhou dimension, significant shuttling has occurred, causing the time ratio between Shinjo and the main world to decrease from 1 to 9, 81. However, at the upstream origin of numerous branching timelines, the expansion is most severe. If one wishes to return to the original point in time, the temporal flow relative to the main world will not be merely a few hundred to one. If the Time and Space Management Bureau is to reopen multiple parallel points in the Pandora dimension based on Wei King's experience, and if each timeline can persist, Bai Ling Lu would not object. However, she understands that the upper management of the Time and Space Bureau is unlikely to succeed on other timelines. They can only develop along Wei King's timeline. Consequently, the temporal expansion effect at the original point when Wei Kung departs will be substantial. If that is the case, Wei King's return to this point in time could take a decade in the main world. The process of traversing will be exceedingly convoluted due to the vast amounts of burgeoning space-time to navigate. This means that if Wei Kung leaves this timeline now, the newly dispatched travelers from the Time and Space Bureau will not have fully unleashed the transformative potential of this dimension, necessitating Wei King's return, which would come at a great cost. The process for Wei Kung to return to this original point in time will require nearly a decade relative to the main world. After 2 years of collaboration with Wei Kung, Bai Ling Lu has developed a strong intuition. She does not trust any traveler outside of Wei Kung to sustainably develop this dimension. Therefore, she stubbornly refuses to let him go unless the subsequent timeline of her and Wei King's journey is not open to other travelers. As a supervisor, Bai Ling Lu is acutely aware of the long-term value of the dimension she oversees. Yet, she cannot oppose her aunt, who is also her superior, who has compelled her to sign an acknowledgement. On the coast, Wei Kung has established a lighthouse, with him and a plump cat perched atop it. The purpose for constructing this lighthouse is due to a message from the system. The dimensional support has arrived, and once it does, the time until his departure from this world will draw near. Meanwhile, as Wei Kung relishes in industrial production within this dimension, the system, Bai Ling Lu, sees the opportunity to inquire whether he feels any attachment to this world. Well, attachment is quite absurd. Wei Kung immediately denied it in his heart, while softly explaining, this dimension is filled with mushrooms, flies, and all manner of grotesque monsters. Every day is filled with tedious tasks. It's utterly exhausting. Wei Kung truly wishes to return. He longs to return to the main world, recline in his otaku room, pop open a bottle of soda, tear into a packet of crab meat sticks, don immersive goggles, and relax in a movie-wobbling chair for 2 days, no, a whole week. Ding! Just as Wei Kung is fantasizing about how to enjoy his return, the system interface flickers once more. It presents knowledge pertaining to the dimensional framework. During this idle time in the dimension, the system has been persistently popping up this information, supplementing Wei Kung with essential knowledge about dimensional explorations. The rationale is that the Time and Space Management Bureau is currently in dire need of personnel amidst the dimensional war, thus striving to mobilize and educate potential recruits. At present, as the 2 major technological conglomerates on Earth engage in fierce competition across various dimensions, they have also begun to explore conditions in the space-time realms beyond Earth. In his leisure, Wei Kung opens and peruses these exploratory discoveries. The main world of Earth, the only true realm in the multiverse. Such an exaggerated title evokes a sense of nostalgia for the smartphone news notifications of the 21st century. Nonetheless, there are criteria for assessing his learning, compelling Wei Kung to delve deeper. In contrast to other dimensions, the observable fundamental particles in the main world are the most concise and stable among all known dimensions. The material framework of the main world is so stable that it resembles a house with densely laid bricks and tiles, leaving virtually no gaps. This is its most significant characteristic. The phenomenon of consciousness manifests through the fissures in the particle physics rules of this dimension. The energy level of human consciousness in the main world is minuscule compared to other phenomena. So much so that humanity has historically regarded the nebulous information occasionally encountered in dreams as mere superstition, without any concern for its existence in reality. Even idealism, rooted in the ancient philosopher's assertion, I think, therefore I am, is but electronic transmission. The energy of consciousness phenomena contrasts with this, akin to a fish swimming in a vast ocean. For most individuals, their consciousness within their cognitive ocean barely stirs the waters, leading to procrastination, intermittent efforts, and a sense of complacency upon grasping a modicum of understanding. When faced with difficulties, they tend to overlook them, seeking possible shortcuts to innovation. These are clear manifestations of the ordinary consciousness's inability to govern thought. The physical phenomena of consciousness in the main world are so negligible in relation to macroscopic phenomena that Earth's life force has undergone billions of years of evolution before developing nerves, hands, tools, and other means to interact with the world. In contrast, within other dimensions, the physical laws permit a far more lenient foundation for the will of life. Consciousness can directly influence these foundational elements, resulting in a cognitive link that enables thoughts to manifest macrocosmic phenomena. It is akin to the sentiment of "I think the mountain will collapse. The mountain yields to my heart." Relatively speaking, the pace of evolutionary development in these dimensions significantly surpasses that of the main world, with substantial biological changes occurring in mere thousands of years rather than the billions typically required. However, while the loosened foundations allow life to emerge, they do not offer stability for life to thrive upon. The wisdom of Earth has endured a grueling 4 billion years of evolution, establishing a robust foundation for material accumulation after the emergence of civilization in this primary world. Materials with immutable attributes persisting for over 100 million years are ubiquitous in the main world. When materials are not subject to the whims of consciousness, it becomes possible to utilize the objective material conditions of this world to amass knowledge through the ages. Supercomputers, constructed from commonplace materials on Earth, perform vast and intricate calculations, exemplifying the triumph of a materialistic framework that remains unaffected by any individual's prayers, curses, or rituals, thus ensuring the integrity of computational outcomes. In certain dimensions, however, even calculations conducted by differential machines may yield disparate results under unconscious societal influences, as their gears unpredictably slip. Humanity on Earth can embrace materialism, whereas the necessity for idealism primarily manifests in long-term planning. Should short-term whims of a select few alter the outcomes of other sustained and objective endeavors, one could well say, in the vernacular of Earth, that's downright spooky. Due to this inherent characteristic, Earth can reliably preserve a vast array of completed results, continually accumulating experience. Moreover, humans on Earth, bound by physical laws, exhibit a resilience in their cognitive development that often surpasses that of life forms from other dimensions with similar complexities of thought. Thus, Earthlings, you must carry yourselves with confidence. The system's dissemination of knowledge concludes here. Embracing a plump cat and gazing vacantly at the turbulent sea, Wei Kung pondered, "Why do I feel as though I am being educated?" Chapter 44. Dimensional Passage in the Pandora Dimension. During March, Wei Kung, stationed at the lighthouse, stood with a corpulent cat, gazing out at the sea. The yearning in Wei Kung's eyes mirrored that of a CEO who, having endured 6 months of hardship in the mountains, awaited a vehicle by the kiln with unwavering hope. He believed this longing epitomized his innocent desire for return, completely oblivious to the fact that his observer's small canine teeth were nearly biting into her lip out of exasperation. The spatial bubble white spirit deer remarked, "Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Such a waste of my discerning eye." As no vessel had yet arrived, Wei Kung relocated the cat from the windowsill to the rooftop, beginning to record the day's task log whilst accessing the system. Following the conclusion of his current assignment, the system unveiled a series of revelations, allowing Wei Kung to comprehend for the first time that the memories of his previous incarnation had been preserved. Had he discovered this immediately after his demise, it would have undoubtedly brought him immense joy. However, after 3 years of existence, he felt rather indifferent. He had grasped the thoughts of his deceased self and found no guilt regarding the actions he took during his 2 years of life when confronted with the memory of his former self. He could face the future without burden. Wei Kung inquired, "Upon my return, will all my thoughts and memories merge once more?" The system responded, "Indeed, during the merging process, some of your memories may not integrate seamlessly, potentially resulting in loss. However, they will all be recorded in the system, and your consciousness will unite entirely during this process." Contemplating this incompatibility of memories, Wei Kung scrutinized each aspect of his consciousness and confirmed that he bore no significant self-rejection. All facets of his being appeared amenable to reintegration. Minor uncertainties might arise, Yet Wei Kong and his counterparts acknowledged that this aspect lacked definitive answers and could be categorized as unknown. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his arms toward the distant sun, performing a gentle exercise. There should be no issues. By the way, observer, thank you. It has been a pleasant collaboration. Moments later, the system's observer replied, "May I inquire if you wish to preserve this temporal point?" From Wei King's perspective, a temporal icon materialized, marking multiple timelines, with the origin of all timelines, specifically the moment following his departure, highlighted. Wei Kung asked, "Preserve?" The system replied, "You may calibrate for your next traversal." Wei Kung asserted, "Absolutely not. I shall not return." The system continued, "This dimension remains classified as high risk, and you have already addressed the majority of threats. Should you choose to preserve this dimension, upon your future return, it will still count towards your exploration of high-risk dimensions. Your potential will soon elevate beyond civilian rank, and as a knight or noble, you will require a record of high-risk assignments as part of your essential qualifications." Upon hearing this, Wei Kung pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, after the war concludes, will I be able to transition to another role?" At this point, White Spirit Deer within the spatial bubble perked up, sensing clarity and direction, and began to input information rapidly. The system stated, "Except in cases of severe injury, traversers must adhere to positional regulations. As for you, based on the latest consciousness assessment, your individual state is exceptionally healthy. Oh, I wish you enduring health." Subsequently, sensing the inadequacy of the threat, the system issued a penalty for desertion. Failure to comply with traversal orders will result in the forfeiture of all health insurance and social welfare, which currently includes regenerative surgery. Post-memory regeneration, memory may be lost. Thus, social welfare encompasses societal re-education. That 200 yuan per month for your bachelor's accommodation is not without its justifications. Wei Kong's expression grew complex as he hesitated before further inquiring. Is it necessary for traversers to ascend in rank before approaching high-risk dimensions? The 10,000-degree engine promptly provided an answer. Active temporal traversers must comply with organizational regulations and may not violate military orders issued by the Supreme Temporal Planning Department for any reason. Wei Kong remained unaware that the Supreme Temporal Planning Department typically refrains from imposing military orders, only doing so during exceptional periods or in specific regions when certain traversers fail to respond to guidance, resulting in compulsory measures. Thus far, Wei Kong had behaved as a model citizen, and the Temporal Management Bureau would not enforce strict measures against him for merely contemplating evasion of responsibilities. Furthermore, White Spirit Deer, being a subordinate clerk, lacked the authority to issue mandatory commands to Wei Kong. Nevertheless, Wei Kong felt a sense of trepidation, contemplating that he should possess some qualifications for having navigated high-risk dimensions. Should he find himself in a predicament one day, he would be able to assert, "I have contributed to the cause, I have shed blood for exploration, I deserve to be recognized." Time passed, marking 2 standard intervals. White Spirit Deer, satisfied with the results, after securing certain permissions from Wei Kong, promptly drafted a rights appeal, sending it back through the gravitational well. Within the legal framework of temporal traversal, when a group of explorers in a high-risk dimension jointly asserts fundamental rights, the requisitioning of their explored temporal space must ensure that certain principles are upheld throughout the process. White Spirit Deer, a skilled attorney, adeptly navigated the law, now facilitating Wei Kong's return to the Pandora dimension, wielding privileges comparable to those of the highest-level exploration teams, while reserving interpretative clauses. On the other side of the gravitational well, preparations are underway to receive the Shangqing from the Pandora dimension, who have witnessed the activation of supplementary regulations by the system. After a moment of silent laughter, a concession must be made. It should be noted that the current legal dispute can still be pursued by the Shangqing of the Temporal Management Bureau. Many of Wei King's defaults are rather ambiguous and vague. Furthermore, it remains unclear whether Wei Kong will receive compensation in other dimensions if he agrees to completely transfer the rights to the Pandora dimension. However, there is no need for such drastic measures, as they are all children of the same faction. Bai Ling Lu, a relative of the inspectors on their side, possesses a strong personality and is currently being coerced by the higher-ups to relinquish a dimensional application right, which seems rather unjust. It is preferable to retain the basic rights within this dimension without being excessively harsh. As for Wei Kong, he is the descendant of a former comrade in the traversing team, possessing a remarkably honest disposition, albeit to an excessive degree. He merely wishes to remain idle, and, if allowed, to freely choose according to his nature. There is a risk he may wish to return to the main world for slumber after fulfilling his 3 voluntary tasks in this campaign. Thus, it is prudent to impose some pressure in terms of tasks. Consequently, everything is progressing favorably. In another dimension, Hainan, at Linggao Port, Luo Hongxing observes the waves of weaponry and industrial equipment being loaded onto the vessel marked Yuanhua 834. As a newly appointed employee in the Foreign Trade Department, he has secured a substantial contract for Northern Industry, consisting of a bullet production line, a set of outdated steel refining equipment with a capacity of 100,000 tons, seawater purification devices, and chemical catalysts, all intended to assist Central Asia and Persia. President Nixon of the United States is now 75 years old and has already surpassed 4 terms, comparable to historical figures like Roosevelt, with prospects of continued re-election. At this moment, the black and white television is heavily promoting Sino-American friendship, which indeed appears amicable. Luo Hongxing folds the newspaper in his hand, dated 1988, as banners proclaiming the accelerated development of socialist China adorn the port. This is an alternative timeline, a historical path that slightly diverges from the main world while occurring concurrently. The Northern Red Bear remains composed, having relinquished its feudal output in the Central Asian region upon determining that it could not compete there. Thus, the Afghan War never transpired, allowing for a focus on stabilizing Eastern Europe. This strategic contraction, while seemingly easing the rigid oppression of the free world, has compelled it to absorb the world's undesirable assets. Capitalism serves as a transitional phase in the evolution of human civilization, requiring vigilance against historical developments that threaten obsolescence, while also guarding against the corrosive influence of feudal and backward regions that can exhaust the functioning of capitalist systems. The former is currently well contained, as red ideology has not taken root in the core of modern civilization, except in East Asia, where there remains a significant historical debt. Even with the sudden leaps in modern societal systems, there are still gaps in production management and scientific education. However, the latter proves difficult to guard against, akin to a disease festering within the organs, much like the public servants of the 21st century who falter under the insidious allure of superficial gains. The financial magnates of the capitalist world, upon establishing direct commercial ties with military strongmen and feudal families globally, inevitably form enclaves that override market regulations. Such transgressions ultimately dull the governance of capitalism on a global scale, rendering it incapable of maintaining a unified market. The governance of feudalism exhibits substantial flaws, as evidenced by South Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East, where regions lacking thorough social revolutions display severely deficient upper-level governance capabilities. Their inefficiency in grassroots education and infrastructure construction leads to excessively high human, transportation, and production costs, while simultaneously diminishing employment rates and contracting markets. The strategic contraction of the Northern Red Bear in this dimension appears almost prophetic. All traditional markets in Europe and America fell into crisis shortly after completing their initial electronic industrial upgrades. In the historical control group of the main world, post-World War II, global capital continuously shifted industries towards regions with cheaper labor to resolve crises, consequently anchoring assets in these areas. Initially, this trend affected Western Europe, Japan, then the 4 Asian tigers, and subsequently the third wave of the Eastern continent. This reflects a discernible cyclical pattern. After the investment frenzy concludes, financial bubbles inevitably burst, a fate that has befallen Japan, South Korea, and the 4 Asian tigers without exception. By the time the third wave of the Eastern continent emerged, due to its closed financial system, local infrastructure investments continued unabated, even amidst domestic criticisms from Southern economists, all in an effort to maintain employment. This led to a situation where global capital became trapped, or if it did escape, it did so through the overseas investments of the 4 major Chinese banks, rendering it impossible for international capital to invest further in Southeast Asia and South Asia, which offered even cheaper labor. When this game of passing the parcel can no longer proceed, the only recourse is to engage in minor maneuvers, attempting to create chaos while incessantly elevating South Asia, striving to forcibly redirect capital from East Asia to South and Southeast Asia. In this timeline, the first round of industrial transfer was never completed. Beginning in the 1960s, The Northern Red Bear consolidated its strength, amassing heavy armored units in the west while continuously conducting nuclear weapons tests. In the east, 4 Minsk aircraft carrier battle groups were established, effectively blockading the Japanese archipelago twice in the 1970s. This military blockade severely crippled the Japanese economy, rendering it akin to that of the Northern Peninsula in the main world. In the 1980s, the Red Navy clashed directly with Britain in the Atlantic, sinking a British frigate with a nuclear submarine, subsequently displaying a hardline stance through nuclear tests, followed by the detonation of the Irish Liberation Front at the London Trading Centre. What is capital? Capital is credit, instantly redeemable for various market raw materials. Yet this credit must be repaid. Without returns, capital will not be invested. When the elite regions of Europe and Japan during the Cold War could no longer support the transfer of American industries or expand markets to fill the gaps of financial crises, the credit of capital collapsed prematurely. Thus, the strategic divergence between the bears of the main world and this world lies herein. The bears of the main world aspire to contend with the United States for global hegemony, aiming to control energy sources, attempting to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, yet continuously invest vast amounts of aid and military power in the Middle East, only to have the rise of Israel undermine the reformists and prolong the survival of Middle Eastern monarchies. Their forays into Afghanistan yield no returns. Conversely, the bears in this world possess a clear understanding of their insufficient national strength to compete fully with the United States on a global scale. They have established a defensive Cold War strategy, unable to mine resources themselves while raising the mining caps of the United States, European, and Japanese sectors. This leaves the industrial nations of the Second World devoid of a so-called middle class, incapable of masking the affluent facade of the capitalist operation in the free world. The United States still possesses a resource, yet extracting it might ultimately lead to a fate akin to that of Britain and France post-World War I. Nevertheless, the Cold War has reached its most brutal phase, with only one nation possessing governance capabilities and potential to form a vast market remaining. Following a conflict along the border of Northern Asia, American Cold War decision-makers acutely seized an opportunity, politically abandoning the defeated nations of Japan and South Korea almost overnight, making significant compromises regarding the issue of the Senkaku Islands. After the decision-makers within the White House received a commitment from the Chinese side that there would be no construction of a nuclear submarine base on the eastern coast of Nambu Island, nor the future development of large aircraft carriers, the Seventh Fleet, which had originally posed a barrier in the Western Pacific, retreated. This allowed for unification in the East, while North America reaped significant benefits. 70 years ago, the East had its doors wide open, welcoming any nation, but after a period of upheaval, this land became entirely sealed off to the outside world. In the latter half of the 20th century of the main world, this isolation rendered the Yin-Huang people passive, as the global paradigm shifted to technology transfer, with capital being scarce. In this timeline, however, the world was unable to accept technology transfer. The scarcity lay in the market itself, which typically resides in sovereign nations with governance and self-defense capabilities. In this realm, the strategic decisions of America's capital world finally provided a moment of respite, in contrast to the main realm of the 21st century, where only high-tech companies like Apple could derive substantial profits from the East. Other interest groups could only vent their frustrations, absurdly accusing China of theft. In the East Asian continent of this realm, imported vehicles did not include brands like Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz, nor did high-precision machinery and power generation equipment come from the once thriving American enterprises that had been deemed obsolete. Even the television sets, washing machines, and appliances produced by industries previously funded by Japan and the main world were fully supported by American capital, which secured the agency rights. The United States effectively obtained the sole most favored nation treatment it had long sought in East Asia. Of course, challenges still persist in this world. The ship's horn resonated melodiously in the sea breeze as Luo Hongxing extracted a counterfeit windproof lighter branded with a Z from his pocket. Igniting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke and opened the system to deliver his final report. I am currently in a perilous dimension, preparing to set sail and pick up passengers. Chapter 45, Rescue. The perilous dimension and the divine land dimension, along with the Zhonga Federation dimension, belong to the same temporal region. This means that as long as Wei Kung in the Pandora dimension connects with this realm, A safe return to the divine land dimension is assured. However, the perilous dimension is fraught with colossal international issues, resulting in a fierce competition between two significant crossing factions from the main world. It is precisely due to the numerous temporal positioning points in the perilous dimension that it can most reliably connect to Wei Kang's realm. Luo Hongxing gazed at the navigational coordinates. The ship carried a total of 543 individuals, tasked with adjusting the industrial production chain for partners in the Middle East. Recent border disturbances in the Tian Shan region endowed this endeavor with strategic significance for the Eastern power. Yet, Luo Hongxing understood that the final destination of the ship was not the Middle East. Before entering the Strait of Malacca, it would traverse a temporal rift to a parallel dimension. The goods on board were intended for local forces in the Middle East, and such trade was intricately linked to the current international situation. In Luo Hongxing's left hand, the Global Outlook newspaper bore the headline, "Auschwitz Revisited. Where do the Jews go?" Although the dynamics of the Cold War have altered, the Middle East still cannot escape the interference of great powers. In contrast to the past, it is now the United States that finds itself ensnared in this region. To curb the northern Soviet influence and ensure a smooth transition of the dollar from the gold standard to an oil-based economy, they have been compelled to increase their investments in the area, supporting local regimes and establishing military bases, all in an attempt to exert pressure on the Soviet Union in the heart of the world island, thereby diminishing its oppressive momentum in Europe and Northeast Asia. However, history has shown that while the United States may adeptly conduct business with nations that have undergone social transformations and possess legitimate governance, it struggles to rectify and reconstruct countries rife with flaws. This dilemma perhaps originated with the very inception of the United States, which was not founded as a corrective entity. Unable to amend the errors of the Old World, it crossed the ocean to North America. Thus, in the conceptual framework of this newly established nation in North America, the notion of a historical reset did not embody a corrective mindset. Therefore, in the Middle East, an area where East meets West and is fraught with historical legacies, the United States' aspiration to impose its order is a challenge in the most unsuitable of locales. In the main world, the Soviet Union, inspired by the combat prowess of its Eastern allies during the Korean War, believed that if China could succeed, so could other regions. Consequently, they invested heavily in supporting pro-Soviet factions, only to realize after the dissolution that they had backed a collection of inept warriors. Meanwhile, the so-called Freedom Eagles in this world sought out the most reactionary elements in the Middle East, who proved to be the most incompetent of the incompetent, with even bald heads exhibiting more governance capability than these Middle Eastern aristocrats. After receiving foreign aid, these lords not only failed to consolidate their rule, but also marginalized the educated middle and lower classes. This led to the emergence of the Global Redemption Army, an organization coalescing around prophetic doctrines, which began to grow in Central Asia. However, the world is not solely defined by the actions of the United States. Western European politicians, facing near despair under Soviet pressure, clearly refused to be sidelined. As the American empire strategizes globally, one can always observe a disruptive element among its allied ranks. They forcibly supported Israel, attempting to reinsert themselves into the Suez Canal, only to aggravate an already extreme situation. The localized tensions gradually escalated into a globally detested crisis. In the Middle East, figures who could have evolved into strong governmental leaders within the main world began to embrace extremism, launching chemical weapon attacks on Europe and severing any possibility of European support for Israel. Subsequently, they procured a substantial quantity of Russian surplus rockets through arms dealers and targeted Jewish settlements. It is worth noting that this scenario unfolded without the multiple industrial transfers and financial expansions characteristic of the main world. Consequently, the pace of technological updates in electronics was sluggish, leaving no capacity for intercepting rockets with systems like the Iron Dome. Israel became exhausted in an unending barrage of harassment, with many fleeing Jews captured and detained by the Redemption Army. This was precisely the content of the front-page headline in Luo Hongxing's newspaper. In the backdrop of this predicament loomed the precarious situations in Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Thus, the strategic materials aboard Luo Hongxing's vessel were destined to address these very concerns. He lamented that these supplies, upon reaching the Middle East, would merely be confiscated by the Redemption Army, rendering the effort futile. According to the information available to Wei Kang, Luo Hongxing served as a sergeant, stepping in for Wei Kong to continue exploring this dimension. In the perilous dimension, on the morning of April 8, 1988, at 8:34 a.m. Beijing time, the Far East 834 ship emerged from a thick fog. Inside the captain's quarters, all instrument needles spun chaotically, resembling a disco in a ballroom. These metallic pointers twirled rapidly, even producing sounds akin to fingernails scratching against glass. Captain Sun Xiangyang sounded the horn and, using a walkie-talkie, began to assign tasks to the crew members across various sectors. The selected crew members for overseas trade in this era held steadfast ideological beliefs. Initially, they did not succumb to superstition, but rather perceived their passage through a chaotic magnetic field. Luo Hongxing, armed and patrolling the ship's railings, was the sole individual privy to the situation. Upon confirming their arrival in this dimension, he initiated contact with the system to ascertain the circumstances. With a thud, a heavy object made contact at the edge of the ship, as a tentacle, thick as a human waist, crawled aboard. This appendage was not the usual squid tentacle found at barbecues, but a grotesquely enlarged entity with skin resembling flabby meat, dripping with water. Its surface bore serpentine patterns, exuding an aura of malevolence. Had this creature appeared during the age of exploration, it would have undoubtedly instilled terror. Yet now, aboard a 50,000-ton vessel, it resembled a mere gecko perched on a flower pot. Luo Hongxing, with keen eyes and swift hands, brandished an electric fish spear, prodding at the tentacle before electrifying it. The tentacle recoiled, while other crew members unleashed a furious spray of dry powder fire extinguishers at the tentacles that were still climbing aboard. Perhaps it was the ammonium phosphate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium chloride, and potassium chloride in the powder that had a strong irritant effect, causing the tentacle to roll back into the sea, writhing and twisting in an attempt to free itself from the dry powder. The sight of this writhing spectacle evoked memories of the recently released domestic animated film Hulu Brothers, where a serpent demon danced. Captain Sun Xiangyang observed the satellite communication equipment, the broadcast blaring at maximum volume, yet there was no response. He summoned all the crew members and announced the grim news. The sextant indicated they were still in the South China Sea, and the consensus among the crew was to return temporarily. But Luo Hongxing, aware of the perils of this world, advised an immediate course northward to the harbor. Ultimately, a decision was made through a vote among the captain and a few others on board. The broadcast announced, "Attention all crew members, please return to your cabins. Crew, assemble on the deck. We are experiencing interference from unidentified factors." At the Pearl River estuary, a 200-ton steamer was rising from the water-filled dock. This vessel, constructed with a steel frame and wire mesh, was made of concrete and powered by a steam engine with an exposed wheel structure. The propeller required watertight craftsmanship. This small boat was an experiment by Wei Kong near the harbor. The ship ventured into the area where the salt water of the Pearl River met the sea. Wei Kong inhaled deeply, observing the swaying hull amidst the waves, and declared this time, "We shall not return empty-handed." Due to the intense radiation of his life force, various marine creatures were evading him, especially the fish. As Wei Kong approached, the fish scattered like startled sparrows in a flower bed. Thus, to enhance his fishing success, Wei Kong resolved to accelerate the speed of his watercraft and improve his fishing techniques. 10 minutes later, he sensed a school of fish below, prompting him to hasten the vessel towards them. The fish, evidently aware of his approach, prepared to flee. On the deck, Wei Kong deployed a firework launcher, and as he neared the fish, he ignited it, scattering a barrage of spherical projectiles within a 200-meter radius. Upon entering the water, they fizzed and bubbled, and in mere seconds, flashes of light appeared beneath the surface. He then cast his net. Anticipating guests soon, Wei Kong eagerly prepared the ingredients for a feast, storing the catch in the ship's ice chamber before setting sail for home. Meanwhile, aboard the Yuanhua 834, 50 nautical miles away, the crew had no appetite for fish. As they returned, the entire shipping lane lay barren of vessels. Their departure from Lingao port had vanished. As the ship approached the shore, they found land entirely engulfed by jungle, and birds with sharp teeth flew in from the coast. Small fish slithered up the hull like serpents, using their suction cups. Most concerning was the emergence of ailments among 60 crew members, exhibiting symptoms such as profuse sweating and hair loss. with the ship's medical officer unable to remedy the situation despite administering various antibiotics. Their only hope lay in glimpsing the bustling port of Guangzhou. However, if no signs of life were found, the morale of the crew, stricken by illness, would inevitably wane. Luo Hongxing stood atop the lookout pole, gazing at the approaching northern coastline. Upon spotting the smoke-emitting lighthouse, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled, instructing the system, "Connect me to Weikong." In the Weikong cluster, whether individuals were sweating beside the furnace in the armory or picking leaves near the biological water pools. Upon hearing of the long-awaited rescue team arriving at the coast, their first instinct was to assess their surroundings: the fields, factories, dormitories, and the sunbathing fat orange cat resting by the gravel path. Every blade of grass and tree was familiar. Every rough stone and brick had been touched by them, with small channels etched by erosion where they often relieve themselves at night. After living in a place for a while and leaving behind many traces, the impending departure evoked a sense of entanglement with that place. Even after leaving, it seemed to retain a complete imprint in their memory. When the telepathic resonance transformed into a language of the heart, Wei Kong found himself equipped with 60,000 ways to describe this locale. Nearby the canteen, a group of well-fed seagulls squawked in their cage, while a calm chef sharpened his knife just a few meters away. 46 kilometers away, dressed in a blue and white sailor shirt, Luo Hongxing flexed his arm muscles while gripping the mast, his deep voice resonating. "Hey, Wei Kong, Wei Kong Kong." The call from the new arrival shattered Wei Kang's reverie. "Yes, I'm here. Thank you, sir. I've been waiting for you for a long time," Wei Kong replied. Luo Hongxing squinted against the sea breeze and said, "Hurry up and set sail. I have injured crew members on board. Prepare your serum, and remember, don't let everyone rush aboard. First, administer the serum before explaining your circumstances to those on the ship." Wei Kong glanced at the ship information sent by Luo Hongxing, momentarily dazed. It seemed he would need to lend a hand before boarding the vessel that was to take him home. Luo Hongxing continued, "There is a temporal node in the cabin, but don't think about returning right away. First, hand over your work here." "Brother Luo, how long will this handover take?" Wei Kong inquired. "Young man, don't always think about going back. You've grown accustomed to this realm. Staying a few more years won't hurt. Aren't you quite capable here?" Luo Hongxing replied. "I miss home," Wei Kong confessed. "You're yearning for the holographic projection chamber in the dormitory, aren't you? Enough of that. Go prepare." After ending the communication, Wei Kong contacted his overseer, saying, "Weren't you supposed to provide me with a transit passage? Why can't I board this ship?" In the spatial bubble, Bai Linglu had just finished noting Luo Hongxing's preemptive remarks and, adjusting her tone with a smile, addressed Wei Kong. "I understand your desire to return, but the objective conditions are still being prepared. Like you, I hope for the successful completion of the final task." Wei Kong halted his celebratory clamor, exclaiming, "Stop! Can I go back?" "Yes, but the current conditions do not allow it," Bai Linglu replied. "Then, can I exchange materials again?" Wei Kong pressed. "Yes, but it will require extending your departure time once more." Wei Kong appeared to grasp something and became anxious, exclaiming, "The spatial door has arrived. So why does exchanging materials still necessitate extending my return time? Are you trying to trick me?" Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a local vegetable washer asked Wei Kong, who was busy cooking, "Should we add roasted fish or stewed turtle today?" Having just concluded his conversation with the system, Wei Kong, despite merely being a kitchen staff member, felt increasingly irritable and snapped back, "Steamed lobster, and string a turtle's tail for me." Chapter 46. The Future of Human Settlements in the Perilous Realm, the Yuanhua 834. A colossal ocean liner suddenly vanished from the vast sea, sparking a wave of speculation and uproar. Headlines in Hong Kong tabloids buzzed with tales of pirates, the Eastern Bermuda Triangle, and alien abductions. In the South China Sea, a fleet consisting of 3 destroyers is conducting operations in the area. A blue and white painted helicopter schemes over the waves, with the crew relying on their naked eyes to spot targets on the surface of the sea. 9214, Go Liang EC. 9214, please respond to 9224. The sea conditions are normal, with a wind force of 6 and high waves. No targets have been detected yet. Continue. The radio signals are transmitted within the integrated command tower of the warship. As the search for the missing cargo ship has yielded no results thus far, the rescue team feels that hope is dwindling. However, orders from above dictate that the search must continue. Meanwhile, A black stealth reconnaissance aircraft from the United States glides through the skies, and it appears the Pentagon is quite concerned about this missing incident. Perhaps more so about whether this quasi-ally from the East has truly lost a vessel. As the decision-makers in Washington engage in discussions with the Five Stars, they are aware of some of the deceitful tactics employed by the East, such as feigned paths and hidden agendas. After all, this ship carries a significant array of production equipment, some of which involves sensitive materials. It is known that, according to the latest intelligence, the Global Redemption Army has recently utilized guided rockets containing toxic substances in their attacks on Israel, and the production of these toxic materials involves crucial industrial equipment. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the third rescue destroyer detects strange electronic radiation signals near the Dongsha Islands and approaches the source. When Destroyer 201 comes within 200 meters, it observes a mirage, a phenomenon that happens to be the distant vessel Yuanhua 834 heading toward the Guangdong port. The captain of the destroyer immediately halts the approach and relays the situation back to the military district before determining the next course of action. 20 minutes later, a rescue helicopter dispatch from the destroyer locates the source of the radiant phenomenon, a glowing object that possesses no electric charge but exerts a repulsive force within a 60-meter radius, with the repulsion intensifying as one draws closer. It can be confirmed that this entity is still influenced by Earth's gravity, with a mass of 45 tons. However, due to the volume of water displaced by the repulsive force exceeding the gravitational pull it experiences, it floats on the surface of the sea. Nearby, a supply ship uses cables to draw this repulsive material into its hangar, quickly filling the space as the object enters the square-shaped storage. 3 days later, this luminous entity is transported to shore, where the military contains it in a steel carriage and then overnight transports it to the Southwest Physical Center via train. In the Pandora dimension, within a newly constructed brick house, smoke begins to billow from the chimney as Wei Kong ignites the power boiler. The Yuanhua 834 has now anchored outside a natural deep-water port, with a cement vessel moored alongside it, a steel ladder propped against its side. Wei Kong boards the ship, finding it quite unexpected that he is allowed on. Since arriving in this world, he has only encountered vigilance, and this sudden face-to-face interaction without defenses feels somewhat disconcerting. Wei Kong meets Captain Sun Xiangyang for the first time. They exchange bewildered glances, completing a clumsy military salute before greeting each other in Mandarin. For Sun Xiangyang, despite the rallying cry of unity resonating at the dock, the uniformity of Wei Kong and his group strikes him as peculiar. Nevertheless, the red flag fluttering at the small port leads him to choose to trust this place. Sun Xiangyang seeks to understand where they are, while Wei Kong must not reveal that he is aware of the time vortex created by those from their main world to bring them here. He must instead present himself as a fellow traveler in need of assistance. This dimension represents a future era. Well, for me, it is a future era. I am from the 21st century. During a flight, I encountered an air disaster, and after parachuting through the fog, I landed here, discovering that I had become multiple entities. Sun Xiangyang is astonished. You are from the 21st century? So, for you, this is the future. What is this place? Wei Kong seizes the opportunity to observe the life rings on the ship,